This is the world of Pokémon Go, a realm where the virtual intricately intertwines with reality. Ding! Please select your starting Pokémon. The melodious prompt echoed, and Su Ruoling resolutely embarked on his journey into the world of Pokémon, motivated by the presence of his soul companion. In a bid to escape the clutches of a tormenting existence, he had no choice but to gamble with fate and join the ranks of trainers. With the ability to transform, become a researcher, and acquire divine cores, he continually surged forward within the game. However, he ultimately discovered that what he faced was not mere data or illusion, but rather reality. I have defeated two of the malevolent Pokémon, and the power of the divine core has been depleted. It is time for you to take me away, Arceus. Chapter 1. Job Application and Employment. A bustling street. Amidst the dazzling lights and vibrant nightlife, the throngs of people surged ceaselessly. This was precisely when the summer vacation commenced in July. In the midst of the clamor, a young boy with tousled dark hair stood with his hands in his pockets in front of a cafe, lost in contemplation. More coffee. The term more signifies an additional cup and can be phonetically represented in Chinese characters as meaning to grind coffee beans to pass time or connoting magic. The name of this establishment is quite clever. The boy remarked with a hint of disappointment. I wonder if I will be hired. While he pondered, three pairs of hands from behind simultaneously pushed him inside. Hey, is this really appropriate? The voice belonged to a tall boy with stylish short black hair, a mature visage, crimson eyes, and an approximate height of 6 feet. This timid one needs to build some courage. Old ugly UMO. You should take him under your wing next time. The two contrasting voices came from two young ladies. One had short black hair and wore a trendy black and white jacket, with a standard build and a height of about 5 feet 7. The other exuded a distinctly different aura, possessing long white hair, deep blue eyes, a pure white shirt, a slender figure, and a height nearing 5 feet 7. UMO rested his chin in his hand, scrutinizing the words more, and slowly remarked, All right, you two should cease your banter. Ruoling is merely here for a job interview. What are you both up to? Oh dear Ruoling, the girl with short black hair feigned a teasing tone, causing UMO considerable embarrassment. The girl with white hair quickly interjected, Rushu, don't be like that. You're being so cool. UMO pretended to be profound, saying, Ran, I leave this old lecture to you. I'll go inside to observe his performance. All right, Rushu, don't act so cool. Ran followed him inside. Inside the Moore Cafe, UMO ordered 3 cappuccinos, sitting down to whisper to the two girls. He wouldn't encounter any issues, would he? This place seems rather upscale. Let's hope for the best. Rishu stirred her drink with a spoon. At that moment, young Ruoling. Hello, manager. Su Ruoling shyly sat down, gazing intently at the manager dressed impeccably in formal attire. The manager, noticing Su Ruoling's nervousness, couldn't help but chuckle softly, clearing his throat as he gently addressed him. No need to be so anxious. Just answer a few questions. Oh, okay. What should I do? I'm so nervous. What's happening? Su Ruoling's mind was in turmoil. Why do I want to work here? I come from a poor family. My mother is a single parent. The manager's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that this boy, no more than 17, bore such a burdensome life. What is your name? Su Ruoling. I am currently in my 2nd year of high school. What are your strongest subjects? Chinese. After a moment of contemplation, the manager finally declared, You are hired. Thank you very much. Su Ruoling bowed deeply. At that moment, the manager's phone rang. Please wait a moment. I need to step out. With that, he hurriedly exited. Approximately 5 minutes later, the manager returned, holding a small black bag. He opened the bag, revealing a radiant red glow. This? Su Ruoling was taken aback. Before him lay a full 1,000 yuan. This was the equivalent of several months' wages from his part-time job, laboring tirelessly day and night. Su Ruoling's eyes widened with envy, mentally calculating how he would repay the manager once he received a salary. The manager seemed to sense something, smiling as he said, This is a bonus for successfully getting the job. As encouragement, Su Ruoling began to stammer. This. Thank you so much. The manager adjusted his tie and addressed Su Ruoling. Ruoling, coming tomorrow to work as a server from 9 in the morning until 10 at night, earning 3,000 yuan per month. How does that sound? Su Ruoling nodded, his face radiating pure excitement and exhilaration. This was by far the most thrilling moment of his life, the first time someone had offered him such assistance. After bidding farewell to the manager, He playfully exited the Moore Cafe with UMO and the others. It was already past 10 in the evening. After yawning and waving goodbye, Sue Ruoling departed. The following day, Sue Ruoling's mother was already absent from home, tirelessly working at a weaving factory from dawn till dusk to make ends meet, sometimes not returning for an entire day, yet earning merely 600 yuan monthly. Rousing from a hazy slumber, he sat up and gazed around the modest 15-square-meter room, resolutely exclaiming to the sky, "I will ensure our family enjoys a better life. Life. The morning sky echoed his declaration, quickly fading away. Navigating through a labyrinth of alleyways, he arrived at the bustling main street, turning left at 2 traffic lights, where the words "more" reappeared before him. Glancing at his attire, at least it wasn't tattered, although the style was somewhat outdated. Sue Ruoling pushed open the door, his golden eyes scanning the surroundings, and soon spotted a familiar face. The manager who had greeted him the previous day. The manager, observing Sue Ruoling's breathlessness, chuckled, "No need to rush. The morning crowd is light. Go change into your uniform." With that, the manager produced an elegant suit from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Sue Ruoling. "Hurry along." In the morning, the cafe was nearly empty, with the main influx of customers arriving in the afternoon and evening. With time to spare, Sue Ruoling held his Meizu phone, idly scrolling through the news. Pokémon Go is set to launch globally tonight, employing innovative AR technology. The AR system boasts 3 prominent features. 1. Integration of real-world and virtual information. 2. Real-time interactivity. 3. Augmentation of virtual objects in 3-dimensional spatial dimensions. Sue Ruoling did not dwell on the news for long, instinctively bypassing it. Despite his profound understanding of Pokémon, he deemed it prudent to first familiarize himself with his work. Ding dong. Sue Ruoling promptly rose, adorning his face with a signature smile as he approached the guest. "Good day. May I take your order?" He endeavored to make his voice sound genuinely sincere. I would like a cup of rich black coffee with sugar," the man replied, casually selecting a table to sit at. "Please hold on." After a brief interval, Sue Ruoling returned, bearing a cup of aromatic coffee, which he carefully placed upon the table. Just as he intended to turn away, he was halted by the man's voice. "Excuse me, why is there a toothpick in my coffee?" the man inquired with a mischievous grin. Sue Ruoling was tempted to retort that the toothpick was likely introduced by the man himself, yet he restrained his impulse. "I apologize for our oversight. This coffee will be on the house. I do not wish for it to be complimentary." Sue Ruoling was taken aback, as he had not anticipated such a response. Chapter 2. Claiming the AR watch. "I refuse to accept this for free." Upon hearing these words, Sue Ruoling was taken aback. "What kind of situation is this? Get your manager here." The man bellowed. "I will leave a negative review for your establishment." With that, he stormed out, leaving no room for leniency. How could a shop like this exist? He admonished loudly as he exited the cafe, seemingly intent on striking a blow to Sue Ruoling. "What have I done wrong?" Sue Ruoling's eyes brimmed with helplessness. "Is it truly this challenging for a newcomer? I never expected my first customer would be like this. Is this divine punishment for me? Who have I offended?" A server who appeared to be around 21 approached Sue Ruoling, his voice rich with resonance offering comfort. "It's all right. You will surely do better next time." Sue Ruoling glanced at the name tag on his chest and stammered, "Senior Shangwan." "Keep it up." Shangwan Xiaoyu gently ruffled Sue Ruoling's soft, dark hair. Subsequently, the demeanor of a few other customers improved considerably, yet they continued to make things difficult for Sue Ruoling. This left him feeling somewhat aggrieved. He had done nothing wrong, so why was he subjected to such scolding? After enduring until noon, Sue Ruoling was utterly exhausted, resembling a weary dog, yet he still wore a smile, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just as he was on the verge of dozing off, 3 figures approached. Could it be Yumo, Ranran, and Rushu? Sue Ruoling's golden eyes blinked innocently for a moment before realization dawned on him. They were here to find him. He rose in a flurry. "Hey, little receiver, did you succeed in your application?" Rushu teased. Sue Ruoling quickly dismissed the remark. "I am not a little receiver." "But I did indeed succeed." "You're not a little receiver, you're the eternal receiver," Ranran chimed in with a sharp retort. Yumo was nearly sweating bullets. "You all are incredibly boring. By the way, what brings you here?" "I told them to take you out for some fun." Sue Ruoling turned to find the manager standing right behind him. "Since you have passed the newcomer's test, you are permitted a day off." The realization struck Sue Ruoling. Those difficult customers from the morning were all part of his evaluation. He felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. "Hey, do you know that the global launch of Pokémon Go is tonight?" Yumo suddenly interjected, his gaze lingering on Sue Ruoling. He knew Sue Ruoling would definitely want to play. However, That 1,500 yuan AR watch was beyond his budget. Yumo pondered. Rushu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The AR technology looks cutting edge. I absolutely must go. Ranran nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, since we have the day off tomorrow, I will definitely join in on the fun, Su Ruoling exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Yumo nodded. Let us first take a stroll in the park. I heard the place to purchase the equipment is right next to the park at the gym. Su Ruoling was already aware of the price of the AR watch, so he borrowed his salary for the month from the manager and deposited it into his card. For him, this game represented an opportunity for reversal. You all stay here and enjoy yourselves for a while. I'll step out to grab some things. Su Ruoling dashed out of the park, sprinting home at top speed. First, he needed to check how much money he had left. Before long, Su Ruoling's figure vanished, leaving Yumo mid-sentence. Upon reaching home, he retrieved his bank card and, like a gust of wind, rushed back out to the nearby bank. After entering his PIN, the balance displayed a reassuring 4,000 yuan. Su Ruoling nodded. That should suffice. Swiftly withdrawing the card, he carefully tucked it into his pocket, took a deep breath, and propelled himself back to meet the others. 5 minutes later, Su Ruoling was panting heavily, leaning against the wall for a moment before straightening up to inquire. Is the time drawing near? Yes, let's get in line. We're about to experience the long-anticipated AR game. Yumo exclaimed as he dashed forward, the wind billowing through his black shirt. Ranran and Rushu followed suit. Su Ruoling looked at their retreating figures and protested. Can't I have a moment to rest? It was as if he had awakened from a dream. The streets were teeming with traffic. The outer circle of the park was already filled with people. The gym was nearby, and if they wanted to secure the equipment first, they would need to be quick. There must be at least 1,000 people here. And this was just the beginning, not to mention it was the global launch. Inside the gym, throngs of people surged, and the front desk for purchasing equipment was forcibly divided into two factions. Yumo narrowed his eyes and swiftly propelled Su Ruoling from the back to the front. After a tumultuous scramble, Su Ruoling finally managed to stabilize himself. This game was indeed a sensation. It had only just launched, and so many people were eager to play. Will you be paying by card or cash? The service attendant asked with her perfectly polished smile. By card, Su Ruoling replied. The moment those words left his mouth, Yumo, Ranran, and Rushu were taken aback. They had long known Su Ruoling's family was not affluent. How was he suddenly able to pull out 1,500 yuan today? The attendant took Su Ruoling's bank card, gently swiped it, returned the card, and casually handed him a sleek black watch that had a unique mechanical feel to it. Simply wear the AR watch, and you will see a world beyond the ordinary through your existing vision. Thank you, Su Ruoling replied with a smile, stepping aside to await the others. The onlookers nearby gazed enviously at Su Ruoling's AR watch, eager to join in the game themselves. Su Ruoling examined the watch for a moment before donning it. Beep. Retrieving retina, came the voice. Modifying physical structure, it continued. Loading complete. A wave of dizziness washed over him, but it faded swiftly. Please select a nickname for the player. Then let it be Su Yangsheng, he decided. Miss Joy. This nickname is available for use, came the cheerful response. Player bind successful, ID. Su Yangsheng, 17 years old, player from Shanghai, Huagua. Ding. A mechanical voice reverberated throughout the purchasing area, audible to every player. There are 5 minutes remaining until the official launch of Pokémon Go. Please be patient. Su Ruoling. How could you not wait for us? Rushu glared at him, clearly displeased. I was just curious, Su Ruoling replied, feigning innocence. With only 5 minutes until the global launch. What starter Pokémon will you choose? Well, I have hundreds of starter Pokémon to choose from. It's quite a challenge, Yumo pondered aloud. I'll go with Ghastly. Rushu nodded. Hypnosis is a powerful move. As for me, I'll select Swablu. After Mega Evolution, it's incredibly strong. I'll choose EV, Ranran said, tossing her long hair back. Although the water type evolved with a water stone only has a base stat total of 525, it's still sufficient. A plethora of choices flashed through Su Ruoling's mind, but ultimately, he settled on a diminutive snowman Pokémon. Suddenly, the system voice became increasingly pronounced. The game has completed loading. Players may now select their starter Pokémon. Looking up, Su Ruoling saw a massive screen overhead in the gym, displaying images of hundreds of Pokémon. Chapter 3, Attacking the Opponent's Defense Tower. In an instant, the large screen above the gym illuminated. The crowd swiftly made their selections for their preferred Pokémon. Some of the powerful and rare Pokémon were available in limited quantities. Those who were slow would miss out. Amidst the flurry of Pokémon images, Su Ruoling's eyes darted across the screen until he spotted a Pokémon donned in a conical hat. Without a moment's hesitation, he claimed it. Ding. Congratulations, player has claimed. A flash of white light erupted, and the Pokeball containing the snowman Pokemon appeared in his right hand. Thus, it is decided, you shall be the one, Snow Child. Ruoling exclaimed, eagerly tossing out a Pokeball. In an instant, a creature materialized, adorned with a straw hat, its body cloaked in black, and two blue eyes the size of soybeans gleaming with a cheerful grin. Snow Child. Level 1. Type. Ice. Ability. Inner focus through mental training. It remains unfazed by the opponent's attacks. Moves. Icy Wind, Glare. Qualification. A. Attack potential, green. Speed potential, green. Defense potential, green. The potential of Pokemon is categorized into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Their qualifications are classified into 5 grades: D, C, B, A, and S, with each subsequent tier representing greater strength. All initial Pokemon possess an A-grade qualification, ensuring that all players start on equal footing, devoid of disparity. Nevertheless, factors such as friendship and base stats add layers of competition. Ruoling pondered thoughtfully. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder, prompting him to turn swiftly. Before him stood Umo, Ru, and Ranran, accompanied by 3 additional Pokemon: a Swablu, a Ghastly, and an Eevee. Umo affectionately ruffled Ghastly's head and suggested, Ruoling, how about we form a team to battle some monsters? Let us test our Pokemon's potential. Go, go, go! We're off to hunt monsters. Swablu, lend me your support. The Swablu flapped its cloud-like wings, seemingly eager for its inaugural battle. Ruoling gently stroked Snow Child's hat, which was soft and comforting, and casually replied, At that moment, Ruoling glanced down at his AR watch, which displayed various interfaces: character info, backpack, Pokemon, storage, shop, friends, forum, and coming soon. Upon seeing the last interface, Ruoling understood that the game would continuously update with new content. He clicked on the backpack button, and the AR watch projected an image of his inventory, revealing 6 Pokeballs, all complimentary for beginners. If one were to purchase them, each Pokeball would cost a hefty 400 renminbi. To assemble a team of 6, that would amount to 2,400 renminbi, an exorbitant sum for someone of modest means. However, it seemed the game was quite accommodating. Suddenly, a yellow figure darted past the 4 friends. Despite the dimness of night, visibility was not compromised. Pidgey. Umo was the first to catch the hint, exclaiming, let us defeat it. The sky echoed with bird calls, but they were not from Pidgey. They were from a nightingale. Is the virtual world intertwined with reality? How technologically advanced? Ghastly. Ghastly blinked its large eyes, continuously calling out. Ranran speculated, Pidgey must be nearby. Eevee. Eevee called out to a large tree, as if it had spotted Pidgey's silhouette. Pidgey appeared agitated, engaging in a stare down with Eevee. Pidgey, LV7. Ru observed Pidgey confronting Eevee and calmly remarked, we can take it. Employ the kite-flying tactic to outmaneuver it. Umo commanded Ghastly, Ghastly, use Lick. Ghastly seamlessly blended into the shadows, silently appearing behind Pidgey, extending its long tongue to touch Pidgey's wing. Pidgey felt a chill running down its back, its wings becoming sticky and uncomfortable. Umo covered his face, exclaiming, I don't know this Ghastly. I had no idea Lick was so overpowered. Swablu Peck. Eevee Tail Whip. Pidgey, momentarily distracted by Eevee's tail whip, froze for a second, while Swablu swiftly pecked Pidgey, snapping it back to reality. This game relies on tactics and intelligence, unlike the monotonous turn-based games that limit creativity. Enraged, Pidgey summoned a fierce wind with its wings, unleashing a whirlwind that dealt damage to all 4 Pokemon, a move known as Hurricane. In one fell swoop, the health of all 4 Pokemon plummeted, while Pidgey barely lost a quarter of its health. Snow Child, use Icy Wind. Freeze Pidgey's wings. Snow Child closed its eyes as a wave of cold surged forth, snowflakes swirling around. Pidgey was now in a critical state. Press the advantage and attack the enemy's defense tower. Ugh, that Pidgey! Ru spat, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Pidgey. Pidgey soared into the air, summoning another gale, but Swablu and Ghastly took flight to shield against the hurricane attack, sacrificing their lives for the cause. Swablu and Ghastly were defeated, returning to their respective Pokeballs in Ru and Umo's hands. Eevee, retreat and use Growl to attract Pidgey, Ranran commanded, nudging Ruoling to hasten his efforts to defeat Pidgey. Eevee emitted an adorable cry, Eevee. Ruoling encouraged Snow Child, you can do it, Snow Child. Deliver the final blow with Icy Wind. This strike was more ferocious than the last. The blustering snowflakes relentlessly hammered Pidgey, seemingly expressing their frustration. After a bone-chilling assault, Pidgey succumbed to defeat. Ding. Your Snow Child has leveled up by 2 levels. Now at LV3. Player has acquired the transformation ability. The Pokemon of UMO and his companions also reached LV3, yet none aimed to capture that Pidgey. Pidgey, being so common, held little collectible value. As high school students, they lacked the financial backing of affluent peers, necessitating careful consideration with each Pokemon capture. Ruoling fully understood this predicament. Wait, what did the system just notify me about? Acquiring transformation ability? With this thought, Ruoling quickly accessed his character information. ID, Su Yanshen. Gender, male. Health, 100-100. Attribute, affinity, immune to wild Pokemon challenges. Transformation, a latent ability, undetectable by others, transforms into a cat under moonlight. What? You can't be serious. UMO observed Ruoling, illuminated by the moonlight, and asked. Ruoling, what's wrong? Su stammered, feeling cat ears sprouting from his head. A long tail emerged from his back, and 6 whiskers adorned his face. His golden eyes blinking innocently. Oh my, this is quite the predicament. Gradually, his body shrank, transforming into an actual cat. Ru scooped up Ruoling, exclaiming. This appearance is certainly UMO's responsibility now. Ruoling remained motionless, his feline face displaying a sense of resignation as they carried him about. Please don't mishandle me. Chapter 4, A-Class Snorlax. Please, don't pass me around like this. Meow? Ruoling squirmed restlessly before settling down. Let us split into 4 teams, UMO proposed. Using our newly caught Pokemon, we can have a PK match the day after tomorrow. Agreed. It's settled. Ruoling leaped onto UMO's head, meowing. Ranran sighed, alright. You two form a team. As she watched the 2 figures recede into the distance, UMO cradled Ruoling in his arms. Shishua, the snow child, is making quite a scene. Ruoling nudged UMO, signaling him to recall Snow Child. UMO quickly deduced the situation and retrieved Snow Child's Pokeball, sighing. Come back, Snow Child. Shishua, let us head to the Pokemon Center. Our Pokemon need healing. Meow? Ruoling scratched the whiskers on his face and nodded. The Pokemon Center was not far, located beside a flower bed in the park, with a steady stream of players entering, clearly indicating the game's immense popularity. After a struggle to get inside, UMO smiled as he handed 2 Pokeballs to Nurse Joy. She took the Pokeballs and placed them on a silver machine, which whirred and flashed red lights. Miss Joy retrieved the Pokeball and announced, your Pokemon has been healed. Wishing you a delightful day, UMO responded with a smile. Upon exiting the Pokemon Center, he cradled Ruoling in his arms, setting out in search of new aspirations. Meow, Ruoling softly called out. Following the sound, UMO spotted a small Snorlax, squinting its eyes, appearing utterly lethargic. Snorlax, level 5. Would you like to capture it? UMO inquired of Ruoling, as he held the Pokeball of his snowy Pokemon. Ruoling nodded in agreement. This particular Pokemon may seem unimpressive at first, but it possesses the potential for a remarkable transformation later on. Once evolved into a Snorlax, it would learn crucial skills such as rest and snore. And after reaching level 50, it could master the devastating move, Giga Impact. After all, a base stat total of 540 is not to be overlooked. Then it's settled, Snowy. UMO declared as he tossed the Pokeball. In an instant, Snowy sprang forth, eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Nevertheless, it remained obedient. Snowy, use Powder Snow. Snowy unleashed a flurry of snowflakes, continuously damaging the small Snorlax. Snowflakes flutter the north wind whispers in this vast expanse. The Snorlax staggered back a few steps, its health steadily depleting. UMO calculated that the Snorlax still had about half of its health remaining. Snowy's Powder Snow was formidable, with more training. It could unleash its full potential. The Snorlax charged forward, exerting all its strength in a desperate tackle, leaving Snowy on the brink of collapse. Snowy gasped for breath, clearly affected by that last blow. At this moment, the Snorlax, now barely clinging to life, raised a finger and performed the move called Finger Flick. Subsequently, it mumbled incantations, its body seemingly becoming rounder as it activated the Defense Curl skill. Realizing the urgency, UMO commanded, Snowy, attack with Powder Snow. Snowy exhaled a blizzard, its blue eyes brimming with determination. It was imperative to defeat the Snorlax. The Snorlax stood frozen in place, succumbing to the chilling effects of the ice. Before UMO could issue another command, Snowy launched a final, decisive attack, vanquishing the Snorlax. Come forth, Snorlax. UMO threw the Pokeball, capturing the Snorlax as it emitted a radiant red glow, which soon faded. Capture successful. Snorlax. Level 5. Type. Normal. Ability. Thick Fat. Reduces damage from ice and fire type moves. Moves. Finger Flick, Tackle, Defense Curl, Odor Sleuth. Potential. A. Attack Talent. Deep Green. Defense talent, light green. Speed talent, light yellow. Observing this, Umo nodded slightly. These attributes would suffice upon Snorlax's evolution, especially when combined with its impressive base HP of 160. It seemed this creature was indeed fortunate. Ding. Your Snowy has leveled up twice, now at level 5, and has learned the new move, Shadow Clone. He placed the Snorlax's Pokeball into Sue Ruoling's backpack, and the system began to update. Attention players, Pokemon Intimacy has been activated, the team system is now live, and the forum has opened the Pokemon trading feature. Enjoy your gaming experience. The system's voice echoed 3 times, stirring Sue Ruoling's excitement. The opening of the team system implied that the gym would soon be accessible. Sue Ruoling resolved to seize this opportunity, for it was a pivotal moment for his aspirations. Umo perused the forum, finding little of note in the Shanghai section, as most posts were merely exchanges of experience. When he switched to the national forum, he stumbled upon a remarkable thread. A player from Xinjiang, Hunan, has a LV-12 Diglett. Umo was momentarily taken aback. Within just an hour of the server launch, someone had managed to elevate their starter Pokemon to level 12. Upon opening the thread, he discovered that the player was a wealthy heir who had employed various resources to elevate their Diglett within a mere hour. However, Diglett was inherently frail, and its evolution into Dugtrio was not particularly powerful, unlike Snowy, which, despite its initial weakness, underwent a significant transformation later on. Initially, its base stats were hindered by a total of 300, with each attribute capped at 50. HP, special attack, special defense, and speed. Such a stat distribution was indeed awkward. However, the evolved form, Glalie, boasted a base stat total of 480 across the board. Well done, my Snowy! Umo exclaimed as he released Ghastly, engaging in a double battle with Snowy. In no time, both Pokemon reached level 7. Ding! Your Ghastly and Snowy have leveled up to level 7. Ghastly has learned the new move, Curse, and Umo has acquired the ability to understand Pokemon language. Checking his profile, Umo noted the addition of a new ability, Translation, which enabled him to comprehend any Pokemon's language. This ability was formidable, facilitating seamless communication with his Pokemon, transcending any barriers. Indeed, as Umo listened intently, he discovered many Pokemon whispering among themselves, even understanding Sue Ruoling's words. Meow meow. Umo, could you help my Snorlax level up? I can't command Pokemon right now. Umo felt a surge of confusion. How could this creature speak with such an alarming tone? Oh dear, there's a wild one. Someone come to my aid. Chapter 5. Dare to steal my Pokemon? Time flew by, and soon it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Ghastly, Snorlax, and Snowy had all reached level 8. A commendable feat. Ghastly learned the move Nightshade, while Snorlax was just 1 level away from learning Amnesia, and Snowy was 2 levels shy of learning Ice Shard. Umo removed Sue Ruoling's AR watch, and as he transformed into human form before him, he also took off his own, exiting the game. Please wait. After a brief moment of disorientation, Umo found that Sue Ruoling had already fallen into a deep slumber. He sighed, having worked so hard to level up, only to find that Sue Ruoling had gone to sleep so early. With a sigh, he escorted Sue Ruoling back home before preparing to return to his own dwelling. As it was nearing his bedtime, the following day, the morning sun shone brilliantly, gradually illuminating the modest house and falling upon Sue Ruoling's face. Blinded by the sunlight, Sue Ruoling jolted upright, suddenly recalling that he did not have to work today. Consequently, he ventured out to purchase 2 soybean cakes, barely satisfying his hunger. As he strolled down the street, he observed that nearly everyone was wearing AR watches. The influence of Pokemon Go was indeed immense. He fished his AR watch from his pocket, donned it slowly, and once again, the world opened up before him. Everywhere he looked, adorable Pokemon frolicked about, and numerous wild Pokemon battle trainers. Seeing this, Sue Ruoling pulled out a Pokeball, declaring, "Then it's settled, Snowy." After reviewing Snowy's information, he began to search for a target, hoping to capture a new Pokemon to strengthen his team. Opening the forum, he scrutinized the posts and discovered many individuals selling their Pokemon. B-grade LV5 Caterpie, starting bid 2K, first come, first served. C-grade LV4 Beedrill, starting bid 4K, first come, first served. I have plenty more, moi. It appeared that many players had swiftly begun trading Pokemon, prompting Sue Ruoling to resolve to step up his game. This venture promised substantial rewards. Snowy, let us explore those woods and see if we can find any formidable Pokemon. Snowy nodded in agreement, scampering forward with its little legs. Sue Ruoling glanced at the 5 remaining Pokeballs in her backpack, contemplating how to utilize them effectively. In the woods, her snow child was exuberantly gazing around. as if it had never beheld the world before. A few sparrows perched on the trees were chirping incessantly, seemingly having discovered something extraordinary. "She!" the snow child exclaimed. And upon following the sound, Ruoling discovered a creature resembling a doll, its green hair obscuring half its face, adorned with two red horns atop its petite frame, presenting an undeniably adorable appearance. Ralts, LV8. Sensing the presence of an intruder in its territory, Ralts let out a call, gathering a purple beam of energy above its head. Psychic. Snow Child dodged quickly. Although its speed stat was only 50, it managed to evade the attack, as the psychic energy required a moment to charge. 1 second was more than sufficient. Ralts. The purple beam grazed the Snow Child's face, narrowly missing it. Snow Child, use Shadow Clone, and after that, unleash Powder Snow. Ruoling commanded. She. The Snow Child flickered, generating numerous clones. Just as it prepared to execute Powder Snow, it was interrupted by Ralts. Indeed, the unfamiliarity was evident. The skill connection was too slow, and their bond was insufficient. Ruoling mused, gently patting the Snow Child's head. You did well. She. The Snow Child bowed its head, appearing somewhat remorseful. Ralts, observing the surrounding clones, became momentarily dazed, its psychic energy scattering chaotically. Powder Snow. Ruoling's eyes lit up, seizing the opportunity during Ralts' charge. In an instant, 6 clones conjured a blizzard, an attack that could cover a vast area. A critical hit. Ralts. The creature let out a pained cry, evidently having lost a significant portion of its health. Ruoling smiled slightly, then withdrew a pokeball. It seems it's nearly finished. Snow Child, finish her off. Powder Snow. She. Suddenly, a Zubat appeared before Ruoling. Zubat, LV7. Zhao Lin waved his hand, commanding the Zubat to attack Ralts with leech life. Zubat. Simultaneously, Ralts used teleport, appearing beside the Snow Child, and a gust of snow interrupted Zubat's attack. Damn, Suyong, Ruoling's in-game name, isn't an easy opponent. Zhao Lin cursed inwardly. Finish off that Snow Child with Intimidate. Heh, you think you can finish me off? Ruoling retorted coldly, her expression unwavering, sending a chill down Zhao Lin's spine. Zubat crashed into the Snow Child, causing a mere 15 points of damage. That's all? Zhao Lin was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the Snow Child would remain unaffected. Why, you must be cheating. Ruoling, growing impatient, licked her lips. This opponent was both uncouth and dim-witted. Snow Child. Use Shadow Clone, and once you're ready, execute Powder Snow to block Zubat's flight path. She. The Snow Child let out a fierce cry, and the Powder Snow it conjured seemed more powerful than before. Dare to steal my Pokémon? You shall know retribution. Instantly, Zubat was left teetering, crashing to the ground. Zubat. Now, Zubat was in its final throes, posing no threat whatsoever. Zhao Lin stared blankly at his battered Zubat, astonished. This battle ended rather quickly. Just as he was about to recall Zubat, the Snow Child launched another attack. He needed that Zubat to become his experienced baby. Ding. Your Snow Child leveled up twice. Now at LV10, and learned the new skill Ice Shard. Level up? Zhao Lin could hardly believe that the Snow Child had gained 2 levels from his Zubat's experience. Ralts. The nearby Ralts chirped, seemingly celebrating the Snow Child's victory. To Zhao Lin's astonishment, Ruoling activated her AR watch to check the details of the person before her. ID Zhao Lin. Health, 100-100. Ability, Sturdy, retains 1 HP after receiving fatal damage. After a brief half-minute, Ruoling closed the information display. As the system voice echoed once more. System update. Dungeon initiated. Players can find a new interface on the AR watch. Players will incur damage. Pokémon may also attack players. And upon reaching 0 health, will automatically exit the dungeon, forced offline for 10 minutes, and must use healing items to recover X3. Oh, Ruoling mused. Glancing at Zhao Lin, Pokémon can attack players too? Zhao Lin gulped, slowly retreating. I'm telling you, you can't. Before he could finish, the Snow Child summoned numerous ice shards of varying sizes, launching them at Zhao Lin with incredible speed. As the ice shards vanished, Zhao Lin transformed into a streak of white light, disappearing from Ruoling's sight. Think you can steal my Pokémon? You are not worthy. With that, she retrieved a Pokeball. Ralts, do you wish to become my Pokémon? Chapter 6, Bug's Nest, Part 1. Ralts, do you wish to become my Pokémon? Ralts nodded, gently tapping the center of the Pokeball with its red antennae, and a flash of red light enveloped it. Ding. Capture successful. Ralts. Level 8. Type Psychic, Fairy. Ability Synchronize, transmits its poisoned, paralyzed, or burned status to the opponent. Telepathy ignores damage when the opponent uses the same skill. Skills Growl, Psychic, Shadow Clone, teleport. Potential S. Attack talent, deep green. Defense talent, light green. Speed talent, light yellow. S. An S-rated Pokemon. Su Ruoling was ecstatic, never expecting Ralts to possess such exceptional potential. Fortune was indeed on her side. Both Galade and Gardevoir were formidable creatures. An S-rated Pokemon is powerful at any stage, particularly in the early game. Moreover, S-rated Pokemon possess two abilities, one being a standard ability and the other a hidden ability. At that moment, Su Ruoling had a realization and opened her AR watch, discovering a new dungeon interface. The dungeons were categorized into 3 levels: normal, elite, and nightmare, with increasing difficulty and corresponding rewards. The first dungeon was named Bug's Nest. Su Ruoling invited 3 companions to join her challenge. The dungeon would be tackled at the Pokemon Center. 10 minutes later, all 4 arrived simultaneously at the entrance of the Pokemon Center. Ah, quite punctual. Ranran smiled, stroking the EV perched on her shoulder. Yumo suggested, let us head inside. Su Ruoling addressed Nurse Joy. Miss Joy, please initiate the Bug's Nest dungeon at the normal level. All right. Nurse Joy smiled gently, tapping a screen, and the group felt an enveloping darkness. The Pokemon Center transformed before their eyes. The interior morphed into a cavern, with vines entwined around the walls, and the ground occasionally teeming with caterpies or paras. This is the exterior of Bug's Nest. Su Ruoling examined the enormous lair with keen interest, speaking slowly. I've checked the forums. The dungeon boss, Beedrill, is at LV20. Can we defeat it? Don't worry, we're just here to gauge our strength, Yumo replied. A smirk forming on his lips. The darkness will aid Jengar. Ranran took the lead. Then let us go in. It has been decided. You two shall be the chosen ones, Snowchild and Reluris. Su Ruoling retrieved 2 Pokeballs and swiftly tossed them. Zillalu, come forth, Gooies. Gooies, come out, Bokbai. Bokbai. Let's get active. Ranran touched the surrounding walls, finding no abnormalities, then proceeded forward. Su Ruoling glanced at Bokbai's level, which was LV7, indicating that Choo-Choo had indeed invested considerable effort into them. At the Pokemon Center, many were gathered around the screen in the lounge, watching something with great interest and engaging in lively discussions. Look, someone actually managed to obtain a rare Bokbai during the early stages. Those inferior Pokemon surely cannot pass through the Bug Cave dungeon. I believe they might just succeed. In the viewing area, a blue-haired youth lowered the brim of his cap, observing the faces of the 4 while listening to the crowd's chatter, unable to suppress a smile. The blue-haired boy stepped out of the Pokemon Center, tossing his own Pokeball, from which a Kyrulean sprang forth. In the Bug Cave, Ranran was in charge of interference. Yumo and Su Ruoling focused on damage output, while Choo-Choo was responsible for the finishing blows. The 4 quickly devised a battle strategy. Be careful. Sensing something amiss with Gooies, Yumo was the first to halt. Before them lay a vibrant green expanse, which upon closer inspection revealed 6 LV10 caterpies. Just as Yumo was about to step forward, Su Ruoling restrained him. Let me handle this round. Snowchild, Ice Shard. Reluris, Psychic. In the next moment, purple beams surged forth, and the 6 caterpies simultaneously spat white silk, but to no avail. They were instantly reduced to a state of near defeat. Seizing the opportunity, Snowchild executed a precise finishing move. Experience surged forth like a fountain, elevating both Pokemon by 1 level. Ding! Your Snowchild has leveled up. Current level is LV11. Ding! Your Reluris has leveled up. Current level is LV9. Snowchild was particularly elated, relishing the sensation of leveling up, which felt wonderfully gratifying. Reluris shared in this excitement. After this round, the levels of their Pokemon had significantly increased, augmenting the overall strength of the team. Suddenly, a blinding light engulfed them, causing their eyes, which had adapted to the darkness, to ache painfully. They swiftly shielded their eyes, and upon reopening them, the scene had transformed dramatically. Surrounding them were flourishing flowers and entwined vines, with a throne of stone encircling the center, radiating an aura of boundless life. However, atop the throne hovered a LV20 boss-level Beedrill. Rap, come forth, King Mienio. Choo-Choo released a Pokeball. The Beedrill glared menacingly at the 4 intruders, gathering its stingers and darting towards Yumo and Su Ruoling with alarming speed. Run. If you get stung, you'll be ejected from the dungeon. Yumo shouted. Ranran, Choo-Choo. Let's engage in a wheel battle. Gooies, Snowchild, and Reluras unleashed various attacks, attempting to interrupt the incoming stingers. Eevee, use your cry. King Mienio, peck. Boy. The Beedrill flapped its wings, evading Eevee's cry attack, but the agile King Mienio swiftly swooped in from the other side, engaging in a fierce skirmish while Eevee provided support from the sidelines. Rap. The Beedrill, with fierce intensity, seemed intent on exterminating the two Pokémon, summoning numerous energy orbs to merge with itself. It then raised its two stingers, relentlessly stabbing at King Mienio. A charged skill combined with a frenzied attack. King Mienio darted about, pursued closely by Beedrill. Suddenly, an attack interrupted it, none other than Bokbai, under Choo-Choo's command. Bokbai feigned innocence, adorably playing coy, but upon turning to face Beedrill's ferocious gaze, it instinctively recoiled into its shell, whispering, "You can't see me." Choo-Choo sighed in exasperation, questioning whether this Bokbai was a tad too timid. Rap! The Beedrill was enraged, emitting a terrifying screech, and suddenly, for LV-15 Beedrills appeared around them. The sounds of rap echoed incessantly, having evaded the stinger attacks. Ruoling and Yumo leaned against a rock, panting heavily. Suddenly, a Beedrill appeared behind them. "Meow, this is Senyi. I haven't updated in a while because I've been busy with school every day. It's truly overwhelming, QWQ. By the way, could you please show me some support? Considering how much I've been studying?" Chapter 7, Bug Cave, Part 2. Having evaded the stinger attacks, Ruoling and Yumo leaned against a rock to rest, panting heavily. Suddenly, a Beedrill appeared behind them. Rap! The stinger approached Ruoling, and in an instant, Yumo stepped forward, the stinger piercing his arm. A wave of pain spread before transforming into a flash of white light. When Yumo regained consciousness, he found himself seated in a chair at the Pokémon Center, swiftly purchasing a basic healing potion to consume. Ruoling stared blankly at the Beedrill, then commanded Reluras to attack. Psychic. Reluras, seemingly filled with an immense rage, emitted flashing purple light points, unleashing a barrage of musical notes. The effect was astounding. Two Beedrills were instantly vanquished. This was the skill Charming Sound. Originally, this skill was supposed to be learned by Reluras at level 11, yet it had crossed 2 levels to acquire it now. Is it possible to learn skills beyond one's level? Ruoling exclaimed with excitement, recognizing Reluras as his trump card. Reluras now wielded considerable power, holding a significant position even at this early stage, given its innate talents. The spectators in the Pokémon Center were left astounded. They had never imagined that a single skill could obliterate 2 Beedrills. Many had already taken out their phones to record the moment and share it online. Explosive. Shanghai player Su Yangsheng annihilates 2 Beedrills with a single strike. Learning skills beyond level. An existence akin to a deity. Charming Sound. Snowchild Ice Shard. Snowchild summoned countless ice shards, striking the LV-20 boss level Beedrill with purple musical notes again and again. Ruoling's words flew as he strategized. This battle required immense concentration, with each strike necessitating meticulous planning. The Beedrill's health rapidly plummeted, and Ranran seized the opportunity for a finishing blow. EV. Use Tackle. EV jumped high, barreling directly towards Beedrill, which responded by furiously flapping its wings, narrowly avoiding the impact. In that fleeting moment, Choo-Choo commanded King Mienio to join the fray. King Mienio used Peck. King Mienio filled the gap between EV's leap and landing, blocking Beedrill's attack trajectory, while playfully pecking at Beedrill. After several rounds of will tactics, Beedrill gradually succumbed, collapsing weakly to the ground, eventually fading into a shimmering white light. Ruoling gazed at the fallen Beedrill, pondering, "So, have we succeeded? I suppose so. But shouldn't there be some sort of reward?" Ranran asked, looking bewildered. No sooner had she spoken than, as if in response to her query, the scene before them shimmered once more, and they found themselves back in the Pokémon Center. Upon their return, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Everyone had witnessed the thrilling battle and praised the tactical prowess of Ruoling and his companions. Nurse Joy, beaming with a radiant smile, declared, "Su Yang, you are nothing short of a genius. On the very first day of the game's launch, your understanding of Pokémon and skills is remarkable. If it were me, it might take a year to grasp it. Your team of 4 can use the PK lawn unconditionally. Additionally, any surplus Pokémon can be stored with me as a reward for witnessing such a spectacular battle." As Ruchu gently inclined her head, it was evident that she was sincerely grateful to Miss Joy. Miss Joy, while speaking, produced 4 disc-like objects inscribed with words: Big Explosion, Thief, Bodybuilding, and Sleep. These were unmistakably skill learning devices. This is your reward for completing the quest. Since it is specific to this instance, all 4 of you can utilize it. So choose wisely, Miss Joy advised. UMO glanced at Ranran, then at Ruchu, while Ruoling smiled faintly as the 4 of them shouted in unison. "We choose Sleep." Miss Joy smiled gently and handed them the Sleep skill learning device. Ding. The first team in the world to successfully complete the challenge instance hails from Huagua, led by Shanghai player Su Ruoyang. who accomplished this at the normal difficulty level. This is hereby announced globally. X3. In that moment, the entire nation of Huagua erupted in excitement. This act was a beacon of pride for their homeland. At this instant, the forums exploded with discussions about the team's choice of Pokémon combinations that enabled them to conquer the insect's nest. Although it was merely the first day of the server launch, Ruoling was filled with boundless anticipation for the future. Surely, they would be able to amass enough wealth for their family to live comfortably. Ding. As you are the first player globally to lead a team in successfully conquering the insect's nest instance, the system has granted you the privilege of becoming a senior researcher. Pending review in 3 working days. Another string of system notifications filled Ruoling's mind, and upon hearing about the senior researcher title, those words resonated in his thoughts. Happiness came so unexpectedly. Ruoling suppressed his laughter and said to the 3 beside him, "I'm off to capture new Pokémon. Until we meet again. Goodbye." They replied. With a gentle smile, Ruoling recalled his Ralts into its Pokeball and sprinted towards the Bund with his Snow Sprite. The Bund was bustling, and it was likely he would encounter some formidable Pokémon there. However, renowned locations would surely yield rarer Pokémon, such as the Oriental Pearl Tower, which was an excellent choice. Ruoling gazed into the distance, where a magnificent tower caught his eye. With his hands clasped behind his back, he took measured steps towards the subway station. The quickest route from the Bund to the Oriental Pearl Tower was undoubtedly by subway. The subway platform was crowded, teeming with people, and it was hardly surprising that so many were at the station given the tower's iconic status in Shanghai. Ruoling mused. 99% of the people on this subway must be here to capture Pokémon. My predicament does not look promising. While waiting at the subway station, he noticed many individuals sporting AR watches on their wrists. After some contemplation, he decided to tempt fate. Who knows, perhaps fortune would smile upon him? Bang! Just as he was lost in thought, a burly man collided forcefully with Ruoling's head, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Being a high school student, and one with a relatively weaker physique compared to the muscular man, he felt utterly outmatched. The burly man cast a disdainful glance at Ruoling, but was suddenly taken aback by 3 words. The boy's game ID was none other than the recently renowned Su Yongsheng. The man stammered, "Why, you are that Su Yongsheng?" "I am. Do you have a problem with that?" Ruoling replied, rubbing his forehead, still recovering from the impact. The burly man scrutinized him from head to toe before mockingly retorting, "Kid, why aren't you focusing on your studies instead of playing games? Do you really think you can become a professional player? And may I ask, are you a professional player?" Ruoling responded with an innocuous smile. Despite their brief exchange of taunts, the air was thick with tension. This young fellow, while smiling, exuded a sense of audacity that could easily provoke a physical response. Were it not for his youth, the burly man regained his composure and threw a Pokeball. A black and white bird emerged, glaring furiously at the Snow Sprite. Murkrow, level 7. Upon seeing Murkrow, the Snow Sprite trembled with fear, retreating behind Ruoling. This was precisely Murkrow's Intimidate ability, which lowered the opponent's attack. Heh, Ruoling scoffed. To think you would attempt to defeat an Ice-type Pokémon with a Flying type? How naive. Does this man not realize that Ice types have a significant advantage over Flying types? Indeed, the phrase strong of body, simple of mind perfectly encapsulated this fellow. However, Ruoling had no intention of engaging in battle. In the crowded subway, there was no space for his Snow Sprite, Ralts, or Snorlax to unleash their potential, so he chose to ignore the man and closed his eyes, feigning indifference. The burly man, fuming, launched a punch that whistled through the air. Ruoling swiftly dodged, the man's fist narrowly missing his ear, creating a sound that sent shivers down his spine. "Are you out of your mind?" Ruoling exclaimed, making his way towards another train car. "Fools are a dime a dozen, but this year seems particularly abundant," he thought to himself. At this juncture, it is worth mentioning that Sun E is merely a middle school student, burdened by heavy academic demands. However, I do not intend to abandon my writing. Updates may simply be slower. Chapter 8. Of course, the choice is to forgive her. Fools are a dime a dozen, but this year seems particularly abundant. Ruoling mused. Inside the subway, the crowd surged as passengers continuously boarded and disembarked. After approximately 10 minutes, the train came to a gentle halt. The final destination was the Oriental Pearl Tower. The electronic announcement within the subway gradually echoed, and Ruoling smiled faintly as he exited the train. The Oriental Pearl Tower boasts 15 observation levels, each requiring a 10 yuan fee, with an additional 20 for players. It is home to many rare and powerful Pokémon, making it an irresistible draw for players. Now, many renowned tourist spots across the country have adopted similar schemes. capitalizing on the influx of players drawn by the Pokémon in their territory to earn a little extra profit. It makes perfect sense. If a Mutwo suddenly appeared in your vicinity, would you kindly release it? Certainly not. As Su Ruoling strolled along the street, he reached the majestic structure in just 5 minutes. Unable to resist, he took out his phone and snapped a photo to share on his social media. Although this was not his first visit, he was still awestruck by its grandeur and felt a pang of reluctance regarding his wallet. Though the Oriental Pearl Tower is impressive, visiting it incurs considerable costs. Nonetheless, Su Ruoling was willing to spend a bit more. Upon entering the first-floor lobby, Su Ruoling wandered about, listening to the music, and noticed a significant number of wild Pokémon present. However, most were above level 5, a daunting challenge for players who had only just begun their journey. Naturally, Pokémon like Pidgey, Spearow, and Caterpie were the preferred choices for leveling up. Occasionally, he spotted a coughing or other wild Pokémon exceeding level 8, causing most players to flee as if they had encountered a zombie. Wild Pokémon can also initiate challenges against players. Su Ruoling lowered the brim of his cap and made his way to the second-floor observation deck, where he scanned his WeChat to pay a staggering 450 yuan. This fee encompassed all 15 levels. He retrieved the Pokeball containing Ralts and summoned it forth. Ralts. It chirped affectionately, nuzzling against Su Ruoling's leg with delightful cries. Su Ruoling felt his heart melt. Was this what it felt like to be love-struck? I need a blood bag. Medic, come save me. Around him, several players cast curious glances at Su Ruoling, astonished to see him summon a Pokémon amidst such a dense crowd. Did he not fear being challenged? In the realm of Pokémon Go, players who are not friends are unable to see each other's Pokémon levels unless they engage in battle, thus unveiling their levels and attributes. This aspect adds an air of mystery to the game, driving players into a frenzy of excitement. Su Ruoling, with a visage marked by trepidation, surveyed the surrounding crowd, appearing utterly oblivious. At that moment, he silently lamented, as the ancient proverb states, "Honesty cannot deceive me." Indeed, life resembles a play, entirely reliant on performance. He had successfully disguised himself as an uninformed novice, while others nearby had already summoned their Pokémon. Eager to prey upon the newcomer, some even brandished their phones, prepared to record videos to mock this unsuspecting player on the forum. Su Ruoling recalled a meme. "Welcome, new classmate," pummeling ensues. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd exclaimed in surprise, igniting a commotion among the onlookers. What was happening? Su Ruoling felt a stir of unease. Ralts. The Pokémon called out, snapping Su Ruoling back to reality. As he focused, he noticed a boy, seemingly of similar age, standing at the center of the throng. He was rather handsome, sporting a brown center-parted hairstyle, but with thin lips that, combined with his aloof demeanor, made it difficult for others to warm to him. He wore sunglasses, resembling a wealthy and arrogant scion of privilege. Su Ruoling furrowed his brow. Is he here to disrupt the event? Does he seek a challenge? The boy raised an eyebrow, gazing down at Su Ruoling with an air of superiority. Su Ruoling, locking eyes with those emerald orbs, calmly uttered 2 words, "Indeed." The crowd erupted in derisive jeers, yet Su Ruoling maintained a serene smile amidst the mockery. He possessed the ability to transform all adversaries into his experience fodder. Whispers began to circulate, and someone had already recorded a video, captioning it, "Shanghai Oriental Pearl Tower S novice player challenges the Bun Tyrant." From the surrounding discussions, Su Ruoling discerned that this individual was formidable, likely the reigning champion of this locale. "Piku, it's your time," he declared. "Piku, level 6. Su Ruoling paused momentarily, then swiftly realized why the boy spoke with such confidence, receiving the crowd's endorsement. His strength was indeed impressive. However, Su Ruoling simply cast a fleeting glance at the battle-ready Piku, pondering his next move without instructing Ralts to attack. Instead, he perused the details of the boy before him. ID. Of course, I choose to forgive her. Gender, male. Title, none. Current badges, 0. S-rank Pokémon, 0. Forgive me? Su Ruoling mused, suppressing a chuckle. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, casting an apologetic glance around. The young man's face darkened, akin to a pot that hadn't been cleaned in 2 centuries. And he promptly issued a command. "Piku, use Thunder Shock?" Su Ruoling managed to stifle his laughter, yet his eyes remained crescent-shaped as he commanded. "Ralts, use Charm." The 2 Pokémon exchanged blows, but it was evident that Piku suffered more significant damage, given the disparity in their attributes and levels. From just a couple of exchanges, it was clear that Piku's highest potential was merely A rank. Meanwhile, Ralts, despite its higher level, dealt greater damage than Piku. The boy, gazed in astonishment at Ralts, his mind racing. Such a high-level, high-potential Pokémon. Could it be the one that's been trending on the forum recently? Su Yangsheng. It must be him. The realization struck Forgive. He had unwittingly encountered a formidable opponent. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his face, knowing he was about to be soundly defeated, yet still feeling compelled to fight. How infuriating. Forgive lifted his gaze to Su Ruoling, whose gentle smile only fueled his frustration. Ralts, use confusion. A violet beam shot forth with remarkable speed, catching Piku unawares as it stood there like a wooden post, absorbing the blow. The critical factor was that Su Ruoling's command seemed to have left Ralts momentarily bewildered. To deceive others, one must first deceive one's own allies. Applause is warranted here. Forgive stared, dumbfounded, at his beleaguered Piku, overwhelmed by a sense of bitterness. In just 2 rounds, Piku had been thoroughly subdued. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Su Ruoling broke the silence with an easy smile. For those wishing to challenge me, please step forward one by one. His words detonated like a bomb, igniting fervor within the crowd. Such audacity. The crowd erupted. And after a flurry of murmurs, a burly figure emerged from the throng. Su Ruoling's pupils contracted slightly. Wasn't he this the burly man he had encountered on the subway earlier? What a twist of fate. Even Forgive beside him shielded his eyes, unable to bear the sight of such a formidable physique. Su Yangsheng, let us settle our previous encounter with a Pokémon duel. Contrary to Su Ruoling's expectations, the man's voice was not the deep, gravelly tone he anticipated. Instead, it resonated low and powerful, exuding an aura of authority. I am Zhang Wei. I look forward to your guidance. Su Yangsheng. Zhang Wei summoned his initial Pokémon, Mankey, level 8. Su Ruoling felt a flicker of intrigue. It had leveled up again, with only 1 level remaining until it could learn Wing Attack. Mankey, yet to master this move, stood little chance of victory. Su Ruoling retrieved another Pokeball. Snow Fairy, it's your turn. The Snow Fairy, now at level 11, posed no threat from such a Pokémon. Let us go all out. He commanded. Snow Fairy, use Ice Shard. A soft glow emanated from the Snow Fairy's azure eyes as numerous ice shards of varying sizes materialized, hurtling toward Mankey. Mankey, take to the air and use Quick Attack. Mankey flapped its wings and soared, but rather than evade the ice shards, it sustained injuries from the onslaught. The effect was devastating. Zhang Wei, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for his earlier bravado, regretted shouting so loudly. Now, he had not only failed to impress, but had also suffered a setback. With Mankey now in a critical state, it was vulnerable to a single move from the Snow Fairy. Zhang Wei quietly withdrew Mankey, admitting, I concede. Some spectators recorded the event, uploading it to the forum, where it quickly garnered tens of thousands of views, boosting Su Ruoling's popularity. It also introduced a new concept to the game, type advantages. After challenging 6 players, Su Ruoling hurriedly purchased 2 healing potions from the shop, spending 600 coins, which pained him deeply. My money. Without lingering further, he turned and ascended to the 3rd level. The 3rd level, a space-themed area, simulated cosmic phenomena. He glanced back to find Forgive still trailing behind him. Su Ruoling halted, questioning, why are you following me? To add you as a friend, Forgive replied succinctly. Su Ruoling's mind raced. With such a wealthy ally, I need not worry about finances. All right, I accept. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Ruoling. My name is Fang Yuqing. Su Ruoling regarded Fang Yuqing. By the way, since you are so affluent, I presume you possess a considerable number of Pokémon? Fang Yuqing was momentarily taken aback as he produced 2 Pokeballs. This one is Piku, which just battled you. And the other is named Mareep, possessing A-grade potential. It looks quite adorable, so I decided to capture it. Mareep? Isn't that the one that evolves into Ampharos? Su Ruoling's heart soared with delight. Fang Yuqing, I would like to trade one of my Pokémon for your Mareep. Fang Yuqing leaned in with curiosity. Snorlax. Deal. Su Ruoling beamed with joy, determined to make the most of this fortunate encounter. After the exchange of Pokémon, Su Ruoling began to peruse Mareep's data. Mareep. Level 5. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. A Pokémon with the Static ability has a 30 chance to paralyze an opponent upon receiving a physical attack. Moves, Tackle, Growl, Thunderwave. Potential, A. Attack Talent, Light Green. Defense Talent, Deep Orange. Speed Talent, Medium Green. This Mareep exhibited promising potential and was worth nurturing. By the way, could you lend me a bit of money? I'm in a bit of a bind, and I will repay you once I capture some more Pokémon. Fang Yuqing, with an indifferent expression, pulled out his iPhone 8 Plus and scanned Su Ruoling's AR watch. The bank card, WeChat, and Alipay are all interconnected with the AR watch, making transactions quite effortless. Su Ruoling checked her account on the watch and found an additional 100,000 yuan. She stared at Fang Yuqing in bewilderment. To her surprise, Fang Yuqing casually replied, "It's only 100,000 yuan. Consider it a gift." Having just secured 100,000 yuan, Su Ruoling resolved to continue her money-making endeavors. With such a wealthy benefactor, how could she not profit? Fang Yuqing, Su Ruoling said, feeling a bit awkward as she noticed his previously aloof demeanor had returned. "Is there a faster way to make money?" Fang Yuqing shot her a sidelong glance. "Do you think I'm not wealthy enough?" Realizing his line of thought, Su Ruoling hastily responded, "I didn't mean it that way. I just feel a bit awkward borrowing money from you." Understood. Conversing with an astute individual naturally facilitates clearer communication. Fang Yuqing removed his cool facade, looking at Su Ruoling with a hint of disdain. "Honestly, why must you be so troublesome?" He then took out his phone and opened Kuaishou. Su Ruoling had just purchased a new phone online for around 500 yuan. After all, she didn't need a flashy, expensive device. For her, smooth performance was paramount to avoid slow uploads later on. "Let us livestream Pokémon Go shortly. Just don't mess things up for me." "Hey, I don't have any live streaming experience," Su Ruoling protested, but Fang Yuqing seemed to deliberately oppose her, pressing the live stream button. In about 2 minutes, over 900 viewers were already online. Fang Yuqing, holding a selfie stick, smiled at the camera. "Hello everyone, I'm the streamer Yuan Liang. Long time no see. Today, we will be live streaming a very popular outdoor game, Pokémon Go. Yuan Liang, is this at the Oriental Pearl Tower? Did you see that viral video circulating in the forums? A newbie from Shanghai took down the boss at the Bund, Yuan Liang 2333. Yuan Liang, you can do it. Ha ha ha." Seeing Yuan Liang in such a pitiful state, let us shower him with gifts. A flood of gifts poured in from the viewers. Fang Yuqing's expression darkened instantly as he pretended to be furious. "You lot are ruthless. Witnessing my misfortune, yet offering no comfort. Did I hear someone talking about me?" A discordant yet refreshing voice chimed into the live stream, causing an uproar. "What an adorable voice. So refreshing. Is the owner of that voice your pampered little boy?" Su Ruoling entered the frame, greeting the camera with a friendly smile. "Hello, everyone. I'm Su Yangxing. Please take care of me. By the way, I believe I just defeated Yuan Liang, and it was a complete victory." "Why bring that up?" Yuan Liang exclaimed, playfully swatting at Su Ruoling's face. 2333, entertainment value at its peak. "Poor Yangsheng. Yangsheng, you're so handsome. Yuan Liang, you're so handsome. All right, let us officially dive into the main event. The first segment will be Let's Go Catch Some Pokémon," Fang Yuqing proposed. However, Su Ruoling shook her head, preferring to capture some quick-evolving Pokémon to sell on the forums. Fang Yuqing sighed. "Have you completely fallen into the money pit? Never mind. I think we should duel once more. Viewers, don't blink." Su Ruoling cheekily made a face before retrieving the Pokeball containing Mareep. "It's you, Mareep. And it's you, Snorlax." Fang Yuqing and Su Ruoling exchanged glances, each having devised their strategies. "Come on, let us stir things up. Let us create some excitement. Bet 5 yuan on Yuan Liang winning. Bet 1 yuan on Su Yangxing winning." Su Ruoling mischievously blinked, and Fang Yuqing realized he was about to be duped again. As if to validate his thoughts, a message suddenly appeared on his AR watch. "I'll let you win. Just don't forget to give me half of the money later." Fang Yuqing felt a surge of frustration, and the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. What did Yuan Liang just see? Is his phone out of credit or something? Such a hilarious expression. "Come, let us make a meme." Su Ruoling crouched beside Mareep, whispering a few words to it. "Mareep, use Thunderwave." Mareep. Golden electricity surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Snorlax in an instant. Snorlax glanced down at its feet. Realizing its movements had become agonizingly slow, it had entered a state of paralysis. Snorlax, use Curse. The viewers speculated that Fang Yuqing would employ a gamble for luck against Su Ruoling. Indeed, that was precisely the case. Snorlax closed its eyes, exuding a chilling aura as purple mist enveloped it, and a white halo adorned with mysterious runes appeared behind it. Soon, a black ray shot forth from the center of the halo. The Curse, a quintessential ghost-type move, was one of the best skills for a comeback. Mareep dodged left and right, but was ultimately struck, its body freezing in place, tormented by the Curse's flames. Mareep attempted to rise, but found itself unable to do so, feeling the sting of helplessness. In the meantime, Snorlax paid a hefty price, sacrificing half its health to summon the Curse, yet it stubbornly bartered its vitality for a decisive advantage. The scales of victory began to tilt in its favor. Oh, what a pity, Yangsheng is about to lose. Yuan Liang, Yuan Liang, Yuan Liang. If Yangsheng hadn't been afflicted by the Curse, he might have turned the tide. 1-2. 10086. Gifts began to flood in, seemingly meant to console Su Ruoling. Seeing the multitude of gifts on the screen, Su Ruoling felt a sense of relief. She withdrew Mareep, intending to treat it outside. All right, I concede. This time Yuan Liang emerged victorious. But my other Pokémon are stronger, Su Ruoling playfully declared, successfully elevating the atmosphere to a new high. Fang Yuqing offered a subtle smile towards the camera, his enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling with charm. Su Ruoling has truly nurtured this sprite remarkably well. It's astonishing how impressive it is. A master of flirtation indeed. Forgive me. Society. What a big shot. The laughter was contagious as he engaged with the audience for an extended period. As they strolled, Fang Yuqing and Su Ruoling conversed with the viewers, occasionally encountering a few sprites, pausing to battle monsters, and sharing gaming experiences. Time flew by unnoticed, filled with joyous laughter and a flurry of comments, with gifts streaming in, including a flurry of small televisions and luxury cars. Well, this morning's live stream concludes here. We shall resume at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Don't miss it. Fang Yuqing smiled at the camera, closing the stream amidst a cascade of goodbye comments. They had broadcasted since early morning, totaling 4 hours, and it was now 12:30 p.m. Upon exiting the Oriental Pearl Tower, Su Ruoling stretched lazily, playfully displaying an adorable demeanor, his light blue eyes radiating cuteness. I can't believe how quickly time has passed. I'm hungry again, Fang Yuqing exclaimed excitedly. I know a place where the food is both affordable and delicious. Let's hurry, I'm famished, Su Ruoling urged impatiently. Fang Yuqing retrieved a power bank to charge his phone. Wait a moment, let's call a taxi. It's a bit far from the Oriental Pearl Tower. Su Ruoling took out a bottle of water, sipping quietly as he waited. The aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, and a massive fish mural adorned the wall. It was evident that this was a grilled fish restaurant. Oh, I never imagined that the esteemed young Master Fang would dine in such an establishment, Su Ruoling teased. The restaurant was modest in size, appearing quite ordinary, and Su Ruoling found it hard to reconcile this with the identity of the young master. Fang Yuqing cast a casual glance at Su Ruoling. Let's go inside. Upon entering, Su Ruoling was instantly captivated. The air was filled with the intoxicating scent of grilled fish, and the decor was exquisite, featuring wooden walls and floors that exuded an antique charm. The proprietor, a short, portly man with a warm smile, greeted Fang Yuqing with a respectful bow. Young master. The usual? Yes, Fang Yuqing replied coolly, promptly choosing a seat. The owner called to the kitchen and soon brought 2 cups of tea to their table. By the way, Su Ruoling nudged Fang Yuqing. How much did we earn from the stream? Fang Yuqing sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. I truly wonder if you've fallen into a pit of money. He pulled out his phone and calculated, with Su Ruoling curiously watching. Eventually, the screen displayed a figure, 102. 869. Su Ruoling gulped in astonishment. That's quite terrifying. Fang Yuqing casually transferred over 50,000 yuan to Su Ruoling. You're treating this meal, having benefited so greatly. Su Ruoling naturally felt obliged to reciprocate, nodding earnestly. After a while, the grilled fish arrived, emanating a rich fragrance. Its golden, crispy exterior was irresistibly enticing. Vibrant red chili oil adorned the fish, glistening with a golden sheen. The flesh appeared succulent, promising a delightful burst of flavor. Su Ruoling's appetite was whetted as he picked up a piece of grilled fish with his chopsticks, unperturbed by the heat, and promptly placed it in his mouth. Moments later, his delicate features were alight with excitement. This can truly compete with dishes from high-end restaurants. Fang Yuqing sampled some as well. I told you, the grilled fish here is exquisite. Within half an hour, the entire platter of grilled fish was devoured by the two, perfectly embodying the phrase like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. After departing from the 10-mile fragrance grilled fish restaurant, Su Ruoling decided to continue his adventure with Fang Yuqing, especially since they were scheduled to resume their live stream at 3 o'clock. Thus, they began searching for their next streaming location. Hey, Fang Yuqing, how about I come over to your place for a visit? Wandering around outside seems rather dull. Sure, I'll have the butler send a car for us, he replied, pulling out his phone to make a call. Minutes later, a Maserati pulled up before them. Good morning, everyone. Greetings from 7:10 a.m. Chapter 11, Live Stream 3. A very serious announcement. The scope of this narrative is quite broad. It will not solely focus on Pokémon, but will incorporate other elements as well. For instance, this chapter will not feature Pokémon. Please refrain from viewing this work with a rigid perspective. Writing novels necessitates innovation. Moments later, a luxurious Maserati came to a halt in front of Fang Yuqing. Su Ruoling stood in awe, gazing at the dazzling black luxury car, marveling, wealthy individuals truly live differently. The butler politely assisted them into the vehicle, and Su Ruoling smiled at him in gratitude. Once inside, he felt the luxurious leather of the seat. He settled down slowly, as if treating a fine piece of art, with two words echoing in his mind: extravagance. Fan Yuqing adjusted his sportswear, took out his headphones, and comfortably leaned back in his seat, listening to music. The butler drove swiftly, with the scenery outside changing rapidly. After approximately 10 minutes, the car came to a stop. "Young Master Fang, please alight." The butler exited first, opening the door for Fan Yuqing. "You can explore a bit. Go wherever you like," Fan Yuqing instructed the butler. "Today, you have a day off." Su Ruoling followed Fan Yuqing, his gaze fixed on the opulent villa before him, a structure so extravagant that words failed to capture its essence. This was the essence of wealth. Upon entering, Su Ruoling's expression shifted from bewilderment to excitement, culminating in envy. The villa exuded an antique charm reminiscent of European architecture, with expensive Persian carpets adorning the floors, dazzling crystal chandeliers overhead, and an oak bookshelf at the front, complemented by several renowned plants, which sparked envy in Su Ruoling's eyes. Fan Yuqing retrieved his phone and placed it on a semicircular charging device, which illuminated instantly, entering charging mode. "This is wireless charging," Su Ruoling thought to himself. Fan Yuqing reclined on the sofa, elegantly sipping tea from a teapot. "Su Ruoling, would you care for some tea?" Sitting on the plush sofa, Su Ruoling felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he also lifted a small cup of tea to his lips. The tea bore a subtle fragrance with a hint of bitterness, yet once it settled in his stomach, his thirst diminished significantly, and he felt invigorated. "We might not be live streaming Pokémon Go this afternoon." Fan Yuqing's voice cut through the air. Su Ruoling sprang up in surprise. "Why not? It'll be too chaotic." One misstep could lead to being pursued by enthusiastic fans. Fan Yuqing covered his face, seemingly reluctant to recall the scene of being chased by fervent admirers. Su Ruoling glanced at the notifications on his AR watch and slowly remarked, "So what? Going out is less exciting than dancing. Live streaming pales in comparison to an awkward dance," Fan Yuqing quipped, "even performing a mock dance." Su Ruoling sighed in exasperation. "Young Master Fang, you can be quite humorous at times. All right, it's time to get serious." Fan Yuqing wiped the playful expression from his face and led Su Ruoling into a room. Before them were two computers, each loaded with a game featuring an array of firearms and characters parachuting from planes. Su Ruoling's heart stirred. "Isn't this the immensely popular Battle Royale game?" "Yes, I specifically purchased it from Steam," Fan Yuqing confirmed. Fan Yuqing nodded and remarked, "I've recently noticed that many streamers are broadcasting this game, so I wanted to give it a try myself." The game in question is titled PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which has garnered immense popularity abroad, yet remains virtually unnoticed domestically. It was only after NetEase released a similar mobile game that the concept of chicken dinners began to capture the attention of Chinese players. Sitting at his computer desk, Fan Yuqing clicked into the game, exclaiming, "We could stream this." Ding! A notification chimed on Su Ruoling's computer. "Forgive invites you to play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds." Su Ruoling clicked to join, and the screen transformed before him. Having a slight understanding of the game, he cautiously inquired, "Which server are we playing on?" Fan Yuqing replied breezily, "Asia server." Su Ruoling chuckled, picturing a scenario, smiling on the outside while muttering curses within. The Asia server is notorious for its underhanded players, and he was certain they would not secure a chicken dinner this round. The thought of jumping off a building crossed his mind. After playing for a while, they managed to survive until only 30 players remained, but they were ultimately eliminated by a sniper's bullet to the head. "How despicable," Su Ruoling lamented, staring at the screen displaying his character, professional watering player, lying lifeless. Fan Yuqing had also perished, but before his demise, he had thrown a grenade, resulting in the death of the player who attempted to loot his box. That individual too had become a box. Checking the time, Fan Yuqing noticed it was 2:55 and hurriedly opened his streaming room, aptly naming it Forgive's Chicken Dinner. "I wonder how tasty the chicken is inside." "Hello everyone. It's good to see you again. I am the streamer Forgive," he addressed the computer. "Aren't we streaming Pokemon anymore? Transitioning to chicken dinners now. I wonder how delicious the chicken is. HHHHHHH. Terrifying, terrifying. Where's the handsome brother Yangsheng?" Su Ruoling glanced at Fan Yuqing's screen and remarked, "I heard someone calling me." Fan Yuqing promptly shifted the camera to Su Ruoling. "Yes, today we are not streaming Pokemon. We're streaming chicken dinners. Everyone, please hold on to your seats. Be careful not to flip over." Old pervert flipped over. HHHHHH. "What? Forgive is the real old pervert. Old pervert, take me with you. Carry me to victory. Forgive. My husband." Fan Yuqing and Su Ruoling entered the game, playing in a 4-person squad. As the plane soared high above, Su Ruoling glanced at the map and leapt from the aircraft. He was currently positioned at the school. Observing this, Fang Yuqing followed suit, while their two teammates remained unresponsive. Jack and Rose. You jump, I jump. 23:33. The earlier comments are trying to make me laugh to death. Su Ruoling surveyed his surroundings and realized he was encircled by an enemy team, predicting imminent death. As soon as we land, we're going to be swarmed. HHHHHHHH. Come on. Let's shower these two poor streamers with gifts. Upon landing, Fang Yuqing immediately took off running, and Su Ruoling followed suit, shouting into the mic, "Where are you two teammates? You tumors?" The computer's lower right corner incessantly flashed notifications. XXX knocked out XXX with fists. At this moment, Fang Yuqing took refuge in a building, scavenging for supplies, an energy drink, an AK-47, and a grenade. He unceremoniously stuffed the items into his pockets, scanning the area warily, ready to unleash a barrage with his AK-47. Lucky guy. Forgive is starting off so rich. Be careful not to attract unwanted attention. Poor in chicken dinners, rich in deliveries. Are you going to deliver for others, Forgive? Su Ruoling sighed, having narrowly avoided death. He crouched low and darted into a nearby building close to Fang Yuqing. A level 3 helmet. Quickly pick it up. This is a valuable find. Must be a buff from the lucky guy. What a stylish maneuver. However, the helmet was a garish green. Su Ruoling resolved not to wear it. He would rather die than don the Forgive helmet. He called out to Fang Yuqing, "Forgive, come here. I have something good for you." Their other two teammates undoubtedly heard this, and one, named Boredom, remarked something that left Su Ruoling momentarily stunned. "Little Sholing, so you're playing this game too? Isn't that the voice of that old, ugly guy from Yumo?" Fang Yuqing turned around, intrigued, wearing an expression of amusement. "Ha ha ha, Little Show?" The other teammate, named I Love Zhang Jiyan, chimed in, "Little Show, where have you been gallivanting? ISNT that Ruchi?" This was getting entertaining. 2333. All the teammates we matched with are familiar faces. Is this divine arrangement? Ha ha ha, Little Show, 2333. Fang Yuqing approached, reluctantly putting on the Forgive helmet, and then shouted into the mic. "Gather at the school here." Yumo brandished a frying pan, charging toward the school in a comically exaggerated manner, while Ruchi walked slowly behind him, brandishing a desert eagle. Su Ruoling continued to scavenge, collecting numerous bullets and bandages, promptly stowing them in his backpack. Outside, Fang Yuqing crouched, surveying the area with his AK-47, vigilant against potential ambushes. The poison circle is closing in. Beware of random bombings from planes. At that moment, a plane flew over the farm, dropping numerous bombs. The number of survivors plummeted from over 80 to 68. Terrifying. Su Ruoling stared at the dwindling number of players on the screen, feeling an overwhelming sense of luck. Chapter 12. Big winner. Tonight we feast on chicken. Su Ruoling gazed at the screen, reflecting on his fortunate survival, just as he felt a surge of relief. A sharp gunshot jolted him back to reality. Bang! A bullet struck him in the abdomen, reducing his health to 35. Damn it! He cursed, quickly consuming an energy drink. Restoring a significant amount of health, he lay low, waiting for the opportune moment. His keen eyes spotted a player with the username 24K Pure Handsome. What a ridiculous name. Outside, Fang Yuqing aimed his AK-47 from behind a bush, targeting the player's head. Bang. Headshot. A feint and a strike. The unfortunate player likely had no idea how he met his end. Impeccable marksmanship. Double tap to like. By the way, Forgive, I found something good just now, Su Ruoling said. It's on the second floor. Fang Yuqing rushed up, and before him lay a garish green helmet. Quickly try it on. Ha 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 ha. Forgive with the Forgive helmet. No mistake there, my bro. Heartbreaking. My bro. Fang Yuqing wrestled with his reluctance, but ultimately donned the Forgive helmet. Stepping outside to find Su Ruoling adorned in a level 3 bulletproof vest. He then tossed Fang Yuqing an AKM assault rifle. Su Ruoling fiddled with a Molotov cocktail, preparing to embrace his role as a member of the FFF team. P-City. Yumo waved his frying pan vigorously, while Ruchi remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings, as if anticipating a storm of bullets at any moment. Forgive, you can wait for us on the road from the school to P-City, Yumo suggested. While Ruchi searched around for something, Fang Yuqing nodded in agreement, confirming there were no enemies nearby before replying. All right, no problem. Hey, Yumo, look over there. This time, Ruchi didn't use the mic. She and Yumo were playing games at Ranjin's house. Before them stood a vehicle, a desert racer commonly referred to as a bump bump. Yumo exclaimed, "What splendid luck." Without hesitation, he seized a frying pan and dashed towards the car, only to discover someone seated in the driver's seat. As he pulled open the door, he realized the individual remained utterly still. Could this be a player on autopilot? He pondered. With a swift swing of the frying pan, he struck the person on the head, and in an instant, they transformed into a crate. Is this the legendary little deaf mute? Umo quipped, a hint of amusement gracing his countenance. Ran, observing from her computer screen, exclaimed, that person must be a total noob. As Ru Chao settled into the passenger seat, Umo commenced driving. Shortly after, they encountered Su Ruoling and Fong Yucheng. Upon seeing Fong Yucheng, Ru Chao erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha, forgive me. The hat of shame. Fong Yucheng's expression darkened, and with a forlorn tone, he remarked, in the world of gaming, one ultimately must pay the price. Ha 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 ha, he chortled, attempting to suppress his laughter. I didn't laugh, he insisted. At this moment, the fitting background music would be the song of the crazy. Ha ha. As the vehicle came to a halt, Umo disembarked, and Su Ruoling handed him some bandages. I found these on the road. I have plenty more. So take them, Su Ruoling said, tossing an MP5 to Zhang Jiyan. Ru Chao picked up the MP5, only to discover it was a submachine gun. Subsequently, Su Ruoling tossed 3 Molotov cocktails to the other 3. The poison circle is approaching. Run, Fong Yucheng warned. A countdown appeared on the small map in the bottom right corner. When it reached 0, the toxic fog would begin to close in. If they failed to reach the safe zone in time, they would suffer a loss of health as punishment, due to their previous dalliance. No one had noticed the impending danger until Fong Yucheng's shout alerted them. At that moment, they found themselves within the encroaching toxic zone. Ran, seated in her chair, shouted, Umo, hurry and escape. Her previous whispers had been barely audible, but this time, her voice boomed, startling Umo truly. The participants were often oblivious, while the onlookers remained clear-headed. Su Ruoling urged, hurry up and drive, old geezer. The old geezer is driving now. Go. They cheered. What a timely shout. Even I hadn't noticed the poison closing in. Fire in the hole. Just as the car sped along, Fong Yucheng suddenly heard a warning in his headset. It was the sound of a grenade being thrown. Oh no, we're done for, he lamented. The other 3 understood the implication, having heard the fire in the whole voice line earlier. Amusingly, the network seemed to lag, causing the player to fumble, and the grenade fell at his own feet. Boom. He turned into a crate. This maneuver is toxic. This bug is 666. I owe that player a chicken leg. They silently paid homage to the unfortunate player. Ha ha ha, what a self-inflicted fate. Poor fellow. Su Ruoling watched in astonishment, while Ru Chao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Umo ignored the comically inept enemy and continued driving forward. As of now, excluding Su Ruoling and the others, only 33 players remained. They must all be at the school. We can hide and wait for them to eliminate each other, or ambush them one by one, Su Ruoling contemplated. Clutching the Molotov cocktail tightly, Umo truly lived up to his title as an old master, demonstrating exceptional driving skills. Fong Yucheng, feigning profundity, declared, allow me to recite a poem for your amusement. On Autumn Mountain, travelers are few. There are often drivers vying for the view. The road remains as it was before, but the seasoned drivers are no more. Upon hearing this, Umo was incensed. How absurd. I adore this absurdity. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Is this a serious live stream? Apologies. But this is a show for the insane. Su Ruoling proposed, let us hide. There are still so many teams here. Should we ambush them? Ru Chao readily agreed. Absolutely. Ambushing sounds thrilling. Umo parked the car in a conspicuous location, hoping to draw attention. Sure enough, a team was lured in, and the 4 of them approached the racer. Hee, FFF squad in action. Molotov. The 4 of them simultaneously hurled their Molotov cocktails towards the vehicle, igniting a fiery inferno in front of the largest building at the school, consuming many within its flames. FFF squad, haha. Stop, you're not part of the FFF squad. You're our little celestial boy. Celestial boy. The entertainment value was off the charts. Now only 29 players remained. Before them lay a wealth of equipment. Ru Chao intended to scavenge the spoils, but was halted by Umo. Let us play the mantis stalking the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait, he suggested. Producing a grenade. Are we afflicted by the toxicity of thrown objects? I want a flashbang. No worries. In esports, vision is overrated. The 4 concealed themselves in the grass, silently embodying 4 blades of grass. Suddenly, 2 teams exchanged gunfire while fleeing, their aim woefully poor, even hitting Fong Yucheng, who was hiding in the grass. Charge. First, a flashbang was thrown, flooding the screen with blinding white light. Ah, I'm blind. Someone on the opposing team cried out. Meanwhile, Su Ruoling and the others simultaneously threw grenades, creating a beautiful symphony of explosions. Boom. The scene at the computer was as follows. Beside a racing car lay countless corpses and an abundance of crates. 666. Incredible. A chain reaction. Who's up for gaming? I'll use a shotgun for a headshot. Who else up for gaming? I'll use a Desert Eagle as a sniper, 1 shot, 1 kill. The four quickly began looting, acquiring numerous valuable items, including RPKs and M249s. Most delightfully for Ru Chao, she scavenged 2 of each, Molotov cocktails, flashbangs, and smoke grenades. Their objective now was to ambush the remaining 21 enemies. Bang! Gunfire erupted from the nearby teaching building, indicating a fierce battle. Ru Chao shouted into the microphone. I'm charging in to throw some explosives. With that, she rushed into the teaching building, tossing flashbangs with abandon, temporarily blinding everyone involved in the skirmish. As the flashbang's effect began to wane, she threw a smoke grenade, exhausting her supply of thrown weapons, but managing to eliminate 4 foes. Once visibility returned, a player spotted Ru Chao and aimed at her, delivering a fatal shot. Fang Yucheng remained concealed in the grass, wielding the RPK, firing at the enemy. As they were engaged in heated combat, Fang Yucheng's shots startled several opponents, allowing him to capitalize on the moment and eliminate 2 enemies. Advancing cautiously, he aimed to continue his ambush, only to walk into a trap. He had been discovered all along. In a desperate move, he threw a grenade at his position, taking out those who approached to loot his gear. With a single act, Fang Yucheng vanquished 5 enemies. Buy 1, get 5 free. What a bargain. Forgive this impressive maneuver. The enemy fell prey to their own greed. Don't cry. I'll provide you with a little television. Fang Yucheng entered spectator mode. Switching to Su Ruoling's perspective. As the toxic circle shrank ever tighter, Su Ruoling and Umo took refuge in the adjacent room of Fang Yucheng. Su Ruoling's gaze was fixated on the ominous purple ring when, abruptly, the toxic zone halted, fortuitously encompassing their room. This signified that theirs was the only sanctuary left. In a frantic bid for survival, the remaining players dashed about aimlessly, desperately attempting to breach the safe zone, only to succumb to the poison. In an instant, the number of survivors dwindled to a mere 5. Umo pointed towards the rooftop, remarking, there are still 3 up there. I'll toss a grenade up to assess the situation. Su Ruoling hurled a grenade, and an explosion echoed, leaving only 2 survivors remaining. Excellent. The bewildered onlookers marveled. 3 individuals had been annihilated by a single grenade. How absurd. This was undeniably a toxic maneuver. It seemed as though the opponents were foolishly hiding behind the door, creating an awkward predicament. Su Ruoling chuckled awkwardly, suggesting, how about we play rock, paper, scissors? Umo, with a sly grin, replied, no need for that. Just treat us to dinner later tonight, and we're good, ha ha ha. With that, he stepped outside, only to meet his demise at the hands of the toxic circle. Is it so easy to win a chicken dinner? I even had to sacrifice a meal. Su Ruoling lamented as a victory screen appeared before him. He had triumphed, through arduous effort, emerging victorious after an afternoon of struggle. Chapter 13, Preparations before forming the team. He had indeed won, having toiled for hours to secure the coveted chicken dinner. Rubbing his eyes, Fang Yucheng beheld his computer screen inundated with gifts, a cascade of crowns and luxury cars. Su Ruoling sighed. I truly cannot fathom the world of the affluent. After engaging in casual banter with his audience, Fang Yucheng ultimately shut down the livestream, having spent a full 2 hours broadcasting a single game. Nonetheless, he had garnered a substantial amount of gifts, totaling over 100,000 yuan. Su Ruoling understood well that live streaming was not a sustainable endeavor. All earnings were derived from one's own efforts. Though it was merely a game, for him, it constituted a form of work, especially with responsibilities awaiting him at the cafe. He planned to play games during the evening, ideally when the weather turned overcast, to avoid becoming a mere couch potato. With this thought, he hastily checked his phone, relieved to find the evening forecast predicted cloudy skies. What are you pondering? Fang Yucheng emerged from the kitchen, balancing 2 glasses of freshly squeezed orange juice. Su Ruoling accepted one from him and took a small sip. Fang Yucheng, we'll be heading out for dinner at 6. Fang Yucheng glanced at Su Ruoling, extending his long fingers to hold the glass, swirling the vibrant orange juice. He tilted his head back and gulped it down. Adjusting his nails casually, he inquired, so, where are we going? You decide. I also plan to invite those 2 players from earlier. Could be 3. Su Ruoling replied with a hint of resignation, recalling the gluttonous Ran, who, despite her slender figure, could consume endlessly without gaining weight. Quite a terrifying prospect. Su Ruoling found himself hesitating over his wallet. How about we go to the snack street instead? No need for a restaurant, Fang Yucheng suggested. Sounds good. Su Ruoling nodded. thrilled at the prospect of the snack street being far more enjoyable than a fancy restaurant. Just as Su Ruoling was brimming with excitement, Fang Yuqing tossed him a question. Su Ruoling, I'm curious, how did you become so well-versed in Pokémon? I'm an ardent Pokémon fan. I'm familiar with every episode and movie, and aside from the Sun and Moon GBA games, I've completed them all. Su Ruoling lowered his head to check the time on his phone. What game should we livestream next? He suddenly asked, wanting to prepare in advance to avoid any awkward moments with unfamiliar games. Fang Yuqing lounged on the sofa, lazily responding, Honor of Kings. Isn't that a bit too much? Su Ruoling said, nearly breaking into a sweat. Having heard that the game was rife with toxic players, many of whom were elementary school students. No worries. Fang Yuqing nonchalantly picked up his phone and displayed the screen to Su Ruoling. I'm a glory king with 76 stars. Let us soar. He then clicked on the hero interface, revealing the first hero to be the RMB exclusive Wu Zetian, adorned in the legendary Ocean Heart skin. Flipping through, every character was draped in legendary skins. Su Ruoling swallowed hard, realizing that Fang Yuqing had spent 1,000 yuan on a single game. Oh, the world of the wealthy. It's truly beyond my comprehension. At the snack street, Su Ruoling and Fang Yuqing waited at the intersection, their eyes fixed on the entrance as they had been waiting for quite some time. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What are you doing? At the door. Ran struck a pose, with Ruqi echoing her enthusiasm from behind. Umo, exasperated, covered his face with his hand, muttering about the pair's eccentricity. Ignoring her image, Ran excitedly rushed towards Su Ruoling. Let us go. I heard clearly over the phone that someone promised to take us out to eat. Fang Yuqing chuckled at Ran, then lifted his gaze to the composed Umo and Ruqi, introducing himself. Hello, I'm Fang Yuqing, the one you encountered in the game earlier. Umo gave a casual glance at the tall young man before extending his hand in greeting. Hello, I'm Umo. These are Ran and Ruqi. Both Ran and Ruqi smiled and nodded, showing little reaction, as they were not particularly impressed by handsome boys. The five of them chatted as they walked, their conversation flowing effortlessly. Ran, embodying the spirit of a culinary goddess, wandered about the snack street. Ruqi munched on takoyaki. Umo savored double-skin milk. Su Ruoling held skewers of grilled shrimp. Fang Yuqing sipped on milk tea. And Ran feasted on grilled chicken wings. Chewing on shrimp, Su Ruoling spoke with his mouth full. I have an idea. I want to form a team. The other four paused, taken aback. Fang Yuqing was the first to respond. I'm in. I'll contribute financially. Su Ruoling shot him a sidelong glance. I would considered you as financial support even without you saying that. After a moment of contemplation, Umo, Ruqi, and Ran all agreed with the proposal. Then we can rent a place to serve as our base, Ran suggested, noting her family's wealth, albeit less ostentatious than Fang Yuqing's. Since everyone is on board, I'll apply right after we finish eating and capture a few Pokémon to sell on the forum, Su Ruoling declared, hastening towards the center of the snack street. Let us go grab some skewers, Ran exclaimed, her hair flowing behind her like a true warrior. Girls should be poised and not overly exuberant. The barbecue stall was bustling with patrons enjoying skewers together. Ruqi pulled out her Honor 9 and browsed the forum. By the way, Su Ruoling, weren't you planning to catch some Pokémon to sell? I have 4 C-grade ones that are all above level 10. Her words drew the attention of many around them, their eyes gleaming with greed. Realizing she had been too loud, Ruqi quickly reined in her enthusiasm. No problem. We can play hard to get and turn these players into our experienced babies. Fang Yuqing called over the others, outlining his plan. Umo, his crimson eyes filled with mirth, stood up and shouted to the surrounding players. Pokémon Challenge competition. If anyone can defeat one of the 5 of us, a C rank, level 10, or perhaps even higher, Pokémon will be awarded for free. Only 4 Pokémon will be given away, and the early birds will reap the rewards. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted with fervor, swiftly lining up before their table in an orderly fashion. With the server having only been live for 2 days, very few possessed Pokémon of level 10 or above, and those who did were likely seasoned players or even top-tier competitors. Consequently, Fang Yuqing skillfully exploited this psychological inclination, employing a strategy of feigned indifference to entice them. Chapter 14, The Abandoned Cacnea. The first to step up to defend the challenge was Rishu. They would not allow Su Ruoling to battle, as she needed to form a team, necessitating some concealment of the captain's prowess. Su Ruoling activated her AR watch and entered the team interface. Instantly, 2 buttons appeared on the screen, Join Team and Create Team. Without hesitation, she clicked on Create Team, and after inputting a series of details, she successfully established it. Everything was in place, save for the final touch. The next step was to garner attention for the team. Su Ruoling also understood that team battles required 6 participants, thus necessitating the recruitment of another member. She promptly decided on you, King Mianio. Suddenly, King Mianio, level 10. To her surprise, not long after, King Mianio had indeed leveled up several times. Su Ruoling thought to herself, it seems Rishu takes this game quite seriously. Indeed, this game had only been in testing for 2 days, yet the player count had already surpassed tens of millions, and that was merely within the domestic realm. One could only imagine the game's eventual popularity. From the crowd emerged an individual who appeared to be a year or 2 older than Su Ruoling. His eyes a striking jet black. When he cast a glance at Su Ruoling, his eyes ignited with a murderous intent. His tousled golden hair suggested he had encountered some turmoil. While Su Ruoling might not remember him, he certainly remembered her. He would never forget the excruciating pain of being forcibly logged out by an ice shard attack, a sensation no ordinary person could endure. Thus, he sought revenge. Indeed, this disheveled figure was Zhao Lin, who had nearly stolen Su Ruoling's ralts. Upon seeing Zhao Lin, Rishu frowned slightly and coldly remarked, "Throw your ball." Zhao Lin adjusted his hair and tossed out a pokeball. Cacnea, level 10. The crowd gasped in astonishment, some hurriedly capturing photos and recording videos to share on forums. Rishu examined the Pokémon, finding it to have no prior recognition, yet she discerned it was likely a rock-type Pokémon. This could pose a significant challenge. Rishu thought to herself, rock types are doubly effective against flying types. This could spell trouble. At that moment, Su Ruoling raised her head and quietly inquired of Feng Yuqing, who uttered 2 words, prompting Su Ruoling to swiftly send a message via her AR watch. Cacnea possesses both rock and steel attributes, which counter your King Mianio. Additionally, this is merely a B-rank Pokémon. Rishu, upon reading the message, revealed a knowing smile. She felt confident in her ability to defeat this Cacnea. Zhao Lin squinted his eyes and shouted alertly, "Cacnea, use Iron Head." Cacnea gathered energy atop its head and charged forward. King Mianio spread its wings and took flight, yet it had underestimated Cacnea's jumping prowess, sustaining a minor injury. Rishu fixated on Cacnea. "King Mianio, now's your chance. Use Sing." The move had a 55 success rate, significantly lower than Sleep Powder or Hypnosis. Rishu was gambling, relying on fortune to secure victory in this battle. As fate would have it, when King Mianio completed its melody, Cacnea succumbed to slumber. The hefty Pokémon plummeted to the ground, undoubtedly losing a considerable amount of health. Damn it! Zhao Lin clenched his fists, violently kicking Cacnea's shell in an attempt to rouse it. To no avail. King Mianio used Peck. Aim for its weak spot and strike hard. Rishu's eyes sparkled with confidence. Perhaps inspired by her encouragement, King Mianio's attack was swift and powerful. A critical hit. Cacnea remained ensnared in dreams, yet its health plummeted to a quarter. Zhao Lin, growing increasingly agitated, kicked Cacnea's shell a few more times, still receiving no response. Yes, I can finally shed the title of unlucky player. Ha! Rishu laughed heartily. King Mianio, go in for the kill, use Peck. After 2 attacks, Cacnea was rendered unable to battle. Zhao Lin, unwilling to accept defeat, recalled Cacnea and retreated in disgrace. The subsequent 3 matches featured Feng Yuqing, UMO, and Ran in succession, facing opponents who had the audacity to challenge them with Pokémon as low as level 5. I commend your courage. Laughing and crying. After the battles concluded, all 3 of their Pokémon leveled up, resulting in a satisfactory haul. The crowd soon dispersed, and the 5 continued to enjoy their barbecue. When they were no longer the center of attention, Rishu handed the 4 Pokémon to Su Ruoling. Upon seeing the true forms of the 4 Pokémon, her eyes widened in astonishment. In the woods, Zhao Lin stomped in frustration, rubbing his hair incessantly. Cacnea lay weakly to the side, appearing utterly helpless. The moment Zhao Lin laid eyes on Cacnea, he recalled its earlier performance and could not endure the humiliation. Thus, he unleashed a tirade. Useless. Pathetic. You weakling Pokémon. How could you be so feeble? I should never have caught you in the first place, wasting a Pokeball on you. Why are others' Pokémon so formidable while you are nothing but a disgrace? After venting, Zhao Lin unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Cacnea. The AR bracelet simulated various sensations, and the visceral impact somewhat alleviated Zhao Lin's fury. He felt that the existence of this Pokémon had become irrelevant to him. Cacnea lowered its head, unable to meet Zhao Lin's gaze, fully aware that its poor performance had incited his wrath. Thus, it bore the humiliation in silence. What are you still doing lying there? Aren't you ashamed? If you aren't, I certainly am. Zhao Lin swore vehemently. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. You're so ugly and weak. Just go. Without hesitation, Zhao Lin hurled Cacnea's Pokeball away, rendering it lost to him forever. Cacnea realized it had been abandoned by its master, yearning to plead with Zhao Lin, yet was met with his furious roar. I should have never caught such a pathetic Pokémon. It's revolting to look at. Damn it. Cacnea closed its eyes, tears glistening at the corners. Zhao Lin disdainfully gave it the middle finger, and in Cacnea's blurred vision, Zhao Lin's figure abruptly vanished. Cacnea lay helplessly on the ground, stripped of all ability to move. This chapter is laden with harsh words, but it serves the narrative. Such language will become scarce in the future. Chapter 15. Leveling Up, Capturing, Auctioning. When Su Ruoling beheld the true forms of the 4 Pokémon, her eyes widened in disbelief. They were 4 hazelnut balls, quietly resting within their Pokeballs. King Mienio had nearly perished in the attempt to capture them. Rushu patted her chest, seemingly still shaken. At the time, she had been battling monsters by the edge of a small grove when she saw on the forum that this area was perilous, prompting her to investigate. Boom. A sudden explosion reverberated through the surroundings, prompting Ruchu to rush over and investigate. There, she discovered a player sprawled on the ground, with a hazelnut ball beside them. Ruchu surmised that the player had provoked the hazelnut ball, which had then resorted to self-detonation. The outcome was a mutual destruction, and fortuitously, Ruchu was passing by and managed to capture the hazelnut ball. To her astonishment, she found that this particular creature possessed unexpectedly commendable attributes and levels, prompting her to scour the surrounding trees for more hazelnut balls. After an indeterminate period, Qing Mian Niao stumbled upon 3 hazelnut balls huddled together. Curiously, it prodded them, and in an instant, they erupted like bombs triggered by a switch, unleashing a tremendous burst of energy. Qing Mian Niao hastily soared into the sky, yet was still left with but a sliver of health. It was no jest. While hazelnut balls are low in base stats, they become exceedingly dangerous when provoked, detonating upon impact and causing harm to both foes and self. Truly savage. It is crucial to note that self-detonation boasts a staggering power of 200. After recounting her ordeal, the other 4 players collectively gulped. Had it been their own Pokémon enduring such damage, they would have surely perished within a heartbeat. Moreover, there was a revelation. Pokémon Go even accounted for battles not directly engaged. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a moment of stunned silence. Su Ruoling stammered, "So? Your Qing Mian Niao was not originally level 11, but after stepping on those 3 hazelnut balls, the experience was automatically distributed to your Pokémon, allowing it to level up significantly, correct?" Ruchu nodded, and the other 4 appeared entranced. Su Ruoling promptly settled her bill and dashed toward the grove Ruchu had mentioned. In the western woods, Cocodora had lost track of how long it had been lying there. Struggling to rise, it slowly made its way toward the eastern woods, where it hoped to encounter more accommodating hazelnut balls. Moving at a painstakingly slow pace, its mind replayed the harsh words Zhao Lin had hurled at it. It had never anticipated that its master would unleash such fury, even contemplating abandoning it. With a self-deprecating smile, Cocodora mused that perhaps no one truly cared for it, and that it was destined to be overlooked. Cocodora had completely sealed off its heart. In the eastern woods, Ran leaned against a large tree, panting heavily. She lamented, "Is this really the place? I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. You all don't need to push yourselves so hard for levels." Ruchu flicked her short hair, exclaiming, "Honestly, my hairstyle is all messed up." The 3 boys appeared to fare better, their stamina clearly surpassing that of the 2 girls. "Let us take a break then. We've run quite a distance," Umo suggested, squatting down and engrossed in his phone. Fang Yuqing suddenly proposed. "We could rent a larger floor in an office building and decorate it ourselves, which would surely save us a considerable amount of money." Su Ruoling teased, "Wow, young Master Fang has even grasped the concept of frugality? How commendable." However, she acknowledged that the idea was indeed sound. "You can handle the computers and desks," she added. Just as Fang Yuqing was about to retort that his frugality was merely a reflection of her influence, Su Ruoling's next comment left him feeling somewhat exasperated. Ran shot Fang Yuqing a look, saying, "Who asked you to take charge of the team's finances earlier?" Umo stood up, declaring, "Let us move on. Also, I'll buy 2 computers, Fang Yuqing will buy 2, and Su Ruoling will also get 2, so it's fair and doesn't he appear biased?" Ruchu and Ran would be responsible for purchasing necessary items, such as notebooks, and they would need to hang a sign at the entrance reading, "September Team Studio." Su Ruoling had already conceived a name for the team, September. The 9 could signify their team's aspiration to be first, while also symbolizing unity among its members, never to be separated. As for month, it aligned with September, indicating that the team would officially be recognized in that month, as the approval process took a month. "Look up," Ruchu suddenly exclaimed. The 4 of them gazed upward to find countless hazelnut balls suspended from the trees. What do we do now? Fang Yuqing chuckled in resignation. If we attack recklessly, all the hazelnut balls will explode, and neither we nor our Pokémon will escape unscathed. Recently, the forums had been abuzz with tales of this forest being perilous, with the hazelnut balls as the culprits. In the 2 days since the game's launch, few players were familiar with these creatures, leading to many unfortunate encounters resulting in players being knocked unconscious by the hazelnut ball's self-detonation. A mutually beneficial solution must be devised. Everyone, bring out your highest level Pokémon, Su Ruoling instructed. Ruchu, temporarily lend your Bakabi to Ran Ran. Boo-ee. Ran Ran gently stroked her EV, signaling it to remain still. Su Ruoling continued, let us utilize all control skills first. Piku. Chu. Piku summoned an electromagnetic wave, rendering a large group of hazelnut balls paralyzed, while Qing Mian Niao serenaded a soothing melody, lulling all the hazelnut balls into slumber. Now, Bakabi, unleash your flame burst. Bakabi conjured flames around itself, spiraling them into an increasingly larger flame that shot forth like a bolt from a bow. Flame burst. It was remarkably effective against the hazelnut balls. A significant portion of them were eliminated instantly, while the remaining hazelnut balls hastily clustered together, triggering their self-detonation. Snow Sprite. Use Shadow Clone and connect swiftly with Light Snow. Gongxi. Employ Hypnosis. Gongxi. The Snow Sprite divided into 16 clones, but its execution of Light Snow was a beat too slow. It was only because Gongxi's skill conveniently filled the gap that half of the hazelnut ball self-detonation was mitigated. Indeed, it's still too forced, Su Ruoling thought. This combo technique needs further refinement. The unfinished self-detonations were highly unstable, prompting Fang Yuqing to hastily lead Piku to safety. Not just him, but the other 4 also retreated to a safe distance. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion shook the very forest. The system's notification chimed in opportunely. Ding. Your Snow Sprite has leveled up 3 times, now at level 14, and has acquired a new skill. All of their Pokémon leveled up by 3. Su Ruoling retrieved a Pokeball, and the others followed suit, capturing the hazelnut balls. In total, they had acquired over 20 hazelnut balls, all of C-grade quality. Selling them on the forum could yield a substantial profit. It was estimated they could fetch at least 200,000. Haha, we're about to strike it rich. Without a moment's hesitation, the others transferred their Pokeballs into Su Ruoling's backpack. He gazed at the hazelnut balls, lost in thought. Upon returning, he intended to set aside some money for his mother, who worked tirelessly. He was determined to ensure a better life for his family, freeing his mother from her burdensome toil. As he contemplated this, he listed the Pokémon on the forum, each priced at 40,000 yuan. He calculated that if they sold all of them, multiplying by 20, it would amount to 800,000. To his astonishment, he was on the verge of becoming a millionaire so swiftly. This game truly harbored immense financial potential. Su Ruoling mused to himself. In a short span, 9 of the Pokémon had already sold, netting him 360,000 yuan. Fang Yuqing glanced at the notifications on his AR watch and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems these buyers must be those whose starting Pokémon Haven T even reached level 10 yet. In a mere moment, Su Yangxing's fame soared significantly. His post selling hazelnut balls had amassed an astonishing 80,000 views, with every individual eager to acquire the potent hazelnut balls to dominate their rivals in the game. Chapter 16, A Narrow Path for Foes. Everyone was keen to seize the opportunity to obtain the formidable hazelnut balls and exact revenge on their usual adversaries. Su Ruoling resolved to no longer allow his mother to toil in the weaving factory. He would labor diligently to reward her. He and Umo, along with 2 others, played until 10 o'clock, reluctantly parting ways to return to their respective homes. Su Ruoling still had 7 hazelnut balls remaining from the 20 he had. And just from selling the hazelnut balls, his earnings were already substantial. He hurried to the bank, withdrawing a considerable sum of money, which he stuffed into his pockets. Glancing at the time to find it was already 10:26. He had intended to head back at this moment, fully aware that his mother rose early and returned late, leaving her with only a brief hour for rest during lunch. She even took on additional work, sacrificing her own well-being for the family, enduring relentless fatigue daily. Su Ruoling dashed home, where a faint light illuminated their modest 10-square-meter apartment. Knock, knock, knock. Su Ruoling pushed the door open to find his mother looking weary. Their eyes met for a few seconds, the atmosphere growing tense. Su Ruoling's hands trembled slightly as he stammered, "Mom, I need to discuss something with you." His mother, Chen Yinling, lifted her gaze, and Su Ruoling was met with her deep, tranquil eyes. Determined, he took a deep breath and asked, "Could you please stop working at the weaving factory? Let me take care of this family." Chen Yinling chuckled, as if she had heard a humorous anecdote, gently patting Su Ruoling's head. My dear, it's unfortunate your father passed away early, leaving us without a pillar, but I won't allow you to suffer outside. Don't think too much about it. Su Ruoling shook his head, realizing that further debate would be futile. He then produced a bundle of vibrant red bills, amounting to 5,000 yuan. Child, where did you get this money? Chen Yinling inquired, her demeanor suddenly serious. If this is stolen money, it would be an unforgivable sin. Sensing his mother's concern, Su Ruoling burst into laughter, embracing Chen Yinling tightly. I earned this through hard work, Mom. Tomorrow, let us quit the weaving factory and move. Allow me to provide for our family. Chen Yinling gazed at her son, warmth filling her eyes. You've grown up. Amidst the dim light, a sense of warmth enveloped their small home as Su Ruoling rubbed his tired eyes and collapsed onto his bed. Chen Yinling tenderly ruffled his hair. Good child, sleep well. The glaring sunlight streamed into the small room, and Su Ruoling discovered that his mother had already left. On the table opposite, there was a steaming bowl of noodles. A wave of warmth filled his heart as he washed up and slowly finished his meal. Stepping out of the house, it was already 8 o'clock. Su Ruoling checked his AR watch and found that all his hazelnut balls had sold out, with numerous players leaving messages. Please release more hazelnut balls. I would even buy them for 30,000. The cafe in the morning remained quiet, and just as Su Ruoling felt boredom creeping in, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. At the entrance stood a boy of similar age. He was decent looking, though not conventionally handsome, possessing a unique charm. His light blue hair was quite pleasing to the eye, and his small, almond-shaped eyes were striking. Slim in build, he wore a white t-shirt, moving with a natural grace, as if favored by the heavens. He politely nodded at Su Ruoling, his pleasant voice following. Hello, I'm here for a job. May I ask where the manager is? Just go straight to the end. The room on the right is where he is, Su Ruoling replied with a smile. At that moment, Shang Wanxiu walked in, glancing at the boy, who stood a head shorter than him, and chuckled. Look at you, so diligent, arriving even before me. I'm usually the first one here. Thank you for the compliment. Senior, Su Ruoling said, scratching his head, a bit embarrassed. Did you also play that AR game? Shang Wanxiu asked, fixating on Su Ruoling's left hand. Yes, Su Ruoling replied, his mind racing, then nodded with a smile. Senior, why don't we add each other as friends and play together? He silently noted Shang Wanxiu's game ID. Shang Wanxiu's expression brightened. So you are the famous Su Yangsheng from the forums. Oh, it's nothing much. Su Ruoling began to explain, but Shang Wanxiu made a gesture to pause him. With you here, our cafe will surely be bustling, Shang Wanxiu exclaimed with excitement. Su Ruoling considered this, realizing that if his fame grew even more, attracting more players, the cafe would indeed be packed. At that moment, the blue-haired boy came downstairs. His face relaxed, clearly having succeeded in his application. He quickly changed into his uniform and smiled at Su Ruoling and Shang Wanxiu, saying, Hello, seniors, I'm Si Chenhao. I look forward to working with you. Si Chenhao's friendly smile attracted the attention of several girls, who rushed over to strike up conversations with him. Su Ruoling and Shang Wanxiu exchanged amused glances, both chuckling. Ding! The doorbell rang, and the previously chaotic staff suddenly transformed into well-trained attendants. Si Chenhao stepped forward, asking, Hello? What would you like to drink? A man with a pale complexion, clearly unwell, responded in a hoarse voice, Mocha coffee. He sat alone by the window, his vacant gaze lost outside, absent-mindedly tugging at his disheveled hair, appearing quite disheartened. Su Ruoling, standing by the service counter, felt a jolt. Isn't that Zhao Lin? How did he end up in such a state? What an ironic twist of fate. It seemed he could encounter his nemesis anywhere. Su Ruoling turned his back, focusing on his tasks, believing that if he didn't face Zhao Lin directly, he wouldn't be recognized. However, fate seemed to conspire against him, as the service counter handed him a mocha coffee, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly approach Zhao Lin and set the cup before him. He tried to lower his gaze, convinced that avoiding eye contact would keep his identity concealed. Su Ruoling adopted a cold demeanor as he stated, Your coffee, please enjoy. After delivering the coffee, he promptly turned to leave, not wishing to linger and risk recognition. Wait, service boy, Zhao Lin called from behind. Su Ruoling maintained an indifferent facade, asking, Is there something you need? You look somewhat familiar. Had he been recognized? Su Ruoling felt a surge of anxiety, stiffening as he turned around. Zhao Lin stood, placing his coffee cup on the table, his murky gaze locked onto Su Ruoling, exuding a chilling aura. Shang Wanxiu sensed the tension and quickly stepped between them, inquiring, Is something wrong, sir? Si Chenhao, observing the situation, finally understood why Su Ruoling had been avoiding the back. He wanted to keep his identity hidden from this person. He chimed in, "Sir, please refrain from disturbing the peace of the cafe. Get lost." Zhao Lin shoved Si Chenhao aside, who stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. As Shangguan Xiuyu lent a hand to Si Chenhao, the latter, feeling utterly powerless, lamented, "To think my very first guest would be someone like this. I must be terribly unfortunate." "You truly lack decorum," Su Ruoling mocked. Zhao Lin retorted coldly, "You're the one lacking manners, Su Yangsheng. Don't assume that just because you're a top-tier player, you can act with impunity." His pride was too strong to allow anyone to challenge him. Yet Su Ruoling's team persistently did just that. "Su Ruoling, I've done nothing. You're the one who sought us out. We haven't even criticized you yet." Shangguan Xiuyu abruptly shifted his demeanor, stating, "Sir, if you continue in this manner, we shall have no choice but to ask you to leave." "Do you really think I'm afraid?" Zhao Lin spat, seizing a coffee cup and smashing it against the floor. The sound of shattering porcelain was deafening and jarring, causing several female waitstaff to scream in fright, hastily retreating upstairs to summon the manager. They certainly did not wish for the cafe to transform into a battleground. Zhao Lin, observing their fleeing forms, scoffed, "Huh? Cowards." The tension between the two escalated. And Si Chenhao, having taken a seat at the table, resolved not to mediate further, as his efforts might only exacerbate misunderstandings. "How much longer do you intend to make a scene?" Shangguan Xiuyu could no longer tolerate it and forcibly dragged Zhao Lin outside, declaring, "People like you have no place in our establishment. We do not welcome fools and thugs." Zhao Lin struggled, swinging his fists wildly at Shangguan Xiuyu. But the latter's strength rendered him defenseless. "Let go of me, filthy creature. You think you're so impressive, don't you? My father is Zhao Wu, a high-ranking figure in Shanghai." "Zhao Wu, you say? And I am Xuan Wu. What is so remarkable about being a second-generation official? Beyond your wealth and power, what else can you accomplish? To be so serious about a mere game. Are you out of your mind?" Si Chenhao remarked flatly, showing no concern. Such a person deserved scorn, and he would unleash every derogatory term at his disposal to infuriate him. After enduring another blow from Shangguan Xiuyu, Zhao Lin angrily shouted, "Su Yangsheng, I won't let you off easily." "I'm doing just fine. Thanks for your concern," Su Ruoling replied. Feeling a sense of relief at the sight of the disheveled Zhao Lin, he smiled at Shangguan Xiuyu, expressing gratitude for his timely intervention, without which the situation might have escalated further. Shangguan Xiuyu disdainfully scoffed, "No need for thanks. Individuals like him should not exist in this world. Does he really believe that wealth makes one significant?" Si Chenhao stood up to clean the floor, just as the manager, Mr. Wang, hurried down the stairs. "Manager Wang." Shangguan Xiuyu quickly approached him, recounting the earlier events in detail. Mr. Wang rested his chin on his hand, sighed, and shook his head, "Alas. It may be difficult for our establishment to continue after this incident. Having offended him, retaliation is inevitable." Su Ruoling changed out of his suit and donned his original attire. Approaching Manager Wang to bow. "Manager Wang, I need to request a 2-week leave of absence. I hope for your understanding." "Thank you." Mr. Wang remained calm, nodding in acknowledgement, encouraging him to continue. Su Ruoling felt a wave of gratitude. It was a significant concession from the manager. His gaze suddenly fell upon Mr. Wang's left wrist, adorned with an AR watch. This made the request for a 2-week leave much easier to justify. Leaning in conspiratorially, Su Ruoling whispered to Mr. Wang, "I am Su Yangsheng, the famed player from the Pokémon Go forums." Mr. Wang's expression transformed in an instant, stammering, You are?" Su Ruoling sent him the game information, and Mr. Wang became visibly excited. "With you around, our customer base will surely flourish." "All right, I approve your leave. When you return with more popularity, do bring in more customers for coffee and muffins." Mr. Wang exclaimed, "From now on, whenever you need to go out, I will grant permission, as long as it's not for too long." Su Ruoling eagerly nodded, "Of course. As a token of gratitude, I'll gift you an A-rank Pokémon." Mr. Wang leaped up in excitement. Really, truly? Currently, he possessed only 2 Pokémon, his starter, a gas ball of A-rank quality, and a D-rank Pidgey. After chatting with the manager for a while longer, Su Ruoling exited the cafe, only to be halted by Si Chenhao. "Su Ruoling, I heard you're recruiting team members on the forum?" Si Chenhao inquired. Su Ruoling immediately understood. "Indeed, are you interested in joining our team? However, I need to assess your abilities first." "No problem. Let us have a Pokémon duel in a secluded spot later," Si Chenhao replied with a relaxed smile. Turning to Manager Wang, "Manager Wang, I also need to request leave. I'm going out with the captain." "Captain?" Manager Wang looked at Su Ruoling in surprise. "You formed a team?" Su Ruoling nodded. Mr. Wang declared, "Then, our cafe will be your sponsor. You must bring glory to the team and our establishment." "Absolutely." Su Ruoling and Si Chenhao dashed off to a small alley near the western woods. Now, can we begin the Pokemon duel? Su Ruoling asked. Si Chenhao's eyes sparkled with confidence as he extended his hand, gesturing for Su Ruoling to proceed. Very well, then. Go, Snow Elf. Snow Elf, LV-14. Si Chenhao smiled mysteriously. Producing a Pokeball, and with a flash of light, a Pokemon playfully leapt out. XXXX, name withheld for now, LV-20. Su Ruoling could only express disbelief. Are you kidding me? Chapter 18, The Gym Opens. Kyrillian, LV-20. Su Ruoling exclaimed, are you kidding me? There's a 6-level difference. But the disparity in combat power is astronomical. This battle is not worth fighting. Snow Elf against Kyrillian is a guaranteed loss. With a wry smile, Su Ruoling conceded. You've won, Si Chenhao. You truly have hidden talents. I didn't even see you on the forum, Si Chenhao chuckled. It's nothing really. I just found a good training spot. In just a few days, my Ralts evolved into Kyrillian. Also, I've only posted a couple of times on the forum. My popularity is nowhere near yours. I'm still a fan of yours. Haha, I have fans now. Su Ruoling laughed, pleasantly surprised to discover that Si Chenhao was one of his admirers. Si Chenhao scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Captain. Su Ruoling then asked, is the training spot you found the one with a lot of hazelnut balls in the forest? If that were the case, he would need to spend a few days there in seclusion. Indeed, but I recall someone on the forums mentioning that area is quite dangerous, Si Chenhao replied, astonished. Su Ruoling chuckled. That person would be you, right? Little Bone. You actually know, impressive. Truly worthy of being the captain, Si Chenhao said, recalling his Kyrillian. He had intentionally posted that message to deter others from disturbing his training and to keep the existence of such a treasure hidden. Any place with hazelnut balls was a leveling paradise. Did you know? A game update is coming soon, which will introduce the gym system. Si Chenhao lowered his gaze to check the AR watch on his wrist, which displayed various updates. Sources have revealed that following the update, the health bars above the sprites would be eliminated, rendering the battles more authentic. The gym leader? Su Ruoling's face registered surprise. Who is the gym leader in Shanghai? I heard it's that black girl, Alice. Alice? You mean the one with the quasi-legendary Dragonite, and even a Rayquaza? Upon hearing this, Su Ruoling panicked. I won't challenge the gym in Shanghai. It's too brutal. I think I'll switch to Guangzhou. It might be easier. The gym leader in Guangzhou is Misty, Si Chenhao remarked. We could start there to test the waters. Misty. Based on the completion of the Kanto region's first generation, each of Misty's Pokemon would likely be over level 30. With most being water type, which wouldn't pose much of a threat to Su Ruoling. Ding. The game system will soon update. The update will be completed at 1:30 p.m. Please exit the game voluntarily in 10 minutes. Su Ruoling removed his gaming device, shaking his head. He planned to level up his Ralts to level 17 and his Mareep to level 15. As for the Snowy Elf, it needed to reach level 20. Su Ruoling was quite stern with his Pokemon. Not only did he intend to train them, but he also wanted them to learn combo moves. Si Chenhao pulled out his phone and searched for information. Look, a flight to Guangzhou is only a bit over 800. Then let's buy it. We leave tomorrow. Su Ruoling replied. Remember to book 6 tickets. We'll head out together. As you command, Captain. Si Chenhao chuckled. Later this afternoon, we'll train together. Let's first go to Wangmu Building. Su Ruoling said, then took out his phone to dial a number. Hello, Fang Yuqing. Can you head over to Wangmu Building later? We're renting a large room for our team studio. At Wangmu Building, Fang Yuqing, wearing sunglasses and exuding an air of confidence, had an effortlessly handsome face that radiated a cool demeanor. Many girls around him discreetly stole glances, but he seemed oblivious. In this society, I, Fang, am not one to speak much if I'm not attractive. Yet, I have legions of admirers. Su Ruoling approached from behind, teasingly. Si Chenhao stared at Fang Yuqing's face. Stammering, he asked the famous forgiveness streamer. Fang Yuqing seemed momentarily taken aback, but, upon hearing Si Chenhao, smiled amicably. Hello, fan. But you're also considered part of our team. In our squad, we're all on the same level. This statement calmed Si Chenhao's earlier excitement, and he introduced himself. I am Si Chenhao. I look forward to working with you. Fang Yuqing nodded, then asked Su Ruoling, what size room do you want? I'll cover it. Rich man. Big shot. Su Ruoling feigned reverence, imploring Fang Yuqing for a generous contribution. Si Chenhao captured this amusing moment on his phone, posting it to his social media with the caption, witnessed Su Yinxing and forgiveness engaging in mutual roasting. Numerous comments followed. Ah, Yinxing. Forgiveness, big shot. Have you all watched their recent live streams? I did. It was incredibly exciting. Especially that chicken dinner game. I was on the edge of my seat. Big prize. Chicken for dinner tonight. Si Chenhao looked perplexed at the comments. No wonder he wasn't familiar with Su Ruoling. He hadn't seen that chicken dinner livestream. Otherwise, given his enthusiasm for Fong Yuqing's streams, how could he not recognize Su Ruoling? It turned out he had previously streamed with the renowned Forgiveness. Quite impressive indeed. Now that I've joined their team, I must work hard. Upon entering the building, Fong Yuqing headed straight to the reception desk. Excuse me. I'd like to rent a large room for our studio. The receptionist, mesmerized by Fong Yuqing's striking looks, stared for a moment before coming to her senses. May I ask how many people will be in your studio? She thought to herself, this guy is too handsome. My heart is racing. Almost enchanted. She felt a subtle blush creeping onto her cheeks as she sensed Fong Yuqing's gaze upon her, making her quite anxious. 6 people, he replied. The receptionist nodded, retrieving 6 cards from her desk. Your studio is located at A06 on the 5th floor. The monthly rent is 2,000 yuan. Thank you. Fong Yuqing, Su Ruoling, and Si Chenhao took the elevator directly to the 5th floor, leaving the receptionist murmuring to herself. That guy was really handsome. I felt so nervous being looked at by him. Her face flushed deeper. Chapter 19. Off to Guangzhou. Fong Yuqing gazed at the spacious room, contemplating. This could also serve as a place for tea and reading. Quite leisurely, Si Chenhao chuckled. Fong Yuqing dialed a number on his phone. Hello? Is this the renovation company? Come to Wangmu Building, 5th floor, A06. I'm waiting for you. Hurry. With that, he hung up decisively. To him, no matter how much the other party might resent him, as long as they were compensated generously, it was inconsequential. There's nothing in this world that money can't solve. If there is, then it's double the amount. Fong Yuqing, you handle the renovations. We'll be heading out, Su Ruoling said, pulling Si Chenhao along as they hurried out. Si Chenhao, still processing, was dragged along by Su Ruoling. Fong Yuqing watched their retreating figures with dissatisfaction, muttering, these teammates are so unreliable. Are we just leaving like this? Si Chenhao looked back at Su Ruoling before exiting Wangmu Building, puzzled. Su Ruoling laughed. Did you think I was just aimlessly wandering? Fong Yuqing may appear aloof, but he's genuinely a nice person. It's all good. I see now. We'll train this afternoon. My phone should also be arriving soon. True to his words, Su Ruoling's phone chimed almost instantly, displaying a notification about a delivery. Consequently, Su Ruoling and Si Chenhao hurried to Su Ruoling's home to collect the phone. After playing for a while, they were stopped by Su's mother, who insisted they join her for lunch. Reluctantly, they agreed, and after the meal, they swiftly dashed into the western woods. The update time had passed, and it was time to earnestly level up. Su Ruoling released his 3 Pokémon, commencing their afternoon training session. Time flew by, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. All 3 Pokémon reached Su Ruoling's desired levels, leaving him quite satisfied. He then took out his new Meizu Pro 7 and summoned the other 4 to Shanghai Hongqiao Airport. At Shanghai Hongqiao Airport, the 6 quickly gathered at the entrance. Fully equipped, particularly eye-catching were Ranran and Rushu, who brought an abundance of cosmetics, swimwear, sunscreen, and an endless list of other items. You two are terrifying, Umo remarked, astonished, contemplating how he would manage to lug all these items onto the plane. It was always him doing the heavy lifting. Fong Yuqing looked up at Su Ruoling's new phone, chuckling, you got a new phone. It looks nice. Definitely a head-turner. Su Ruoling rolled his eyes. He had recently learned that Fong Yuqing had purchased another phone, selling his iPhone 8 Plus on a second-hand platform. The new phone was an iPhone 10, no less. And even a diamond-studded version. Su Ruoling had checked online after acquiring his new phone and discovered it was being heavily criticized. How awkward. Never mind. I've made the purchase. After all, I am not a heavy user, and it will certainly suffice for my daily needs. Si Chenhao, with a bag slung over his shoulder, retrieved his phone and scanned it at the automatic ticket dispenser, which promptly released 6 tickets with a beep. The tickets for the 6:49 p.m. flight were now in hand. Su Ruoling accepted them and began to scan the surroundings until his gaze fell upon a KFC. Consequently, he indulged himself with a hamburger and an ice cream, oblivious to the feelings of the other 5. Ranran observed Su Ruoling relishing his meal and decided to visit a nearby Odin shop, ordering 5 large cups of Odin to share with the group. Look at you. Ranran is so thoughtful. Understanding the essence of sharing, Ruochu teased as she took a bite of a fishball. Su Ruoling chuckled, his hunger overwhelming. After introducing Si Chenhao to Yumo and the others, the group animatedly engaged in conversation. By the way, let me tell you, Si Chenhao is quite formidable, Su Ruoling said. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, he boasts a level 20 Pokémon. Is that so terrifying? Ranran exclaimed, biting fiercely into a piece of kelp, seemingly venting her dissatisfaction. The mention of Pokémon Go prompted Yumo, who had been quietly listening, to join in. Si Chenhao, how about we have a Pokémon battle next time? He proposed. Sounds great. Si Chinhao replied with a smile, yet he did not underestimate Yumo's prowess. He believed that everyone in their team was a force to be reckoned with. Look, the plane is coming, Ran exclaimed, gazing out the window as the aircraft descended gracefully, gliding swiftly along the ground. Yumo nudged Su Ruoling, reminding him, get ready to board. Su Ruoling, still holding his ice cream, looked at Yumo in confusion. Then I should eat faster. Si Chinhao chuckled, Captain, you truly are a foodie. To be able to eat is a blessing. You wouldn't understand, Su Ruoling mumbled, his words muffled. Fang Yuqing covered his face, exclaiming, if you all keep eating like that, I'll truly go bankrupt. Well, you are the team's financier, Ruochu remarked, engrossed in her phone. In just a short while, Ruochu, Ran, and Yumo had already become quite familiar with Si Chinhao, fostering a friendly rapport among the six. By the way, let me share some news, Su Ruoling said. Winking to capture the attention of the others, Si Chinhao and Fang Yuqing are both from our school. Si Chinhao is in class 5, while Fang Yuqing is in class 3. After a moment of thought, Fang Yuqing responded, so, you four are classmates then? Yumo nodded affirmatively. What a coincidence, Si Chinhao smiled. Isn't there a plethora of clubs at school? How about we sign up for the gaming club together? Ran fiddled with her fingers. Her gaze fixed on the airplane gradually coming to a halt outside. The president of the gaming club is Zhao Lin from class 1. I've heard he has quite a temper. Zhao Lin, Su Ruoling, and Si Chinhao exchanged a knowing glance. Ruochu suddenly remembered, oh, I recall. He was the one I utterly defeated with my Swablu last time. Now, all six understood the implications. All right, let us not dwell on that matter. We should prepare to board the plane, Su Ruoling stated, a plan already forming in his mind. Zhao Lin, what our team needs to do now is to diminish your popularity to the lowest point. Let us make you lose face. With a full 2,000 words. I wish everyone a Merry Christmas in advance. Chapter 20, The Seahorse Clan by the Pearl River. Zhao Lin, what our team needs to do now is to diminish your popularity to the lowest point. Let us make you lose face. Su Ruoling dismissed all other thoughts and dialed his mother. Hello, Mom. I'll be on a business trip for 2 weeks. Our new home is finally renovated. Located at room A06 on the 5th floor of Longmu Building. Don't forget to call the moving company to move everything out, alright? Also, I just transferred 20,000 yuan to your bank card. We'll be in the innermost room, the largest one. Okay, bye. After hastily informing his mother, Fang Yuqing nudged him, asking, Su Ruoling, are you done eating? They started checking tickets. Su Ruoling quickly swallowed the last of his ice cream and cone, retrieved the tickets, and stepped into the airplane cabin. He pulled out his headphones, preparing to listen to music. However, a flight attendant halted him. Sir, please refrain from using your phone for music on the plane. After explaining that his phone had an offline music function, the attendant moved on. Su Ruoling comfortably leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. Meanwhile, Si Chinhao gazed out the window as the plane began to taxi slowly. Suddenly, the aircraft accelerated, retracting its landing gear, and ascended at a 45-degree angle, swiftly piercing through the clouds. Through the window, the breathtaking evening glow was visible. At that moment, the air around the plane became evidently unstable, causing the cabin to jolt up and down. Yumo, who had been seated comfortably, found himself swaying and accidentally bumped into Fang Yuqing. Steady man, don't lose your balance. The most awkward situation fell upon Si Chinhao, whose heart raced in sync with the plane's movements, filled with an odd sensation. It felt itchy. Yet when he touched it, the itch vanished. He thought he was fine, yet a slight unease lingered. Ruochu and Ran grabbed the candies from the table and indulged, chewing vigorously until their ears felt considerably better. Su Ruoling leisurely enjoyed his music, even striking a pose with his hand, utterly indifferent to the commotion caused by Yumo and Fang Yuqing, eventually losing himself in his own enjoyment. Feeling bored, Yumo opened a pack of spicy strips, while Fang Yuqing chewed on a chicken leg, finding the atmosphere dull. After finishing, they began to play rock, paper, scissors out of sheer boredom. In contrast, the mood among Ran, Ruochu, and Si Chinhao was markedly more vivacious as they organized a snack party, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Throughout the journey, some were bored, some were self-entertaining, and a group was having a delightful snack fest. A few hours later, the plane finally landed at Guangzhou Baiyun Airport. Hey, wake up, you two, Su Ruoling exclaimed, shaking the two men beside him who had dozed off. Si Chinhao chuckled as he slung his bag over his shoulder. Captain, hurry up, we're leaving first. Ran and Ruochu moved with remarkable efficiency, packing their luggage in under a minute, leaving Su Ruoling standing awkwardly by himself. Pia, Su Ruoling could no longer contain himself, playfully slapping both of them before dashing away. After 8 o'clock, Fang Yuqing and I will go play by the Pearl River. You two should book 2 rooms at a hotel and remember to send me the address. I'll bring back some late-night snacks. Su Ruoling instructed before turning to hail a cab, departing with Fang Yuqing. Fang Yuqing kept his head down, absorbed in the information on his AR watch, discovering that the hottest posts were all about the gym leaders. Beautiful gym leader Cynthia makes a grand entrance in the capital, and the uncommanded Glacian takes the stage by storm. The formidable black girl Alice from Shanghai single-handedly challenges all players with her electrode. The beautiful gym leader lands in Guangzhou, with extraordinary Pokémon like Starmie, Psyduck, and Togekiss. Fang Yuqing pondered deeply, realizing that even the gym leaders in Guangzhou could make it to trending topics. It seemed he could sneak in a live stream to ride the wave of popularity. "Hey, young man," the driver inquired. "Are you here to catch Pokémon as well?" The elderly driver bore the marks of life's hardships. Su Ruoling smiled and replied, "Yes, indeed, sir. Indeed, there is an exuberance that I truly envy in you young ones, who can traverse great distances for the sake of a game. The realm of gaming knows no boundaries. It appeals to both the young and the old. After all, venturing outdoors is undeniably beneficial." Su Ruoling engaged in a lively conversation with the elderly driver throughout the journey, ultimately adding his phone number to her contact list, suggesting that he would be her chauffeur whenever she needed to travel in Guangzhou. "How amiable he is," Su Ruoling mused, patting her head. Fang Yuqing gazed impassively at the undulating waters of the Pearl River. "Look, there stands Xiaoxia's Hualan Gym," Su Ruoling exclaimed, pointing towards the most prominent structure by the riverside, a grand edifice that towered above. This was not a mere simulation, but a tangible reality. The nation had placed immense importance on it from the very second that Pokémon Go commenced its official testing, organizing numerous grand tournaments, including national and world championships, with the latter even being considered for inclusion in the Olympic events, boasting a remarkable number of gold medals, far surpassing those of other sports. Su Ruoling stood on tiptoe, yet due to her height disadvantage, she could not discern the happenings within the gym, only catching a glimpse of gym leader Xiaoxia unleashing Pokémon to battle against players. Suddenly, Fang Yuqing called out, his peach blossom eyes twinkling, "Look over there. There are so many Pokémon." Following his gaze, Su Ruoling noticed numerous Pokémon frolicking upon the waters of the Pearl River. Magikarp, Stereo, and Tentacool glided gracefully across the surface, appearing almost ethereal, as if they were beings untouched by the mundane world, leisurely rivaling even Arceus. Su Ruoling's gaze swept past the Pokémon being trained by players, as she sought a worthy target. At length, her eyes fell upon a cerulean expanse, the habitat of a seahorse clan. Promptly, she tugged at Fang Yuqing's sleeve and dashed towards the opposite side of Hualan Gym, where indeed a multitude of seahorses could be found. Su Ruoling summoned her Snom to engage with the seahorse clan. Snom shook its head, yet ultimately waded into the water, aware that socializing was not its forte. Out from the seahorse group emerged a specimen significantly larger than the rest, calling out loudly, to which Snom responded in kind. Su Ruoling, standing nearby, was utterly perplexed. "What are you saying? I don't understand." Eventually, Snom returned, nodding towards Su Ruoling. It worked. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she focused on the seahorse, scanning the group before finally selecting a medium-sized seahorse. With earnestness, Su Ruoling addressed the leader of the seahorse clan. "I have taken a liking to it." She believed the leader could comprehend her intent. Su Ruoling had come to regard them not as mere cold data, but as vibrant, living beings. All things possess life. The seahorse, seemingly intrigued by Su Ruoling's choice, stepped forth from the clan, locking eyes with her. "Seahorse, let us battle." Chapter 21, Extra, the Christmas Party. As we entered the Pokémon world, the command for anthropomorphizing Pokémon was issued. The enemy forces would arrive on the battlefield in 3 seconds. Ding, dingling, dingling. The bells chimed melodiously. The fairy-type Pokémon danced gracefully at the entrance of the EV house, singing enchanting melodies as snowflakes fell, casting the fairy in a light akin to a snow-clad enchantress. "Be careful, dear fairy, don't mar the meticulously arranged floor," cautioned the ice-type Pokémon, striding elegantly and tossing her blue locks. "Indeed, fairy, you ought to exercise a bit more caution," chimed in the water-type, who danced freely in the pool specially prepared by the ice-type. The leaf-type donned a Santa Claus outfit, comically striding before the entrance. "Ah Bing, do try to smile more. Otherwise, our guests might be frightened away." The ice-type responded coolly, "Understood, bothersome." Ding-dong. The doorbell rang, and the leaf-type opened the door. "Welcome, everyone, to the EV house for our Christmas party." The leaf-type bowed, adding, "Come in quickly, it's rather dull outside." Jengar dragged Piku along, exclaiming, "Hurry, Piku. I can't wait. Slow down." Lurantis teleported, vanishing in the blink of an eye before Snom. "Thank you, leaf type," Snom politely nodded, handing over a large cake with its left hand. The leaf type smiled as it accepted. "How thoughtful of you to bring a gift. That is quite unnecessary. Do enjoy yourselves and partake in the festivities. There will be a surprise later." Snom donned a Santa hat and swiftly followed the fairy into the hall. Wow. Upon entering the hall, all four of them marveled at the splendid decorations, the air brimming with festive cheer, with Merry Christmas inscribed everywhere. A towering Christmas tree stood in the center, shimmering with resplendent light, a sight to behold. The tables were laden with an array of snacks, jellies, bread, and chips. So many delectable treats. "Fairy, you must have spent quite a fortune," Jengar exclaimed as he devoured a large portion without hesitation. Snom gleefully conjured fine snowflakes that descended gracefully, while a golden figure streaked across the sky. The fairy's pupils dilated as realization dawned upon her, and she quickly covered her eyes. Bang! The golden figure plummeted from the sky, and the resulting snowflakes transformed everyone present into living snowmen. "Ah, Snom, I will get you for this." Thundertype rubbed his sore head and erupted in anger. He had intended to execute a flawless landing, but collided directly with Snom's delicate snow. The attempt at grandeur resulted in a spectacular failure. Snom fled, pursued relentlessly by Thundertype, as the two engaged in a playful cat-and-mouse chase within the EV house. "Ha ha!" Jengar, seated upon a wooden chair, laughed heartily, causing his head to collide with Piku's. Lurantis tossed her hair back, sipping a cup of steaming hot tea, and remarked, "I cannot comprehend the world of boys. What is all this excitement about?" The kitchen door swung open, and the fire type emerged, balancing a large platter of turkey in his right hand. "Wow, it smells amazing." As soon as the turkey was placed on the dining table, Piku shouted eagerly, "I want to eat." The fire type chuckled, "Calm down. We'll eat together when everyone arrives. For now, let us nibble on some snacks." As if on cue, the moon and sun types emerged from the kitchen, the moon type carrying an ample supply of gingerbread, which she placed in the center of the table. The sun type respectfully presented a platter containing a dozen Christmas puddings, serving them into each plate. "Hee hee, I can smell the food." Little Evie bounced out from its room and, without hesitation, perched beside the fire type, pleading, "Brother Fire, I want that." Evie pointed at the gingerbread, and the fire type promptly offered it to the little one. "Hee hee, you're the best, Brother Fire." The leaf and water types entered the hall, each bearing numerous gift boxes adorned in festive colors, stirring excitement among the crowd. The leaf type smiled gently. "We will distribute these Christmas gifts once we finish our meal." The ice and fairy types danced gracefully on stage, captivating even Lurantis, who stepped forward to join the dance. The audience erupted in applause. As the three descended from the stage, the leaf type produced a cake while unveiling the turkey. Jengar, seizing a fork, swiftly snatched a generous slice of cake. The snowfall intensified, yet it did nothing to dampen the festive spirit of the gathering. The hall resonated with the cheerful melody of jingle bells, as everyone indulged in delightful feasting and joyous merriment amidst a warm atmosphere. Merry Christmas. Perhaps it was a touch too hasty. Chapter 22. Capturing the Seahorse. Seahorse, come forth to battle. Poo-poo. Seahorse, level 17. With a fierce glint in its eyes, the seahorse was ready for confrontation. Ruoling promptly purchased 3 Pokeballs from the system store. The level 20 Snow Child had undergone a qualitative leap, and now, even against a level 25 Pokémon, it might stand a chance. Compared to before, it had learned numerous new skills, such as Icy Wind and Bite, and its bond had surged to an impressive 130. Snow Child, unleash Icy Wind. The Snow Child summoned a frigid gale laced with delicate snowflakes, prompting the seahorse to swiftly dive beneath the water's surface. Poo-poo. The water's depths were the seahorse's domain, and Ruoling quickly instructed, freeze the lake's surface. The Snow Child intensified its Icy Wind, yet unexpectedly, the seahorse erupted from the water, splashing it with a cascade of droplets. The Snow Child's health plummeted by 20%, and this attack disrupted its Icy Wind, leaving the ice-covered lake uneven, riddled with numerous holes. Well done, Snow Child. Ruoling raised his gaze, surveying the lake, and then commanded, use Shadow Clone. The seahorse, observing Ruoling's every move from beneath the ice, was filled with confusion. What is this fellow up to? Poo-poo. The seahorse then leapt from the water, sending splashes everywhere, while the Snow Child swiftly maneuvered behind its clone, launching icy projectiles to assault the seahorse. Poo-poo. The seahorse flapped its tiny wings, utilizing the splashes to summon a tempest. The wind carried the water droplets, creating a dense mist that obscured the snow child's vision. The seahorse released a flurry of bubbles before diving back into the depths. The snow child regained its composure, blowing fine snowflakes into the holes, while the seahorse darted through the water, causing the temperature to plummet and forming large blocks of ice. Suddenly, the seahorse halted, encircled by ice. Poo-poo. Once more, the seahorse summoned a fierce wind, this time much more violent than before, shattering the fragile ice, allowing it to leap free. Ruoling's eyes sparkled with excitement, not solely for the snow child, but also for the seahorse. Its potential was extraordinary, its aptitude was undoubtedly high, and it executed its moves with remarkable speed, crafting intricate strategies after each attack. It must be captured. Snow child, now's your chance, use bite. With a flash of fiery determination in its eyes, the snow child surged forward at the moment the seahorse leapt, sinking its teeth into it. The seahorse's health rapidly dwindled. Poo-poo. A faint mist enveloped the seahorse, thickening gradually and obscuring the snow child's sight. The seahorse hastily fled across the slippery ice, releasing bubbles to obstruct the snow child's pursuit. Snow child, do not be angry. Now use rest. Ruoling had devised a cunning strategy to wear down the seahorse. Poo-poo. After escaping, the seahorse glanced back at the mist, noticing the snow child had not followed, and curiously paused to regain its strength. The snow child awakened, its health fully restored. Ruoling observed the rejuvenated snow child, nodding approvingly. The snow child had leveled up 6 times. Its demeanor transformed entirely. Snow child, use shadow clone, followed by icy wind. The icy wind would reduce the seahorse's speed, a tactical maneuver to tilt the scales of victory in their favor. The seahorse unleashed a water gun and summoned a tempest. The snow child, familiar with this routine, stood firm, unflinching. The shadow clones maintained their position. Poo-poo. The storm surged toward the snow child, causing Ruoling to feel a twinge of anxiety. If this hit landed, the snow child would be gravely injured, even if it used rest. It would become an easy target while unable to defend itself. Ruoling wondered if the snow child had mastered the defensive maneuver he had emphasized during their training session. The hazelnut balls fell incessantly as the snow child endeavored to employ its shadow clones to mitigate the damage, determined not to disappoint Ruoling. It had practiced diligently even while contained within its pokeball. The snow child calmly gazed at the tempest and declared, "She." The seahorse, startled by this proclamation, found the wind's ferocity diminished slightly, yet the storm's velocity remained unabated as it bore down on the snow child. Just then, the shadow clones seemed to respond to a call, charging forward to form a protective barrier before the snow child. Bang! The shadow shield shattered instantly, and the overwhelming icy energy crystallized the storm, causing the seahorse to recoil from the backlash and collapse onto the ground. Come forth, seahorse. This remarkable seahorse was too exceptional to let slip away. Ruoling swiftly seized the Pokeball and dashed to the Pokémon Center adjacent to the Hualan Gym. Fong Yuqing stood in a daze, having suffered a devastating tactical blow from Ruoling. Suddenly, he heard Ruoling's voice from afar. Fong Yuqing. Hurry and buy some late-night snacks. Fong Yuqing watched Ruoling's retreating figure, then approached a bustling barbecue stall beside the Zhujiang River, handing the owner a 100 yuan bill. The owner, astonished, inquired, "What would you like to eat, dear customer?" "Anything grilled will do. Just make sure the total reaches 100. Pack it up." Fong Yuqing waved his hand, and the owner hurried off to prepare the order. Encountering such a wealthy patron, anyone would seek to curry favor, especially a barbecue stall owner. At the Pokémon Center, your Pokémon has been healed. We welcome you back anytime. Nurse Joy greeted Ruoling with a professional smile and a nod. Ruoling reciprocated with a smile before examining the seahorse's details. Seahorse level, 17 type, water ability, swift swim, double speed in rainy weather, moves, bubble, smokescreen, water gun, whirlwind potential, A attack aptitude, light green defense aptitude, medium yellow speed aptitude, dark green and A-grade potential is commendable and worthy of nurturing. Ruoling returned the Pokeball and exited the Pokémon Center. Fong Yuqing approached, carrying a large bag of barbecue, offering Ruoling 2 skewers of tender meat. Ruoling made a call, and soon the elderly driver arrived. As a gesture of gratitude, Ruoling gifted the driver 3 skewers of grilled delicacies. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already 10 o'clock. Ruoling climbed into bed, feeling a soft, drowsy sensation wash over him, and closed his eyes. He was utterly exhausted. While the others indulged in barbecue, he succumbed to slumber. "Can't you stay up late?" Fong Yuqing chuckled, for a night owl like him. This was quite early indeed. Ran stifled a laugh, saying, "This guy is just like that. Let's play Ludo later." Sounds good. For Su Ruoling. This night was exceedingly comfortable, while for the others, it was a night of joy. It's getting late, my apologies. Chapter 23. Preparing for the Hualan Gym for Su Ruoling. This night was exceedingly comfortable, while for the others, it was a night of joy. Under the leadership of Fang Yuqing, the 5 individuals gathered together, engaging in an exhilarating game of Ludo and Truth or Dare, reveling in the excitement until the clock struck 1 in the morning before finally succumbing to slumber. The following day, Su Ruoling observed the 5 with dark circles under their eyes. Curiosity piqued as to what they had been up to the night prior. That's none of your concern, Ranran replied, rubbing her eyes before producing her phone. I spent half an hour yesterday meticulously selecting a delightful breakfast spot. Today, we shall indulge there. With that, she pulled out a small notebook, diligently flipping through its pages, her culinary diary. Wherever I go, I savor the local delights. The world is vast, but dining reigns supreme, she proclaimed. All right, you're treating us. Lu Chu yawned. I want fish slice rice rolls. Guangzhou is a culinary paradise, replete with a myriad of gastronomic treasures, particularly at breakfast. Rice rolls are among the city's most iconic dishes. Divided into 2 main types, the broad rice rolls and the drawer-style rice rolls. The former resembles strips of cloth, while the latter is presented in small, crumpled pieces. Despite their unappealing appearance, both are delectable and well-loved throughout Guangzhou. Fang Yuqing shook his head, striving to clear his mind. Since you insist on footing the bill, I shall not hold back. Indeed, shouldn't it usually be you covering the cost? Su Ruoling teased, to which Fang Yuqing playfully patted her back. The 6 of them bantered and playfully insulted each other as they made their way to the breakfast shop. The establishment was spotless, bustling with patrons enjoying their meals, emanating a comforting warmth. Despite its spacious design, the breakfast shop felt remarkably cramped at that moment. Si Chenhao nudged Ranran playfully, declaring, I want shrimp dumplings. Shrimp dumplings are equally delicious, featuring plump, juicy shrimp encased in translucent wrappers, bursting with flavor upon the first bite. How ungracious of you. Ranran shot him a sideways glance. Si Chenhao grinned, flashing a bright smile. All right, let the big shot handle the bill. I fear you cannot bear the burden, Ranran. Umo remarked, subtly nudging Fang Yuqing forward. Why do you all keep throwing me under the bus? Fang Yuqing exclaimed, bemused. Umo adjusted his hairstyle. All right, my demands are modest. Just a bowl of boat porridge will suffice. That boat porridge looks delectable. I want a bowl too, Su Ruoling exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at a neighboring table where a bowl of appetizing porridge sat. Boat porridge is also a renowned delicacy from the Guangzhou region, traditionally made with fish, lean meat, youtiao, fried dough, peanuts, scallions, and sometimes incorporates floating skin, jellyfish, beef, and squid. Sighing in resignation, Fang Yuqing raised his hands in surrender. After finishing their breakfast, the 6 decided to form teams to level up. Let me show you the Pokémon I caught yesterday, Su Ruoling proclaimed with a hint of pride, unveiling a Pokeball containing a seahorse Pokémon. You shall be the one, seahorse. Wait, are you planning to evolve it into a Kingdra? Umo asked, taken aback. Su Ruoling nodded, though she needed to acquire dragon scales. Without them, the seahorse would simply be a liability in her team. The sea dragon is formidable, boasting a water and dragon dual type with a base stat total of 540, evenly distributed, making it a well-rounded Pokémon. That's quite powerful. You'll be relying on it in gym battles, Fang Yuqing noted, leaning closer to inspect the seahorse. Lu Chu summoned a Togepi, having dedicated all her efforts to nurturing it. Having read on forums that it would evolve into something exceptionally powerful. Let us go, we need to battle and gain experience, Ranran declared, striking a confident pose as she sauntered towards the nearby river. This river typically hosted level 14 Pokémon, with few players around, except for a handful of individuals feeding the fish. Once a popular spot for visitors due to the abundance of swimming fish, it had seen a decline in foot traffic since the rise of Pokémon Go, as most could not contend with the local Pokémon. The other 4 released their Pokémon and commenced battling independently. Seahorse, use Twister. The seahorse summoned a gust of wind, fiercely directing it towards a pesky tadpole Pokémon. The tadpole, level 15, retaliated with a splash of water, dousing the seahorse. Don't worry, we'll strike back, Su Ruoling urged, use water gun. The seahorse dove into the water, engaging in a tussle with the tadpole, which fled in panic as the seahorse pursued, delivering strikes from various angles. Ding! Your seahorse has leveled up to level 18. Su Ruoling returned the seahorse and sent out a Mareep. Mareep, you will be vital in upcoming gym battles. Time to level up, she encouraged. Strangely, despite Mareep reaching level 15, evolution remained elusive, defying her expectations. The Mareep nodded, instinctively moving towards the tadpole group, eager to claim all the experience for itself. Su Ruoling was astounded by Mareep's intelligence, recognizing the opportunity. Mareep, use electromagnetic wave on all the tadpoles, then follow up with thunder shock. Golden currents surged forth, incapacitating a multitude of tadpoles. Among the remaining tadpoles, a few continued to fight back, summoning water guns as they charged forth like beasts. Mareep, remember, water conducts electricity. We've got this. Use thunder shock. Mareep charged in, unleashing a more brilliant electric discharge that spread through the water, causing the tadpoles to convulse in shock. We won. Mareep panted, relieved, having feared the water gun attack, which had unexpectedly worked to its advantage. Ding. Your secondary profession as a senior researcher has been approved. You will receive 3 privileges. 1. The skill Eagle Eye allows you to discern the qualifications of D, C, and B grade Pokémon. 2. Each post you make will be eligible for free highlighting, limited to 3 times per week. 3. Pokémon will become more affectionate towards you, making it easier to increase intimacy. The system's voice echoed in Su Ruoling's ears, reminding her that the 3-day approval period had elapsed. She hurriedly checked her information. ID, Su Yangxing. Gender, male. Health, 100-100. Attribute, affinity, will not be challenged by wild Pokémon. Transformation, a hidden attribute, undetectable by others, transforms into a cat during moonlight. Title, Senior Researcher. Current badges, 0. S-grade Pokémon, 1. Su Ruoling fell into silence for a moment before picking up her phone and adding the other 5 members into a WeChat group. Luo Mu, Su Ruoling, I'm heading to challenge the gym now. Hurry up and catch up. I love Lu Yanfeng. Ran alright. Alright, we got it. Mr. Scoundrel, Fang Yuqing will be there shortly. I love Zhang Jiyan. Rishu, are you sure it's wise to sneak off like this without us? 9MO Wanderer, Yumo Unknown. Si Chenhao wishing you a triumphant victory. At the Hualan gym, Su Ruoling stood at the entrance, hesitating to step inside. Instead, she lingered in front of the gym for a while before slowly putting on her sunglasses, hoping to avoid being recognized. If that were to happen, it would certainly be awkward. Once she confirmed that her appearance wouldn't be discernible to fans, she felt reassured and finally walked in. Little Rada, use quick attack. Rada. On stage, a player was engaged in battle with Xiaoxia's Psyduck. Xiaoxia's Pokémon were quite formidable, capable of overwhelming players in the early stages. However, as the battle progressed into the mid-game, the players might turn the tables, and wouldn't the gym badges then be flying all over the place. Psyduck, use confusion. Psyduck unleashed a beam of purple light, targeting Pidgey. Quick, dodge it. The player shouted. Su Ruoling shook her head. Psyduck was at level 34. While Little Rada was merely at level 10, the disparity in their levels was too great, ensuring the player's inevitable defeat. Xiaoxia smiled lightly. It doesn't matter if you dodge this attack, we'll keep fighting. Ultimately, it will still be you who loses. Little Rada, use bite. Rada. Little Rada charged at Psyduck with its mouth wide open. Seeing this, Xiaoxia immediately commanded, Psyduck, use Fury Cutter. Her intent was clear. If you want to engage in close combat, I shall oblige. Having just opened a few days prior, the player's abilities were undoubtedly weak, so she intended to take it easy. Little Rada and Psyduck became entangled in a fierce struggle, and Psyduck struck Little Rada down to the ground with a powerful swipe. The gym leader Xiaoxia wins. The referee's voice rang out, interrupting the excitement of the crowd. This marked the 20th player to be eliminated. Who could possibly defeat Xiaoxia? Not only was she strong, but she was also a beauty. The seasoned players in attendance urged each other to step up and challenge her instead of just spectating. Su Ruoling remained seated calmly to the side. She had no intention of challenging just yet. Is no one else going to challenge? Xiaoxia's tone held a hint of disappointment. It was rather dull. After all, she had hoped to have a few challengers to liven up the morning. If the gym closed, she would be left with an empty house for the afternoon and evening. Feeling a bit disheartened, Xiaoxia murmured to herself, this world is so boring. Why Haven T. Brock and Ash appeared in this realm. Though somewhat frustrated, she also felt a twinge of happiness. If she handed out numerous badges on the very first day of the gym's opening, it would be a tremendous humiliation for a gym leader. The chaos on stage continued, yet no one was willing to challenge Xiaoxia. Well then, today Hualan Gym is closing. Leaning against the side of the arena, Su Ruoling suddenly called out, wait a moment. Not only Xiaoxia but also the audience members were taken aback. A player was indeed stepping up to challenge. Prepare for battle, gym leader Xiaoxia. Su Ruoling adjusted her sunglasses and walked up to the stage. Wow, this person carries an air of sophistication. The crowd could tell he was wealthy and seemingly dismissive of the gym leader. Get off the stage. You shouldn't share the spotlight with my goddess Xiaoxia. Gym leader Xiaoxia, take him down. Show him who's boss. Su Ruoling could hear all of this. Her attire was merely a disguise to avoid recognition. And as for the perception of sophistication and wealth, she thought to herself, bro, I'm actually quite poor, alright? Xiaoxia gazed at Su Ruoling with intrigue and said, this player, prepare for the gym battle begins. The referee announced. Both released their Pokémon simultaneously, and as Su Ruoling caught sight of Xiaoxia's Pokémon, a knowing smile crept onto her face. Sun Coral LV? As expected, it was indeed Sun Coral. The strength of the gym starfish and Psyduck paled in comparison to that of Sun Coral. Su Ruoling suspected Xiaoxia was eager to push her off the stage, perhaps displeased by her appearance. Sure enough, Xiaoxia frowned slightly when she saw Su Ruoling's results. That wealthy player's Pokémon level is remarkably high. The audience gasped. Since the system update, Pokémon above level 35 no longer displayed their levels. Instead, they were replaced by a string of question marks. This irked Su Ruoling. If the gym leader were to unleash a level 50 Pokémon during the challenge, wouldn't that completely obliterate any challenger? Ralts, use Charm. Sun Coral, use Origin Pulse. Initially, both sides were cautiously testing each other, trading blows. Charm was guaranteed to hit, while Origin Pulse had a 10 chance to raise all stats by one stage. Ralts. Su Ruoling lifted her head, locking eyes with Xiaoxia. Ralts, use Shadow Clone. Xiaoxia smiled slightly, stroking the back of Sun Coral and commanding, Sun Coral, use Bubble Beam. Coral. The Bubble Beam erupted forth, while Ralts summoned its shadow clones, weaving between them. Ralts. The struck shadow clones cried out in agony before being shattered by the Bubble Beam. Coral, Coral. Su Ruoling's expression sharpened, and she commanded, Ralts, use Magical Leaf. Magical Leaf? Xiaoxia's expression shifted dramatically. Sun Coral, use Iron Defense. Grass-type moves were 4 times effective against Sun Coral. Even with a substantial level gap, the damage output would be significant. The colorful magical leaves swirled around, relentlessly striking Sun Coral. Coral, hang in there. Use Recover. Su Ruoling immediately ordered, Ralts, charge in and use Confusion. Xiaoxia's previously panicked expression transformed into one of joy. Sun Coral, cease Recover and use Spiky Cannon. She declared triumphantly. Now you're out of options. Su Ruoling merely smiled slightly, believing that this sort of tactical switch was not particularly impressive. The Spiky Cannon advanced towards Ralts, causing the audience to rise in excitement. Gym leader Xiaoxia's move is incredible. Some even recorded the unfolding events and posted them on forums with titles like, Rich Kid Tries to Show Off. Gets Schooled by Gym Leader Xiaoxia's Clever Tactics. Chapter 25. Countering the Instant Transmission. Indeed, some recorded the earlier events and shared them online. Rich Kid Tries to Show Off. Gets Schooled by Gym Leader Xiaoxia's Clever Tactics. Ralts, charge in. Su Ruoling directed, deliberately slowing her pace to create the impression of weakness, leading Xiaoxia to believe Ralts would collide with Sun Coral's attack. Xiaoxia wore a victorious smile, confidently believing that Spiky Cannon would strike Ralts without fail. Su Ruoling smirked, sensing the opportune moment. Use Instant Transmission up close. Ralts. The psychic energy Ralts had gathered dissipated in an instant, and its form transformed into a flash of white light, reappearing behind Sun Coral. Xiaoxia's smile faded, her expression growing serious as she regarded Su Ruoling as a worthy opponent deserving of her full attention. Sun Coral, unleash a barrage of rocks. Coral. The Sun Coral hurled 4 stones, and Su Ruoling exchanged a knowing glance with Lalo Laisai, who immediately understood. Lalo Laisai, employ your charismatic voice. Lalo. A slight sheen of sweat appeared at the corner of Su Ruoling's eye. He sensed it was time to reveal his true prowess. That individual. He seemed somewhat familiar. Who could it be? The affluent heir, perhaps? The atmosphere on the stage became chaotic. Su Ruoling was not worried about being recognized. Rather, he saw an opportunity to garner popularity. The collision of the rock barrage and charismatic voice ensued, and Lalo Laisai glanced at Su Ruoling, who nodded in affirmation. It created shadow clones and swiftly utilized teleport, darting around the Sun Coral with dazzling agility. This maneuver was impressive. Xiaoxia mused, Sun Coral, deploy Water Ring. The Water Ring skill could restore 116 health points to the Pokémon each turn, a commendable technique. Alas, faced with Lalo Laisai's teleportation attacks, it proved somewhat ineffectual. Lalo Laisai. Use Magical Leaf. Teleport attack. Lalo. The Sun Coral gazed in bewilderment at the multitude of Lalo Laisai clones appearing beside it, feeling dizzy. Consequently, it settled down, quietly recuperating its health. Lalo Laisai suddenly dashed in front of the Sun Coral, a smirk gracing its lips. while the shadow clones brandished magical leaves, enveloping the entire gym in a flurry of foliage. Sun Coral, erect iron defense. Xiaoxia urged, aware that if this strike landed as a critical hit, the Sun Coral would undoubtedly fall. Thus, she fortified its defenses. Xiaoxia now perceived that this player possessed the potential of Ash, perhaps even more seasoned in certain aspects. Could it be that he was merely a player who had just started 3 days prior? She pondered. Bang! The magical leaf collided fiercely with the Sun Coral, which fell in response. Coral. The Sun Coral has been defeated. Ah, I finally recall. He is the renowned Su Yangsheng from the forums. What? I just insulted my idol. Su Yangsheng, I was mistaken. Please forgive me. The spectators on stage pleaded for Su Ruoling's forgiveness, and as he stood there, listening to their confessions, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Who were those people cursing me just moments ago? Their change of heart is swift indeed. Xiaoxia withdrew the Sun Coral and released her Golduck. You are truly impressive to have defeated the Sun Coral despite the level disparity. When Xiaoxia glanced back at Su Ruoling, a glimmer of admiration entered her eyes. Su Ruoling keenly detected the subtle shift in Xiaoxia's demeanor and reciprocated with a smile. Your Sun Coral is well trained. Without the magical leaf, I would certainly have been the one to lose. After their polite exchange, the battle resumed. Golduck, use Psychic. Golduck, Lala Laisai, employ Teleport. Lala Laisai vanished in a flash, deftly evading the psychic attack. Return, Lala Laisai. Su Ruoling withdrew a Pokeball. Come forth, Mareep. Bah. Xiaoxia regarded Su Ruoling and thought, Mareep? This could be quite troublesome. Mareep, unleash Thunderwave. The Thunderwave swiftly enveloped Golduck, and Mareep dashed away. Xiaoxia patted Golduck's head. Golduck, use Water Tail. Golduck's execution of the attack was noticeably slower. Mareep let out a taunting bleat, prompting Golduck to lash out with Water Tail in frustration, yet Mareep deftly evaded. Golduck, this Mareep appears rather mischievous. Su Ruoling remarked. Mareep, employ Thunderbolt. Bah. Mareep bleated excitedly. Having endured relentless pursuit earlier, it was now eager to retaliate. Golden currents surged forth, striking Golduck. Golduck, hold on. Use Ice Beam. Xiaoxia gritted her teeth, ultimately resorting to her ultimate move. Su Ruoling was taken aback. Did she really teach Golduck the Ice Beam move? Mareep, dodge quickly. Bah. Mareep zigzagged, evading as Golduck relentlessly pursued, leaving a frozen path in its wake. Bang. Ice Beam collided with Mareep, which unleashed a torrent of electricity, shattering some of the ice blocks formed by the Ice Beam. Now, Mareep was immobilized, its feet completely encased in ice. Golduck was not faring well either. Its paralysis continually releasing electricity that hindered its ability to execute skills, and its speed had significantly decreased. Su Ruoling focused intently on Mareep. He hoped for a miracle to occur. Xiaoxia observed the gym floor, now transformed into an icy expanse. Golduck, charge forward and use Water Pulse. Golduck. Waves of water surged around Golduck, persistently battering Mareep. Bah. Su Ruoling's gaze darkened. Mareep is about to lose. Mareep. Relax your leg muscles and attempt to break free from the ice. Su Ruoling, seeing Mareep struggle, decided to allow it to fight freely. Xiaoxia, observing Mareep's predicament, felt her heart soften. Is your Mareep alright? Su Ruoling glanced at Mareep, which nodded solemnly. It was determined to fight until the very end. A commendable spirit. Su Ruoling smiled gently, as both he and Mareep ignited their fighting spirit. So, let us continue. Xiaoxia, witnessing the renewed resolve of both trainer and Pokémon, declared, I shall not hold back. Golduck, use Psyshock. Golduck charged forth, now free from paralysis, its attack speed significantly heightened. The Psyshock, coalescing in power, spun around Mareep. Chapter 26, Snowy Child vs. Starmie. The Psyshock, swirling in power, descended upon Mareep. Bang. The headbutt landed swiftly, leaving Mareep disoriented. Mareep. Su Ruoling, unable to bear watching any longer, retrieved a Pokeball. Bah. Mareep struggled to lift its head, gazing at Su Ruoling with fervent eyes. It would rather face defeat than retreat into its Pokeball at this moment. Points of white light encircled Mareep, shattering the ice that bound its feet. It gradually ascended, floating in the air. Xiaoxia gazed at the dazzling white light. Mareep is evolving. Su Ruoling felt a surge of admiration. He had not anticipated Mareep's energy to be so formidable, enabling its evolution. Bah. Mareep's evolution, now Minfu, leaped from the air, gazing calmly at Golduck. Golduck called out, and Xiaoxia immediately commanded, Golduck, use Water Pulse. Minfu, endure the damage and retaliate with Thunderbolt. Bah. Minfu unleashed a surge of electricity, which spread through the ripples, striking Golduck. The effectiveness was remarkable. The audience erupted in admiration, exclaiming, "Once again, Su Yangxing has demonstrated a new skill. Return, Minfu." Su Ruoling withdrew Minfu. Xiaoxia looked at Su Ruoling with curiosity. Was he finally unveiling his trump card? Or would he continue to maneuver with Lala Laisai and Golduck? Xiaoxia pondered as she recalled Golduck. "This is your moment, Starmie. Star. Come forth, snowy child." She, Starmie, LV32. The two locked eyes, filled with mutual admiration. Xiaoxia smiled slightly. Addressing Starmie, "Starmie, utilize rapid spin, then follow up with Euro Ball." Starmie spun rapidly across the icy arena, transforming its body into a spinning top, racing towards the snowy child. "Snowy child, employ Shadow Clone." The snow child emanated a soft blue glow, manifesting over 10 shadowy duplicates that frolicked with exuberance upon the icy surface, embodying a sense of freedom. Oh no! Xiaoxia's expression shifted slightly. She regretted allowing her Golduck to employ Ice Beam earlier, inadvertently bestowing a buff upon her opponent's snow child. A bittersweet pang of regret coursed through Xiaoxia as she reflected on her impulsive decision. The snow child merely adjusted its posture, deftly evading the gem star's consecutive attacks, which left Xiaoxia feeling quite disheartened. Nevertheless, she maintained a slight smile. "Gemstar, use Psychic." "Snow Child, unleash Ice Shard." The snow child glided swiftly over the ice, while the Gemstar created a significant hole in the surface, leaping into the water. It dodged the ice shard and, leveraging its momentum, unleashed Psychic. The force brushed past the snow child's face, prompting it to bounce playfully, taunting the Gemstar. "You can't hit me. You can't hit me. Ha ha ha. Come on. Come on. Snow Child, use Icy Wind." Su Ruoling pondered. "If you prefer to hide beneath the water, then I shall seal off the depths. And let us see how you continue to prance about." Xiaoxia observed Su Ruoling, noting the fierce determination in the snow child's eyes, and inwardly lamented. "This player and their Pokémon are indeed extraordinary. They have managed to push me to this point." The snow child persistently summoned icy winds, lowering the water's temperature until frost began to coalesce, encasing the Gemstar in ice. Watching the trapped Gemstar, Xiaoxia mused. "If you think this will defeat the Gemstar, then you are quite naive. Gemstar, use Rapid Spin." In an instant, the Gemstar broke free from its icy prison, soaring out of the lake. Su Ruoling exhaled a sigh of relief. If the Gemstar had remained submerged, it would have been the snow child that ultimately succumbed first. However, if it were Mian Mian, it could potentially employ electric moves to draw it out. "Snow Child, use Bite." As the shadowy duplicates vanished, the snow child charged forth, sinking its teeth into the Gemstar. "Star." The Gemstar struggled, yet the snow child clung on like a piece of stubborn taffy, refusing to release its grip. "Gemstar, maintain that stance and use Euro Ball." The Gemstar spun wildly, inflicting significant damage on the snow child. What a powerful move. Su Yangxing noted that the snow child was at level 20, capable of holding its own against the Gemstar. Most players' Pokémon were typically at level 10, merely having learned basic moves like Tackle and Quick Attack. How could those skills possibly compare to Icy Wind, Magical Leaf, or Sing in terms of elegance and speed? Some players began to question whether they were playing the same game as Su Ruoling. He could contend with the gym leader Xiaoxia, while they could not. The disparity was glaring. Su Ruoling rested his chin on his hand. "Snow Child, use Shadow Clone." Xiaoxia flicked her hair, secretly thinking, is he resorting to that tactic again? "Gemstar, use Bubble Beam." "Star." The Gemstar conjured a beam of blue light adorned with bubbles, aimed directly at the snow child. As the snow child settled among its shadowy duplicates, it began to doze off. This was Su Ruoling's deceptive strategy. He had instructed the snow child beforehand that if it was ordered to use Shadow Clone with an elongated pronunciation of snow, it should autonomously employ the sleep move, thus avoiding detection of its skill usage. The audience, akin to discovering a new realm, gaped in astonishment at the sleeping snow child. Xiaoxia felt perplexed. Why was everyone staring at the snow child? "Gemstar, use Rapid Star." "Star." Xiaoxia believed the immediate priority was to eliminate the incessantly moving shadow clones of the snow child. After 2 turns, the Gemstar finally cleared the shadow duplicates. Just as the snow child awoke, observing the still drowsy snow child, Xiaoxia speculated, this player must have secretly employed the sleep move. Her certainty grew. This was indeed a top-tier player. Otherwise, such a formidable competitor could not have emerged so early in the game. This explanation brought her some solace. After all, being defeated by a skilled opponent was far more palatable than losing to an unknown novice. "Snow Child, unleash Icy Wind." Su Ruoling noticed that the Gemstar's hue had shifted from purple to a faint red, indicating it was low on health. "Gemstar, dodge. Use Rapid Spin." Xiaoxia hastily commanded. The gem star whirled rapidly, attempting to evade the strike, yet still succumbed to the icy wind, which could be likened to a devastating area attack. Its speed diminished by a level. Xiaoxia realized the gem star was now at its limits, prompting her to withdraw it and send forth her half-health Golduck once more. This match was effectively over. She had already lost. Xiaoxia shook her head. Snowchild, use Bite. Oh. Xiaoxia immediately reacted. Golduck, dodge. Use Water Pulse. Golduck. The two Pokémon exchanged blows in a straightforward manner. Snowchild, get close. Xiaoxia swiftly devised a battle strategy, exclaiming, Golduck, prepare to use Water Gun. As the Snowchild charged, Golduck unleashed a Water Gun. Ruoling smirked. Use Shadow Clone at close range. The tactic had once again tricked Xiaoxia into falling for a skill. She felt a pang of frustration. Since becoming a gym leader, she had never faced such pressure. And it stung her deeply. Snowchild, unleash Icy Wind. Oh. The icy wind surged forth, enveloping the battlefield in a biting chill. Golduck released Psychic in an attempt to dispel the icy wind, but it proved futile. Xiaoxia, observing Golduck's speed plummeting to near zero, conceived a plan. Golduck, employ Ice Beam. Golduck. The target of the Ice Beam was not the Snowchild, but rather the sky. The temperature in the atmosphere plummeted abruptly, causing moisture to crystallize into countless hailstones that fell with alarming speed. The Snowchild smirked, confidence radiating from its features as it beheld the descending hailstones and summoned its shadow clones. Shadow Shield. The shadow duplicates surged forward, leaping to shield the Snowchild from the barrage of hail. The audience was left in utter bewilderment. What was the gym leader Xiaoxia attempting? I've never seen such a move from the Snowchild before. I'm just as confused. What is happening? $50 for answers. Ruoling, observing Xiaoxia, commanded the Snowchild to continue its assault. Snowchild, use Ice Shard. Golduck, unleash Toxic. Ruoling was taken aback. Such a skill as Toxic was indeed formidable. This meant the battle had been compressed into a mere 16 rounds. The Toxic move would inflict 116 damage per round. Ruoling bit his lip, recalling the Snowchild into its Pokeball, opting for the one containing Ralts. Keeping the Snowchild in its Pokeball would prevent it from losing health. Xiaoxia, watching Ruoling's actions, felt a pang of curiosity. With Ralts' PP nearly depleted, how do you intend to face this? Although Xiaoxia had begun to acknowledge Ruoling's prowess, she was determined to give her all in their battle. To show leniency in combat would only invite repercussions. Ralts. Golduck. Two bitter rivals found themselves reunited once more, each locking eyes with the other, neither willing to concede an inch in their battle of wills. Sighing softly, Ruoling felt his smile fade, replaced by a visage of deep concern. Xiaoxia commanded her, go to Duck, use Water Gun. Ralts, employ Psychic to break through the Water Gun. Ralu. A flicker of gloom crossed Ruoling's eyes. Was Su Yangsheng destined to lose? The audience, captivated by Ruoling's demeanor, held their breath, the tension palpable in the air. Xiaoxia keenly noticed the shift in Ruoling's expression and chuckled, believing she was on the verge of turning the tide. Go to Duck. Keep using Water Gun until you defeat Ralts. Go to Duck, quacked excitedly, relishing the thrill of overpowering the opponent. Ruoling clenched his fists. Tension etched across his handsome face as he focused intently on Ralts. Ralts, use Teleport to evade the Water Gun. Ralts, feeling the weight of the situation, leaped into the void, a flash of white light signaling its sudden appearance behind Go to Duck, successfully dodging the Water Gun. Go to Duck, utilize Psychic. Go to Duck surged forward, unleashing its psychic powers. Ralts, continuously employing Teleport, was rapidly exhausting its energy. Ralts is running out of steam, Xiaoxia observed, her eyes lighting up. Go to Duck. Now's your chance, use Water Tail. Ruoling's expression shifted dramatically, transforming his earlier despair into a confident smile, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Ralts, halt. Ralu? Ralts looked at Ruoling, puzzled. At that moment, Go to Duck brandished its claws, charging menacingly towards Ralts. Xiaoxia's heart sank. Could this player have set a trap for her? As anticipated, Ruoling caught Xiaoxia off guard, winking slyly before uttering, Ralts, use Magical Leaf. With 3 uses left, Magical Leaf was more than sufficient to defeat Go to Duck. Go to Duck, stop. Use Mind Headbutt. But it was too late. Ralts had already launched its attack. Go to Duck's speed was insufficient. The Mind Headbutt never reached Ralts before Magical Leaf collided with it. The effect was extraordinary, a critical hit. Ding. Your Ralts has leveled up to LV 1821, Intimacy 10. Xiaoxia shook her head in resignation, promptly releasing her half-health Sun Coral. Coral. Ralts, use Shadow Clone. Then Magical Leaf. Sun Coral, Use Protect. Xiao Xia, with no other option, resorted to her last defensive move. Ultimately, Magical Leaf failed to breach Protect. Yet the PP of Protect had run out, tipping the scales of victory in favor of Su Ruoling. Ralts, unleash the final Magical Leaf and finish off Sun Coral. Rallo. In an instant, Magical Leaf soared forth, vanquishing Sun Coral. With its battle capability extinguished, the victor emerged as this player. Xiao Xia collected Sun Coral, then lifted her head, regarding Su Ruoling with admiration, before handing him the Hualan badge. Ding. The first player globally to obtain a gym badge is Su Yangxing from Shanghai, China. X3. The system's announcement left Su Ruoling in astonishment. It was a worldwide notification. Once again, Su Ruoling made his mark on the international stage. Meanwhile, on the forums, discussions abounded about Su Yangxing, with everyone feeling a swell of pride that the first player to defeat a gym leader hailed from their homeland, China. Xiao Xia smiled and beckoned Su Ruoling. Come over and heal your Pokémon. Awakened from his reverie, Su Ruoling followed Xiao Xia to heal his Pokémon. During the process, Xiao Xia produced 9 TM machines: Protect, Rain Dance, Gratitude, Toxic, Shadow Clone, Sleep Talk, Endure, Thief, and Bulk Up. You may select any 3 as a reward, and additionally, you can request an item related to the gorgeous competition she offered. She then cast a glance at Su Ruoling, recognizing him as a cunning strategist. Su Yangxing. Xiao Xia nodded, committing Su Ruoling's ID to memory. Chapter 28, The Live Streaming Champion. Su Yangxing. Xiao Xia nodded, cementing Su Ruoling's ID in her mind. Su Ruoling gazed at the 9 TM machines, his mind racing. Xiao Xia, how many times can 1 TM be used? Each TM can be utilized 3 times on a Pokémon, Xiao Xia replied with a smile. In her heart, Xiao Xia had already begun to see Su Ruoling as a friend, prompting her to soften her demeanor, her expressions more tender and her smile sweeter. This transformation did not go unnoticed by the envious audience members. Why does the beautiful gym leader only smile at you? After a moment of contemplation, Su Ruoling ultimately selected Protect, Substitute, and Sleep Talk. You've taken all the good ones. Xiao Xia's expression betrayed a hint of envy. The rewards for gym leaders were minimal, merely consisting of TMs or Pokeballs based on the number of players they defeated each month. Eventually, Xiao Xia's gym would inevitably fall to the players. Well then, Xiao Xia, continue to challenge the players. I must take my leave, Su Ruoling declared, stepping outside. I'll leave the gorgeous competition items with you. I'll retrieve them when I have time. As Xiao Xia watched Su Ruoling's retreating figure, her phone in her pocket suddenly buzzed. She glanced down to find a message. Su Yangxing, you needn't hide your true intentions. There's no need to maintain your proud facade. I've already sensed your genuine desire to befriend me, regardless of your thoughts. I consider you a friend. Xiao Xia blushed at the message, realizing he had seen through her feelings long ago. Zhujiang. Su Ruoling inhaled a few breaths of fresh air, seeking relaxation, but a crowd began to gather around him. Su Yangxing, can I get your autograph? Can I see your snow fairy? It looks super cool. Am I the only one who wants to see the real Su Yangxing? Sign my shirt, please. Su Ruoling, albeit reluctantly, obliged everyone, his pen leaving neat and flowing signatures on their papers, hands, and shirts. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, as if they had won a treasure, and some even posted pictures of their signed clothing on the forums. This game, akin to esports, attracted numerous fans, and when it came time for team competitions, higher popularity could lead to even more fans. Su Ruoling was already laying the groundwork for his future path. Was that thrilling? A shame we weren't here. We could have cheered you on, Ruan Rant's voice chimed from behind, a smile dancing in her eyes. Who are you messaging on your AR watch? Fang Yuqing leaned in to look. Then, with a knowing expression, he glanced at Su Ruoling's message to Xiao Xia and chuckled. Not bad. You've already captured Xiao Xia's attention. What nonsense. Su Ruoling pushed Fang Yuqing away. Xiao Xia only befriended me because she has no friends in this world, nothing more. Seeing Su Ruoling's flustered reaction, Fang Yuqing quickly conceded. All right, you're the good boy. It's all my fault, okay? Yumo's crimson eyes shimmered with exasperation. Silently thinking, Su Ruoling, you needn't hide. An explanation is merely a disguise, and disguise is the truth. Beside them, Ruchi seemed to sense Yumo's thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle softly. The 2 seasoned players understood each other perfectly. Si Chenhao and Rushu exchanged resigned glances, both wearing expressions of exasperation. Enough already, stop fooling around. Su Ruoling suddenly interjected. Fang Yuqing, shall we continue the live broadcast? Si Chenhao nodded in agreement. I've been watching the esteemed Fang Yuqing's streams regularly. It's exhilarating to experience it live today. However, Rushu and Yumo seemed oblivious. Engrossed in sharing some recent anecdotes they had gathered. Ranran raised an eyebrow. What are these two seasoned players up to now? Fang Yuqing replied. Let us ignore them and proceed. Su Ruoling chimed in. I think you could join in too, Fang Yuqing, as you are quite the seasoned player yourself. Si Chenhao added. Absolutely, that sounds feasible. In the hotel, Fang Yuqing retrieved his iPhone 10, launched the game Honor of Kings, and entered live streaming mode. Greetings, everyone. I am Yuan Liang. And we are back with another live stream. Today, we are playing Honor of Kings. Beware, the game can be quite treacherous. I hope I don't encounter any troublesome elementary school students. 2333. I've heard there are streamers playing this game now. Shall we all play together? Yuan Liang exuded confidence. Su Ruoling remarked with a smile. You certainly have a substantial fan base, Yuan Liang. Indeed, Fang Yuqing replied, unreservedly. Si Chenhao scratched his head, quietly observing. Welcome to the realm of kings. A somewhat overly dramatic female voice echoed through the battlefield. Yuan Liang guided Wu Zetian toward the mid lane. Our lineup consisted of Wu Zetian, Li Yuanfang, Zhuang Zhou, Li Bai, and Zhang Liang, while the opposing team comprised Miyamoto Musashi, Luna, Jiao Chan, BNK, and Lu Ban No. 7. Let us see if Yuan Liang can secure the first blood. Wait, the opposing Jiao Chan's ID is Black and White Brother. Of course, this name is purely fictional. Are we competing on skills now? What is there to fear? Yuan Liang's Wu Zetian will outshine him. Meanwhile, in another room, a man of distinguished appearance, sporting a pair of small mustaches, was fixated on his phone screen. He was not particularly handsome, resembling more of a middle-aged man in his 30s, casually smoking a cigarette and exhaling large clouds of smoke with an indifferent expression. Go for it, Black and White. Take down that Wu Zetian. That Wu Zetian seems to be the formidable streamer Yuan Liang. Black and White Brother. Show him who's boss with your Jiao Chan. Humph. Such a minor character. I wouldn't even bother to crush him, Black and White retorted, leaning back nonchalantly with an air of superiority. At this moment, Yuan Liang's Wu Zetian encountered Black and White's Jiao Chan. Black and White's skin was the legendary Midsummer Night's Dream. He skillfully maneuvered Jiao Chan, unleashing her flower ball, which traversed through minions before returning. Yuan Liang quickly dodged with a serpentine movement and cast his first skill, Empress's Radiance. Wu Zetian evaded Jiao Chan's skill, retaliating with a golden orb that exploded upon contact with a minion, successfully predicting Black and White's movement. Yuan Liang activated his second skill, having reached level 2, while Black and White's Jiao Chan remained at level 1. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Liang charged ahead and unleashed his first skill again. I can dodge too, Black and White smirked at the camera, curling his lips. This little one has some tricks up his sleeve. Go, Black and White. I'll shower you with gifts if you take down Wu Zetian. The chat exploded with messages of encouragement and gifts flooding Black and White's stream. Wow, Black and White is too much, Yuan Liang exclaimed. I refuse to believe my Yuan Liang can outplay that sleazy middle-aged man. Indeed, Black and White has at most 200,000 fans, while our Yuan Liang boasts over 1 million. Yuan Liang, we love you. Yumo cried. Sun Shangxiang, charge ahead. Ranran added, Zhuang Zhou, don't take down the Lord. What? You killed the Lord. At this moment, Rushu, Ranran, and Yumo were also engaged, forming their own team to play Honor of Kings. Su Ruoling feigned ignorance to Rushu's shouts, continuing with his Zhang Liang. Si Chenhao, meanwhile, was engrossed in watching Black and White's live stream. Su Ruoling's Zhang Liang had reached level 4, having learned his ultimate skill. Thanks to the jungle support from Li Bai. Li Bai had also reached level 6, matching Luna's level. Su Ruoling quietly lurked in the mid lane, observing the battle between Wu Zetian and Jiao Chan. Both Wu Zetian and Jiao Chan were level 4, ensuring that first blood would likely be theirs. Su Ruoling thought to himself. With that, he activated his flash and pressed his ultimate, instantly placing Jiao Chan under control. Well done, Fang Yuqing exclaimed, promptly activating Wu Zetian's ultimate to secure the kill. A magical array with a dragon insignia appeared beneath Jiao Chan, followed by a beam of golden light that stunned her. Go! Fang Yuqing unleashed a combo, while Su Ruoling provided support, reducing Jiao Chan's health to 0. First blood. I urge all viewers to send gifts, vote, rate, and comment. Chapter 29. Do you dare to challenge? First blood. Wu Zetian killed Jiao Chan, assisting Zhang Liang. A resonant voice echoed through the realm of kings, prompting teammates to comment. What is your take, Yuan Fang? Wu Zetian is incredible. Red carp and green carp, Li Bai added. Well done. Meanwhile, in Black and White's stream, many began to console him. Don't be disheartened, Black and White. That Wu Zetian was merely lucky. And if it weren't for that pesky Zhang Liang, you certainly wouldn't have died. Right. and you could have potentially turned the tables on Wu Zetian. Wow. That Zhang Liang is quite the nuisance. Black and White smirked. Humph. That Zhang Liang might be somewhat renowned, but he can't possibly be more popular than me. Setting such a lofty goal for oneself is truly audacious. Isn't it? With just over 200,000 fans, flaunting so brazenly could lead to a swift downfall. Wouldn't you agree, Black and White? Su Ruoling clicked on the recall button, and after a brief 7 seconds, Zhang Liang instantly teleported back to his base. No rush. Let me check my popularity. 2333. Su Yangsheng is quite bold. Su Yangsheng, I'm just staying at home. Come and attack me if you dare. Ha ha. Alas. I fear Yuan Liang may soon find himself in dire straits. The cool night air carries my longing like a river. Farewell. Yuan Liang muttered, I choose to be a dog. In front of Fang Yuqing's phone, the chat was abuzz with messages, and gifts surged like a tidal wave, one after another. ID, Su Yangsheng, fan count, 300,000. Su Ruoling was taken aback. 300,000 fans. That's a solid 100,000 more than that sleazy middle-aged man. Su Ruoling smirked. Preparing to set a trap for Black and White, he maneuvered Zhang Liang down to the bottom lane. Li Yuanfang was leisurely dispatching minions. And Su Ruoling cast his second skill, causing a circular magical array to appear, steadily draining the health of the minions within its radius. The flowers have bloomed. Suddenly, Jiao Chan's voice chimed in nearby, as a purple magical array emerged beneath her, dealing damage to both Li Yuanfang and Zhang Liang. Black and White flicked the cigarette he had been smoking aside, crushing it underfoot as if he were stepping on Su Ruoling. I will annihilate that Zhang Liang. Black and White, you're exuding confidence. Take down that Zhang Liang. With Wu Zetian out of the picture, Black and White, go for it. Li Yuanfang was level 7, while Black and White was still at level 6, and with both Zhang Liang and Li Yuanfang at level 6, the outcome was still uncertain. At this moment, Yuanfang had equipped a bloodthirsty blade and a pair of attack speed boots, facing Jiao Chan without fear. Charge. Su Ruoling cast his first skill, and a barrier abruptly materialized before Jiao Chan. Humph. Haibi Good disdainfully picked his nose. Does this fool not realize that Jiao Chan enjoys a brief invulnerability period of 0.2 seconds upon activating her second skill? As he spoke, Jiao Chan was already gracefully dancing amidst the floral array. She first tossed a flower ball, then instantaneously appeared behind Li Yuanfang, repeating this sequence, which, in turn, expended a significant amount of blue energy. Pew pew pew. Li Yuanfang hurled a small dart, followed by a massive flying wheel, while Zhang Liang unleashed his ultimate ability, once again restraining Jiao Chan. At that moment, Fang Yuqing was clearing minions in the top lane, and upon witnessing Jiao Chan's predicament in the bottom lane, he clicked to execute a decisive strike. An enemy has been slain. Our side has eliminated an enemy hero. Wu Zetian dealt the final blow to Jiao Chan, assisting Zhang Liang and Li Yuanfang. Haibi Gu gazed at his screen, which had turned monochrome, and couldn't resist typing in all chat, Tiger Tooth, Haibi Gu, Jiao Chan their Zhang Liang is challenging me in the bottom lane. All, professional drifter Yangsheng. Zhang Liang, do you take me for a fool? All, forgiving the world, Wu Zetian Haibi Gu. May I inquire how many fans you have? All, Tiger Tooth, Haibi Gu, Jiao Chan, although I don't have as many as you, I certainly surpassed that trash Zhang Liang. Upon reading this, Su Ruoling slightly furrowed his brows, yet he still responded. All, professional drifter Yangsheng. Zhang Liang, you first. How many fans do you have? All, Tiger Tooth. Haibi Gu, Jiao Chan, afraid are we? Your father boasts 200,000 fans. While they bantered, the other 4 teammates, excluding Su Ruoling, had already dispatched the Lord and pushed to the high ground. They proceeded to challenge the Dark Tyrant. Huffed. Su Ruoling, who had been earnestly reading the messages, was about to send a reply when he saw this comment and erupted in laughter. Once he calmed down, he slowly typed, All, professional drifter Yangsheng, Zhang Liang, sorry. I have 300,000. The arena fell silent. Ha 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 ha. After sending this message, Su Ruoling began to laugh uncontrollably, his delicate face beaming with joy, tears even glistening at the corners of his eyes. Did you get slapped in the face? Just ask if you got slapped. I told you not to flaunt. How does it feel now, huh? When he straightened up and glanced at his phone screen, he noticed a flood of new messages. At that moment, a new notification appeared from the enemy's perspective. Jiao Chan has exited the game. All, Moonlit Infinite Chain. Luna, the esteemed players on the opposing team. Our Jiao Chan has been driven away by your antics. All, Poetry and Distant Lands. Li Bai Ha. All, professional drifter Yangsheng. Haha, let me tell everyone. I am a top player of Pokémon Go. My ID is Su Yangsheng. Feel free to follow me. This advertisement placement is flawless. How toxic, haha. Brother Yangsheng. Remember to take me along for Pokemon Go raids. Brother Yangsheng is mine. No one else can compete. I want to listen, I want to listen. I want to listen to the tortoise chanting scriptures, nor will I watch the tortoise lay eggs. 23:33. The 5 casually tapped their basic attacks. And the enemy's red crystal shattered instantly. Victory. Golden letters illuminated the phone screen. On Fong Yuqing's phone, gifts had already flooded in. Closing the live stream, Fong Yuqing stretched lazily, looking at Su Ruoling, who met his gaze, and suddenly, both burst into laughter. Umo, Ran, Ru Chu, and Si Chinhao also chuckled. They had been listening to the live stream throughout, but upon realizing one streamer was showing off, only to have their flags swiftly retracted, they found it hilariously embarrassing. Let's get ready. First, we'll practice leveling up, and then we'll relocate to Dapeng Bay in Shenzhen, Su Ruoling said, rubbing his tired eyes. Ran adjusted her newly purchased white cap. Enough already. Let us play for a few days before we go. I haven't had my fill of the local delicacies yet. Truly, it's all about eating wherever we go. Ru Chu patted Ran's shoulder, somewhat exasperated. Yumo's lips twitched. Usually, when they went out to eat, it was him who ended up paying. Chapter 30, Magical Candy. Yumo's lips twitched again. Typically, when encountering Ran, he was the one who always ended up footing the bill. He was practically a portable wallet. Su Ruoling opened the shop. Recently, the system had undergone another update, and the frequency of updates had increased significantly. Insiders revealed that the system had encountered some glitches, hence the frequent updates. Typically, the system updates once a month. Glitches, you say? The shop now featured a plethora of new items, such as fire stones, water stones, and other common evolution stones. There were also various items, including the essential Everstone. However, these items could not be purchased with real money, but rather through alliance points. The price for ordinary evolution stones was uniformly set at a reasonable 500 alliance points. Alliance points, a vital currency in Pokémon Go that can be acquired through completing tasks or defeating dungeons. 10 alliance points, 50 renminbi. Recently, the system had divided into 2 factions, the Alliance and the Dark Camp, the latter consisting of entities like Team Rocket, Team Magma, and Team Aqua. All players belong to the Alliance, but if one engages in nefarious deeds, they will earn dark points, and upon reaching 100 points, the player is automatically relegated to the Dark Camp, rendering their alliance points useless. However, the system also offers a way out for players in the Dark Camp. Dark points can be used to purchase items from specialized dark shops, which include dark stones and dark balls, among many others. Not all in the Dark Camp are malevolent, nor are all in the Alliance virtuous. Su Ruoling's current goal is to elevate his title from senior researcher to doctor. Achieving the title of doctor would undoubtedly attract the attention of high-ranking members of the Alliance, even though they are merely virtual NPCs. Nonetheless, these NPCs possess their own independent values and thoughts, akin to real individuals. After scanning the shop once more, Su Ruoling suddenly noticed a small blue icon hidden in an inconspicuous corner. He promptly clicked to investigate. Ding! You have received 10 magical candies. Su Ruoling stared at the magical candies, a question arising in his mind. Has the system truly exposed such a significant loophole? If magical candies are being given away for free, wouldn't there be a plethora of level 20 Pokemon soaring about? Magical candies guarantee a level up for Pokemon, serving as an excellent upgrading tool, essentially a boon for those struggling to level up. Umo poked the grinning Su Ruoling. What are you doing, daydreaming? Hey. Don't let the drool spill. Si Chinhao nudged Su Ruoling. It was only then that Su Ruoling realized he had lost his composure, hastily asserting, "It's nothing. I just finished the Hualan gym, and the system rewarded me handsomely." Su Ruoling sighed inwardly, successfully sidestepping the matter for the time being. He discreetly fed 5 magical candies to his snow sprite, which promptly leveled up by 5 tiers. Ding! Your snow sprite has leveled up by 5 levels. Current level is LV26, and has learned a new skill, Ice Fong. The system's voice echoed in Su Ruoling's ears, and the Pokeball containing his snow sprite faintly glimmered with red light, seemingly expressing gratitude for the nutritious offering. Ran walked ahead, one hand twirling her hair while the other fiddled with her phone, eventually settling leisurely on a smooth rock. The other 5 individuals settled down, fatigue evident after their journey. It was time for a brief respite. Fong Yuqing adjusted his hair, his expression remaining impassive, his eyes resembling the delicate snowflakes atop Mount Hua, cold yet captivating. Su Ruoling lifted her gaze and inquired, "Have the 2 rooms been cancelled? We must board the ship to Shenzhen this afternoon." Her desire to travel to Shenzhen was fueled by the recent rumors circulating in the forums about the existence of a dragon among the waves at Dalmatia. This mythical creature, known as Chenglong, possessed formidable water and ice dual attributes, reigning supreme among the early Pokémon and maintaining a significant status in the mid-game. Furthermore, the latest task options on the AR wristwatch included a main quest to complete the Ocean Maze dungeon at Dalmatia, promising a tempting reward of 300 alliance points upon success. There might even be a skill learning machine to acquire. Yes, it has been cancelled, Fang Yuqing replied. Knowing your penchant for wandering, I preemptively cancelled the room early this morning. Thankfully, I possess self-awareness. Rushu observed the two individuals engaged in a comedic dialogue, unable to suppress a shrug of exasperation. How could she be blessed with such a handsome, yet seemingly dual-personality teammate? Umo summoned his ghostly companion, Gaisai. Now, let us report on which Pokémon boasts the highest level within our team, so I can allocate our battle strengths accordingly. Umo excelled in mathematics, effortlessly analyzing such matters, essentially a science enthusiast with a high IQ but average emotional intelligence. EV, level 15. Charmander, level 14. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoling regarded Fang Yuqing with curious eyes. Did you acquire them from the forum? Fang Yuqing nodded slightly. Charmander evolves into a formidable Charizard with a base stat total of 534. You must be affluent, and the Pokémon you choose undoubtedly possess remarkable qualities. Fang Yuqing had no intention of revealing that this particular Charmander was of S rank. If it weren't for the small green ticket symbol he spotted alongside the forum post, he wouldn't have succumbed to the impulse to purchase it. Cerulean, level 21. Gaisai, level 16. Xiaomian Bird, level 17. Su Ruoling's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected everyone to progress so swiftly. Without the aid of rare candies, her own battle strength would likely be considered low. Umo smiled faintly, all quite impressive. I sense our team is invincible in these early stages. He then shifted the conversation. Su Ruoling, what level is your snow spirit? Su Ruoling's lips curled into a smug smile. The snow spirit is undoubtedly the highest. She teased, enhancing the suspense. Ruan Rant's sapphire-like, clear eyes flickered with skepticism. I don't believe it. It can't possibly surpass Si Chenhao's Cerulean. It settled then, Snow Spirit. Snow Spirit, level 26. A collective silence ensued. After 2 minutes of quiet, Su Ruoling blinked, questioning, what's wrong? Umo, quickly devise a strategy. You are our strategist. Umo chuckled bitterly. Why didn't you inform us earlier that your snow spirit was level 26? I wanted to surprise you all. Su Ruoling playfully pouted. That nearly made me nauseous. You little rascal. Rushu turned away, donning her hat and covering her ears. I can't hear. I can't hear. I can't hear. Chapter 31, The Water Fleet. With that, they nearly nauseated me. You little rascal. Rushu turned away, donned her hat, and covered her ears. I can't hear. I can't hear. I can't hear. Si Chenhao chuckled. Hailing a cab to their departure point, the six soon arrived at the docking station, having purchased their tickets, and boarded the vessel. Umo gazed out at the gently flowing river, the glaring sunlight reflecting off the surface in shimmering layers, where several king carp lazily floated. Looking no different from lifeless fish, the boat ride from Guangdong to Shenzhen would take at least 40 to 50 minutes, leaving the six with little to occupy themselves. I bought chocolate biscuit sticks. Who wants some? Ruan Ran produced 2 packets, tearing them open. Fang Yuqing glanced at Umo by the window, noticing his pallid complexion and the hint of deep crimson in his eyes, as if shrouded by a veil of gray. I'm on a diet. My weight has skyrocketed recently, Rushu stated, promptly consuming 3 biscuit sticks in one go. Hey, what happened to our agreement to diet? What about the basic trust between us? Si Chenhao laughed. Rushu sister, you are quite genuine. Indeed, you have no idea how much I crave them. Rushu rose, stretching her waist. Ruan Ran also took 2 biscuit sticks and began to munch contentedly. You're welcome to have some. Don't be shy. Ruan Ran mumbled with her mouth full, prompting Su Ruoling to chuckle as she handed a few sticks to Si Chenhao. Are you all not eating? Fang Yuqing coldly shook his head. The vessel was crowded, and many passengers were eyeing Fang Yuqing, regarding him as the aloof, handsome figure. If his playful side were to be revealed, it would surely lead to embarrassment. Su Ruoling glanced at Umo, who similarly shook his head, and remarked, I don't eat kiss sticks. MD's easy. Su Ruoling's expression immediately soured as she threw the fan in her hand at Umo seriously. It's south 36 degrees today. It's sweltering, and I don't want to argue. A hint of impatience flickered in Umo's eyes, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural. Ruan Ran and Rushu exchanged glances, whispering to one another. I remember that Umo rarely loses his temper. What has gotten into him today? Did he consume explosives? Is that old ugly being suffering from a 10,000 point damage from the sun? Fang Yuqing cast a dismissive glance at UMO, silently acknowledging, UMO, you're quite the actor. Don't think I can't tell you're struggling with seasickness. Thus, Fang Yuqing took a seat and spontaneously composed a humorous poem. Swimming between the rivers, ink flows in. Dizzy in the ink, a swift boat comes to rescue. Not even a hint of rhyme. Ruoling pouted. Casting a glance at the inscrutable expressions of the other three, she reconsidered the nonsensical poem. This is an acrostic poem. UMO is seasick. Ruoling stifled a laugh, lowering her hat's brim to obscure her face. From her vantage by the window, UMO's expression was akin to one who had swallowed a fly, and ultimately, he could no longer withstand the agony of seasickness, hastily retreating to the restroom to expel his discomfort. Ha ha ha. In Shenzhen, at Dalmatia, the six donned refreshing short-sleeved shirts and skirts, racing along the beach, where numerous couples showcased their affection, dazzling the six with their ostentatious displays. Along the shore, countless Pokémon such as cherry blossom fish, king crab, and lobster minions frolicked. The ambience grew increasingly romantic as couples admired the cherry blossom fish in the sea. Ruoling's face darkened as she turned away, prompting the other five to hastily follow suit. They could not afford to consume this dog food. Suddenly, around a corner, Ruoling spotted a diving area, promptly paying to indulge in the ocean's depths. Perhaps they might encounter formidable water-type Pokémon. Could Qinglong be lurking within? Ruoling pondered. Fang Yuqing possessed an impressive physique, devoid of any excess flesh, every contour defined by firm muscle, causing the surrounding girls to gaze at him in awe. The six donned their diving gear and leaped into the sea. Underwater, the ocean floor was awash in a deep blue, with swaying seaweed and numerous fish frolicking about. The king carp attempted to join in their play, only to pass through their bodies, startling the king carp into a hasty retreat. Silence reigned beneath the waves, allowing only the beauty of the scenery to be appreciated. UMO observed the two girls, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Ruoling gestured for everyone to disperse, indicating that they should explore wherever they wished, but not to venture too far. The five of them nodded in agreement and vanished from Ruoling's sight. Ding! A side quest has been activated. Disrupt the nefarious plans of Team Aqua. Completion rewards 200 alliance points. Ruoling was taken aback, astonished that this AR watch was waterproof. A true marvel of technology. He turned around, directing his gaze into the distance. Ruoling's eyes narrowed as a fortress came into view, emblazoned with a flag featuring a white emblem on a blue background that resembled a skull. Team Aqua. Ruoling immediately recognized the owner of the fortress, and upon further observation, he noticed two additional flags beside it. One was red, adorned with a pattern resembling a mountain of reddish-brown hues, while the other bore a large white R. It was Team Magma and Team Rocket. Ruoling could hardly believe that Team Rocket had allied itself with Team Aqua and Team Magma, aspiring to become the most formidable dark organization in history. Team Aqua's ultimate goal was Kyogre, while Team Magma sought Groudon. Kyogre, the Lord of the Ocean, and Groudon, the ruler of the land, were both immensely powerful legendary Pokémon, and it was not surprising that Team Aqua and Team Magma sought to possess them. Their ambition was to dominate both the seas and the land. Now, with the three teams united, the situation seemed exceedingly precarious. Ruoling pondered, yet a question arose in his mind. Was this fortress real or merely a projection? If it were real, the workers could hardly be expected to construct a fortress underwater just for a few villainous characters, could they? Ruoling's thoughts raced, and suddenly a bold idea flashed in his mind. What if this game had advanced to the point where NPCs could influence reality? Would Pokémon also possess the same capacity to affect the real world? It was as if the inner world and the outer world had merged. This game represented the inner world, while the world in which he currently existed was the outer world. Shaking his head, Ruoling dismissed the notion as far-fetched, akin to dreaming that pigs could fly. It settled then, Ralts, he declared inwardly. Ralts promptly leaped from its pokeball. Ralts gazed curiously at the fortress and its oddly dressed inhabitants. Ruoling focused his thoughts. Ralts, use teleport to investigate the situation inside that fortress. Ralts. Sure enough. Ruoling sighed in relief. Fortunately, Ralts possessed the hidden ability Synchronize. Otherwise, in this underwater environment, communication would have been limited to gestures, a rather ludicrous scenario. Chapter 32, Pseudo-Villains and True Heroes. Ruoling circled the fortress, observing the malevolent headquarters of the three teams. Suddenly, a mechanical whirring sound emanated from above, and the fortress opened a small aperture, revealing the leaders of Team Rocket and Team Magma, Chiruasum. Su Ruoling concealed himself behind a massive reef, watching their every move. Don't forget the fire stone, Kojuro. I won't shortchange you, Chi Ruosong remarked, glancing at Kojuro, who lowered his gaze and nodded slightly. This man was indeed formidable. And you? Meowth, if you dare to interrupt while I am speaking again, I will cook you for dinner. Chi Ruosong threatened before boarding a luxurious yacht, swiftly vanishing from sight. Meowth disdainfully flicked its paw, scratching its chin. What an insufferable fellow. There was no choice. After all, he was far too powerful for them to confront. A shadow flickered across Kojiro's eyes. Enough of this. Let us depart, Musashi sighed, feeling powerless in the presence of Chi Ruosong, even her proud demeanor faltering. Musashi shook her head and pressed a button in her hand, summoning an oversized submarine shaped like a Magikarp, which promptly appeared before the trio of Team Rocket. Musashi climbed aboard, followed by Meowth and Kojiro, as the submarine accelerated and soon disappeared from view. A smile crept across Su Ruoling's face. It seemed the so-called alliance among these three teams was not as solid as it appeared. Perhaps he could take them down one by one, starting with Team Rocket. Ralts. After the submarine vanished, Ralts reappeared beside Su Ruoling, gesturing the situation inside the fortress. Su Ruoling pondered over Ralt's signals, gradually grasping the essence of the information. He swayed his body, and together with Ralts, they swam into the fortress. Inside the fortress, Su Ruoling removed his diving mask and tossed it to Ralts, who donned it without hesitation. Su Ruoling felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had not expected the security of Team Aqua to be so lax, allowing him to slip in so easily. Ralts adeptly guided Su Ruoling through various corridors, evading the watchful eyes of Team Aqua until they reached the central control room. At that moment, a lowly grunt approached, carrying tea and snacks, slowly making his way to the control room. Ralts, use psychic to incapacitate that grunt. Su Ruoling whispered conspiratorially. Ralts nodded, confirming that the coast was clear, and unleashed its psychic powers, rendering the grunt unconscious. Su Ruoling hurriedly dragged the grunt into the men's restroom. Changing into his uniform and headscarf while still holding the intact tea and snacks, hastily sprinting into the office. The grunt was robust and tall, and the clothing was oversized, making Su Ruoling appear diminutive. Consequently, Ralts squeezed in alongside him, and the once loose garments became snug. Sorry for being late, Boss Water Wudong. Su Ruoling feigned exhaustion, breathlessly placing the tea and snacks on Water Wudong's desk. Su Ruoling was well aware that Water Wudong was the leader of Team Aqua. Otherwise, he could hardly play the part of a grunt with such ease. In truth, the moment Su Ruoling disguised himself as a member of Team Aqua, he intended to create chaos and turn the entire organization upside down. Water Wudong, engrossed in his work, did not even glance at Su Ruoling, merely replying indifferently, Lin Yu. Why are you so slow today? I'm deducting 100 dark points from your pay this month. Lin Yu? Su Ruoling momentarily lost his train of thought before recalling that he was impersonating Lin Yu. He quickly adopted a panicked tone, pleading, I'm sorry, boss. I promise it won't happen again. Water Wudong waved him away, and Su Ruoling hastily exited. Once outside, Su Ruoling resolved to gather information from the grunts about Water Wudong's so-called evil plans. He randomly approached a grunt who appeared to be dressed similarly to himself and inquired, what grand scheme is our boss preparing lately? The grunt regarded Su Ruoling with a look of astonishment, surveying him from head to toe, and asked, are you new here? Yes. Our illustrious leader, Water Wudong, is planning something big. Recently, we have been collaborating with Team Magma and Team Rocket to develop a data virus, aiming to steal all the data from the Alliance's upper echelons and capture the world's most formidable legendary Pokémon, plunging the world into darkness. Ha! Su Ruoling's lips twitched slightly. These NPCs truly exhibited a degree of juvenile delusion, harboring such absurd ambitions of world domination. Indeed, the NPCs of the second dimension were far more naive compared to Su Ruoling's intelligence in the real world. Su Ruoling ventured to the heart of the fortress, where numerous individuals clad in white uniforms bustled about, each seated at computers, engaged in discussions. Su Ruoling was taken aback. He had not anticipated the operation to be so extensive. To think that the entire water fleet has devoted its efforts to the data virus. If this research proves successful, the Alliance may very well collapse. Su Ruoling surveyed the individuals around him, and, with a semblance of seriousness, settled into his seat. Opening his computer to access the editing software, he then activated his AR watch and sent a message to Xiaoxia. Su Yangsheng, Xiaoxia, what is the public system crash code for your Alliance? Xiaoxia, I'm not quite sure about that, but I can connect you with Dr. Damu. You can ask him. Su Yangsheng, all right, I appreciate your help. gazing at the incomprehensible code on his screen. Su Ruoling decided to delete it all and whimsically typed a series of pinyin characters. From the disdain of Shamate, Waterfleet is a bunch of rubbish. Once you complete this virus, a horde of ZZ will come looking for you. Balala the energy-transformed little fairy. Su Ruoling pinned down all the phrases he used during his meme battles, convinced that such words would surely cause the system to crash. Manual jesting. Bored. Su Ruoling even began typing lyrics. If I were a DJ, would you love me? Alone, I drink to intoxication, lost in the company of beautiful pairs. Su Ruoling was certain that within the minds of these two-dimensional NPCs, such lyrics would be utterly foreign, and thus he resolved to continue his digital mischief. Continuing his playful antics, he added references to Jean Keela and Meow Pa, and finally typed, Linyu, I like you liking Su Ruoling's portrayal of you. Of course. It's still me, Su Ruoling. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Su Ruoling was so engrossed in typing that he remained oblivious to the multitude of gazes fixated upon him. This is the distinction between a faux villain and a genuine hero. Hence, Su Ruoling, with a glance at the internet-enabled computer, directly pasted the choreography for Extreme Bliss into the virus. He also tossed in Majestic as the background music. A flush crept onto Su Ruoling's fair face, and he covered his face, feeling as though he was no longer the charming young man he once was. Chapter 33, Uproar. Su Ruoling's face reddened, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The members of the water fleet stared at him in astonishment. This newcomer's efficiency was astonishing. Su Ruoling himself thought it was just a bit of computer play. Moreover, he was engaging in actions detrimental to the water fleet. Yet this group remained completely unaware. Quite the awkward scenario. Ding dong. The AR watch vibrated, startling Su Ruoling, who looked surprised for a moment. However, he quickly regained his composure, feigning a sense of urgency as he exited the room and activated his AR watch. Dr. Damu, Su Yansheng. I have obtained the system crash code you requested from the Alliance. The code is Su Yansheng. Okay, thank you, Dr. Damu. Dr. Damu, no need to thank me. After all, you are quite an exceptional individual. I hope you can ascend to the higher echelons of the Alliance. Su Yansheng, I am unworthy of such praise. I still have much to learn from my seniors. Dr. Damu, ha ha ha, your eloquence is commendable. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Goodbye. Indeed, Dr. Damu's full name should be Damu Shuetching. Finally, the code was at hand. A smirk crept onto Su Ruoling's lips as he returned to his seat to input the code. The public system crash code of the Alliance was remarkably brief, yet this innocuous string of characters could determine the fate of the Alliance. Half an hour later, Su Ruoling completed the input of the virus, retrieved a USB drive, and copied the code onto it. He was poised to initiate a grand scheme, manual jesting. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, and Su Ruoling glanced down. Fang Yuqing? What could he want? By the beach, 5 individuals lounged in the sun, watching the waves and shells, basking in sunlight while donning sunglasses, leisurely engaging with their phones. Fang Yuqing shouted into his phone. Where have you run off to? I went to another part of the beach. You all enjoy yourselves for a bit while I level up my sprite. All right, just be careful not to wander too far. Su Ruoling lowered his gaze and saw that the copying was complete. He hurriedly ejected the USB drive and withdrew Ralu, who chirped softly. Ralu, use psychic. Bang. The psychic force shattered several computers, causing the members of the water fleet to panic and flee. Ralu, use teleport to connect with Melody. Ralu appeared in various corners, summoning colorful musical notes, and chaos ensued in the water fleet's hall. Ding. Side quest completed. Congratulations to the player for earning 200 alliance points. Su Ruoling surveyed the wrecked hall and nodded, not only in satisfaction of completing the task, but also for successfully eliminating potential future threats. In Water Wudong's office, which was soundproof, no external noises penetrated, and even sounds within the office were inaudible outside. Water Wudong elegantly lifted his teacup and drained its green tea. He then shifted his gaze to the surveillance monitors, his expression instantly darkening. He hurriedly exited the office. Ralu had wreaked havoc throughout the water fleet's base, and Su Ruoling swiftly recalled Ralu, racing down the corridor. Many of the water fleet's members had already fled, leaving only Water Wudong and Su Ruoling within the base. In the laboratory, as Su Ruoling ran, the 3 characters flashed before his eyes, prompting him to halt. He stealthily retraced his steps, quietly pushing open the door to enter the laboratory. Upon entry, the pungent odor of chemicals assaulted his senses, and he nearly retched. The laboratory was deserted, presumably evacuated hastily due to Su Ruoling's earlier assault. A warehouse. Su Ruoling lifted his gaze to the right, hesitating at the door. He ultimately decided to push it open and step inside. The vast warehouse was empty, with various labeled boxes on the left and shelves lined with books on the right. An idea blossomed in Su Ruoling's mind. Given that this was a warehouse, could there be items intended for sprites? He began to rummage through the contents and, as expected, found an awakening stone. The water fleet had likely been experimenting with the awakening stone to see which sprites could evolve. Su Ruoling mused. The awakening stone could only be used on female Snorant or male Ralu. A male Ralu could evolve into Galade using the awakening stone, while a female Snorant would evolve into Frostless. Regrettably, Su Ruoling's Snorant was male and Ralu was female, rendering the awakening stone useless to him. Perhaps it could be useful for Seichenhao's Curlia. Su Ruoling pocketed the awakening stone and released Mian. Moo. Mian, use Thunderbolt. Mian gathered electrical currents and struck the boxes and shelves. Su Ruoling intended to eradicate any evidence. Fire erupted in the warehouse, and he felt a twinge of regret. How wonderful it would be to loot some spoils. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. Having completed the task, he needed to flee swiftly. Water Wudong might have already discovered Su Ruoling and could be pursuing him. Are you still trying to escape? Water Wudong's voice echoed from behind, accompanied by his sprite, Empoleon, as he sprinted towards Su Ruoling, preparing to encircle him. How ironic, Su Ruoling thought, wishing he could slap himself in the face. He quickened his pace, stowing away the soft cloud, yet unleashing the Snow Child. Sia, the Snow Child, employing shadow clones, relentlessly summoned the freezing winds. Su Ruoling's mind raced, contemplating how to extricate himself from the predicament. The prowess of Shui Wudong could undoubtedly annihilate Su Ruoling in an instant, thus he needed to escape swiftly. The temperature of the sea was notably low, exuding a distinctly chilly sensation as the icy winds spread through the air, nearly coalescing into a solid ice wall. Shui Wudong possessed an exceptional constitution, rendering him impervious to the current chill, which could at best be likened to the refreshing coolness of autumn. Su Ruoling, feeling a tinge of helplessness, mused on Shui Wudong's remarkable resilience. Physical prowess had never been his forte, merely average at best. As he observed Shui Wudong and the Empoleon closing in, his sense of urgency intensified. Snow Child, use bite immediately. Sia, the Snow Child charged forth without hesitation, sinking its teeth into the Empoleon, which halted abruptly in pain. Seizing the moment, Su Ruoling recalled the Snow Child and dashed toward the entrance. You think you can flee? Lad, you're still too naive. Shui Wudong recalled the Empoleon and unleashed a lollipop, which soared forth and instantaneously obstructed Su Ruoling's path. The lollipop stood upright, emitting a scornful cry, its beady eyes fixated on Su Ruoling, a wicked grin curling at its corners. What now? Is Shui Wudong truly intent on turning me into a mere minion of the water fleet? Alarm bells rang in Su Ruoling's mind. Chapter 34, The Double Dealer. What now? Is Shui Wudong truly intent on turning me into a mere minion of the water fleet? Alarm bells rang in Su Ruoling's mind. TSK. I've never encountered anyone so audacious as to venture alone into the water fleet's base. Shui Wudong smirked, recalling the lollipop into its pokeball. He then turned towards the warehouse, his back to Su Ruoling, and with a sorrowful expression, remarked, You can see it, can't you, trainer? Su Ruoling bowed his head in silence, yet his thoughts raced. What did this mean? Was it an admission of the fragility of their so-called alliance? Or was there something more? Could it be related to the awakening stone? Shui Wudong sighed as he gazed at the warehouse engulfed in roaring flames, then turned to Su Ruoling, saying, Trainer, could you do me a favor? I've long sensed your awareness of the relationship among our three teams. That so-called alliance is laughable. To be frank, I do not wish to shatter the alliance. Rather, I aim to disband the Fire Rock team. That Qian Song harbors ulterior motives, full of deceit, and I cannot stand him. This revelation left Su Ruoling seated against the wall in shock. He had not anticipated Shui Wudong to be so duplicitous. Su Ruoling lifted his gaze. What do you need my assistance with? At all costs, eliminate the Fire Rock team. Shui Wudong paused, resting his chin in his hand. In addition, I shall offer you other benefits. He rummaged through his belt and produced a crystalline blue stone. This is the water stone, and I present it to you first. Consider it the foundation of our ironclad alliance. Su Ruoling contemplated briefly, but ultimately acquiesced, rising to store Shui Wudong's information in his AR watch. I will contact you later. I must take my leave now, and you should do the same. Shui Wudong watched Su Ruoling's retreating figure, pondering whether he was strategizing for future endeavors. On the beach, Su Ruoling shook his damp hair, trudging awkwardly along the shoreline. He lifted his gaze, scanning for the other five, but finding none, he leisurely settled down beside a juice shop, idly sipping freshly squeezed watermelon juice. As he perused the forum, he discovered numerous teams had successfully navigated the ocean labyrinth dungeon. His eyes continued to scan, noting many players lamenting the plight of Magikarp. Subsequently, he encountered several posts offering Magikarp for sale, even the lowest tier D-grade ones priced cheaper than Pokeballs. They were, without a doubt, a terrible bargain. Ruoling could only express his exasperation. Magikarp was notoriously weak in the early stages, requiring level 15 to learn even the basic tackle move. However, its evolution into Gyarados was renowned for its ferocity. The disparity in evolution was striking, from a pitiful creature to a merciless beast. Ruoling mused that the phrase carp leaping over the dragon gate aptly encapsulated this transformation. At this thought, Ruoling was struck with an idea to amass A-grade or even S-grade Magikarp, although leveling up Magikarp was arduous at present. With the acquisition of learning devices in the mid to late game, evolving into Gyarados would be well within reach. The learning device, upon activation, all participating Pokémon in battle would receive 100 experience points, while those not engaged would receive 50. With such tools, leveling up would be akin to riding a rocket. Ruoling closed the forum, continuing to savor his watermelon juice. The sweet nectar danced on his palate, a refreshing sensation spreading through him, indescribably delightful. He squinted his eyes, reflecting on the transaction he had just made with Shui Wudong, feeling a bit exasperated. Was this what it meant to play both sides? Ruoling's lips twitched. He truly was not adept at theatrics. He had to assist Shui Wudong, risking being misinterpreted as a member of the Dark Faction, while also fulfilling obligations to the Alliance, possibly attracting the attention of teams like Team Rocket. As a middleman, Ruoling found his thoughts in utter disarray. Suddenly, the pure melody of summer resonated, prompting Ruoling to hastily retrieve his phone and press the answer key. You Uncle Yamo? What's up? Where are you right now? We are at Demacia, on the seaside promenade. Wait a moment, I will send you my location via WeChat. Alright, okay. Ruoling shook his legs, donned his headphones, and strolled towards the seaside promenade. On the promenade, the sea breeze caressed his ears, the azure sky and water embraced the island, yachts glided over the surface, and before him lay crystal-clear waters, with towering mountains in the distance. Ruoling took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. He sprinted along the promenade. From afar, it appeared as though a young lad in a white short-sleeved shirt was racing against the wind. Meanwhile, Yumo and the other four had climbed over the promenade's railing, sitting on the rocks, basking in the refreshing sea breeze, exuding an air of leisure. Why did you all run so far? Ruoling leaned against the railing, nearly exhausted. Sichenhao retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and tossed it to Ruoling. We successfully completed the Ocean Labyrinth dungeon, each earning 300 alliance points. Yumo glanced at Ruoling, a hint of pride gleaming in his dark red eyes, seemingly boasting. Ruoling gulped down water, ignoring Yumo, casting a disdainful sidelong glance before resuming his drink. Half a bottle swiftly vanished down his throat, and Ruoling, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, I did rather well too. Not only acquiring 200 alliance points, but also obtaining a water stone. Yumo felt as though his flag had suddenly come to fruition. A water stone? Ranran seemed uncertain, seeking confirmation from Ruoling once more. Ruoling nodded. Ranran instantly became animated. Quick! I need the water stone. I want to evolve my EV into a water-type Pokémon. Ruoling momentarily paused, then recalled that Ranran had chosen EV precisely for its potential to evolve into a water type. Looking at Ranran's excited expression, Rishu couldn't help but smile. Look, check out my new toy, a pink little dragon gifted to me by my best friend from another class. Ranran stowed the water stone in her system backpack and pulled out the small pink dragon from her bag. Yuming fixed his gaze on the little dragon and slowly remarked, Do not tell me this is a failed transformation of a Ditto into a Dragonite. Sichenhao chuckled heartily. Ranran's expression fell. What failed transformation of a Ditto into a Dragonite? I shall name it Shakespeare Dragon. Or perhaps Handsome Dragon. Shakespeare declared. I feel as though I have been reborn. Manual Humor. Chapter 35 Excuse me? Shakespeare. I feel as though I have been reborn. Manual Humor. The sea breeze howled, and the azure waves crashed against the rocks, sending up sprays of foam. Fish danced in the ocean, frolicking joyfully among the corals. Suddenly, a melodious call echoed from afar. Growing closer, Ruoling rose to her feet and gazed out at the sea. A large creature, reminiscent of a plesiosaur, surfaced. Its body was adorned with blue, spotted skin, its underside a creamy hue, and it boasted large, dark eyes. It was a Lapras. Numerous players standing on the boardwalk widened their eyes in astonishment, each one screaming in excitement, eager to catch a glimpse of the majestic Lapras. Securing a high-definition image of the Lapras to auction on the forum would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit in RMB. The Lapras glided gracefully across the surface of the water, occasionally casting furtive glances at Ranran's Shakespeare dragon. Many players had already drawn their Pokeballs, preparing to engage in battle with the Lapras. However, there were also those merely spectating, magnifying photos of the Lapras to share on the forum, while others had begun recording videos. In no time, news of the Lapras spread like wildfire on the forum, prompting many players in Shenzhen to rush to Damesha in hopes of capturing it. Yet, one cannot ignore the fact that many sought after a single Lapras. Did they truly have its consent? Moreover, this Lapras appeared quite formidable, with high levels and qualifications. If the Jiyue team did not intervene, the average players would likely struggle to even inflict half health on it. Ruoling sat quietly, having no intention of engaging with the other players. Come on, let them finish battling, and I shall swoop in to capture it, she mused silently. Fang Yuqing lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the Lapras. Lapras, LV32, qualifications? This Lapras is indeed impressive. Ranran gazed at the Lapras on the water's surface and slowly declared, I want that Lapras. Then you should challenge it yourself, Ruoling replied helplessly. Such a splendid Lapras, if added to her team, would undoubtedly shine brightly. It was a pity. The 6 of them leisurely perched on the rocks, observing as players summoned Pokémon one after another to charge toward the sea. In an instant, an overwhelming number of Pokémon appeared on the water: Rattata, Magikarp, Pidgey, and Spearow. This spectacle must have summoned at least 100 Pokémon. The Lapras flapped its blue fins, summoning a chilling aura overhead, and in the next moment, the frigid energy coalesced into a beam, shooting directly toward the multitude of Pokémon. Ice Beam. The Ice Beam descended, instantly freezing the surface of the sea. Fear etched on the faces of most Pokémon, as their strength was utterly insufficient to contest against it, let alone capture it. The majority of Pokémon were swiftly defeated, having no chance to retaliate, while the Lapras continued to drift over the waves, issuing a taunting call, a woo. The remaining Pokémon struggled in vain. Yet the players brimmed with misplaced confidence. Our Pokémon will surely triumph. This was, without a doubt, one of life's grand illusions. A hint of impatience flickered in the Lapras's dark eyes as it serenely began to sing the enchanting Lapras song. Within the beautiful melody lay a tinge of lethal intent, weaving a web of doom over the beleaguered Pokémon. This was the Move Perish Song. Perish Song causes all Pokémon on the field to enter a state of Perish Song. After 3 turns, all Pokémon in the state of Perish Song will faint. The Lapras, feeling genuine disdain for this group of Pokémon and their trainers, sought to end the confrontation swiftly, not wishing to dirty its eyes. Though Lapras is a gentle Pokémon, its wrath can yield severe consequences. It silently submerged into the water, effectively mitigating damage. A woo. The Lapras peered through the water's surface at Shakespeare Dragon, then paddled its fins to approach the rocks where the Jiyue team rested. After 3 turns, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened. The health of countless Pokémon was instantly drained, transforming them into wisps of white light as they returned to their Pokeballs. The players were left in stunned silence. They had never anticipated that this Pokémon would possess such formidable strength, capable of contending against 100. As the enthusiasm of the players on the boardwalk began to wane, Ranran quickly stood up. It is decided, you are the one, Water Pokémon. Hulu. The Water Pokémon's eyes sparkled with combat spirit, its tail restlessly wagging, as if ready to leap into battle with the Lapras at any moment. Water Pokémon, LV21. Water Pokémon, use Water Pulse. Hulu. The Lapras emerged, offering no resistance as the Water Pulse struck its form. A woo-hulu hulu. The Lapras called out, seemingly engaged in a dialogue with the Water Pokémon. The surrounding players watched in confusion, akin to observing foreigners in conversation. After an indeterminate duration of exchange between the 2 Pokémon, the Lapras emitted a sound, and only then did Ranran come to her senses. The Lapras nudged Shakespeare Dragon with its head, intermittently vocalizing while gesturing with its fins as if portraying a ball, then tossed it aside. Excuse me? Ranran expressed her bewilderment. Yu Meng, exasperated, facepalmed and smirked, taking on the role of translator. I shall tell you, Ranran. The Lapras claims to have developed feelings for your Shakespeare Dragon and wishes to attach itself to you, urging you to capture it swiftly. Ranran produced a Pokeball. Shendushio, would you kindly take a seat? I am aware you have harbored feelings for me for quite some time. And while I also recognize my captivating allure, why do I get the sense that this Lapras is being rather ridiculous? Ranran quipped, as she tossed the Pokeball. Enter Lapras. It felt akin to having not watched Naruto in ages, wondering whether Conan had become the Pirate King instead. It was utterly chaotic. Lapras. Level 32. Type Water Ice. Ability Water Absorb. This Pokemon is not affected by Water-type moves and restores 1/4 of its maximum HP when hit by a Water-type move. Skills: Sing, Growl, Water Gun. Mist, Confuse Ray, Ice Shard, Water Pulse, Heavy Slam, Rain Dance, Perish Song, Ice Beam. Qualifications: A. Attack Talent, Deep Green. Defense Talent, Medium Yellow. Speed Talent, Deep Orange. After securing the Lapras, Ranran nodded in satisfaction. Su Ruoling felt equally elated, as the strength of the Juyua team had significantly increased. Now, Su Ruoling had to strategize a grand plan, and she had already devised her approach. Chapter 36 Blocked by Fans. Now, Su Ruoling had to execute her grand strategy, and she had already formulated her tactics. On the boardwalk, players were either recording videos or taking photographs. In any case, it inadvertently boosted the Juyua team's popularity, elevating the fame of Su Ruoling and her companions. Let us depart. Fong Yuqing's lips curled into a smirk, his cool and aloof demeanor eliciting gasps from numerous girls. Yu Ming glanced at the smitten girls and smiled knowingly. Indeed, it is time to go. Look over there. A group of your little admirers awaits. Fong Yuqing turned on his heel and walked away without casting a glance at the others, while the other 5 began gathering their belongings to head back. Their objective in Shenzhen had been accomplished, and it was time to return to Guangdong. Suddenly, Su Ruoling recalled that she had yet to ask Xiao Xia for the props for the grand competition, since they were on their way back to Guangdong. It would be convenient to stop by the Hualan Dojo. Rushu glanced at the time. All right, let us hurry. It's already 4 o'clock. If we delay any longer, we might miss the boat, and you won't be able to return to Guangdong. Let's go. Hurry up. Old mate, speed it up. They boarded the same boat that had brought them to Shenzhen and arrived back in Guangdong just around 5 o'clock. The night was shrouded in a hazy mist, and the lights sparkled. The night view of Guangdong was truly breathtaking. Come, let us go have some skewers. It's on me. This barbecue place also serves teppanyaki. Who wants teppanyaki? Order up. Fong Yuqing gazed at the bright moon in the night sky, exuding an air of extravagance. His expression seemingly proclaiming, I can afford to be indulgent. All right then, since wealth has spoken, no one should hold back, Su Ruoling teased. Si Chenhao smiled slightly. Thank you, Big Boss Yuqing. But if even the captain is saying that, then I truly won't hold back. In the past few days, Si Chenhao had become familiar with the other members of the Jiuyu team, yet he still maintained a certain formality, feeling somewhat awkward as if they were the hosts and he the guest. Meanwhile, Ranran had already darted over to the barbecue stall, eagerly selecting skewers, piling up a hefty plate, seemingly insatiable. Umo, seeing the abundance in Ranran's plate, could not help but exclaim, Ranran, why are you choosing so much? Yuqing can't afford it. Immediately after, Umo selected an even larger plate than Ranran's. See? This is what Yuqing can afford. Fong Yuqing, exasperated, exclaimed, I swear. If you keep draining my wallet, I'll throw 10 iPhone XS at you. Su Ruoling quipped, no need for that many phones. 10 each is enough. Fong Yuqing retorted, get lost, get lost. Boss, bring me 20 skewers of squid. Rushu demanded with a commanding presence. Fong Yuqing, facepalming, what is wrong with you all today? Are you possessed by hungry ghosts? Su Ruoling had ordered relatively modestly, just 2 tofu skins, 2 eggplant skewers, and 4 squid. You all sit tight for a moment. The barbecue shop owner said, you've ordered quite a lot. It'll take a bit longer to grill, so please wait. The barbecue shop was open air, and the enticing aroma wafted around, drawing in numerous passers-by. Soon, there were no vacant seats left in the entire establishment. Before long, 2 large platters were served, each skewer exuding a unique and rich fragrance. Skewering was forever one of the 6 members' favorite pastimes, mainly because it was undeniably delicious. And they weren't even footing the bill. Well, perhaps that was the crux of it. But if Fong Yuqing were to learn their true thoughts, who knows how he would react? Fong Yuqing, hey, don't think I can't see you. The 6 of them began to devour skewer after skewer. With Ranran's eating style being the most unrefined, she practically swallowed a skewer of mushrooms whole. With 3 squid skewers in her left hand and 2 meaty skewers in her right, she finished them off in mere moments. The 6 continued eating voraciously, oblivious to the growing crowd of onlookers, until someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, Su Yangsheng, handsome guy. Su Ruoling, who had been quietly enjoying his food, was startled by the shout, resulting in him choking. Cough, cough. A number of concerned fans nearby began to panic. Who has water? Protect him. Who has unopened water? Unfortunately, someone had just finished a bottle. I have a bottle of 1982 cola. I wonder if the owner would like it? The speaker was instantly besieged by a throng of female fans, dragged away amidst their protests. As for what happened next, Su Ruoling was unaware. At the critical moment, it was Si Chenhao who produced a bottle of unopened water, allowing Su Ruoling to recover. Seeing that Su Ruoling was all right, the fans collectively sighed in relief, shouting, "Su Yangsheng, please sign for me. I want Jiao Mo Yushin's autograph. He's so handsome. Am I the only one who wants the signatures of the two girls? No one take them from me. I want Lu Yinfen, Renran. Then I want Zhang Jiyan, Rishu. I want the signatures of the dashing big brother and the adorable little skeleton." The fervent fans clamored loudly, with many capturing photographs. Su Ruoling felt helpless. Even enjoying skewers can lead to being swarmed by fans. "Please quiet down, everyone," UMO spoke up. "If you genuinely like us, please line up behind the person you admire. We will sign for you. No shouting, no cutting in line. Everyone will get a turn." As soon as UMO finished speaking, the fans immediately quieted down and lined up orderly behind the six, creating a remarkably organized scene. Because of this, the barbecue shop's business thrived, and the owner beamed with delight. "Money. It's all money. We're making a fortune this time." Many fans leaped with excitement upon receiving their autographs, brandishing signatures from top players of the same game, sure to incite envy among others. It was unclear how long the signing lasted, perhaps half an hour, but the owner, feeling generous as his business flourished due to the young people, decided to grill an additional 30 lamb skewers for them. After finishing signing, the true feast had only just begun. After so much signing, anyone would feel hungry, let alone the 6 gluttons of Jiu. Thus, they polished off 2 more platters of barbecue, contentedly resting on their stools. Si Chenhao, observing the diminishing crowd of fans, curiously inquired, "What caused such a sudden influx of fans seeking our autographs earlier?" Su Ruoling sighed. "How would I know? Perhaps it was due to someone's influence. Sunny, I refuse to take the blame for this." Chapter 37, Iridescent Scales. Su Ruoling, resigned. "How would I know? Perhaps it was due to someone's influence." After finishing their skewers, Su Ruoling took a taxi alone to the Pearl River, eager to retrieve the props related to the grand competition. Hualan Dojo. Although it was nighttime, the crowd within Hualan Dojo remained undiminished, with player after player stepping onto the stage to challenge Xiao Xia. "It's you," they declared, pointing at BB Bird. Xiao Xia responded calmly, commanding the Sun Coral to unleash various attacks. In an instant, BB Bird plummeted to the ground. Su Ruoling smiled knowingly, watching Xiao Xia battle on stage, silently thinking, it's been just a few days, and her skills have improved significantly. They had become quite good friends, often texting and occasionally exchanging playful images. Su Ruoling genuinely felt that all the NPCs in the game were real, as interacting with these two-dimensional characters was indeed enjoyable, akin to real-life interactions. Yet, their worldviews and thoughts were vastly different from ordinary people, embodying a more innocent and open nature, much like children. However, this world was not as pure as the Pokémon universe, which is akin to a blank slate. In the real world, who would release countless powerful Pokémon like Ash did? This is not a simple world, but reality. If NPCs were real, differing thoughts might lead to conflicts even when undertaking the same tasks. Thus, if virtual elements truly existed in this world, it could potentially lead to significant changes. Su Ruoling continued to observe the fierce battle taking place on stage. The Pidgeotto spread its wings and, at the command of the player, unleashed a dazzling quick attack, soaring like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the Soul Rock. Misty, with remarkable composure, instructed Soul Rock to use Water Pulse. The player felt a pang of anxiety, biting his lip. Pidgeotto, use Hurricane. After a few more rounds of fierce combat, the player's Pidgeotto ultimately succumbed, defeated by Soul Rock. Observing the player, Misty found him commendable and bestowed upon him a badge. "This badge is now yours," she said with a smile. The player, taken aback, lowered his head in disbelief and reached out to receive the badge, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. Rest assured, you can do it. You are not living in a dream." Misty encouraged, then waved her hand and announced over the intercom, "Today, the Cerulean Gym is officially closed. Players wishing to challenge can do so tomorrow. Thank you." Reluctantly, the players dispersed, for the proprietor's dismissal had been issued. What audacity it would be to linger further. Misty. Su Ruoling entered the gym, which had not yet closed, and spotted Misty resting on a bench. Misty affectionately patted Solrock's head and inquired, "What brings you here?" "The props for the grand festival," Su Ruoling replied, sticking out her tongue. "I knew you wouldn't come empty-handed. Wait, I'll find something for you." Misty turned and walked into the back room. Su Ruoling narrowed her eyes. "No need, I just need the shiny scale." Misty stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. As she watched Misty's figure disappear, Su Ruoling, with nothing better to do, began perusing the data of her Pokémon team. Su Yangsheng. A deep male voice suddenly resonated from the entrance. Su Ruoling quickly turned to see a middle-aged man with white hair, clad in a lab coat. "Isn't that Professor Oak? Professor Oak? What brings you here?" Su Ruoling asked, perplexed as to why the esteemed professor would visit the Cerulean gym at such a late hour, seemingly in search of her. "I have a request," Professor Oak stated succinctly. "Recently, a young whale mare has been causing disturbances in the Pearl River at night, and I have been unable to manage it. Could you possibly subdue it?" A hint of sorrow flickered in Professor Oak's eyes, clearly troubled by the whalemare's antics. "That's manageable," Su Ruoling replied with a mild smile. "I also owe you thanks for the code you provided last time. Do you know why I sought that code?" Professor Oak cast a puzzled glance. Su Ruoling lowered her voice. "I secretly infiltrated Team Magma and discovered they were preparing a data virus, so I input the code, and half of Team Magma's computers were rendered inoperable." Professor Oak burst into laughter. "Good lad. The League will surely reward you for this. You have truly aided us greatly." "Oh, it was nothing." At that moment, Misty emerged from the back room holding the shiny scale, nodding slightly to Professor Oak. "Professor Oak, long time no see. It's remarkable to see you've become a gym leader." Professor Oak sighed, reflecting on how quickly time had flown. "Su Yangsheng, here is the shiny scale you requested." Misty handed it to Su Ruoling, who stowed it away in her backpack as she exited the Cerulean gym. "To be honest, I wasn't looking for him. I came specifically to find you," Professor Oak suddenly remarked as Su Ruoling prepared to leave. Misty was taken aback. "Why seek me out? I hope you do not become enamored with him. The boss is developing technology that will turn us into real humans. Listen, it may sound surreal, but it is undeniable." Professor Oak paused. "He is the creator, possessing the potential to bring forth all hope." Misty lowered her gaze, remaining silent as she listened intently to Professor Oak's continued discourse. "He is a senior researcher. You must take good care of him. It will greatly benefit the League." After hearing this, Misty gazed at the gym's entrance, her expression becoming increasingly complex. "Pearl River. Hey, Sichenhao, come to the Pearl River. You can capture a rather powerful Pokémon." "Really? I'll be there right away." Sichenhao currently had only a level 20-something Kirlia in his team, which could only deal damage but not defend, while the Whalemare's evolved form, Lord, boasted formidable health. Truly a tank. Moments later, Sichenhao arrived, accompanied by his Kirlia. "This is for you." Su Ruoling handed an awakening stone to Sichenhao. "Your Kirlia is male, right? Once you use this stone, it can evolve into a powerful Pokémon, Galade. Galade, a psychic and fighting-type Pokémon, boasted a base stat total of 518, with particularly high attack and special defense, serving as a primary offensive powerhouse. "Also, wait a bit before using it," Su Ruoling said, gazing at the tranquil sea surface. "Perhaps shortly, a big fellow will arrive here." Chapter 38, Whalemare. "Also, wait a bit before using it," Su Ruoling reiterated, observing the calm sea. "Perhaps soon, a substantial creature will appear here." Since Professor Oak mentioned that Whalemare would likely surface at night, and with plenty of time still remaining, they might as well wait a while longer, perhaps engaging in a few rounds of games to pass the time. Reflecting on the earlier conversation with Professor Oak, Su Ruoling felt a slight unease. Had he not recalled the words of Water Wudong, he might have unwittingly sold him out to Team Aqua. If Water Wudong learned that Su Ruoling nearly betrayed him, he might very well seek revenge. That would be quite awkward indeed. With nothing much to do, Su Ruoling curiously turned her gaze to see Chinhao's phone, which was currently streaming an anime titled Natsume's Book of Friends. It was reputed to be a refreshing and healing series. Comments scrolled across the screen, with many viewers contributing amusing interpretations. As Sichenhao read along with the translations, he was surprised to find himself speaking some Japanese. The power of ear translation was indeed remarkable. Su Ruoling chuckled, realizing that there truly are all kinds of people in this world. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and asked Sichenhao, "What is this software?" "Bilibili, abbreviated as B-Station." "What?" "Sichenhao, you're a seasoned fan of the ACG world. I never noticed before." Su Ruoling exclaimed in astonishment. "It's true you can't judge a book by its cover." Sichenhao hastily waved his hands. "It's not what you think. I just watch anime and game streams, nothing more." "Really?" Su Ruoling shot him a skeptical look. Sichenhao nodded vigorously. Bilibili is a haven for ACG enthusiasts, and it's said to have many users abroad. However, since this platform also allows for live streaming, perhaps I should create an account myself for future broadcasts. Su Ruoling thought. After all, relying solely on Feng Yuqing's account for streaming would be rather inappropriate. But if it's for some fun and profit, that might just be worthwhile. Suddenly, Su Ruoling found herself bewildered, confronted with a long list of questions, over 100 in total. Great, I'm doomed. Seichenhao, noticing her expression of disbelief, calmly advised, just take your time to search. I went through the same thing back then. Su Ruoling rolled her eyes. Approximately 40 minutes later, she successfully created her Bilibili account and logged in. Upon entering the page, she was greeted by avatars of 2 characters alongside a large Bilibili logo. Su Ruoling quickly navigated to the gaming livestream category, eager to see if there were any streamers broadcasting Pokémon Go. To her surprise, the number of streamers far exceeded her expectations, 203 in total. This is merely the result of just a few days since the game's launch. It is truly unfathomable to imagine how much popularity this game will garner in the future. Among the players, there are numerous popular content creators with tens of thousands, if not nearly 100,000, followers, all of whom are top-tier players. Excellent. I shall commence my own live stream. I refuse to believe that I, a distinguished player from Shanghai with 300,000 followers, could possibly be outshone by these lesser creators. At that moment, the sea suddenly erupted in colossal waves. Water surged onto the shore, and a massive blue whale emerged from the depths, gazing disdainfully at all the insignificant creatures on the land. This is virtual water. While it may not affect clothing, it still imparts a chilling sensation upon the hair and face, demonstrating the game's remarkable integration with reality. Seichenhao, quick, look! Su Ruoling exclaimed eagerly. The tank spirit I told you about has arrived. Seichenhao set down his phone and looked up. Before him stood a colossal, azure-hued whale spirit. Howl whale, LV-25. With a thunderous roar, the howl whale unleashed a fearsome cry, exuding an overwhelming presence. Kyrillian, go! Kyrillian observed the enormous creature with curious eyes, as if discovering a new world. Kyrillian, use magical leaf. Kyrillian summoned radiant leaves that soared swiftly towards the howl whale. The howl whale curled into a ball and charged directly at Kyrillian, disregarding the significant damage inflicted by the magical leaf, determined to advance relentlessly. With a resounding crash, the howl whale's massive bulk collided with Kyrillian, sending it hurtling through the air. The disparity in weight and size was too great to overcome. Kyrillian, use teleport to kite and distract. Seichenhao commanded. He couldn't be certain if Kyrillian could endure for long. Currently, it was only LV-23, and its stamina paled in comparison to the formidable LV-25 howl whale. A sound strategy was imperative. Kyrillian, charge forward. Kyru. The howl whale scoffed derisively before launching another assault on Kyrillian. Su Ruoling felt a surge of anxiety. If only I could assist Seichenhao in battling the howl whale. Our chances of victory would greatly increase. Use teleport up close, then absorb. Absorb. With a kiss, it siphons the opponent's HP, restoring 75 of the damage inflicted. Just as the howl whale amassed its strength to send Kyrillian flying, it suddenly vanished, a sensation of miscalculated force emanating from above, causing it considerable discomfort. Kyrillian reappeared behind the howl whale, delivering a seductive kiss that drained a significant amount of HP. It seemed that this Kyrillian was male, a cross-dressing gentleman bestowing kisses upon his own gender. Well, it seems Kyrillian shall gain notoriety. The howl whale's rolling attack was interrupted, inciting its wrath as it unleashed a whirlpool. The whirlpool ensnared Kyrillian in a fierce current, rendering it unable to muster the energy to teleport away. Chapter 39, The Drama King. Well, it seems Kyrillian shall gain notoriety. The howl whale, now furious, summoned a series of enormous whirlpools beneath Kyrillian's feet, the potent suction immobilizing it. The howl whale issued a menacing roar, attempting to intimidate Kyrillian. Kyrillian, try to break free. Su Ruoling, observing from the sidelines, refrained from offering guidance, instead recording the spectacle on her phone, preparing to share it on the forum to incite a frenzy. She firmly believed Seichenhao would undoubtedly prevail. Kyrillian struggled valiantly against the torrents, striving to escape the whirlpool prison. The howl whale continued its intimidation tactics, hoping to instill fear in Kyrillian. Kyrillian, use magical leaf to redirect the current. In the chaos, Kyrillian managed to release 2 magical leaves, which spun rapidly within the whirlpool. Grass-type moves have an advantage over water types, and under the protection and absorption of the leaves, the whirlpool gradually dissipated. With a swift teleport, Kyrillian reappeared high in the air. Kyru. Kyrillian cast a disdainful glance at the howl whale, indicating a complete lack of interest. This provoked the howl whale's anger. It instantly conjured a water cannon formed from numerous water guns, its dark maw aimed directly at Kyrillian, unfathomably deep. For reasons unknown, the previously aloof Kyrillian suddenly burst into tears, collapsing to the ground with a look of pitiful innocence directed at the howl whale, seemingly pleading for forgiveness. At that moment, Si Chenhao's expression was one of disbelief. Wow, does the Howl Whale think Kyrillian is female? Su Ruoling remarked, her face a picture of amusement. The Howl Whale's roar softened, as if it sensed Kyrillian's vulnerability, and it ceased its aggression, floating serenely as it locked eyes with Kyrillian for an extended moment. Oh dear, this is a dramatic performance. Su Ruoling laughed heartily, patting Si Chenhao on the shoulder. Your household will soon be abuzz. Kyrillian continued to feign the role of a delicate maiden, while the Howl Whale unwittingly fell into the trap, and the two spirits began to enact a romantic soap opera. What do? My ears are deafened, my eyes are scorched. Su Ruoling quickly covered her eyes, aghast at the scene unfolding before her, which was decidedly inappropriate for children. Wait, be mindful. You are a young lad, not a child. Kyrillian sat poised, and the Howl Whale's gaze grew tender. Si Chenhao could only watch in exasperation as these two spirits displayed their affection. Suddenly, Kyrillian teleported and appeared beside the Howl Whale's cheek. The Howl Whale instinctively leaned its face towards Kyrillian. Kyrillian swiftly delivered a slap, then summoned magical leaves, striking the Howl Whale with astonishing effect. The Howl Whale suffered a critical hit of 10,000 psychic damage. At that moment, Kyrillian erupted in laughter, teleporting back to Si Chenhao's side to celebrate their victory with a high five. The Howl Whale, now in a state of shock, was left reeling with anguish. You have wounded me, yet you simply laugh it off. Realizing the Howl Whale's health was dwindling, Si Chenhao hastily tossed a pokeball. Enter, Howl Whale. Howl Whale. Level, 25. Type, Water. Ability, Water Absorb. This Pokemon is unaffected by Water-type moves. When hit by such moves, it restores 1/14 of its maximum HP. Skills, Water Splash. Roar, Water Gun, Rollout, Whirlpool, Intimidate, Water Pulse, Mist, Salt Water. Aptitude, A. Attack Talent, Medium Yellow. Defense Talent, Light Cyan. Speed Talent, Light Orange. Affection, 60. Now, after capturing a Pokemon, its affection towards the trainer is displayed. A higher affection level facilitates command over the Pokemon and learning of combo techniques. An affection level of 60 is the threshold for effective command. A lower level may lead to feelings of disdain and rebellion within the Pokemon. Su Ruoling gazed at the Pokeball in Si Chenhao's hand and inquired, how does it feel? It feels splendid. Now I have another main Pokemon. Si Chenhao replied, eagerly clutching the Pokeball and swiftly pulling Su Ruoling along to the Pokemon Center. Shall we stay up all night leveling up? What? Su Ruoling exclaimed, as if she had just heard an incantation, immediately covering her ears and exclaiming, I want tea. My ears are deafened. My eyes are blinded. Hence, I shall not accompany you. With that, she sat down on the ground, calling out to a nearby officer. Officer, there's a strange ant attempting to abduct children. Can you act any better? Indeed. Si Chenhao sighed. What a drama queen you are. Your Kyrillian is no different. A Pokemon reflects its trainer. Farewell. Our love has faded. We never loved, sorry. The following day, Su Ruoling, for once, attempted to stay awake, but ultimately succumbed to slumber by 1 o'clock. The other 5 laughed at her. After a hearty breakfast, Su Ruoling found herself idly seated in a breakfast shop, opening Bilibili. The platform was bustling with activity, and bored, she clicked on a game livestream. Hello everyone. I am your beloved streamer XXX. Today we will challenge the gym. Great. Awaiting the streamer's glorious return. Shouldn't you level up your Pokemon first? Humorous. Streamer. Take it easy. Your Vulpix is only level 16, and the newly caught Chikorita is merely level 6. Humorous. It seems the streamer is doomed. Haha. Can't you learn from Su Yangshan? His tactics and levels are commendable, unlike yours. I'm beginning to wish for Su Yangsheng's buff. The streamer looked despondent. He too was in Guangzhou, and sought to challenge the Hualan gym because Su Ruoling had previously done so. Someone has to pave the way, right? However, one cannot defy their own abilities. Observing the streamer's plight, Su Ruoling couldn't help but chuckle and sent 233 gifts. Thank you for the encouragement, the streamer remarked, seemingly invigorated, and promptly took his Vulpix to battle and level up. The streamer enjoyed considerable popularity, as the viewer count soared to 364. Su Ruoling mused. The risks of live streaming Pokemon Go are indeed substantial. After sending the gifts, she glanced at the chat again and noticed fans chatting casually with the streamer, prompting her to exit the live stream. Tonight, I plan to return, Su Ruoling stated. Yumoxianshan, it's not raining today, so the flight should be on time. I'll book the tickets. Ranran declared, pulling out her phone to make the arrangements. Don't distract me. Securing plane tickets is a serious matter. Ru initially rolled her eyes. All right. You're the most serious one. Of course. I am the most handsome little sheep, Sushi. Ranran's Weibo name proclaimed, "I am the most handsome little sheep, Sushi." This was a character from the children's animation Peppa Pig, which, according to Ranran, she had watched in its entirety over 4 seasons. Ranran, you're truly impressive. Chapter 40, branded as a rogue. Suddenly, Si Chenhao lifted his head. Do you know the legendary Pokémon have been revealed? Su Ruoling immediately perked up. Legendary Pokémon? Which ones? Initially, there will be very few, Ranran said, tapping her lips thoughtfully, signaling for Si Chenhao to continue. He nodded, indeed. There are only 5 legendary Pokémon set to join. Nti, Raikou, Suicune, Ho-Oh, and Lugia. Nti, Raikou, and Suicune can be encountered multiple times. Contrary to being limited to a single appearance, virtually all mythical-grade legendaries can be encountered repeatedly. Si Chenhao contemplated, attempting to recall all the information. That is sufficient. Will there also be summoning items for these legendary Pokémon? Ru inquired. If we are to capture Lugia, we must trek to the snowy mountains. Wouldn't that be freezing? Yes, items like the Silver Wing and Rainbow Wing serve as summoning tools, Si Chenhao replied, after a moment's consideration. All right, it's booked. Are you satisfied with the early morning flight? What? Su Ruoling exclaimed, jumping up. The other 4, however, joyfully broke into a dance. Tonight, let us have a blast. Baiyun Mountain. Guangzhou's Baiyun Mountain is an extension of the Julian mountain range, characterized by a hilly terrain, with the highest point, Moxing Ridge, reaching an elevation of 382 meters. Baiyun Mountain features steep valleys and a relative depth of around 100 meters, boasting a lush ecological environment and abundant flora, earning it the title of an ecological park. Indeed, visiting here in summer is incredibly pleasant. The greenery is so soothing. Indeed, Fang Yuqing nodded, pulling out his phone to take a picture. The sun is splendid today, and the weather is quite mild, perfect for an outing. The 6 of them strolled while admiring the scenery, occasionally spotting a Pokémon dashing by, with several players chasing after them. Su Ruoling inwardly hoped, let us not turn into cats tonight. The previous nights had been plagued by the inability to summon Pokémon, preventing her from fully engaging with the game. Otherwise, Si Chenhao would have struggled to find her yesterday. Should she be discovered transforming into a cat, she would likely be ridiculed mercilessly. Wait a moment, I need to use the restroom, Ru announced. Ranran tugged at her, I want to go too. The 3 boys exchanged amused glances and hurried off to an ice cream shop, leaving Su Ruoling standing there, feeling abandoned. Really, watching their retreating figures, she felt a genuine sense of dissatisfaction. Why leave me here? What is this? Su Ruoling angrily shook her fist at their backs, seemingly venting her frustration. Just then, a little girl, about waist-height to him, tapped his leg and asked, Brother, why are you standing next to the women's restroom? Aren't you a boy? Su Ruoling opened his mouth to explain he was waiting for someone, but the little girl's next statement left him speechless. Are you here to spy? Peeking? Su Ruoling's mind momentarily faltered. No way, he replied helplessly. The little girl, with a fierce demeanor, retorted, How is that impossible? Pervert. Gentleman. Peeping Tom. Rogue. Wait. Su Ruoling raised his hand. Let me ask you a question. Why would I spy? Because you're lecherous. The little girl proclaimed loudly with righteous indignation. Su Ruoling inwardly facepalmed. Heavens, strike me with a bolt of lightning and end my misery. Returning to reality, Su Ruoling stood in shock, gazing at the little girl, wondering how such a young child was aware of such things. You didn't see me peeping, and I didn't peek. That implies you have. No, I didn't. Su Ruoling began to panic. If this little girl branded him a rogue, his life would become unbearable. By the way, this little girl knows what a gentleman is? Is she a seasoned veteran in the world of anime? The little girl bolted into the women's restroom, shouting, Sister, there's a pervert. Game over. Su Ruoling looked to the sky, feeling as though love had vanished from the world. A woman emerged from the restroom, adorned in a sky-blue dress, a black cap atop her head, wearing light makeup, exuding an aura of youth. Gumomo. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Su Ruoling was left utterly astonished. Indeed, the woman standing before him was none other than his classmate, Gumomo. Furthermore, she had formed a trio with Ranran and Chu Chu, a group they affectionately dubbed the Fearless Women. All 3 were known for their decisive and assertive nature, quickly becoming inseparable confidants within the class. Gumomo curiously scrutinized Su Ruoling and inquired, Su Ruoling? What brings you to Guangdong? I came to train at the dojo, Su Ruoling replied, and, with a casual glance, he noted that Gumomo was indeed wearing an AR watch. You play that game too? What's your ID? Let me add you as a friend. Gumomo said, seemingly unperturbed by the little girl from earlier. Su Ruoling observed the little girl hiding behind Gumomo, his expression darkening. Sister. The little girl tugged at Gumomo's skirt. Sensing the pull, Gumomo quickly crouched down. What is it? Sister, I must tell you. That brother is a perverted rogue. The little girl whispered conspiratorially to Gumomo, revealing the unfolding drama. At that moment, Choo-Choo emerged, fixing her gaze on Su Ruoling. Su Ruoling, why are you just standing there? Hurry and hand me my luggage. Gumomo immediately turned upon hearing the familiar voice, coincidentally facing Choo-Choo. Choo-Choo, Gumomo. The two began engaging in casual conversation, discussing everything from national affairs to personal matters, leaving no topic untouched. Su Ruoling, with his head bowed, watched the little girl cowering behind Gumomo, mustering what he believed to be his most amiable smile as he approached, holding out 2 pieces of candy. If you smile at your brother just once, I'll give you both. A flicker of doubt crossed the little girl's eyes as she glanced between the candy and Su Ruoling's face, her lips gradually pouting before she burst into tears. Wah! At that moment, Su Ruoling wished for nothing more than to curl up in a corner. Chapter 41. What is our motto? Su Ruoling could only wish to retreat to a corner. Is there truly such cruelty in this world? He was undeniably cute and charming. Yet he could not capture the attention of the child. Could it be that he resembled an old man? Impossible. Clearly. It was only Umo who resembled an old man. Umo, what did you say? I can't hear you. Little one, don't cry, Su Ruoling stammered, feeling flustered. He genuinely lacked experience in comforting children. Gumomo, noticing her sister's distress, hurriedly soothed her. At that moment, the other 4 returned, particularly 3 of them, each holding an impressive collection of ice pops, 7 or 8 in total. Gumomo? Umo scrutinized Gumomo before spontaneously uttering her name. Gumomo smiled and nodded, her gaze shifting to Fang Yuqing. This is Fang Xuezao, my idol. Si Chenhao chuckled, nudging Fang Yuqing, teasingly remarking, you certainly have a lot of fans. Of course, I am the aloof male god, Fang Yuqing declared, unabashedly. The 7 resumed their lively conversation, although Fang Yuqing maintained his characteristic nonchalant demeanor. After chatting for a while, Gumomo took her sister and departed from Baiyun Mountain, while Jiuyu and the others ventured deeper into the area. I need to start my live stream soon. Everyone, please be quiet and act like passers-by, okay? Su Ruoling quickly adopted a cute demeanor, fearing that any disruption from this group would spell disaster for his broadcast. Choo-Choo, with a playful expression, nodded in agreement. Su Ruoling hastily turned away, unwilling to witness Choo-Choo's antics, which seemed intent on stirring up trouble. He shifted his focus to the others. Ah, you're going live? Then I won't say a word. Si Chenhao obediently responded, before inquiring, on which platform? I'll send you gifts. It's on Bilibili. My username is Xiao Xian Nen Yangsheng. Ranran rolled her eyes. You're not a little fairy. You're more like an old fairy. Umo quipped. Old demon. Su Ruoling placed his hands on his hips, feigning displeasure. You old man. Have been quite restless lately. When did you learn to talk back? Umo claimed he had fallen ill, the name of his ailment being kindness. He was too benevolent to even insult anyone. That's because he doesn't curse when he insults people, Fang Yu remarked without lifting his head. Bilibili, is it? Alright. I'll send you a little TV in a bit. A big shot. I've spotted a big shot. Quick, hold on tight. A single little TV costs over 1,000. Truly extravagant. Su Ruoling shook his head, entering a self-hypnosis mode, convincing himself that he could neither hear the voices around him nor see their actions. In his mind, he was all alone in the universe. He entered the live streaming room, where only the 5 from Jiuyu were present, no one else in sight. Seizing the moment, he urged, quickly send some bullet comments. Help me boost my popularity. Su Ruoling protested, though a smile remained on his face. It's decided, you are the snow boy. Xiao. Snow boy, level 26. Wow, such a high-level snow boy. 666, double tap to like. Love you, I'm here to send 666 for the streamer. The above were all casual comments from the 5 of Jiuyu, who were thoroughly enjoying themselves, their comments flying across the screen. Su Ruoling smirked and thought to himself, I truly appreciate you fools. The number of viewers, 19. Noticing the view count rising, Su Ruoling promptly commenced the official stream. Hello everyone. I am the top player Su Yangsheng from Pokémon Go. Today marks my first live stream on Bilibili, so I hope for your kind support. Thank you. Brother Yangsheng is so handsome. Sending a little heart. Did you abandon me? Forgive me? 2333. Upon seeing this, Su Ruoling hastily explained, the one before. You've got it wrong. Forgive and I are merely friends. I wouldn't mind if you streamed here. At that moment, Fang Yuqing, who was sitting and sending comments, happened to hear this remark and could not help but break into a mischievous smile. Umo caught sight of Fang Yuqing's impish grin and decided to join in on the mischief. Forgive, come quickly. Let us hurry to Kuaishou and get him. Quick, quick, quick. What is our motto? Mischief, mischief, mischief. At that moment, Forgive exited Bilibili but promptly posted a message on his Kuaishou homepage. Su Yangxing's official live streaming platform is Bilibili. ID is Xiao Xian Nan Yangsheng. Everyone can feel free to support. As soon as this message was sent, notifications flooded Fang Yuqing's Weibo, causing him to become irritated and silence his phone. So many fans. It's really unmanageable. Alright, fans, please quiet down. Soon we will be hosting a small competition for 50 consecutive victories. Specifically located at the Santailing Scenic Area in Baiyun Mountain, Guangzhou. Thank you all for coming to challenge us. Su Ruoling addressed the camera. All members of our team will be present, supporting singles, doubles, and even triples. Xiao. The snow boy curiously peered at the camera, glancing left and right. Seemingly fascinated by the device. The number of viewers, 56. The view count continued to rise rapidly, and Su Ruoling felt a surge of excitement. Standing by in anticipation of challengers. 3 against 1. How impressive. Does that mean controlling 3 Pokémon against 3 players' Pokémon? Isn't that remarkable? Am I the only one focused on the Snow Boy? You are not alone. Top player Su Yangsheng is hosting a 50 consecutive victories competition at Santailing Scenic Area in Baiyun Mountain, and all players are welcome to challenge. Su Ruoling posted this announcement on the forum, then, utilizing his status as a senior researcher, promptly pinned the post to the top. Now, he had no fear of a lack of challengers. At this moment, Su Ruoling noticed that a considerable number of players were already present. I'll go first. A well-built young man raised his hand and introduced himself. My name is Li Lantang. I look forward to your guidance. Ru Qi, acting as the referee, declared, very well. Let the match commence. It is decided, Little Fire Horse, you are up. Little Fire Horse, level 18, aptitude. Su Ruoling nodded to himself. It seemed that Li Lantang was indeed an experienced player. Raising a Pokémon to level 18 at the onset is no small feat. Little Fire Horse. Use Flame Wheel. Hiyu. The fire type counters the ice type, a basic strategy that Li Lantang was clearly aware of. So he opted for the most powerful fire move available to Little Fire Horse. Snow Child, use Shadow Clone. The Snow Child created a clone, narrowly evading the Flame Wheel. But the fierce flame still struck its hat, inflicting a burn status. Burn status. Damage from non-fixed physical moves is halved, and at the end of each turn, it loses 1/16 of its maximum HP. Ignoring the burn status, the Snow Child surged forward, using Ice Wind. Little Fire Horse, with its remarkable speed, was the target of this strategic choice. Hiyu. The Little Fire Horse's speed diminished. Li Lantang hurriedly commanded, Little Fire Horse, jump and use Stomp. It appeared that this Little Fire Horse possessed the ability Flash Fire, which meant it would take no damage from Fire-type moves. Instead, the power of its own Fire-type moves would increase by 15-fold. However, this ability was of no use to Su Ruoling, as he did not possess any Fire-type Pokémon. The Little Fire Horse leapt into the air, its hooves coming down forcefully upon Snow Child's head. Hiyu. Incensed, the Snow Child emanated an aura of icy coldness. Disregarding Su Ruoling's command, and unleashed a move on its own. Hiyu. A chilling frost, accompanied by a gale, surged towards the Little Fire Horse. This move, a flurry of snow, was exceptionally fierce, swift, and dealt significant damage, ensnaring the Little Fire Horse in an instant. A critical hit. Su Ruoling could clearly see that this blow had taken at least half of Little Fire Horse's health, even under the circumstances of a type disadvantage. This was truly impressive. Had there been no type disadvantage between Little Fire Horse and Snow Child, that last move would have undoubtedly brought Little Fire Horse to the brink of defeat. Indeed, the potential of Pokémon is boundless. It merely requires continuous exploration and development to transform it into strength. Hiyu. Little Fire Horse shook its tail, boosting its spirit. It then raised its head, staring intently at the Snow Child. Little Fire Horse, use Spark. Li Lantang, feeling helpless, commanded Little Fire Horse to use Spark for a close-range attack, but resorted to a ranged attack instead. Su Ruoling's lips curled into a slight smirk, followed by a frown. Now that the Snow Child was in a burned state, being struck by another Fire-type move would undoubtedly exacerbate its condition. Snow Child, dodge and use Ice Fong. The Snow Child unleashed a massive icy Fong, and Spark collided with Ice Fong, releasing plumes of smoke. Hiyu. The Snow Child gazed through the mist, gathering numerous ice particles in its grasp. Little Fire Horse, jump and use Stomp. Li Lantang ordered. The Little Fire Horse emerged from the fog, soaring above the Snow Child, its front hooves descending rapidly onto the Snow Child's hat. Hiyu. The Little Fire Horse wore a cold smirk. You think such trivial tricks can fool me? The ice particles that the Snow Child had gathered shot into the air, incessantly bombarding Little Fire Horse's body. At this point, the Snow Child's health had dipped below half. While Little Fire Horse was faring even worse. Snow Child, use Shadow Clone. Hiyu. The Snow Child blinked, releasing a Shadow Clone. Then concealed itself among the many clones to use the rest move. Hiyu. Little Fire Horse, use Flame Wheel. Enveloped in a fiery aura. The Little Fire Horse charged at a clone, obliterating a considerable number of them in an instant. Li Lantang, observing the multitude of Snow Child's clones, felt a bit dizzy. After 2 rounds, the Snow Child finally awoke, its health fully restored as it emerged vibrantly from behind the clones. Su Ruoling commanded, Snow Child, use Bite. Hiyu. Su Ruoling noted that Little Fire Horse was on the verge of collapse. Now, a single move would likely ensure its defeat. The Snow Child dashed out from among the clones, sinking its teeth into the back of the Little Fire Horse. Hiyu. The Little Fire Horse cried out in agony, transforming into a beam of white light and entering Li Lantang's pokeball. You did well. Keep it up. Su Ruoling smiled at Li Lantang. Perhaps we can exchange insights next time. Li Lantang nodded with a smile as he stepped down from the stage. Who will step up for the second match? Ruchi inquired. A man clad in black approached, his cold black eyes betraying a demeanor of indifference, exuding an air of disinterest in everything around him. Is that Shilin? Someone gasped from the audience. Shilin furrowed his brows, radiating an aloof aura. Among the spectators, Feng Yuqing also frowned. Was Shilin's pretense not a bit excessive? This match felt more like a cold competition than a friendly contest. Si Chenhao and Ran Ran began to whisper to each other, while the audience engaged in various gossip. But who would have thought that someone would come to disrupt the second match? WOC. Who does Shilin think he is? Indeed. He was turning a perfectly good match into a battlefield. Su Yangsheng, take him down with your powerful Pokémon. The barrage of comments exploded in the chat. Viewers, incensed by Shilin's high-handed demeanor, urged Su Ruoling to deploy a formidable Pokémon to knock the wealthy heir down a peg. Observing the increasingly agitated crowd, Shilin could not help but sneer softly, fools. He then pressed a button on his Bluetooth earpiece. A young man's voice emanated from it, though the content was unclear. I will, rest assured Mr. Z. Shilin nodded. Let us begin. Ruchi immediately grasped the cue. The second match has commenced. It is decided. Mian Mian, you are up. Mian Mian leaped out of the Pokeball. Su Ruoling scrutinized Shilin, aware that this opponent specialized primarily in water-type Pokémon, making electric types a perfect counter. Moreover, Shilin's popularity on gaming forums was notably low. While his Pokémon levels indicated a seasoned player, his lack of fame was glaring. Shilin produced a Pokeball. Swimming Weasel. Swim Swim. Shilin maintained his stoic expression, even omitting the typical phrases of introduction. Swimming Weasel, level 19, aptitude, B. Su Ruoling fixated on Swimming Weasel and commanded, Mian Mian, use Thunder Shock. The effect was outstanding. Swim Swim. Swimming Weasel fell into a paralyzed state, its speed significantly reduced. Pursue. Shilin, a man inherently lazy, even refrained from uttering the name of his Pokémon, opting instead to simply call out the names of its moves. Seeking to assert his presence forcefully, Su Ruoling felt exasperated. He had never encountered someone so desperate to elevate their status. This Shilin was nothing short of a pretentious individual. How utterly distasteful. Su Yangsheng, take him down. I've long harbored a dislike for this rich kid. No worries. Su Ruoling closed his eyes. I intend to thoroughly trounce him, and quite severely. Mian Mian, continue using Thunder Shock until Swimming Weasel is defeated. Su Ruoling commanded. Mian Mian did not possess many skills at present, but against Swimming Weasel, Thunder Shock alone sufficed. Shilin, with a frigid demeanor, felt an innate disdain for Su Ruoling's mindless approach. Lightning strikes fast. Swim Swim. The aquatic weasel surged forward with a speed that could only be likened to a flash of lightning, striking Mian Mian squarely on the face. Su Ruoling met him with a cold gaze, resigned to the presence of this insipid man, whose desperate attempts to assert his significance were nothing short of tiresome. Meh. Mian Mian huffed in irritation as he glared at the aquatic weasel, unleashing an even more potent current of electricity. He pressed on, unrelenting in his assault. Su Ruoling had never truly acknowledged this lecherous individual from the ADS, despite the fact that he appeared to be nearing 30. Facing an opponent like Mian Mian only warranted Su Ruoling's silent lament for the next 3 minutes. Dodge and counterattack, Shilin declared with an air of calm indifference. Su Ruoling observed that, after enduring multiple electric shocks, the aquatic weasel's health had dwindled to a mere 14 points. Water gun. The aquatic weasel unleashed a stream of water, racing towards Mian Mian. A smirk crept onto Mian Mian's lips. He had long devised a strategy for such situations. Meh. Swim. The electricity surged along the water stream, striking the aquatic weasel with a critical hit, exploiting its weakness. The aquatic weasel could not withstand the onslaught and collapsed onto the ground. Live and learn, Ruoling mused, applauding his companion. They had finally vanquished that detestable lecherous uncle. Let the celebrations commence. To his surprise, he found that such basic principles of physics also applied within the game. Ruoling dismissed the aquatic weasel with disdain and walked away. The audience and fans, having been subjected to this excruciatingly dull match, felt a genuine aversion towards Ruoling's character. The annoying presence had finally been dispelled, and with a consecutive win, Ruoling surveyed the crowd with a smile, inquiring, "Who's next?" Chapter 43, Scorpion vs. Snowchild. A gentleman of refined appearance approached, dressed in a black and white tracksuit that hinted at affluence, yet he exuded an amiable aura, starkly contrasting the cold demeanor of Ruoling. Lung Yichen, a high-ranking player from Shenzhen. Ruoling had encountered Lung Yichen on the forums and knew that his initial Pokémon was a scorpion, boasting strength that far surpassed Mianmian's. A flurry of information regarding the scorpion raced through his mind as he glanced at Ruichi. She nodded in affirmation and declared, "Round 3, commence." As anticipated, Lung Yichen released his scorpion from its Pokeball. Crack. Scorpion, level 20, qualification. The scorpion's violet body writhed upon the grass, its color starkly contrasting with the verdant landscape. It settled then. "Snowchild, you're up." The Snowchild, fully healed and brimming with vitality, was ready to engage once more. Ruoling had no intention of completing his 50 consecutive victories today. Achieving 20 would suffice, leaving the remaining 30 for another time, thereby creating an air of suspense. The Ice-type Snowchild had a fourfold advantage over the ground and Flying-type Scorpion, and Lung Yichen, well-versed in elemental matchups, furrowed his brow upon seeing the Snowchild. This round was undoubtedly a challenging one. "No recklessness. Play it safe," he commanded, fixing his gaze upon the Snowchild. "Scorpion, use critical hit." Crack. The Scorpion's defenses were formidable, boasting a staggering 105 points. Thus, the Snowchild's Ice Fang would be rendered nearly ineffective against this sturdy adversary. Although Ice Fang was the Snowchild's strongest Ice-type move at present, it was still a physical attack. Ruoling observed the charging Scorpion with composure and instructed, "Snowchild, use Shadow Clone." A realization dawned upon him. In this game, he alone could perceive the health and qualifications of the opponent's Pokémon, making it exceedingly easy to dominate ordinary players. Well, not entirely. Fang Yuqing could also see the qualifications. The Snowchild quickly created clones, engaging in battle with the Scorpion, but soon distanced itself to unleash a flurry of snowflakes. Employing Ice-type moves from a distance would not only mitigate the threat posed by the Scorpion's formidable 105-point defense, but also deal quadruple damage. A perfect strategy. The Scorpion scuttled across the ground, searching for a weakness in the Snowchild's defenses. The Snowchild remained vigilant behind its numerous clones, albeit its movements had slowed slightly. Now, the Scorpion unleashed a series of cuts, shattering the clones. Lung Yichen was adept at seizing the moment, and his skill, See-Through, had earned him the title of high-ranking player. See-Through allows one to easily identify the weaknesses of Pokémon. This skill perfectly mirrored Lung Yichen's personality, and their synergy naturally elevated his prowess. The successive cuts swiftly dismantled several clones, prompting Ruoling to call out, "Snowchild, stay calm. Use Ice Wind up close." Another gust of frigid air enveloped the Scorpion, leaving it shivering in the cold. Lung Yichen gently patted the Scorpion's head, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he commanded, "Scorpion, use critical hit." Crack. "Lung Yichen, my idol," he exclaimed, feeling a surge of admiration for this seemingly warm-hearted individual. "What do I do? I feel utterly charmed." Ruoling, now with the leisure to peruse the barrage of comments, noted that the viewer count had surpassed 2,000. He was unperturbed by the critical hit, confident that the Snowchild could mount a counterattack. The Scorpion, raising its violet pincers, soared into the air, circling behind the Snowchild. "Snowchild, use Bite." Ruoling was no pushover. He began his own fierce counteroffensive. Just as the Scorpion lunged towards the Snowchild's rear, it swiftly turned around and clamped down on the Scorpion's pincers. Crack. The Scorpion thrashed about, attempting to shake off the Snowchild's grip. "No worries, Scorpion." Lung Yichen smirked. "Maintain that position and unleash Poison Sting." Venom erupted from the pincers, and the Snowchild's expression shifted as it succumbed to the poisoned state. Ruoling felt a jolt of concern. Underestimated, truly underestimated. Su Yangsheng's expression mirrored his apprehension. "Come on, Su Yangsheng, you can do it. I hope he goes easy on him." Lung Yichin is quite dashing too. What if he angers him? Only love can bloom in the battlefield. Haha. We're merely here for the spectacle. Su Ruoling's face darkened at the absurdity of it all. What nonsense. I'm not even acquainted with him. Suddenly, an influx of gifts appeared on the screen, and Su Ruoling spotted a small television gliding across the display, momentarily stunned before glancing back at Fang Yuqing. Fang Yuqing nodded approvingly, giving him a thumbs up. Being distracted during battle comes at a cost, Lung Yichin remarked abruptly. Scorpion, use successive cuts. Only then did Su Ruoling snap back to attention. He assessed the Snow Child, muttering, it's fine, even after this hit. The Snow Child will retain at least half of its health. Lung Yichin, taken aback by this statement, wondered if Su Ruoling could truly gauge a Pokemon's health. Su Ruoling, unfazed, acknowledged that although the Snow Child was poisoned and would lose health each turn, he was not worried about the Scorpion, which was on the brink of defeat. Crack. The Scorpion unleashed another series of cuts, but the Snow Child remained indifferent, allowing the attack to strike. After all, you're about to lose. Having learned from Su Ruoling, the Snow Child had begun to anticipate its opponent's thoughts and health levels. The Snow Child cried out, signaling Su Ruoling to hasten the conclusion of the battle. The Snow Child could perceive the transformation of Scorpio's skin from a light lavender hue to a deep violet, signifying that Scorpio was on the brink of defeat. It was time to harvest. Cold Ichun gazed intently at his Scorpio, a sense of foreboding creeping in, prompting him to exclaim, Scorpio, unleash your surprise attack. Crackle crackle. Snow Child, deliver the final bite to Scorpio. Alas, the Snow Child felt a sense of helplessness, wondering why these individuals always resorted to close-range attacks when facing defeat, causing it to rely solely on the biting move to secure victory. At that moment, music unexpectedly streamed from Ranran's phone. Spicy girl, spicy, spicy girl. Spicy girl, spicy girl. Spicy, spicy, spicy. Spicy girl never fears the spice. Spicy girl is inherently unafraid of spice. Spicy girl fears not being spicy when she steps out. Su Ruoling and Cold Ichun exchanged glances of disbelief, especially Su Ruoling, who had covered her face with her left hand. Ha ha ha, this music is perfectly timed. Is this really happening? Playing this song at the dojo is simply inciting hatred. I've just acquired a new skill, ha ha ha. Oh my. I glanced at the live stream's title and thought I'd wandered into the wrong scene. It's toxic. Lu Yinfen is truly hilarious. Why not play Good Days instead? Many people erupted into laughter at the dramatic scene created by Ranran, and the barrage of comments in the live stream multiplied, with the total gifts skyrocketing. Ranran's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly turned off her phone, engaging herself in the game Shakespeare Dragon, wearing an expression that suggested she had done nothing out of the ordinary. Cold Ichun withdrew his defeated Scorpio and nodded towards Su Ruoling. Your Scorpio is quite formidable. If it weren't for my advantage over yours, I would have been the one to lose. Su Ruoling replied, let's add each other as friends. Next time, we can train our Pokémon together. Cold Ichun smiled and said, sure, allow me to send a friend request. The two swiftly became friends. And after bidding farewell to Cold Ichun, Su Ruoling resumed her challenges. After a bustling morning and half an afternoon, Su Ruoling had exceeded her tasks, achieving a 30-game winning streak, plus an additional 10 victories. Moreover, the Snow Child had risen to level 28. Mian Mian was at level 18, having learned the charge skill. And Rarela's was at level 23, mastering the healing wave skill. Had it not been for the fervent fans reluctant to let them leave, they would have already enjoyed their lunch. The enthusiasm of those fans was truly overwhelming. Rue was sipping a bottle of mineral water. She had been shouting all morning, her throat in agony. What shall we do next? Umo inquired. How about we head to a karaoke room? Fang Yuqing suggested. Not unless Su Ruoling dresses in women's clothing. Only then will I listen to him sing. Rue replied, crossing her arms in a commanding manner. You go away. Su Ruoling pushed Rue lightly. Chapter 44. The red envelope is a trap. Not unless Su Ruoling dresses in women's clothing. Only then will I listen to him sing. Rue affirmed, maintaining her assertive demeanor. You go away. Su Ruoling pushed Rue again. Umo, with a comical expression, remarked, how amusing. I think Su Ruoling could cosplay as Ram. Ram, a character from Re:0, starting life in another world. All right. Fang Yuqing also wore a mischievous expression. Imagining their captain in women's clothing, he envisioned the scene. It seemed perfectly natural. Su Ruoling's current state, tears streaming down his face. Ranran rolled her eyes, exclaiming, what are you all doing, you bunch of fools? Su Ruoling immediately cast a grateful glance at Ranran. Subsequently, Ranran floated away, declaring, he should definitely dress up as a woman at the comic convention. Su Ruoling managed a reluctant smile. Goodbye. This was a facade of a cheerful face while harboring a sense of exasperation within. Ding! The sound of your Rarela's beginning its evolution resonated in his ears. Su Ruoling's thoughts were abruptly pulled back. Indeed, Rarela's had reached level 23 and had yet to evolve, which was quite concerning. Now, it seemed Rarela's had independently achieved a breakthrough. Ding! Your Rarela's has successfully evolved into Kairu Lillian, affection level 30, current affection level 120. The affection level had soared so high. Su Ruoling was taken aback, concealing his amusement within, though Umo noticed his reaction. What's wrong with you? Have you been rendered speechless? Umo inquired. Su Ruoling was stifling laughter, contemplating that Kairu Lillian might become the first Pokémon in his team to reach maximum affection. And its combat prowess was surely among the elite ranks. He continued to suppress his laughter, but to outsiders, he appeared quite foolish. This story teaches us that when faced with emotional turmoil, one must not bottle it up. Otherwise, one might end up looking foolish, and that would be regrettable. At 10 o'clock in the evening, at Bayun Airport, Si Chenhao gazed at the waiting messages on the large screen, exclaiming in exasperation, "We have to wait again. What else can we do? After wandering the streets all afternoon and going wild all night, do you still find that insufficient?" Fang Yuqing shot Si Chenhao a look. As he had covered all the expenses, although his family was affluent, the total assets of the Fang group were still finite. After a while, Fang Yuqing glanced at Ran Ran again. She was terrifying, having already spent over 500 yuan on her own. Ran Ran continued munching on her hamburger, while Ru scoured QQ for something. "Wait a moment, I'll add you all to a group," Ru announced, promptly sending the group number to the other 5. Umo leaned back casually, asking, "What kind of group is this?" "I have no idea," Fang Yuqing scratched his head. "It's a gathering place for Pokémon Go players," Ru explained. "There are 500 to 600 people in it. Hurry and join to check it out." The other 5 successfully joined the group. But Su Ruoling had yet to do so. He pondered which gym would be suitable for his next challenge. As long as he obtained 4 badges, he could participate in the provincial competition. Securing all 8 badges from the major cities would qualify him for the national competition. He was determined to participate in the global tournament and seize the championship. That was his ultimate goal. He contemplated his future. Suddenly, he remembered he had yet to address the matter at the cafe. Hastily, he posted a brief message on his game profile. "I am working at the Moore Cafe in Shanghai. Anyone interested can come for a coffee. Who knows? You might even meet the real deal." Su Ruoling chuckled as he viewed the successfully posted message, thinking that Manager Wang would soon be overwhelmed with work, likely counting money until his hands cramped. With a star like him in attendance, how could they possibly lack customers? Then, he opened his phone and searched for the group number. The group was titled Pokémon Go Hall. The group description amusingly stated that there were cross-dressing enthusiasts in the group who occasionally threw parties. Su Ruoling couldn't help but smirk. Typing a message in the group request, "I am a cross-dressing enthusiast. You have joined this group. I'm the chubbiest newcomer. Quickly share your cross-dressing photos." Bala Bala energy. How long can this newcomer stay before leaving? Huh, how ridiculous. You fools better not scare off the newcomers. Gumeng, newcomer, show us your face. Let us see if you're a handsome lad. If so, please share your cross-dressing photos too. Luo Mu, Su Ruoling him. Unknown, Si Chenhao go ahead, Captain. Inyun, Captain? Are you a team? Haze, dear wife, what are you planning? Inyun, get lost, what wife? Go die? Not marrying Hatsune Miku, not changing my name. Stop flaunting your love. We have a bunch of single dogs here. I love Zhang Jian, Ru funny emoji. I love Zhang Jian gives a bag of dog food to not marrying Hatsune Miku. Not changing my name. I love Zhang Jian becomes the guardian of not marrying Hatsune Miku, not changing my name. Not marrying Hatsune Miku, not changing my name. Oh my. Brother, don't do this. I love Zhang Jian. She is undoubtedly a female. Group leader, hamster ball, in 4 days. There will be an event regarding Pokémon. Go at Shanghai Disneyland. Everyone, do partake. With a group of 500 to 600 members. The moment the group leader uttered this phrase, the chat instantly erupted. Balala Energy, wishing you prosperity and good fortune. Suddenly, a person named Balala Energy sent a red envelope, immediately attracting many lurking members. Group leader, hamster ball, TSK, my luck is abysmal. I only managed to snatch 001. GOMO Yushin. UMO my heart aches for our esteemed group leader. This red envelope was snatched in just 10 seconds. And the luckiest winner is I love Lu Yanfeng. I love Lu Yanfeng. Ran a bewildered expression. What is going on? I just arrived and there's a red envelope. Luo Mu. Envious, you actually grabbed 100 yuan. GOMO Yushin. Let us go rob it. Mr. Rogue, Fang Yuqing. What is the big deal? A mere 200 yuan red envelope. I'll add a 0 to it for you all. However, to seize my red envelope, you must agree to one condition. Hayes, our group is filled with wealthy individuals. Balala energy, wealthy big shots, please take me along. I love banana orange. Oh my gosh, 2,000 yuan. Who dares to snatch it? Just thinking about it reveals the conditions must be harsh. Luo Mu 3. Unknown 2. Gio Mo Yushin 1. Mr. Rogue, wishing you prosperity and good fortune. This red envelope was snatched in just 1 second, and the luckiest winner is Hamster Ball. I love banana orange. How many years has the group leader been single for such speed? Group leader, Hamster Ball. Wow, 2,000 yuan just like that. What a great profit. Haha. I love Zhang Jiyan. Group leader, whereas your intelligence. His condition is, funny expression. I will not marry Hatsune Miku. Esteemed group leader. We are here to offer our prayers for you. Mr. Rogue. Alright, esteemed group leader. I'm a renowned live streamer on Kuaishou. And I'll privately send you the conditions. Mist, forgive me. My male god. Hayes. What was Su Su? Do you not want me anymore? I'm your Lin Bao Bao. How could you have an affair QWQ? I love Lu Yanfeng. Unbeknownst to me, forgive me has become Hayes' rival. Huh. Mr. Rogue, Hamster Ball. You have already accepted my 2,000 yuan. You must fulfill my conditions. Hamster Ball. If I had known, I wouldn't have snatched that red envelope. Facepalm expression. Mr. Rogue. Luo Mu. It's Su Yangsheng. When we go to Disneyland, you must promote him vigorously and also advertise our team, which is named September Team. Hamster Ball. Su Yangsheng. Are you sure you're not deceiving me? Mr. Rogue. Believe it or not, just wait and see. Also, if you fail to meet my conditions, please return the red envelope you just snatched, multiplied by 10. Thank you. Hamster Ball. No. Big shot, I was wrong. I will definitely promote your team with all my might. I'll sell myself to you. Please support me. Mr. Rogue, we'll talk about it then, don't forget. Hamster Ball, since Forgive Me has said so, I shall comply respectfully. I am your super fan. Mr. Rogue. Fine, let us find a place at Disneyland to meet. Fang Yuqing has always communicated with Hamster Ball in a cool demeanor, while Hamster Ball inexplicably feels that she seems to be getting flirted with. At this moment, Hamster Ball believes that there truly is no free lunch in this world, as it feels like she has been specifically hired by Fang Yuqing to promote them. The red envelope is indeed a trap. Chapter 45, A-Class Coco Dora. Hamster Ball now feels that there truly is no free lunch in this world, and it seems she has been specifically hired by Fang Yuqing to promote them. The red envelope is a pit. Fang Yuqing, I have money and I'm willful. If you dare defy me, I'll crush you with money. Fang Yuqing exploits the psychology of individuals like Hamster Ball, who have a penchant for money, thus ensuring her unwavering loyalty as a promoter for the September team. Such individuals, given sufficient compensation and not overly harsh conditions, will instantly go wild. When encountering someone as wealthy as Fang Yuqing, they willingly become his subordinates. Fang Yuqing capitalizes on psychology, engaging in a battle of wits. In this regard, he and UMO are indeed evenly matched. The group continued chatting until they boarded their flight, arriving in Shanghai around 2 o'clock. And they agreed to practice leveling up together in the Western Woods. After all, with such favorable conditions, not leveling up would be a waste of so many hazelnut balls. The next day, I'm late. The sound of an alarm rang out from Su Ruoling's phone, startling him awake from his slumber. And he hurriedly climbed out of bed. Ugh, I only slept for 6.5 hours. Su Ruoling rubbed his eyes, realizing it was already 8:30, and his mother was busy preparing breakfast. Su Ruoling donned his clothes. Mom, what is for breakfast? He felt somewhat unaccustomed, but also quite warm. Today is the first time he saw his mother bustling about at this hour, all to prepare breakfast for him. I've made you some porridge with your favorite white fungus. I need to find a new job, so make sure to eat it hot, okay? Su's mother said thoughtfully, before stepping out of the September studio. Okay. Su Ruoling did a quick stretch, threw on a jacket, washed up briefly, and began to drink the porridge. The taste of the porridge was delightful, and Su Ruoling felt a warm current flowing through him, the essence of home. After finishing the porridge, Su Ruoling tidied up everything at home, then swiftly headed out, taking a taxi to the Western Woods. The other 5 had already begun leveling up. The most conspicuous was Ru Chushi, who was directing 2 Pokémon to bully a level 12 Rattata, which soon fell to the ground, granting a significant amount of experience to Bakubi and Apom. Su Ruoling glanced around and noticed the number of hazelnut balls had greatly diminished, perhaps due to players leveling up. The Pokémon in this area were underleveled as they had not been challenged, thus naturally being captured by players. Moreover, although it was still morning, aside from the 6 from September team, there were other players present. This place is not suitable for lingering. The essential leveling tool, Hazelnut Ball, is nearly gone. Su Ruoling pondered, thinking of good locations for leveling up. Oh, you arrived so early. Umo emphasized the word early. Su Ruoling awkwardly smiled and summoned Mian Mian to start leveling. At this moment, Su Ruoling saw that Gui's had already reached level 20, with a significant boost in combat power. Ran patted the head of her water-type Pokémon and then shouted, "Look, there's a Cocodora over there." Cocodora? Fang Yuqing secretly rejoiced. For his team was precisely lacking a high defense shield. This was just perfect. Ru Chushi squinted her eyes. Scrutinizing Cocodora. Don't you all feel that Cocodora looks somewhat familiar? The group examined it for a while, pondering numerous details about Cocodora. Zhao Lin. Su Ruoling fixed his gaze on Cocodora. Zhao Lin was a significant enemy of his, and Su Ruoling genuinely considered him a scoundrel. Si Chenhao was taken aback, inquiring, "Is he the one who caused a ruckus at the cafe? Did his Pokémon get released?" "Quite possibly." Umo's eyes were locked on Cocodora. Fang Yuqing. "It has come for you. You must capture it." Roar. Cocodora glared at Ru Chushi, then glanced at Fang Yuqing, letting out a powerful roar, seemingly declaring war on Fang Yuqing. It had now grown strong, having finally broken through its previously lackluster B-class qualifications through various harrowing training sessions, becoming a rare A-class qualified Pokémon. Cocodora, LV20, qualification? Roar. Seriously, let my Dragonair handle this. Ran flicked her long white hair, somewhat displeased with the other 5's dawdling. Cocodora is Steel-type Rock-type, and Water-type has an advantage over Rock-type. Roar. Cocodora cast a disdainful glance at Ran. As if to say, "You? Spare me. With such an unappealing appearance, how could you possibly be worthy of being my master?" Yumo smiled gently, translating Cocodora's sentiments. Fang Yuqing remarked, "That was quite the compliment." Ran, seizing Fang Yuqing by the neck, glowered, "What did you say? Dare to repeat that? All right, you two, cease your bickering." Su Ruoling interjected hastily, stepping in as a mediator. "Fang Yuqing, it's settled. You're up, Charmeleon." Charmeleon swung its claws, its eyes gleaming with determination as it fixed its gaze upon Cocodora. Indeed, the little fire dragon had evolved. It was now a highly qualified S-rank Pokémon. However, facing Cocodora, which was 4 levels above it, the creature felt a twinge of uncertainty. "Go, Charmeleon. You've got this." Fang Yuqing encouraged. "Strike first with your claw attack." Char. With a resounding roar, the others continued their own battles, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding confrontation. They had immense faith in Fang Yuqing's capabilities. After all, his Piku had already reached level 19, with a friendship level of 130. Soon, Piku would evolve into Pikachu. Yet, Fang Yuqing felt that this evolution was taking too long. So he planned to develop his future Raichu into a speed-oriented fighter. While its overall strength was somewhat lacking and its base stats were modest, its speed was commendable, allowing it to outmaneuver enemies. Thus, nurturing Raichu as a specialist in disruption seemed to be the wisest course of action. Cocodora exhibited a smug grin and nonchalantly retreated a few paces, its claws shimmering with a metallic glint. Metal Claw. Char. Cocodora lunged, its claws colliding with Charmeleon's. Meanwhile, Fang Yuqing executed a perplexing maneuver, prompting Charmeleon to immediately grasp the intent. An invisible pressure radiated from them, causing Cocodora to feel momentarily breathless. Dragon Rage. Char. Despite the oppressive force of the Dragon-type attack, Cocodora did not falter. The recent decline in the Hazelnut Ball population was not due to the player's arrival, but rather because Cocodora had been training under the guidance of the Hazelnut Ball clan leader to enhance its skills. Countless times, the Hazelnut Balls had unleashed their self-destruct abilities, and Cocodora had fallen repeatedly, only to rise again. This was a voluntary endeavor, a testament to its commitment to self-improvement and strength. At last, it had broken through. No longer was it the B-rank Cocodora. With unwavering determination, Cocodora unleashed Iron Head. Char. Charmeleon evaded Cocodora's advance with agility. "Now you spark." The Fire-type move was particularly effective against the Steel-type Cocodora. With its speed hampered, Cocodora found itself fully exposed after its attack, unable to mount a swift defense. Any lapse in preparation could result in a critical hit, leading to devastating losses. "Let us just maintain our defense," it seemed to decide. Char. Cocodora emitted a taunting cry, its voice rising slightly at the end, brimming with challenge. Char. Charmeleon, eager to retaliate, prepared to unleash its fury upon Cocodora. "Stay calm," Fang Yuqing instructed, confidence glimmering in his eyes. "Cocodora's defense is formidable. Charmeleon, when you unleash your attack, do not approach from a single angle. Strike from multiple directions, understood?" Char. Fang Yuqing nodded. Charmeleon's understanding was commendable, though it still required some guidance in terms of character development. It seemed he needed to impart more of his motivational wisdom. Chapter 46, Official Certification. Fang Yuqing noted Charmeleon's growing comprehension, but its character still needed refinement. Char. Kokodora's gaze sharpened as it gritted its teeth, enduring the searing flames. Char. Charmeleon extended its claws once more, striking Kokodora's hardened back. Char. Kokodora howled in pain, retaliating with metal claw. The two claws clashed with a thunderous sound, startling a flock of pidgeys from their perches, leaving a few sparrows exchanging bewildered looks. Charmeleon, avoid close combat. Fang Yuqing shouted. Use Spark. Given Kokodora's high defense, close-range attacks would deal significantly reduced damage. However, its special defense was weaker, making special attacks far more effective. Fang Yuqing's decision proved astute. Char. Charmeleon opened its jaws wide, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed Kokodora's back. Kokodora succumbed to a burn status. Char. Charmeleon, fueled by rage, summoned Dragon Rage once more. A familiar pressure enveloped the battlefield as Kokodora conjured numerous boulders, encasing Charmeleon within a stony prison, a rock tomb. Subsequently, a semi-transparent colossal shield materialized around Kokodora, enveloping it. Fang Yuqing's eyes narrowed. That's Protect. Protect completely nullifies incoming attacks, though repeated usage increases the chances of failure. If only he could break through its defenses. Fang Yuqing mused. Regrettably, Dragon Rage failed to pierce through Protect, leaving Fang Yuqing feeling somewhat disheartened, a hint of disappointment reflecting in his deep green eyes. However, he recalled the system's notification indicating that Protect's PP had diminished from 10 to 3, meaning it could only be utilized 3 more times. This revelation significantly increased their chances of turning the tide. Kokodora's silver armor had darkened ominously, exuding an eerie aura. It was running low on health. Fang Yuqing thought to himself, Charmeleon, keep the spark flowing. Char. Charmeleon continued to unleash flames, forcing Kokodora to evade. In this dire situation, it lacked the courage to retaliate, especially with Protect's PP dwindling to 2, which greatly diminished its success rate. The fire type's double effectiveness against it left Kokodora feeling despondent. Was it truly destined to lose? Char. Kokodora charged at Charmeleon, executing Iron Head. Char. Charmeleon adeptly maneuvered behind Kokodora, leveraging its speed advantage to unleash Spark in an instant. Fang Yuqing felt a wave of relief. Finally, Charmeleon was following his commands. Charmeleon had entered a remarkable state, its perception heightened, and even its speed seemed to have increased slightly. Char. Kokodora, acutely aware of its dwindling health, resolved to take a gamble. It emitted a series of taunting cries, drawing Charmeleon's ire. Fang Yuqing felt helpless. Kokodora's taunts were akin to a skill not listed on any move set. Sure enough, Charmeleon fell for the trick, furiously extending its claws to deliver 3 deep scratches across Kokodora's back. Char. Kokodora gritted its teeth, enduring the pain while swiftly activating Protect. The success rate of Protect had plummeted to 14. Fortune smiled upon Kokodora, shielding it from Charmeleon's spark attack. At this point, Kokodora was on the brink of defeat, with a single spark capable of finishing it off. Char. Suddenly, flames ignited beneath Kokodora, causing it to panic. It had completely overlooked the burn status. Though its health had dwindled to 0, its ability, Sturdy, allowed it to persist for a while longer. Kokodora's armor had turned pitch black. Fang Yuqing could tell it was nearing exhaustion. Charmeleon, deliver the final Dragon Rage to Kokodora. Char. With a surge of immense energy, Kokodora collapsed once more to the ground. However, it did not feel sorrow. Rather, it was imbued with a sense of exhilaration. At long last, it had encountered a formidable adversary it deemed worthy at that moment. It perceived Fang Yuqing as infinitely more powerful than Zhao Lin, a rare top-tier player. Kokodora closed its eyes, anticipating the release of Fang Yuqing's Pokeball. Come forth. Kokodora. Ding. Your fire dinosaur has leveled up, now at level 18. Kokodora. Level 20. Type, Steel Rock. Ability, Sturdy, it cannot be knocked out in a single hit, even by one-hit KO moves. Skills, Tackle, Harden, Mud Slap, Iron Head, Protect, Roar. Qualification, A. Attack Talent, Deep Yellow. Defense Talent, Medium Green. Speed Talent, Medium Orange. Friendship, 90. A friendship level of 90 is quite commendable, Fang Yuqing mused as he glanced over Kokodora's profile, a slight smile gracing his lips. Many onlookers had already recorded the battle, sharing it on forums. The confrontation had indeed been spectacular. Speaking of which, if the evolved Bostockdora were to defeat Zhao Lin afterward, the scene would surely be amusing. Once a Pokemon he had personally released, Now it would turn the tables on him. If he could truly accomplish this task, Kokodora would undoubtedly be avenged. Checking the time, Fang Yuqing inquired, I have captured Kokodora. How are your leveling endeavors progressing? Su Ruoling's Mian had reached level 21. Rushu's Bakubi and Qingmian Bird were both at level 20. Si Chenhao's Carillion had attained level 23. Ranran's Water Sprite was at level 22. And Yumo's Ghost had reached level 21. Now, with everyone together, the average battle strength of the Jiuyu team hovered around level 20, solidifying their reputation as a top-tier squad, even if the team verification was not yet fully completed. Today was August 3rd, leaving 28 days until September. In this forthcoming period, Su Ruoling had meticulously planned his itinerary. As for the cafe, it mattered little whether they visited or not. Currently, Su Ruoling's savings had swelled to around 900,000, marking him as somewhat affluent. At the very least, he would no longer be labeled as impoverished. Upon returning to the Longmu building, the six ascended the elevator to the studio entrance, where the keen-eyed Ranran suddenly spotted a golden plaque affixed outside the door. It read, Pokémon Go officially certified team. The six were taken aback, and Su Ruoling hastily snapped a photo to post on Weibo. Team certified. Players are welcome to seek us for coaching and dungeon runs. Jiuyu Team Base, Room A06, 5th floor, Longmu Building, Pudong New District, Shanghai. Of course, the building's name was a fabrication. The other five, upon seeing Su Ruoling's post, couldn't help but exclaim, looks like the captain's wallet is about to swell even more. However, they seemed to overlook a pressing issue. What if the coaching for dungeon runs involved their assistance? In that case, Su Ruoling would be essentially receiving money for doing nothing, an awkward predicament indeed. Chapter 47, Arguments and Challenges. The six entered the studio, with Ranran unceremoniously taking a seat on the genuine leather sofa. Su Ruoling cast a pained glance at the sofa. Well aware of its expense, he had shelled out 3,000 to 4,000 for it. Ranran, be careful not to damage it. Fang Yuqing scratched his brown hair, a smile breaking upon his handsome visage. Are you feeling sentimental? Then why purchase such an expensive sofa? This remark irked Su Ruoling, who promptly hurled a cushion at Fang Yuqing's head. Isn't it because you deceived me into buying it by concealing the price? Captain, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is salvation, Si Chenhao remarked, a hint of amusement glinting in his light blue eyes. Rushu silently seated herself on the sofa, munching on an orange. Ranran reached out toward Rushu. I want one too. You all are quite inconsiderate, Yumo chuckled, then promptly bit into an apple. Su Ruoling extended his hand, giving Yumo a light smack on the back to express his dissatisfaction. All right, enough of this. I will start the live stream now. You all carry on. Yumo sighed. I will go organize the data. I shall join you, Si Chenhao stated as he rose to leave. Ranran and Rushu remained seated, continuing to enjoy their fruit, blissfully ignoring the others who were busy. I'll just browse the forum for some advantageous information. Su Ruoling smiled as he approached the computer and logged onto the forum. He was on the lookout for any powerful Pokémon suitable for bolstering their team's strength. Sumu had not returned all morning. Su Ruoling figured she must have secured a job, so he brushed it off and called the other five to go out for a meal. The live stream concluded for the day, and the next session was slated for tonight, an event not to be missed. Fang Yuqing shut down the stream and exited the room, locking the door behind him. The six stood outside, awaiting the elevator when, suddenly, it arrived, and a golden-haired man stepped out. Su Ruoling's pupils constricted slightly. He was all too familiar with this person. Xiaolin. Ugh, not you again, Su Ruoling remarked with evident disdain. Have you been secretly infatuated with me for a long time? Why do you enjoy following me so much? Xiaolin narrowed his eyes, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. What a coincidence. We keep running into each other. I never expected a child from a poor family to have such audacity. Debonair scoundrel, Si Chenhao remarked, unabashedly rolling his eyes at Xiaolin. It's one thing for the fools from Class 7 to congregate. What is a Class 5 student doing here? Xiaolin raised an eyebrow at Si Chenhao. And you? The so-called Fang schoolgrass. Perhaps you should be called Fang weeds instead. Si Chenhao recognized Xiaolin. They had once been friends. But a particular incident had shattered their camaraderie, turning them into adversaries. Fang Yuqing stood nearby, casting a disinterested glance at Xiaolin as he coldly remarked, You're the best-looking one here. Merely looking at you offends my eyes. Yumo's expression remained impassive, his dark red eyes fixated on Xiaolin, exuding an icy aura. Xiaolin completely disregarded the chill emanating from Yumo, treating it as nothing more than a petulant cat's tantrum. The seven of them remained in a standoff for a time, the atmosphere thick with tension and a palpable chill in the air. The elevator suddenly descended, only to return moments later, its doors opening to reveal 5 unfamiliar individuals emerging. Leading the way was a girl with a non-mainstream style, her arm adorned with a tattoo depicting a peculiar black bat. She strode directly to Zhao Lin's side, casting a disdainful glance at the 6 opposite. "We are the Nightling team," the girl said coolly, adjusting her messy braids. "Just a few small fry. The team captain is merely a poor wretch. What do you care about them?" Su Ruoling clenched his fists, quickly tempering his emotions. "TCH, as if your family is any wealthier." Su Dongzhou shot Su Ruoling a glance. "At least our family isn't as destitute as yours." A punk-styled boy shoved his hands into his pockets, raising an eyebrow as he feigned indignation toward the girl. "Wang Lina, don't say such things." This was Wu Xiao, notorious within the school for his icy demeanor and sharp tongue, frequently winning awards in speech competitions. "It shouldn't be small fry, but a bunch of dead fish." "What a pity that the captain is a pauper," chimed in a pale-skinned boy, winking mischievously, leaving Rushu feeling slightly nauseated. This was by Yuan, whose complexion indeed was quite fair. Wu Xiao nodded, a malicious smile on his face. "That is spot on. Isn't that disgusting?" Rushu interjected, fiercely defending her stance. In the realm of retorts, she had never feared anyone. Ranran took a step forward, addressing the group with disdain. "Have you all not looked in the mirror before stepping out? Just the sight of you is revolting. TSK. It seems you all possess quite the audacity." Zhao Lin, dismissively toying with his fingers, paid no heed to Su Ruoling and his companions. "Aren't you all afraid of facing disciplinary actions? With my father's name backing me, I could expel you students in an instant." For Zhao Lin, seeing Su Ruoling and his team crumble was a cherished aspiration. Just yesterday was his birthday, and at the moment he extinguished the candles, he made a wish to personally annihilate Su Ruoling and his squad. With a smile, Zhao Lin gazed at the 6 members of Jiuyu. "You are truly despicable. Why do you insist on trailing us, threatening us, and opposing us at every turn?" Even Si Chenhao, typically mild-mannered, was now visibly irate. His voice turned icy as he surveyed the 6 members of the Nightling team. "So, what do you intend to do about it?" Su Dongzhou lazily stretched. 3v3. Su Ruoling fixed his gaze on Zhao Lin's eyes. He was furious. Faced with such brazen and contemptible individuals, Su Ruoling yearned to crush him, to teach him a lesson, despite his privileged background. However, Su Ruoling could only propose this arrangement, as engaging in a physical confrontation could lead to unforeseen consequences. Moreover, a brawl would yield no benefits. A match using the Pokémon Go battling system would be fair and devoid of repercussions, merely fueling Zhao Lin's disdain even further. Su Ruoling was undeterred, and the other 5 members of Jiuyu stood resolute as well. "Very well." Zhao Lin chuckled, his confidence palpable. "I wonder who has bestowed upon you such courage." Fan Yuqing retorted coldly, "Is it Liang Jingru?" Wang Lina laughed, a smirk gracing her lips. "Perhaps. I have her autograph." 2 teams, 12 individuals, convened within the lofty confines of the Longmu building, ready to engage in a 3v3 battle. At 4 p.m., in Shanghai People's Square, the Jiuyu team will face the Nightling team in a 3v3 match. All are welcome to attend. Su Ruoling swiftly posted an announcement, pinning it to the top. And within no time, it garnered 60,000 views. "Is this the influence of Su Yangxing?" Wu Xiao marveled. All 6 were from Class 1 and vital members of the school's gaming society, possessing a profound understanding of the game and a significant fanbase. Should they experience a crushing defeat in this 3v3 match, their fans would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of criticism, leading to a drastic loss of followers. This time, they had no choice but to fight with their backs against the wall. Zhao Lin regarded Su Ruoling with a mischievous smile. "Heh." Su Ruoling did not even glance at Zhao Lin, the air between them crackling with tension. Chapter 48, Chaos. "Heh." Su Ruoling remained indifferent to Zhao Lin, their exchange laden with icy undertones. Zhao Lin closed his eyes, adopting a haughty demeanor. "Let us wait and see." "Humph." Ru looked sideways. "Let us go, Captain. Don't let yourself be bothered by these dead fish." TSK. The Nightling team descended the elevator first, while Fan Yuqing, visibly displeased, remarked coldly, "Let us take the stairs. We shan't be tainted by them." At 4 p.m., Shanghai People's Square buzzed with excitement, thrumming with fervent fans. Though it was evident that Jiuyu's supporters dominated, especially since their captain had gained global recognition. Some Nightling fans audaciously brandished a megaphone, shouting, "Jiuyu team is trash. Nightling team is the best." Su Ruoling glanced at the Nightling supporters, smirking in disdain. Suddenly, a luxury Lincoln pulled up outside, from which emerged the 6 members of the Nightling team, accompanied by another young man. "Lung Yichen?" Su Ruoling was taken aback. He had anticipated that the host of this match would be him, and he was invited by Zhao Lin. Su Ruoling mused. Could his aim align with Zhao Lin's? Have they colluded? Lung Yichen ascended the stage, surveying the audience before slowly addressing them with the microphone. The 3v3 battle between the Jiuyu team and the Nightling team is about to commence. Please, fans, quiet down. Upon his words, a profound silence enveloped the venue, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Lung Yichen smiled slightly before continuing. Please have the participating players step forward. Su Ruoling was the first to stride into the center, casting a glance at Lung Yichen and offering a slight nod. Lung Yichen paused for a moment before recollecting that the Jiuyu team was established by Su Yangxing and officially recognized. He was astonished to learn that Zhao Lin and he were adversaries. Lung Yichen's eyes brimmed with disbelief as he recalled Zhao Lin's words. At 4 p.m., there will be a 3v3 match between my team and another. The captain of that team is my enemy, and quite the scoundrel. Be sure to conduct yourself well when hosting. How could Su Yangxing possibly be such a person? What made him so despicable? Lung Yichen was engulfed in confusion and doubt. Just then, the 3 members of Jiuyu and the 3 from Nightling stepped into the central arena. The match is about to begin. Please have both teams throw their pokeballs. Lung Yichen glanced at Su Ruoling. You're the one. Come forth, Snow Spirit. Arise, Kyrillian. Let us stretch, Gooies. Snow Spirit, LV27, A rank. Kyrillian, LV23, A rank. Gooies, LV21, A rank. The audience erupted into excitement, cheers erupting as numerous fans shouted, Yangxing, I love you. Most of these fans were diehard supporters of Su Ruoling, and though they appeared somewhat irrational, their enthusiasm bolstered morale. Zhao Lin smirked slightly, observing the Jiuyu fans, and then retrieved a pokeball. Come forth, Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur. Wang Lina cast a haughty glance at Su Ruoling, disdainfully gesturing towards him. You're the one. Come forth, Dratini. What? Dratini? Ranran shot to her feet in shock. She was well aware of what Dratini represented, though Wang Lina's understanding might not have reached that depth. Ranran knew all too well that Dratini would eventually evolve into the formidable Dragonite, with an impressive base stat of 600. Is Lina being too contemptible? Treating our Yangxing this way? Fans outside began to protest, and Zhao Lin's ears perked up. Turning his head, a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. The noisy fans instantly fell silent, not daring to utter a word. They certainly did not wish to provoke him. I wonder what stroke of luck she has. Ru observed the crawling Dratini on the ground, her indignation palpable. Currently, all websites had blocked any information related to Pokémon Go, making knowledge of certain Pokémon invaluable. Among the 6 members of the Jiuyu team, only 2 girls were somewhat unfamiliar with Pokémon, so the information blockade was advantageous for them as well. It seemed that only Zhao Lin from the Nightling team possessed a deeper understanding of Pokémon. His initial Pokémon was Zubat, which could evolve into Crobat when its affection reached a certain level, a strong contender among common Pokémon. This indicated Zhao Lin's considerable knowledge of the Pokémon world. Fang Yuqing leaned against the wall, watching Bai Yuan with interest. Excellent. The 3rd member of the Nightling team is indeed Bai Yuan. You're the one. Come forth. Electrike. Electrike. Bulbasaur. LV19, potential. Dratini. LV21, potential. The Electric Flying Squirrel. Level 18, aptitude. Undoubtedly, these 3 Pokémon are formidable beings of a rank, if not S rank. They represent the pinnacle of strength within the Nightling team. Even Zhao Lin's Zubat pales in comparison to the prowess of Bulbasaur at this moment. The Dratini serves as the backbone of this combination, and it is imperative to subdue it first, Su Ruoling mused silently. Ice-type moves are doubly effective against dragon types, and they similarly hold a significant advantage over the grass-type Bulbasaur. Su Ruoling gazed at the Snow Sprite, her confidence soaring. Snow Sprite, use Ice Shard. The Ice Shard is guaranteed to strike first, bypassing speed altogether. As it hurtles directly towards Dratini, capture the king before the thief. Commanded by Yuan, Electric Flying Squirrel, unleash Thunder Shock. The Electric Flying Squirrel spread its arms wide, gliding through the air before releasing a bolt of lightning that collided with Dratini just as the Ice Shard struck. Peep. Dratini hastily maneuvered on the ground, evading danger. Dratini. Utilized Thunder Wave. Dratini conjured an electrical current and charged straight at Jengar. Kyrillian. Use Teleport and rush in. Do not fear, ordered Sichenhao. Zhao Lin looked at him incredulously, his gaze dripping with disdain. Bulbasaur. Deploy Sleep Powder. Instantly, a cloud of pink powder emanated from Bulbasaur, expanding its reach further and further. Sichenhao smiled, his expression so gentle it could enchant countless souls. You are the foolish one. Kyrillian collided with the Thunder Wave and was paralyzed. Kairu. Kyrillian wore a mischievous expression of triumph, only to find Dratini glowing with electrical energy. What is happening? Why is Dratini also paralyzed? Lung Yichen raised his microphone, inquiring with genuine curiosity. Undoubtedly, his inquiry echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Umo chuckled at Jengar, who had been ignored, and said, Jengar, use hypnosis on Bulbasaur. Jengar. Hypnosis is a single target attack, while sleep powder affects multiple targets, making the effects of hypnosis significantly more potent. Noticing that sleep powder had yet to spread to this area, Umo leisurely explained, Kyrillian's ability is Synchronize. The effect of Synchronize is that when it suffers from burn, poison, or paralysis, it will transmit those conditions to the Pokémon that attacked it. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Fans began to whisper excitedly, with some even shouting, Umo, my idol. It seems that not only Su Yangsheng is formidable, but every member of their team possesses remarkable abilities. Lung Yichen admired in silence. Chapter 49, Fight with Your Mind. Hypnosis quickly ensnared Bulbasaur, while sleep powder abruptly halted, just stopping in front of Jengar. Well done. Si Chenhao exclaimed with a smile. Kyrillian, use charm. Kyrillian unleashed a flurry of musical notes, and the electric flying squirrel soared skyward, employing Thunderbolt to bring down the charm. The flying squirrel nodded and swiftly ascended, unleashing golden currents that collided continuously with the colorful musical notes. Wang Lina directed Dratini. Dratini, follow Jengar and use Hurricane. Peep. The hurricane surged toward Jengar, intercepting its path. Jengar, ignore it. Use Night Curse to attack Bulbasaur. The Snow Sprite employed Shadow Clone to assist. Now, Kyrillian found itself isolated, yet Si Chenhao stretched leisurely, exuding an air of nonchalance. Kyru. Dratini and the electric flying squirrel encircled Kyrillian, simultaneously unleashing their abilities. Kyrillian glanced at Si Chenhao, who nodded, scratching his head lazily. Teleport. Kyrillian playfully stuck out its tongue and vanished from the range of the two Pokemon's attacks, reappearing behind Bulbasaur. Snow Sprite, use Ice Fang. Peep. Dratini intercepted, unleashing Dragon Rage. Peep. Dratini lifted its head and let out a roar, the true dragon's aura erupting forth. Dragon-type Pokémon gain a boost when using Dragon-type moves, and this Dragon Rage surpassed the might of any attack from Charizard. Ice Fang struck Dratini, which was shielding the now slumbering Bulbasaur, causing Dratini to cry out in pain as it hastily retaliated with Dragon Rage. The effect was remarkable. Ice-type moves are doubly effective against Dratini. And Su Ruoling watched in increasing confidence as Dratini's health plummeted. Snow Sprite, Shadow Shield. The Shadow Clones surged forward, positioning themselves in front of the Snow Sprite. Despite the overwhelming force of Dragon Rage, the clones dissipated in an instant, yet they mitigated considerable damage, allowing the Snow Sprite a chance to escape. Snow Sprite, now use Powder Snow. Umo whispered to Jengar. Jengar, circle around to Dratini's back and use Confuse Ray. Jengar nodded, blending into the air, and reappeared behind Dratini to unleash its Confuse Ray. Ghost-type Pokémon are always elusive, appearing and disappearing without a trace. The Confuse Ray shot forth, missing Dratini but striking the soaring electric flying squirrel. Umo understood that Dratini's ability is Shed Skin, which conveniently counters all negative statuses. Shed Skin. At the end of each round, the Pokémon has a 13 chance to shake off its abnormal conditions. Thus, even if confusion were to affect Dratini, it would likely dispel itself within 2 or 3 rounds, which would be a significant loss for them. The electric flying squirrel soared into the air, attacking Jengar with pursuit. Bai Yuan, witnessing Dratini being cornered, hastily commanded the electric flying squirrel to assist. Zhao Lin, observing the fierce battle on the other side, and then glancing down at Bulbasaur, who lay asleep at his feet, was nearly driven to a heart attack. He raised his foot, intending to kick Bulbasaur awake, but upon seeing the surrounding spectators, he lowered his foot. Suddenly, Bulbasaur awoke. Zhao Lin's eyes lit up. Bulbasaur, use Leech Seed. Bulbasaur shook its head, and from its back sprang forth several seeds that grew into numerous vines, which ensnared the Snow Sprite and the other two Pokémon, continuously draining their health while entering a parasitic state. The Pokémon loses 18 of its maximum HP at the end of each turn, while the caster of this state recovers an equivalent amount of HP. Jengar, use Confuse Ray. Umo commanded. Jengar. Despite being in a parasitic state, Jengar could still attack. Umo believed that every opportunity to strike must not be wasted, as inflicting more negative statuses upon Bulbasaur would greatly benefit them. Currently, both the electric flying squirrel and Bulbasaur had fallen into a state of confusion. The The confusion lasts for 2 to 5 turns. And the confused Pokémon has a 13 chance of being unable to use its moves and attacking itself. The electric flying squirrel glided gracefully through the sky, evading the confused ray, only to strike straight at Bulbasaur. Bai Yuan, what are you doing? Zhao Lin exclaimed in frustration, infuriated that they were already at a disadvantage. And now Bai Yuan had inadvertently compromised a teammate, which only intensified his anger. If they lost this match embarrassingly, the fans would surely turn on them and berate their team mercilessly. At that point, the Nightling team's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. This was the last thing he wanted to see. If his team fell apart before he personally dismantled the Jiuyu team, it would be nothing short of a disgrace. Peep, the snow sprite, feeling the vines entangling it, felt a surge of nausea and promptly unleashed powder snow. To everyone's astonishment, the elf unleashed its own skills. Coldichin found himself taken aback. Just how profound was the bond between the snow sprite and Su Yangsheng? The delicate snowflakes instantaneously froze the encroaching vines, and in an instant, the back of Bulbasaur was encased in ice. The effect was remarkable. Bulbasaur winced in pain, letting out a cry as the vines were immobilized. Since the roots of the leech seed were intrinsically linked to it, any damage inflicted upon the vines would also reverberate back to the originating Pokémon. Fang Yuqing held a Pokeball containing his small Snorlax, which had already reached level 19, capable of single-handedly taking on 2 members of the Nightfall team. He planned to step in and bolster the situation should the Nightfall team refuse to accept defeat, to uphold the dignity of the Jiuyu team. Victory was assured. As he confidently surveyed the arena, he declared with unwavering certainty. Wang Lina, observing the resting Kyrelian nearby, called out loudly, "Dratini, ensnare Kyrelian and unleash Dragon Rage." With a keen cry, Dratini wrapped itself around Kyrelian, releasing yet another Dragon Rage. Si Chenhao's stern expression suddenly broke into a smile. "Kyrelian, counter with your Absorb Kiss." Kyrelian, a fairy and psychic type, employed a fairy-type move, which was doubly effective against dragon types. Moreover, fairy-type Pokémon completely disregarded damage from dragon-type attacks. It could easily be likened to a dragon-slaying warrior alongside Marilioli. As Dragon Rage struck Kyrelian, Su Ruoling admonished, "Think before you battle." She glanced at the ailing Dratini, and then turned to the shocked Wang Lina. This is the consequence of fighting without thought. Zhao Lin's expression darkened significantly as he enunciated each word with intensity. "Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip to ensnare Gengar." Vines sprouted from Bulbasaur's back, gradually advancing toward Gengar. The audience outside could not help but murmur in admiration. The elegance of the match and the cunning strategies employed were beyond their own capabilities. Many had silently begun to applaud the 6 members of the Jiuyu team, while some fans of the Nightfall team were already gravitating toward Jiyu's fanbase. In Chapter 50, Embarrassment, many continued to applaud the 6 members of the Jiuyu team, as fans of the Nightfall team began to embrace Jiyu's supporters. Currently, the Snow Sprite had 34 health points remaining, Gengar had 12, and Kyrelian was merely scratched. Meanwhile, the opposing 3 Pokémon, apart from the Electrode, had their health points drop below 12 for both Dratini and Bulbasaur. "We shall undoubtedly prevail," Su Ruoling proclaimed loudly, intending to provoke Zhao Lin into a blunder. As anticipated, Zhao Lin, unable to bear the thought of defeat, erupted in anger. "You're a fool, Su Ruoling. You think you're impressive just because you're a top player? Don't get cocky." Some perceptive audience members whispered among themselves. They could see that Zhao Lin was at fault, yet none dared to voice it, for he was, after all, the son of a high-ranking official, and provoking him was unwise. The vines suddenly ensnared Gengar, flinging it into the air, showcasing the immense strength Bulbasaur exerted. "Gengar, maintain that position and unleash your curse." Gengar's health rose from 12 to 14, and the eerie flames of the curse began to burn upon Bulbasaur's back, compressing its survival to a mere 4 turns. Su Ruoling nodded. Once a Pokémon enters a cursed state, neglecting it would result in self-inflicted damage until its health reached 0. Now, the only threats remaining were Dratini and Electrode. "Snow Sprite, use Powder Snow," Su Ruoling commanded. The Snow Sprite summoned a flurry of powdery snow, which was doubly effective against dragon types, inflicting significant damage to Dratini. "Kyrelian, employ Absorb Kiss." The fairy-type skill similarly dealt double damage to dragon types. And Dratini let out a cry, swiftly darting behind Gengar. "Snow Sprite, deliver the final Ice Fong to Dratini." With a decisive strike, Dratini collapsed onto the ground. Wang Lina's expression soured as she withdrew Dratini and retreated into the crowd. With her Pokémon nearing death, the Nightfall team was left with only 2 members. Now, Only the severely weakened Bulbasaur and the half-health Electrode remained on the field. Zhao Lin glared at Su Ruoling, his rage simmering. He despised her demeanor, and thus, he resolved to crush her. Bulbasaur, use Leech Seed to overpower the Snow Sprite. A smirk crept across Zhao Lin's face as he aimed to vanquish the Snow Sprite, seemingly oblivious to the consequences of the curse. As the Leech Seed began to grow wildly, the final curse erupted. Bulbasaur. With that, Bulbasaur fell to the ground. A crow flew overhead. This was indeed embarrassing. It was all due to his earlier boastful remarks, and now Bulbasaur was on the brink of death, leaving Zhao Lin in a state of helplessness. The Nightfall team was now reduced to a single member. Now, they could freely overpower the Electrode. The three members of the Jiyue team simultaneously entertained such thoughts. Gengar, use Hypnosis. Gengar. Electrode, unleash Thunderbolt to disrupt the hypnosis. Electrode. Electrode conjured a flash of lightning, instantly shattering the hypnosis. Just then, the Snow Sprite unleashed Ice Fang, striking Electrode fiercely. Electrode stumbled, nearly crashing to the ground. Electrode, use Quick Attack. A powerful current erupted from Electrode's cheek, instantly engulfing Gengar. This was Bai Yuan's tactic, an unrestrained assault. A thoughtless attack on the opponent, disrupting their strategy, encapsulated Bai Yuan's approach. Su Ruoling observed as Electrode teetered on the brink of defeat, practically a one-hit wonder. Kyrelian, utilized Magical Leaf. Chire. The Magical Leaf collided forcefully with Electrode, sending it reeling backward. Electrode. With that, Bai Yuan's Pokémon fell to the brink of death, leaving the Nightfall team with no remaining members. Thus, the Jiyue team emerged victorious in this 3v3 battle. Coldy-Chen announced. He refrained from labeling the Nightfall team as losers. Nor did he dare to refer to Zhao Lin in such a manner. Doing so would hold no benefit for him in the future. It seemed wiser to sidestep them entirely and instead elevate the Jiyue team, a more prudent choice. Zhao Lin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his expression increasingly grim. He glanced at Bai Yuan in the arena, taking slow steps toward the exit, when suddenly he stumbled, nearly falling. Ranran couldn't help but laugh at Zhao Lin's disheveled state, and some individuals discreetly captured his humiliating moment for the forums. Zhao Lin was consumed by anger. This defeat was undoubtedly a significant blow to them, a truly embarrassing spectacle. The remaining three members of the Nightfall team wore somber expressions, unable to fathom how their comrades had suffered such a devastating loss. Particularly Wang Lina, who had been the first to be eliminated. Her Dratini had received the most resources from their team to elevate it to level 21. Furthermore, this Dratini was a super rare S-grade Pokémon they had exhausted themselves to acquire. Similarly, Zhao Lin's Bulbasaur was also a rare S-grade Pokémon. Acquiring these two had cost them nearly 500,000, a source of considerable distress for Zhao Lin. Though he was the son of an official, even he could not overlook the constraints of finances. Now, after spending so much, pouring in countless resources, they were met with a complete and utter defeat. Fang Yuqing returned the Pokeball, realizing that at this moment, Zhao Lin and his companions could no longer take advantage of the situation. Yet, one must ponder why he initially believed Su Ruoling could hold her own against that group of fools. In terms of levels, it was sheer domination. A subtle smile graced Fang Yuqing's lips as he resolved to place all his hopes unequivocally on Su Ruoling. Given her prowess, it seemed virtually impossible for anyone to defeat her, which would not only bolster her status as a top player, but also attract greater attention to the Jiyue team. Conversely, for the Yiling team, this represented an unequivocal catastrophe. As Zhao Lin exited the plaza, he felt the searing gaze of countless onlookers upon him, akin to a piece of cream destined to melt. In that moment, he yearned to find a hole to hide in. Su Ruoling smiled slightly, leading the other 5 out of the arena. He sensed that he had garnered quite a number of fans, and even after leaving, many were still reminiscing about the intensity of the earlier battle. At that moment, Su Ruoling's earlier thoughts underwent a transformation. He no longer wished to tarnish Zhao Lin's reputation within the game alone, but aimed to besmirch the reputation of their entire team. For Su Ruoling, the first step in this grand strategy had been successfully executed. Chapter 51, Preparation to Act. Let us go. It's already 5 o'clock. I need to check on the cafe, Su Ruoling remarked, having not visited in quite some time and curious about its current state. Umo adjusted his attire and replied slowly, "All right, let us change our outfits before heading out to avoid being recognized." They were already aware that Su Ruoling worked at that particular cafe, as did Si Chenhao. With the increase in fans, it was prudent to don different clothing to prevent any leaks. At More Cafe, which typically languished in quietude, patrons suddenly surged, perhaps due to the star effect that had drawn an influx of customers. Su Ruoling lowered his hat's brim and surveyed the bustling cafe before approaching the front desk with a smile. Senior Shangguan. Shangguan Xiuyu lifted his gaze upon recognizing the visitor. His previously cold demeanor softened. He had been overwhelmed by the recent influx of customers, maintaining a frosty facade out of necessity. Oh, the busy Yuqing has taken the time to visit the cafe? Shangguan Xiuyu jested, fully aware that the surge in clientele was largely attributable to the young man before him. Su Ruoling chuckled and hurried into the back room to change clothes, while Si Chenhao exchanged a nod with Shangguan Xiuyu before following him inside. Both Su Ruoling and Si Chenhao had their outfits stored in the cabinet, as their visits had become infrequent, making it convenient to keep them here. The remaining four quietly settled around a table that could barely accommodate 4 people, ordering a few cups of coffee and some desserts, all while watching with eager anticipation for Su Ruoling and Si Chenhao to emerge. The cafe's ambience had transformed dramatically, adorned with stickers of Pokeballs and various adorable Pokémon, shifting from an elegant and tranquil atmosphere to one that was charming and delightful, evoking a sense of comfort. Moreover, the stickers and the presence of cat-eared maidens had already attracted a significant number of customers. Si Chenhao would undoubtedly look quite dashing in a suit, yet something about Su Ruoling's attire felt somewhat dissonant. Ruqi mused. I genuinely believe that if Su Ruoling were to don makeup and wear an outfit like those cat-eared maids at the entrance, he would outshine them all. Haha, I concur. Umo replied, displaying an amusing demeanor, seemingly oblivious to Su Ruoling's inner thoughts at that moment. Ran scanned the stickers and the surrounding patrons, her gaze flitting over each face in search of attractive young men. Fang Yuqing squinted his eyes, seemingly in a state of repose. Look, that young man is so handsome, exclaimed several girls nearby. Fang Yuqing feigned ignorance to their compliments, having grown accustomed to such admiration. After changing, the two did not rush out, but instead sat down to peruse the menu. During Su Ruoling's absence, the cafe had introduced numerous new drinks and desserts, one of which he vividly remembered, a cake shaped like a pokeball. The upper red semicircle was strawberry flavored, the central black portion was chocolate, and the lower white semicircle was vanilla. The cat-eared maidens busily flitted around the cafe, and Su Ruoling, carrying a matcha latte, approached a young woman who appeared to be around 20. Your matcha latte, enjoy, he said politely. The girl nodded, secretly thinking, what a handsome young man. Su Ruoling smiled gently and turned to leave. Suddenly, the girl seemed to remember something and shouted, Su Yuqing. At that utterance, the entire cafe erupted. Countless fans instantaneously surrounded Su Ruoling and Si Chenhao. Similar to Su Ruoling, Si Chenhao was also recognized while delivering pastries, and now, they resembled lambs besieged by fervent fans. Yuqing, little bone. Where are the other members of the Jiuyu team? Some customers inquired. In response to these questions, both Su Ruoling and Si Chenhao merely smiled and remained silent. They are right behind you. Amidst the chaos, Su Ruoling suddenly spotted a tall figure giving him a thumbs up. Si Chenhao felt a mix of resignation. It was none other than Fang Yuqing. Please, everyone, quiet down. Su Ruoling addressed the gathering throng of fans. Si Chenhao cast a grateful glance at Su Ruoling. Had it not been for his intervention, he might have been toppled by the crowd. The fervent fans fell silent. And Su Ruoling continued, I can take a group photo with all of you. Please, no rush. Everyone will have a turn, and Little Bone can join as well. Let us keep it orderly. 1 hour later, the cafe was noticeably less crowded as Su Ruoling and Si Chenhao changed back into their regular clothes and exited. Suddenly, Su Ruoling's AR watch buzzed with a message. He halted and said, I want to accompany you all for fun today. I need to head home, as there's a minor matter to attend to. All right, you head back. The other 5 members of Jiuyu responded understandingly. At the Longmu building, Su Ruoling collapsed onto the sofa, awaiting the arrival of one individual. Click. The door swung open, revealing a robust man with dark skin clad in a white shirt. Su Ruoling glanced at the man, fluttered his eyelashes, and chose not to engage. Wow, so many fans. Are they all yours? The man's voice dripped with mockery, making Su Ruoling feel uncomfortable. Su Ruoling narrowed his eyes and inquired, Shui Wudong? Why did you call me back? Do you remember our agreement? Shui Wudong crossed his arms. Su Ruoling glanced sideways and noticed that Shui Wudong had 4 pokeballs clipped to his waist. He paused, recalling their previous conversation, and nodded at the man, who towered over him by half a head. Of course I remember. Are we starting our operation now? Shui Wudong nodded. Where to? Changsha, Hunan, at the Orange Isle. Shui Wudong's weathered face bore a flicker of malice. His greatest disdain was for that pretentious figure of the Scarlet Flame Pine. Shui Wudong resolved, alongside Su Ruoling, to eliminate the entire Fire Rock team. However, given their current strength, The two of them could only manage to deal with a fraction of the team. Nevertheless, Shui Wudong reassured Su Ruoling that everything must be approached gradually, and the Fire Rock team would inevitably fall into their grasp. Su Ruoling rested her chin on her hand and slowly replied, "No problem. Let us discuss it again in 3 days." All right. In 2 days, they were bound for Disneyland. And Su Ruoling was determined not to miss such an event. If necessary, she could always take a midnight flight to Changsha. There was no rush. As Shui Wudong stood up and stepped outside, Su Ruoling pondered. Facing the Fire Rock team, the optimal choice would be Water-type Pokémon. It seemed imperative to elevate the level of her Seahorse Pokémon as soon as possible. Chapter 52. Are you really Su Ruoling? Shui Wudong had just exited when Su Ruoling continued to reflect. When confronting the Fire Rock team, the Water-type Pokémon was undoubtedly the best option, and thus, it was crucial to hasten the training of her Seahorse Pokémon. Glancing out the window, she noticed a white creature resembling a Qilin. Its pale green eyes briefly sweeping through the room before vanishing in an instant. Was it an illusion? Su Ruoling mused, approaching the window and flinging it open to survey the surroundings. All she beheld was the expanse of the city. Looking upwards, she found nothing but a shroud of darkness. Above in the lofty skies, beyond the ominous clouds, the white Qilin curled its lips in a smirk, surveying the city below with a piercing gaze fixed upon the Longmu building. In an instant, its form melded into the air and disappeared completely. Su Ruoling tapped her forehead, vexation gnawing at her. It had been ages since she had trained her Seahorse Pokémon, and its level had hardly advanced. It was practically relegated to the depths of her inventory. If this continued, the Seahorse Pokémon would surely become obsolete. In the ensuing 2 days, she resolved to have the Snow Child conduct intensive training for the Seahorse Pokémon. Su Ruoling contemplated her strategy against the Fire Rock team. This was indeed a challenge. She pinched her face in frustration. Forget it. Let us see if there's anything entertaining on Bilibili. Upon logging in, Su Ruoling found her private messages inundated with inquiries, the majority questioning why she hadn't streamed recently. To this, she could only respond that she was exceedingly busy. Suddenly, one particular message caught her attention. Could you dress in women-esque clothing to record a dance video for us? Allow Su Ruoling a moment to display a sorrowful expression. Why were so many people requesting her to don female attire? Ru, because you are a girl. Glancing through her messages again and finding nothing particularly odd, Su Ruoling closed Bilibili and switched to watching a gaming livestream. She was engrossed in a broadcast of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, noting that only 10 players remained. She promptly sent several gifts to cheer on the streamer. Ultimately, the streamer triumphed, having survived with the last sliver of health. That was indeed a narrow escape. Su Ruoling glanced at the streamer's ID, her eyes rolling in exasperation. Streamer ID, Zhao Lin. Su Ruoling thought to herself, had she known this would happen, she wouldn't have wasted her money on gifts. She continued watching the livestream, memorizing Zhao Lin's Steam ID, planning to invite Fang Yuqing to crush him during the next chicken dinner stream. Let him land in a box. Turning off her phone, she summoned the Snow Child and Seahorse Pokémon. Snow Child, from now on, take the Seahorse Pokémon for training. It must reach level 21. Do you understand? Su Ruoling's tone was not overly harsh, but carried an undertone of casual authority. Regardless, as long as the task was completed, all would be well. Su Ruoling was unconcerned about the Snow Child and Seahorse Pokémon being captured by other players. Given their high levels, they could likely fend off any challengers. 2 days later, the Seahorse Pokémon successfully reached level 21, acquiring several new skills, while the Snow Child leveled up to 28. Moreover, the bond between the Snow Child and Su Ruoling had blossomed to an impressive 145 points. Excellent, Snow Child. As a reward, I plan to teach you some formidable skills. The skill learning machine from Xiaoxia had remained untouched in Su Ruoling's system backpack, and now was the perfect time to utilize it. Guard, Substitute, and Sleep Talk were all commendable skills, particularly Sleep Talk, as it would allow the Snow Child to attack after using the Sleep move. Guard could potentially be learned autonomously by the Snow Child around level 30, so it could be preserved for use by other Pokémon later. Are you certain you wish to teach the Snow Child Substitute and Sleep Talk? Came the system's voice. Affirmative. Ding. Your Snow Child has successfully learned Substitute and Sleep Talk. Bond increased by 10. Su Ruoling smiled gently, patting the Seahorse Pokémon's head before returning it to its Pokeball. Soon, Fang Yuqing's butler would arrive to take them to Disneyland. Ding. Just as she thought of it, a luxurious Maserati had parked below the Longmu building. Speak of the devil. Su Ruoling rushed out with the Snow Child, diving into the car. Su Ruoling, look at this. Ru pointed at something with a beaming smile, while Ranran appeared somewhat disapproving, nudging Ru to behave with more decorum. Girls should be modest, don't you know? Fang Yuqing closed his eyes. This is specially prepared for you. Just don't forget to change into it when we reach Disneyland, Yumo kindly reminded. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Su Ruoling covered her ears, shaking her head vigorously. Si Chenhao placed a hand on Su Ruoling's back. Captain, accept your fate. At Disneyland, Su Ruoling was the first to leap from the car, eager to escape their sight, to flee from this realm of troubles. They were far too terrifying. Don't run. We haven't gotten your outfit yet, Yumo exclaimed, darting after her with a paper bag in hand. Ru threatened Su Ruoling with a mock fist, attempting to intimidate her into compliance. I surrender. Su Ruoling, left with no choice, raised her hands in capitulation. In matters of confrontation, he was eternally the weakest. Su Ruoling was ushered into the restroom by Yumo and Fang Yuqing, where he was compelled to change into women's clothing. The restroom was sparsely populated, avoiding any potential embarrassment from being gawked at, allowing Su Ruoling to feel somewhat at ease as he donned the outfit. However, his face remained flushed with shame. This felt far too humiliating. Approximately 5 minutes later, the door swung open. Click. Su Ruoling pushed the door ajar, eager to check his reflection, when Yumo pointed outside, prompting Su Ruoling to step out cautiously. At that moment, a boy entered the restroom. He glanced up at the restroom sign and queried in confusion, did I walk into the wrong restroom? Su Ruoling's face flushed crimson, and he bolted, hurrying towards the main entrance. Yumo stood frozen, bursting into laughter, while Fang Yuqing trailed behind, eager to witness Su Ruoling's predicament. That had truly been mortifying. Su Ruoling ran without a care for the stares of passers-by, finally spotting 2 girls with contrasting hair colors ahead. I'm back, Su Ruoling panted. Who are you? Ran questioned, clutching a bag of chips, her expression one of bewilderment. Su Ruoling sighed, leaning against the wall and rubbing his forehead. It's me, Su Ruoling. Ru leaned in with a comical expression, resembling a mischievous aunt attempting to abduct a child. Wow, are you really Su Ruoling? Little sister. By the way, you really look like a girl in that outfit, Ran bluntly remarked. Look at those long eyelashes, so feminine. You're bullying me. Chapter 53, Queuing for a Challenge. You're bullying me, Su Ruoling exclaimed, a frown adorning his face. I don't want to play with you anymore. With that, Su Ruoling stepped away, intent on riding the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel loomed magnificently, an exquisite sight that promised exhilarating thrills, perhaps even a glimpse of the fluffy clouds above. Su Ruoling gazed at it with eager anticipation, quickening her pace towards the attraction. Suddenly, she remembered that she had disguised herself as a girl, and a wave of concern washed over her regarding her voice. In haste, she downloaded a voice changer on her phone, allowing her to alter her speech and alleviate the potential awkwardness of being perceived as a boy. After all, it would be quite startling for a girl who closely resembled a female to suddenly emit a male voice. As she approached, the colossal Ferris wheel came into full view. Su Ruoling surveyed the throngs of people surrounding her, only to realize they were not heading towards the Ferris wheel itself, but rather to a small area adjacent to it, where she could vaguely make out several cages. Driven by curiosity, she chose to venture into that small section instead. A Pokémon area? A place to challenge Pokémon? Su Ruoling spent 100 yuan on a ticket, but the next moment, she was taken aback. Goodness, was there an overwhelming number of people? She observed a long queue stretching at least 10 meters ahead and sighed in resignation. It seemed she truly was a descendant of the dragon. Before her, the first player was engaged in a challenge against a level 17 Houndour. Although Houndour at level 17 had learned Flame Wheel, posing a significant threat, Su Ruoling felt secure due to her level advantage. She resolved not to take on any Pokémon of such a level. Watching as the player's Metapod was left with a sliver of health, oblivious to the impending doom, he planned to use String Shot to slow down Houndour, only to be swiftly defeated by a single spark. Reluctantly, the player retrieved his AR wristwatch, spending 100 yuan on healing items to tend to Houndour. Su Ruoling continued to observe the lengthy queue, lamenting, there are so many people, how long will it take before it's my turn? She had intended to showcase her snowy elf and Chikorita. Under the scorching summer sun, surrounded by the crowd, Su Ruoling felt as if she could hardly breathe. Drenched in sweat, after approximately an hour, it was finally her turn. Su Ruoling scrutinized the Pokémon within the cages, ultimately fixing her gaze on a level 34 Decidueye. I intend to challenge this Pokémon, Decidueye, she announced, employing her voice changer. Decidueye, level 34, qualifications? Decidueye was one of the starters from the Pokémon Sun and Moon series, boasting commendable strength with a base stat total of 530. If she could capture it, battling Misty would be a breeze. The staff member regarded Su Ruoling with a condescending expression. Truly overestimating oneself, he remarked. Su Ruoling feigned ignorance, languidly addressing the staff member. If that Pokémon is defeated, can it be captured? Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd. You want to capture this Pokémon? Impossible. The staff responded coldly. Of course, you can, but your strength likely won't even be sufficient to reduce Decidueye's health by a quarter. Don't embarrass yourself, flat-chested girl. Your Pokémon are probably only at level 10. Among the onlookers, many expressed skepticism, feeling pity for the foolish girl before them. Her intellect is quite touching. Ruoling nodded slightly. The effect has been achieved. It was now the moment for her to turn the tables on those who had scorned her. So, it shall be you too. Snowy Elf, Chikorita. Snowy Elf, level 27. Chikorita, level 23. Is that flat-chested girl really planning to command 2 Pokémon on her own? The spectators were divided in their opinions, but disdain was the prevailing sentiment, especially since most had been summoned by the hamster ball. With a click, the iron gate swung open, and Decidueye stepped forth, stretching its somewhat stiff body, ready to take down this overconfident girl. During the challenge, Ruoling deliberately concealed her ID to prevent the audience from discovering her identity. The thought of being recognized would be utterly humiliating. Snowy Elf, use Ice Fang. Chikorita, employ Shadow Clone. As soon as the battle commenced, Ruoling had devised her strategy. Decidueye took to the skies. Its base speed stat of 70, allowing it to move with surprising agility. Chikorita created 16 clones, darting around Snowy Elf in an attempt to distract Decidueye. As a grass ghost-type Pokémon, Decidueye was doubly weak to ice-type moves, and with its high special attack and special defense, physical attacks were a wise choice. Decidueye flapped its wings and unleashed a barrage of leaf blades aimed at Chikorita's clones. In an instant, the clones dissipated, leaving only Chikorita's true form standing. Chikorita, use Teleport. Then follow up with Draining Kiss. Ruoling commanded. Chico. As ghost types have an advantage over psychic types, it was prudent to utilize fairy-type moves at this juncture. Snowy Elf followed suit, casting Hail. Just as the hail was about to collide with Decidueye, it suddenly became ethereal, vanishing into thin air. Spirit Shroud. This move allowed the Pokémon to hide in the first turn and strike in the second, ignoring defensive effects. Moo. A haunting call echoed in Ruoling's ears as she remarked, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Quite clever. Then, she instructed, Snowy Elf, use Shadow Clone to protect Chikorita. Then create a substitute to confuse Decidueye. Snowy Elf sacrificed a portion of its health to create a substitute and then unleashed Shadow Clone, filling the arena with its likenesses. The second round commenced, and as Decidueye swooped past the substitute, it shattered instantly, while a majority of the Shadow Clones were severed. Ruoling's gaze sharpened. This Pokémon was no ordinary foe. It had to be an S rank. Otherwise, an A-rank Pokémon could not possibly unleash such devastating power. At this moment, Decidueye spread its wings and released Leaf Storm, the leaves swirling around its body before launching towards Snowy Elf like a rain of arrows. Snowy Elf quickly deployed a shield to absorb the attack, while Chikorita utilized Teleport to evade the onslaught. Moo. Decidueye regarded Snowy Elf, nodding in acknowledgement. Its gesture implied, I shall now take this seriously. Chapter 54. The Double Battle with Decidueye. Decidueye looked at Snowy Elf, nodding again. I'm serious now. Snowy Elf, use Ice Fang. Chikorita, employ Charm. Snowy Elf carefully gauged its strength before launching Ice Fang, while Chikorita sent forth musical notes. The two unique powers fused together, significantly depleting Decidueye's health. Decidueye soared into the air, squinting as if aiming, and in an instant, 5 leaves shot forth with incredible speed. Bang, 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 bang. The frenzied onslaught landed 5 strikes. Snowy Elf's health dropped to 34, Chikorita remained at 23, and Decidueye was left with 45 health. It appeared that Ruoling was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Decidueye's cold gaze turned towards Chikorita, emitting an intimidating cry. The scare move, though not particularly powerful, dealt double damage to Chikorita, reducing its health to 12. Chico. Ruoling clenched her fists, feeling a wave of tension. This girl's combat skills were rather impressive. Who was the foolish individual who just claimed that this young lady's sprite was merely at level 10? Were their eyes clouded? As the saying goes, large chests, empty minds. Yet this maiden, with her modest bosom, possesses remarkable intellect, utterly redefining my perspective. And what of the staff member from earlier, who asserted that this girl couldn't even deplete 14 health points? The shift from initial skepticism to unwavering support can be attributed solely to Ruoling's impeccable strategy and the harmonious synergy and levels of her 2 sprites. Unbeknownst to her, Ruoling has garnered yet another wave of admirers. Snowchild, utilize Shadow Clone. Kyrulian, employ Shadow Clone as well. The flying sniper owl, gliding through the air, let out a disdainful scoff, its gaze icy as it fixated on the two sprites. In an instant, countless leaves erupted from the wings of the sniper owl. Sue Ruoling's expression darkened. She had miscalculated. She overlooked the ability to pierce through this technique. And this assault was destined to strike the true forms of both the Snow Child and Kyrillian. The predicament was dire, leaving her entirely on the defensive. Kyrillian. Use Drain Kiss. Hurry. Snow Child. Fall asleep, then use Dream Talk. The Snow Child obediently reclined on the ground, peacefully drifting into slumber. The sniper owl melded back into the atmosphere, executing the earlier move, Spirit Ambush. Chirp. The effect of Dream Talk activated, and Sue Ruoling wiped the sweat from her brow, unable to predict which skill the Snow Child would randomly acquire. Suddenly, a frigid gust swept through, diminishing the sniper owl's speed and slightly freezing its wings. This was the ice wind. Excellent, Sue Ruoling exclaimed, shaking her fist. Kyrillian, when the sniper owl reveals itself, teleport behind it and unleash magical leaf. The sniper owl abruptly materialized before the Snow Child, its wings transforming into blades, slicing into the Snow Child's form, landing a critical hit. Coincidentally, Kyrillian appeared behind the sniper owl, releasing magical leaf. At that moment, the critically weakened Snow Child awoke. Kyrillian, protect the Snow Child. Use Drain Kiss. Snow Child. Unleash Powder Snow for ranged damage. The Snow Child was the key to victory, as Ice-type moves were doubly effective against Grass types. Conversely, Kyrillian now found itself in a precarious situation, with Ghost types being doubly effective against Psychic types. Moreover, the Sniper Owl's higher level posed an additional challenge. The Sniper Owl launched a barrage of leaves, each resembling arrows raining down from the heavens. Powder Snow successfully scattered the leaves, sending them soaring into the sky. Snow Child. Employ Ice Fang. The Ice Fang soared forth, reducing the Sniper Owl's health to 13. Sue Ruoling observed the airborne Sniper Owl, anxiety creeping in as it had yet to utilize its remarkable healing ability, photosynthesis. Should the Sniper Owl unleash photosynthesis, the situation would be dramatically reversed. Please, do not use photosynthesis, Sue Ruoling silently prayed. With the Sniper Owl's health dwindling to 13, the Snow Child and Kyrillian found their health at critical levels. At that moment, the Sniper Owl emanated a vibrant green glow, and in the blink of an eye, countless razor-sharp leaves erupted from its wings, swiftly advancing towards the two sprites, their health plummeting to critical lows. Snow Child, use Ice Fang. Kyrillian, employ Drain Kiss. The desperate Ice Fang and Drain Kiss surged forward towards the Sniper Owl, which wore a faint smile as it unfurled its wings and unleashed another wave of leaves. The leaves collided with Drain Kiss, and suddenly, Ice Fang intervened, causing all three moves to nullify each other. Impressive, Sue Ruoling marveled. This was no ordinary sprite. Typical sprites could not maintain such composure in the face of peril while executing perfect defensive maneuvers. This Sniper Owl was undoubtedly an S-tier sprite. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a leaf move with an average power of merely 40 to intercept two attacks. The two sprites gazed at one another, their eyes glimmering with admiration, acknowledging the finesse of such techniques. Once more, the Sniper Owl unleashed a frenzied assault, this time releasing 4 leaves. Snow Child, use Substitute. Kyrillian. Blink and use Drain Kiss. Kyrillian's form flickered in and out of existence, seeking the opportune moment. The Snow Child siphoned a fraction of its health to create a substitute, promptly hiding behind it and unleashing Ice Wind. After the frenzied assault, only the solitary Snow Child remained. Chirp. The Drain Kiss soared forth, striking true, landing perfectly on the Sniper Owl's rear. A critical hit. Kyrillian regained a significant portion of health, sufficient to withstand at least one more leaf attack. The Sniper Owl surged towards the Snow Child, intent on sending it flying. Wait, don't rush, Sue Ruoling instructed. As the Sniper Owl approached within 2 meters of the Snow Child, Sue Ruoling finally spoke. Snow Child, activate Shadow Shield, then use Bite. The Sniper Owl's previous attack, a collision move, was perfectly thwarted by the Shadow Shield, and seeing the opportunity, the Snow Child leaped up and sank its teeth into the Sniper Owl's head. With a resounding thud, the Sniper Owl collapsed to the ground, leaving Sue Ruoling with her 2 battered sprites. Truthfully, we should have lost. Sue Ruoling cast a glance at the Sniper Owl, inwardly reflecting, had it utilized photosynthesis earlier, it certainly could have turned the tide. This battle had been excessively lenient on its part. Sue Ruoling shook her head, having discerned from the beginning that the Sniper Owl had not fought with its full strength, allowing far too much leeway. Fortunately, few spectators had perceived the significant disparity in this confrontation, granting Sue Ruoling a sigh of relief. In the ensuing silence, Su Ruoling retrieved a Pokeball and captured the Sniper Owl. Sniper Owl. Level 34. Type: Grass, Ghost. Ability: Overgrowth, when the sprite's HP is below 13. The power of Grass-type moves is increased by 15 times. Long range: when the sprite uses a melee attack, it does not trigger the defensive party's relevant abilities and effects. Skills: Tackle, Leaf, Quick Return, Spirit Ambush, Growl, Peck, Frighten, Shadow Stitch, Leaf Blade, Odd Wind, Pierce, Snack, Photosynthesis, Frenzied Attack, Ambush. Quality: S. Attack Talent, Light Blue. Defense Talent, Medium Green. Speed Talent, Dark Green. Affection, 120. Su Ruoling nodded. This sprite was indeed S tier. With merely this sprite, she could dominate the game for months. Now, the Sniper Owl had become her ultimate trump card, and Su Ruoling planned to wield it to crush Zhao Lin mercilessly. Chapter 55, The Finishing Move, Annihilation. Now, this Sniper Owl had become her ultimate trump card, and Su Ruoling intended to use it to relentlessly overpower Zhao Lin. Ding! Your snow child has leveled up. Current level, 28, learned a new skill, Iron Head. Ding! Your Kyrillian has leveled up 3 times, current level, 26. To her astonishment, the level 34 Sniper Owl yielded such a vast amount of experience that it allowed both sprites to level up a total of 4 times. Su Ruoling gazed at her 2 battered sprites and returned them to their Pokeballs, proceeding to the Pokemon Center established by Disney. Miss Joy, could you please restore the stamina of my 2 sprites? Su Ruoling handed her Pokeballs to Miss Joy, who accepted them with a smile. Your Pokemon have been healed. We look forward to your next visit, Miss Joy said, her standard smile unwavering. Exiting the Pokemon Center and gazing at the Ferris wheel, Su Ruoling suddenly realized that her team now comprised 5 sprites. It seemed she would need to place some sprites in storage. Within the realm of 5 exquisite spirits, 2 exceptional entities, namely the S-tier Kyrillian and the sharpshooting tree owl, stand out remarkably. However, the Mian and Mo High Ma spirits seem to lag somewhat behind, akin to a burdensome anchor. Nonetheless, their prowess remains commendable. Su Ruoling would rather keep them tucked away than sell them off on the forum, for he dedicated an extensive amount of time to elevate them to their current status. Lost in contemplation, Si Chenhao presented him with a refreshing glass of lemon drink. What are you pondering? Si Chenhao inquired, his voice laced with curiosity. At that moment, Su Ruoling's gaze fell upon a rather rotund individual, lewdly trailing behind a tall young woman, seemingly with unsavory intentions. Su Ruoling smirked, contemplating unleashing the sharpshooting tree owl to teach the man a lesson. However, a moment of clarity struck him. He was currently disguised in female attire. What if the spirit's identity was revealed? Engaging in physical confrontation was also a risk. The man's considerable size could easily send him flying. As Su Ruoling rolled his eyes, a sudden inspiration ignited within him. Achoo! He sneezed loudly, successfully diverting the young woman's attention. She turned, curious, and upon spotting her unwelcome follower, delivered a swift slap that left the rotund man questioning his existence. What's this? A peculiar way to remind someone. Interfering in others' affairs comes at a price. He grumbled, rubbing his face as he glanced at Su Ruoling, his beady eyes landing on his chest. Oh, a flat-chested girl dares to roam about? Su Ruoling rolled his eyes in exasperation. He was a male, not lacking in stature. With a scowl, he retorted in a falsetto, how vile. Just then, the man's hand reached out towards Su Ruoling. Get lost. Su Ruoling forcefully shoved him away. In that fleeting moment, a chill ran down his spine. He had nearly been sullied by that lascivious figure. The indignation within him surged. Try that again, and see what happens. The rotund man, with a grotesque grin, slowly extended his hand towards Su Ruoling's back. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, agony etched on his face, drawing the attention of onlookers who began to murmur in disdain. Su Ruoling, still brimming with indignation, kicked the man a few more times, vehemently cursing, perverted hentai, voyeur, lecher. After Su Ruoling's incensed outburst, the crowd couldn't help but express their contempt towards the man's disgraceful behavior. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ruoling stealthily slipped behind the human barricade formed by Fong Yuqing and Umo. Umo observed the fallen man clutching his groin and thought, that fellow might have just sealed his fate. In the preceding moments, Su Ruoling had noticed his health dwindling and executed his ultimate skill, a devastating kick to the groin, landing a critical hit. As it was a priority move, the rotund man had no time to evade and was struck directly in a vulnerable area. His health plummeted to 0, defeated. Su Ruoling, that kick was surprisingly feminine, remarked Ru Chushi, her expression one of mischievous delight. Ran succinctly summarized the situation with the words, cross-dressing big shot. Laughter erupted from Si Chenhao, who seemed thoroughly entertained, completely oblivious to the murderous glare Su Ruoling cast in his direction. Fang Yuqing, suppressing laughter, pulled Su Ruoling away from the scene. For Su Ruoling, the whole incident had been utterly mortifying. Ding dong. At that moment, Fang Yuqing's QQ chimed with a notification. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily opened the app, and as expected, it was a message from Hamsterball. Hamsterball, I'm at the square, where are you? Mr. Scoundrel, have you seen a girl in a blue outfit with a large bow on her head? Hamsterball, I've seen her. Mr. Scoundrel, I'm nearby, hurry over. Su Ruoling, what nonsense. I'm a boy, not a girl. Approximately 2 minutes later, a handsome young man appeared before Su Ruoling, accompanied by another who was notably shorter. About the same height as Su Ruoling. I am by Ruoxuan, pleased to make your acquaintance, he said, addressing Fang Yuqing. Fang Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement. This is my cousin. His ID is correction fluid, real name Yi Jiawei. He has already secured 2 gym badges. Su Ruoling's heart raced at the mention of 2 badges, one more than he possessed. It was well known that gym leaders were far more powerful than average players. However, had Su Ruoling been aware that Yi Jiawei had begun his journey from a modest gym, he might not have been so astonished. One must collect 8 provincial badges to qualify for the national competition. Dreaming of participating with just 8 badges from a small city was sheer folly. Ran nodded at by Ruoxuan, indicating their acquaintance, while Ru Chushi appeared somewhat helpless. After all, Ran was notoriously shy. Yi Jiawei, brimming with excitement, inquired about the whereabouts of their captain, where is Su Yangsheng. Oh, he is in the hospital with a fever, Umo replied seriously, dressed in female attire. Su Ruoling pinched Umo's thigh, whispering, say another word, and see what happens. Umo's face contorted in pain. Fang Yuqing, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, the captain truly has a childlike temperament. Chapter 56, Divine Core and Arceus. Fang Yuqing found amusement in Umo's expression, internally noting the captain's immaturity. Su Ruoling shot a sidelong glance at Fang Yuqing and declared, excuse me for a moment. I need to battle a creature. I shall return shortly. Si Chenhao nodded in acknowledgement. Ru Chushi, understanding Su Ruoling's desire to avoid exposure, quickly made her exit. Ran chuckled, refraining from revealing Su Ruoling's secret. Su Ruoling scampered towards the Ferris wheel, the gentle breeze caressing his brow, a warmth lingering in the air. As the wheel ascended, nearing its zenith, a brilliant light erupted, spraying water high into the sky and manifesting a rainbow above. Su Ruoling quickly captured the scene on his device. Suddenly, the Ferris wheel came to an abrupt halt. Alarmed, Su Ruoling realized they had reached the highest point. Any issues here could be catastrophic. Just then, the landscape outside transformed dramatically. A white Qilin appeared, blocking the glass. From Su Ruoling's perspective, he could only perceive its entire form. This was no illusion. The entity he had witnessed 2 nights prior was indeed real. The white Qilin stepped forward, and Su Ruoling expected it to be impeded by the glass. To his astonishment, it passed through as if it were a specter, entering the confined space of the Ferris wheel. The white Qilin surveyed Su Ruoling with an air of arrogance, hovering above him, its green eyes reflecting a chill and a hint of sorrow. Su Ruoling stared in awe at the magnificent creature, suddenly recalling something, exclaiming, Arceus? He was acutely aware of Arceus's significance, the creator deity of the spirit world, boasting the highest base stats among all creatures, undeniably a divine beast. Now that it had manifested before him, could he be on the verge of capturing it? The thought of possessing such power sent shivers down his spine, envisioning dominance over the entire game. Yet, why was he unable to view its information? Level. Qualification? Wasn't this a touch too enigmatic? Arceus finally spoke, emanating a divine light that radiated a sacred aura. Are you not, indeed, curious as to why you cannot access my information? Su Ruoling scrutinized Arceus from head to toe, refraining from answering, and instead posed a question of her own. I too am curious, whether you are genuine or a mere illusion. This game was capable of simulating tactile sensations, allowing individuals to perceive the existence of even the most fabricated Pokémon and NPCs. Thus, ensconced within the game, Su Ruoling found it impossible to discern the authenticity of the Arceus before her. If this being were indeed real, then the Fortress of the Water Fleet would make sense, suggesting that after this game, NPCs could truly influence the real world. Indeed, I can assure you, Arceus replied, a slight furrow appearing on its brow, that our Pokémon world exists, and the very system of this game is due to the machinations of Deathwing and the Lightwheel Demon. The Pokémon world has suffered considerable devastation. I could only extract the souls and powers of all Pokémon from that world using the power of creation, subsequently transforming them into the forms you see before you. Legendary Pokémon are no exception. The light in Arceus's eyes dimmed. Su Ruoling was utterly astonished. This meant that everything that had transpired before was valid. These Pokémon were indeed alive, having been compelled to descend to Earth due to the impending destruction of their world. I can also tell you with utmost certainty that you have been chosen. Arceus fixed its gaze upon Su Ruoling, its tone gravely serious. Throughout my tenure as the system, your reputation and prowess have consistently placed you at the pinnacle of this game, a veritable champion. Never before had Arceus spoken so extensively. Had it not been for the imminent ruin of the Pokémon world, it might never have approached Su Ruoling at all. So, does that imply only the Pokémon are real? What of the NPCs? Arceus descended gracefully to the ground. Those individuals are their true selves. Is it possible for your power to manifest on Earth? Su Ruoling inquired. If Arceus's creative power could still be wielded, then these Pokémon and NPCs would ultimately become real, severing their ties with the game. This AR wristwatch would essentially become obsolete, for they would no longer be mere projections. It is still possible, perhaps, to exert a strength of 18. In a few months, all Pokémon and NPCs will fully materialize. Arceus replied wearily. Ho-Oh and Lugia have already dispersed across various locations, and there are many avatars, each powerful enough to rival their true forms. Arceus cannot afford to divide its attention to locate each one individually. That would be too cumbersome. Hence, I sought your assistance. Those two Pokémon remain within the Pokémon world, and I am no longer there. The world of Pokémon is destined for annihilation, which is its only inevitable outcome. Arceus closed its eyes. I will provide you with assistance, ensuring your status as a top-tier player remains unshakable. Though this applies only domestically, abroad, you will encounter many rivals. Su Ruoling regarded Arceus. So, you wish for me to aid you in vanquishing those two Pokémon? Arceus met her gaze and solemnly nodded. This matter is of great significance. Substantial changes will occur in this game thereafter, so be vigilant. Suddenly, a radiant glow erupted from behind Arceus, as countless tablets refracted an extraordinary light. In an instant, a sharply defined crystal soared above Su Ruoling. She reached out to catch it. What is this? Arceus floated in the air. This is the Divine Core, a unique crystal, and it constitutes one of my powers. Divine Core? Su Ruoling gazed at the resplendent crystal before her, puzzled as she had never heard of such a thing. The Divine Core is a remarkable entity, formed by the amalgamation of the energies of all the tablets. It can capture the souls of the avatars of legendary Pokémon and store them. During battles, it can inhabit one of the Pokémon in your team, not only enhancing their strength, but allowing you to utilize all the skills of that legendary Pokémon. Furthermore, the Divine Core's power is exceedingly overwhelming, and it can only be employed once a week. It can also amplify your transformation skills. Now, you can transform at any time of day. But rather than becoming a cat, you will take the form of one of the Pokémon in your team. Su Ruoling fixed her gaze on Arceus, her expression focused. Additionally, the hunger meter will soon activate. Monitor the condition of your Pokémon. Should the hunger meter reach 0, their intimacy will diminish, rendering them unable to battle, Arceus cautioned. Shortly, I will send you the finest recipes for Pokémon food. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Do so at night. And you may contact me via phone. My information is already saved on your device. Thank you, Su Ruoling sincerely replied. At that moment, she felt an increased weight of responsibility. Not only did she need to maintain her household, excel in her studies, but now she also had to assist Arceus, which made her feel rather overwhelmed. Chapter 57, Gathering Tree Fruits. Alright, Su Ruoling, I understand that all of this may seem quite unbelievable. Do not dwell on it too heavily. Simply strive to be the best player you can be and assist in dealing with those two Pokémon afterward. The Divine Core is still somewhat unstable, so do not rush to utilize it, understood? Su Ruoling pondered. At that moment, Arceus remarked in a teasing tone. Also, you look quite charming in women's clothing, resembling the little girl next door. Su Ruoling's expression darkened. Is this truly the Arceus I once knew? Unyieldingly. She retorted. You also look rather good, like an uncle who abducts children. I am leaving, Arceus stated, not even glancing at Su Ruoling. As a flash of white light enveloped it, vanishing within the Ferris wheel. At that moment, the Ferris wheel began to turn. Su Ruoling stared vacantly in the direction of Arceus's departure. Was this all merely a dream? Subsequently, she checked her backpack and discovered a crystal resting quietly within it, the Divine Core. This was no illusion. Realizing the truth, Su Ruoling stamped her foot in frustration. Damn it. What is the difference between saying that and being a pervert. Approximately 10 minutes later, Su Ruoling descended from the Ferris wheel, only to find that others had vanished. And she exhaled softly. She did not wish to be surrounded by that group again. Taking out her phone, she noticed a message from an anonymous sender. Su Ruoling's heart stirred, suspecting it was Arceus's recipe. Top-tier energy cube recipe. Phoenix Pear X1, West Pear X1, Banana Aroma Fruit X1, Ink Berry X1. Just as she had anticipated. Tree fruits? How am I supposed to find these in Disneyland? It is merely an amusement park with few trees. Where would I locate tree fruits? Su Ruoling mused silently. Such a place as Disneyland likely has no tree fruits. It seems I must turn my attention to the forums. Seeking various tree fruits, especially Phoenix Pear, West Pear, Banana Aroma Fruit, and Ink Berry, willing to purchase in bulk. Prices negotiable, fair dealings. Su Ruoling hurriedly posted a thread on the forum, leveraging her status as a high-level researcher to pin it at the top. Instantly, numerous individuals began to respond to her. Su Yinsheng. Hello, what tree fruits do you have for sale? XXX. I have 2 of each of the 4 tree fruits you requested. Why not name your price? Su Yinsheng. 4 tree fruits constitute 1 set, and you have 2 sets. If I offer you 20,000 for 1 set, would that be acceptable? XXX. Deal? In an instant, Su Ruoling's wallet had thinned slightly, yet his backpack brimmed with an abundance of tree fruits. This game, far from being merely a lucrative tool, was also a delightful means of attracting fans. Gradually, the accumulation of tree fruits in his backpack increased, while his wallet continued to dwindle. But Su Ruoling felt no sorrow over this. Many presumed him to be a gullible fool, hastily selling off their collected tree fruits. At present, these fruits could not be affixed to the sprites, rendering them rather useless. Thus, for the current players, these tree fruits were mere detritus, simply occupying space. Upon encountering Su Ruoling's purchasing post, they promptly offloaded their goods. Su Ruoling, however, was exceedingly pleased, although his funds were depleting at a rapid pace. He calculated that once the hunger meter activated, he could sell energy blocks on the forum, undoubtedly recouping his investment with profit. Time slipped by unnoticed, and his funds dwindled to around 400,000, while his backpack boasted nearly 50 sets of tree fruits. A top-tier energy block sold for 25,000, merely 5,000 more than the raw materials, which was a remarkable value. Perhaps, at that time, there would even be inferior energy blocks for sale at a higher price, which would be quite impressive. Exiting the forum, Su Ruoling resolved to immerse himself in the game for a while. He wished to remain unperturbed by such matters, for happiness was paramount. Determined to let loose, Su Ruoling ventured onto the pirate ship ride. The ship swayed back and forth, and the snow sprite clung tightly to Su Ruoling's leg, fearful of being flung away. "Ah, my goodness!" Su Ruoling shouted, and after what felt like an eternity, the ride finally came to a halt. He disembarked with a pale countenance, feeling as though a tempest raged within his stomach, his head spinning, experiencing a disorienting sensation of heaviness. The snow sprite, meanwhile, lay on the ground with spiraled eyes. Ding. Your snow sprite's affection for you has decreased by 5. Wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience. Su Ruoling cast a sidelong glance at the fallen snow sprite, bemused by its reaction. How could one lose intimacy over such a ride? At that moment, a young man approached Su Ruoling, who was crouched on the ground cradling the snow sprite, and asked, "Are you the Su Yangsheng from the forum?" "No. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I'm clearly male. How can one be so oblivious as to misidentify gender?" Su Ruoling replied earnestly, unwilling to foolishly admit his true identity. If his fans were to discover it, he could only imagine the teasing that would ensue, leaving him reluctant to step outside. "Oh, I see. It's just that your snow sprite is of such a high level that it reminded me of her. My apologies, miss." The young man scratched his head, appearing quite embarrassed. Su Ruoling smiled and turned to leave. It seemed the snow sprite had gained considerable notoriety. Fans now assumed that a high-level snow sprite must belong to him. Alas, fame can be quite a burden, he mused. The snow sprite regarded Su Ruoling with disdain. "You are truly self-absorbed." As Su Ruoling pondered this, he suddenly recalled something, his expression stiffening. "Miss." Reflecting on the young man's earlier address, Su Ruoling felt an overwhelming urge for vengeance. The snow sprite began rolling on the ground, mocking him. "Do you want me to strike you?" Su Ruoling cracked his knuckles, emanating an intimidating aura. The snow sprite, startled by this display, scurried behind a rock. "All right, I was merely jesting," Su Ruoling said gently, patting the snow sprite's hat. He then took out his phone and sent a WeChat message. "Luo Mu, I will be heading to Changsha tonight. And the day after tomorrow, I'll be at the dojo. Everyone, don't forget to cheer for me on the forum. I love Lu Yanfeng, okay? I love Zhang Jiyan." TSK, you always run away. Mr. Woolate. Exactly, always dispersing from us. By the way, make sure to wear women's clothing at the dojo. Gomou shun. Fong Yuqing's suggestion is quite good. Humorous emoji, unknown, W scary. Su Ruoling face-bombed in exasperation. Can we not mention the women's clothing joke? Chapter 58. Come on, 1v1 solo? With a resigned sigh, Su Ruoling packed away the snow sprite, successfully booked his flight, and prepared for a raucous escapade in the heavens with Shui Wudong the following day. In his female attire, Su Ruoling did not rush to leave. Instead, he leisurely explored the surroundings, searching for entertaining attractions. Eventually, he found himself on a giant swing, and upon disembarking, he felt as though he might faint. Lingering in nausea for quite some time, he vowed never to engage in such terrifying pursuits again. Finally, the evening arrived, and Su Ruoling boarded his flight to Changsha, subsequently booking a hotel conveniently near the Orange Isle. At 22:41, he messaged, just letting you know, I've arrived in Changsha. I'll play for a day before heading to the dojo. I love Zhang Jiyan. Remember to take pictures of any handsome guys you find. I love Lu Yanfeng 1. Unknown. Is Fong Yuqing not handsome? Gomou shun. The more you look, the uglier he seems. Laughing emoji, Mr. Woolate. Damn it. The six of them engaged in casual banter in the chat, and Su Ruoling, midway through the conversation, fell asleep, his experience mirroring that of days gone by. The following day, Su Ruoling woke early and hurried to Orange Isle, purchasing a ticket for the sightseeing train, intending to disembark halfway through the journey. The sightseeing train resembled a Thomas the Tank Engine, which struck him as quite silly. Upon realizing the train's true appearance, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Beep beep, the Thomas Express is on the move. Yet, despite his reservations about its appearance, Su Ruoling boarded the train and reached the designated meeting spot with Shui Wudong. Today, Shui Wudong was dressed quite splendidly. Compared to her previous outfits, this was a stark contrast. You're looking rather formal today, Su Ruoling remarked with a smile. Shui Wudong tapped Su Ruoling's shoulder and produced a card. Let us go, the base is underground. Suddenly, a door swung open before them, and Su Ruoling's eyes brightened as he stepped inside. Su Ruoling boldly followed Shui Wudong through the Fire Rock team's base, attracting no curious glances regarding his presence. When you stir up trouble, I'll hide first. When I signal you, it means I'm off to find Qi Yin's song, Shui Wudong instructed. And Su Ruoling nodded in understanding. Now that Su Ruoling was no longer under Shui Wudong's protection, some of the minions were eager to pounce on the newcomer. Su Ruoling met their gazes coolly, grabbing the nearest minion and delivering a harsh stomp. The minion grimaced in pain, glaring fiercely at Su Ruoling. Su Ruoling chuckled lightly. Come on, 1v1 solo. Many onlookers cheered, attempting to intimidate Su Ruoling. He merely smiled, unfazed by the minion's erratic behavior. The minion, momentarily bewildered by Su Ruoling's words, eventually withdrew a pokeball, preparing for battle. Then it's you. Chilling Spirit. Chilling Spirit. LV13, Qualification, B. Su Ruoling suddenly recalled that these minions seemed unfamiliar with the terminology of champions. Then it's you. Sniping Owls. This was a match that would result in a near-total rout. Shui Wudong observed Su Ruoling with approval. This kid's strength is indeed impressive. He has caught yet another powerful sprite. She signaled Su Ruoling, who immediately understood. The minion trembled in fear, having never encountered such a high-level sprite before. With precision akin to an archer, the sniper owl unleashed its swift leaf blades, executing a rapid decisive strike. Mumu, the candlelight spirit, Zazhaz, conjured a feeble spark. Lingling. Su Ruoling gazed upon the minion with a smile that radiated an icy chill, concealing a lethal intent beneath her serene facade. The onlooking minions of the Fire Rock team scattered in panic, fearing they would be utterly vanquished by this formidable individual, their dignity shattered. The candlelight spirit, trembling before such a powerful adversary, struggled to muster its strength, its ability to unleash skills significantly slowed. In an instant, the leaf blades cleaved through the feeble flame, striking directly at the candlelight spirit. Its vitality plummeted to zero, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shui Wudong and his candy ball were in search of Qi Yin's song, traversing the vast expanse of the base. Along the way, they encountered numerous minions, all of whom they cleverly deceived with the pretense of negotiating with Qi Yin's song. Shui Wudong silently hoped that the three foolish members of Team Rocket would also be present. If the trio could join their ranks, it would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow to the Fire Rock team, and simultaneously, Sakaki would suffer losses as well. The members of Team Rocket might be expelled, becoming drifters without an organization, thus providing an opportunity to recruit them into the team led by Shui Wudong and Su Ruoling. This strategy would greatly aid their future endeavors, especially since Su Ruoling had Arceus discreetly assisting her. Cautiously, Shui Wudong leaned against the wall, walking with care when suddenly a flame ignited upon his hand, only to vanish moments later. Qian Song. Shui Wudong spoke, slowly turning around. Qian Song raised an eyebrow. How peculiar. What brings you to seek me out? Shui Wudong smirked and rolled his eyes. Oh please, you know the reason well enough. A silence enveloped them, neither knowing what to say next. Suddenly, Qian Song chuckled. Is it that you simply cannot tolerate me? Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to first defeat my capable subordinate before challenging me. With a bang, several green leaves burst through the wall, soaring towards Qian Song. Frowning slightly, he examined the leaves closely. An opportunity? Huh. Your so-called capable subordinate appears to be nothing but rubbish, Shui Wudong taunted coldly. Recognizing that the leaves had been released by Su Ruoling's sniper owl, indicating that she had already secured control of the battlefield. Incompetent. Qian Song angrily kicked the wall, realizing that his trusted aide had been defeated. Indeed, one of the leaves bore the challenge. Doubt it? Come, let us have a 1v1 solo match. Those wishing to challenge line up, one by one. The sniper owl possessed the extraordinary ability to strike targets with unerring accuracy from a kilometer away, a true marksman. Faced with Shui Wudong's provocation and the challenge inscribed on the green leaf, Qian Song's fury ignited. Shui Wudong, it appears you have brought allies. Let's see what your pathetic strength amounts to now. He glared intensely at the yawning Shui Wudong, his eyes burning crimson with rage. Chapter 59. Shui Wudong versus Qian Song. Bring it on, he declared. It shall be you, Empoleon. Roar. Come forth, Fire Tortoise. Empoleon, level 44, Aptitude A. Fire Tortoise, level 46, Aptitude A. Shui Wudong glanced at Qian Song, commanding, Empoleon, charge forward and use Heavy Slam. With its thick fat ability, Empoleon have the damage from fire and ice-type moves, subtly undermining Qian Song's strategy. The Fire Tortoise, being fire and rock-type, was quadruply weak to Empoleon's water-type moves. And with the thick fat ability limiting it to primarily rock-type attacks, it was at a significant disadvantage. Even if you possess fire-type moves, my damage is halved. You might as well use rock-type moves, Shui Wudong reflected. In stark contrast, Qian Song appeared undaunted, radiating confidence, oblivious to the trap he had fallen into. Fire Tortoise. Use Flame Burst. The flames erupted, while Empoleon simultaneously executed Heavy Slam, colliding with the Fire Tortoise and enduring the flame's searing heat. The Fire Tortoise's health plummeted to 45, whereas Empoleon still boasted a health advantage. Qian Song's expression shifted to one of grave concern, emanating an aura of calm and composure. Fire Tortoise, use Smokescreen. Don't bother, Empoleon. Use Water Gun at point-blank range. The effectiveness was outstanding. Observing Shui Wudong's air of unshakable confidence, Qian Song realized the grave error of his decisions. This Empoleon possessed the thick fat ability. Cursed. I've been outsmarted. Sniper Owl, use Leaf Storm. Su Ruoling commanded. The Sniper Owl released a flurry of leaves that wreaked havoc throughout the base. Who else wishes to challenge? Su Ruoling sighed, observing the disheveled minions around her, lamenting their apparent weakness. A profound silence ensued. Is there no one left? Su Ruoling raised an eyebrow, then, accompanied by the Sniper Owl, ventured deeper into the facility, retrieving a USB drive to locate the main computer and dismantle Team Fire Rock. Suddenly, a beam of purple light pierced through the Sniper Owl's right shoulder, prompting it to alertly turn around, ready to unleash its leaf blades. Is that a mirage beam? Abruptly, three figures emerged from behind Su Ruoling, loudly proclaiming their entrance. Since you inquired about the mirage beam, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction, to uphold world peace, we embody love and truth. Adorable yet charming antagonists. Meowth, Musashi, Kojiro. We are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. A bright future awaits us. Just like that, Meow. MMP. Su Ruoling stared at the two individuals and one feline before her with a bemused expression. She recognized them as Team Rocket, often referenced in anime, akin to Team Aqua and Team Magma. However, the other two teams did not make such overly dramatic introductions. The leaf blade shot forth, sending Kojiro scurrying in fright. Sniper Owl, use Shadow Sneak. Su Ruoling commanded with newfound seriousness. How dare you ignore us, Meow? Witness Meowth's wild flailing. Meow? A piercing cry from Meowth rang out as it lunged toward the Sniper Owl's position, only to miss entirely. In the next moment, the Sniper Owl appeared behind it, swiftly launching a counterattack. Kojiro stood in stunned silence, gazing at the youth before him, who was nearly his height, his mouth agape as he commanded, "Whalemare, use hypnosis." The disparity in strength was glaring. Even if Musashi's Pumpkaboo joined the fray, they might not stand a chance against the sniper owl. This creature was a level 34 sniper owl. Musashi's gaze fixed intently on Su Ruoling, her sense of urgency escalating, and she promptly ordered, "Pumpkaboo, unleash Confuse Ray." After several rounds, Chi In-song began to falter. The fire tortoise's health dwindled to critical levels, the situation growing dire. Chi In-song looked at Shui Wudong, his throat constricting as he uttered, "You've won." Shui Wudong coldly replied, and Chi In-song recalled his fire tortoise, seething with rage. "I will repay this insult tenfold," he vowed, producing 3 red pills and hurling them to the ground. In an instant, the vicinity was enveloped in a dense smoke, allowing Chi In-song to escape. "Well done." Shui Wudong observed the thickening smoke, gently patting Empolion's head before recalling it into its pokeball. Bang! A stone struck against metal, producing a resounding echo. Shui Wudong, startled, turned around to discover a red crystal. Surely, this is a firestone. He picked it up, examining it closely. Indeed, it was remarkable. After surveying the surroundings once more, Shui Wudong stepped outside, preparing to rendezvous with Su Ruoling. Bang! Meow! The swift blade of Meow Meow flew into action, sending it tumbling through the air. Oh, the trials of my life. Why must I always be the one to be knocked away? Meow Meow lamented weakly as it lay on the ground. Are you coming back for more? The pumpkin monster and the howling flower were already gravely injured, while the sniping owl retained half its health. Su Ruoling, observing the anxious Katsu and Musashi, inquired once more, "If I cease to engage you, why not join forces to eliminate the Fire Rock team?" What? Musashi exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. She had never witnessed someone flip their stance so rapidly. Just moments ago, this individual had been brimming with aggression, yet now their demeanor had shifted so dramatically. Katsu regarded Su Ruoling with suspicion, silently cautioning, "Be wary. This could be a trap." Meow Meow's ultimate technique, frenzied scratching of love. Meow? With that, Meow Meow leaped into the air, charging once more toward the sniping owl. Musashi covered her face, exclaiming, "Meow Meow is being utterly ridiculous." In midair, Meow Meow drew hearts in its wake, before reaching out towards the sniping owl. Suddenly, Meow Meow plummeted from the sky, kneeling before Su Ruoling. "Big brother, I beg for mercy. You are so kind-hearted, please spare us." The sniping owl, visibly irritated, retorted, Upon hearing the sniping owl's words, Meow Meow's face turned awkwardly sheepish. The sniping owl had just asked, "Meow Meow, are you kneeling before my master to sing your submission?" Chapter 60, The Fruit Mixer. Meow Meow, are you kneeling before my master to sing your submission? And no, absolutely not. Meow Meow covered its face, mortified. Musashi and Katsu wore expressions of disdain, thinking what a foolish ally they had. "Hey, you three." Su Ruoling's voice was cold as ice. "I will ask you again, do you wish to join me?" His gaze was as sharp as a dagger, seemingly poised to pierce Katsu's heart. The latter felt a chill run down his spine. This sensation was profoundly unsettling, even more so than that of Sakaki. Musashi crouched in a corner, trembling, while Meow Meow lay prostrate on the ground, unable to meet Su Ruoling's eyes. Su Ruoling's heart raced. Arceus or the Divine Core? He was certain that his aura could not be this formidable unless bolstered by someone else's power, apart from Arceus and the Divine Core. He could think of no third party. At that moment, his AR wristwatch flickered with brilliance, displaying an array of 18 different colors, causing the trio from Team Rocket to cower in a corner. Indeed, it was the Divine Core. Su Ruoling's expression hardened. Is the pressure really that overwhelming? This artifact's influence was astounding. Finally, as the light dissipated, Katsu exhaled deeply, having nearly suffocated moments before. Meow Meow and Musashi greedily inhaled the fresh air, savoring the sensation of having narrowly escaped disaster. "Meow, it's wonderful to be alive." "Not bad, Su Yenshing." Shui Wudong suddenly appeared behind Su Ruoling, his gaze shifting to the trio from Team Rocket, who were equally startled to see him. "Shui Wudong." Meow Meow's eyes widened in realization. Escape was no longer an option. Musashi, acknowledging her disadvantage against these two, recalled the pumpkin monster. "Come back, pumpkin monster." Katsu resignedly returned his howling flower, and the three of them stood before Su Ruoling and Shui Wudong, feeling like mice beset by two cats, hearts racing in fear. Shui Wudong regarded Katsu with disdain. "All right. You three, rise." Su Ruoling slowly approached Meow Meow. "If you agree to my terms, your suffering will cease." Meow? No way. I will not sell my soul or body. Su Ruoling gently patted Meow Meow's head, exasperated. What on earth are you thinking? This Meow Meow was quite astute, possessing a wealth of experience and a profound understanding of humans, making conversation with it relatively straightforward, though it could occasionally misinterpret intentions. This instance was merely a misunderstanding. Su Ruoling was not as wicked as Meow Meow believed. Musashi fixed her gaze on Shui Wudong, biting her lip. Fine, we agree. Very well, Su Ruoling halted. Smiling, welcome aboard. You will also assist us in dealing with Sakaki. Katsu doubted his ears. What? Help take down Boss Sakaki? Is this guy out of his mind? Don't be foolish. We will only help you with the Crimson Pine matter. As for Boss Sakaki, do not even think about it. Musashi pulled out a comb, tidying her long hair tinged with red and purple. Shui Wudong glanced at Musashi and Katsu. Meow Meow, sensing danger, quickly knelt again. Big brother Shui Wudong. I beg for mercy. I was blind to your greatness. Please spare us. Su Ruoling solemnly declared. Sakaki, I am confident we can handle. Do you wish to remain Sakaki's subordinates for life? What difference is there between being the lowest of employees and being confined within a dark, lightless prison? Have you not endured enough oppression and ridicule? The trio from Team Rocket fell silent. Meow Meow recalled the disdainful tone of the cat boss and Sakaki, its claws extending once more. Meanwhile, Musashi and Katsu clenched their fists, recalling past grievances. Are you truly willing to accept this fate? Su Ruoling's final words seemed to foretell a future far removed from their current plight. Katsu fell into contemplation. Perhaps by following him, they could carve out a new path? Perhaps they could finally shine and confront those who had once looked down upon them? Perhaps. Musashi glanced at Katsu, her eyes filled with determination. Meow Meow lowered its head, lost in thought. Suddenly, all three raised their heads in unison to face Su Ruoling. But, consider this carefully. Should you choose to join, you must procure a fruit mixer for me, or else be on your way. With that, Su Ruoling turned his gaze to Katsu. Among Team Rocket, Katsu was the only one with the means to acquire it, and Su Ruoling had to place his hopes upon him. The hunger threshold was imminent, and time was of the essence. We will join. Katsu nodded at Su Ruoling, eager to break free from subservience and seek adventure. Very well, welcome aboard. Shui Wudong smiled. Though he was unsure of Su Ruoling's intentions regarding the fruit mixer, he trusted there must be a reason behind it. Katsu took out his phone and dialed a number. Dad, please get me a fruit mixer, no questions asked, and make it quick. Minutes later, Katsu produced a machine. It was indeed the fruit mixer. Impressive, for a wealthy heir to secure it so swiftly, Su Ruoling remarked, genuinely envious of such a luxurious lifestyle. Though he lamented his current poverty, Su Ruoling retrieved 4 fruits: the phoenix pear, the west pear, the banana fruit, and the inkberry, placing them into the fruit mixer. The machine began to whirl, the 4 fruits swaying within as juice began to flow. The quantity increased, gradually solidifying into a cube the size of a hand. Bang! A rainbow-hued energy cube tumbled out. The energy cube emanated a rich fragrance and appeared delectable, perfectly square and exceedingly smooth. Meow Meow gazed at it with sparkling eyes, intoxicated by the aroma, feeling as if it were floating. Top-tier energy cube, a fragrant, delicious, and appetizing Pokémon food that restores full health and increases hunger levels by 12 upon consumption. Every ordinary Pokémon has a hunger value of 100, while those that have undergone a second evolution possess a value of 200, third evolution yields 300, and Mega-Evolved Pokémon boast a staggering 500. Legendary Pokémon, however, do not possess any hunger value at all. This clearly illustrates the significance of top-tier energy cubes. If your Pokémon is in its final form, utilizing those inferior energy cubes would be sheer folly. Shui Wudong gazed at the exceptionally fine energy cube before him and couldn't help but exclaim, Su Yansheng is indeed a prodigy. It appears that collaborating with him was an astute decision. Here, take this energy cube, Su Ruoling said, casually picking it up and handing it to Meow Meow with an air of indifference. You really gave it to me, Meow? Meow Meow replied, its face alight with joy. Su Ruoling nodded. She was well aware that without offering them some form of benefit, they would hardly be inclined to collaborate with them willingly. Chapter 61, Entering the Maze. If she did not provide them with some advantage, how could they be persuaded to cooperate willingly? This was something Su Ruoling understood all too well. Meow Meow, staring at the energy cube, felt a surge of excitement, and as the rich fragrance wafted towards it, it opened its mouth wide and began to devour the cube with great enthusiasm. Meow, this energy cube tastes truly delightful. I feel as if I'm soaring freely through the skies, Meow Meow proclaimed, utterly entranced. Shui Wudong rolled her eyes at Miao Miao's overly exaggerated expression. After signaling Su Ruoling to arrange another meeting in the future, she quietly slipped away. Hey, where did Shui Wudong go? Kojiro asked, looking around in confusion, while Musashi wore a similarly perplexed expression. However, upon seeing Su Ruoling's calm demeanor, they chose not to voice their thoughts. Suddenly, Miao Miao's remark sparked excitement in Su Ruoling. It's strange, Miao, why do I feel like my speed has increased so much? Could this be a hidden effect of the top-tier energy cube? Su Ruoling pondered, deciding to inquire with Arceus later that evening. Let us arrange a time to meet. When you return to Team Rocket, do not mention this to Sakaki. Keep it low-key, and when the time is ripe, we shall turn the tables, Su Ruoling advised solemnly. Kojiro nodded in agreement. Musashi glanced at Su Ruoling before leading Miao Miao away. I wonder if they will discover this matter, Su Ruoling fretted, hoping it would remain undetected. Later that evening, Su Ruoling sat quietly in her hotel room, consuming 2 bowls of instant noodles before retrieving her phone to send a message to Arceus. Shortly thereafter, Arceus entered through the window, tilting its head and remarking, the last time you dressed me up as a girl was more appealing. Arceus, why are you being so indecent? Su Ruoling retorted, you are no different from a lecherous old man. Coughing lightly, Arceus adopted a more serious demeanor. That energy cube, does it possess any hidden attributes? Indeed, Arceus replied, casting a glance at Su Ruoling. This particular formula of energy cube allows a Pokémon that consumes it to enhance one of its 5 abilities, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, or speed, by 10. I see. No wonder Miao Miao felt its speed had increased after consumption, Su Ruoling mused, resting her chin on her hand. Arceus's tone turned grave. I must caution you. Sakaki has acquired numerous new subordinates, many of whom you have never encountered before. Exercise caution. They are no longer under my jurisdiction, and once everything materializes from the virtual realm, I, too, shall cease to exist as a system. Those Pokémon and NPCs will possess thoughts of their own, akin to real individuals. Furthermore, I am likely to be captured by later players. Upon successful materialization, I will enter the Divine Core. Subsequently, legendary Pokémon will continuously appear, yet some may reject my presence, seeking to defeat me and absorb my power. However, they are currently incapable of doing so. Once I enter the Divine Core, my essence will emanate from you. If the Master were to perish, the power within the Divine Core would be entirely absorbed by anyone. Therefore, you must safeguard yourself and remain wary of Team Rocket and Team Magma. The hunger values will be activated the day after tomorrow, along with numerous new items that will be of great assistance to you. Also, this interdimensional communication heavily impacts me. Next time we converse, let it be at least a week apart. Su Ruoling nodded, understood. With a flash of white light, Arceus vanished once more. Sighing, Su Ruoling lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling. After chatting in a group for a while, she turned her attention back to the forum. Early the next morning, she took a taxi straight to downtown Changsha, eager to reach the dojo ahead of others. The taxi suddenly stopped, and Su Ruoling tossed a 100 yuan note over her shoulder. Exclaiming, no need for change. She hurried towards the dojo, only to find herself enveloped by a throng of people upon entering. This dojo belonged to the martial arts master Fuji, and despite the early hour, it was bustling with activity. Suddenly, Su Ruoling's ears perked up. She seemed to overhear a conversation regarding a maze. Could it be that, akin to handheld game settings, one must navigate a maze to challenge the dojo master Fuji? In the next moment, 2 staff members opened a wooden door, allowing 10 players to enter. Just as she suspected, they are limiting the number of participants? Su Ruoling mused. Contemplating the implications of that door, the staff member announced, players may engage in Pokémon battles within the pitch-black maze, which contains various mechanisms. Successfully finding the exit or being the last player standing will grant you a direct challenge against the dojo master. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoling felt a surge of confidence, certain she could be the last player remaining. After all, she had a level 34 Decidueye at her disposal. No fear. Even if Fuji's Pokémon were in the 40s, Decidueye's ghost-type moves would easily bypass their defenses, crushing Fuji in no time. Moments later, 9 individuals exited the maze, followed by one last player. Undoubtedly, the final player had been bested by the dojo master. Many onlookers were engaged in lively discussions, and as Su Ruoling scanned her surroundings, she realized that despite the apparent crowd, there were not many genuinely willing to challenge the dojo. Counting ahead, she noted that she was the 10th person in line. The staff opened the door once more, and Su Ruoling stepped inside. Upon entering, she found herself enveloped in darkness, and the staff led her to a separate location. The other 9 players were also taken to different areas, making it unlikely they would encounter one another at this stage. It's you, Decidueye. Sue Ruoling summoned her Pokémon. This dark environment was advantageous for Decidueye, whose secondary ghost typing thrived in such conditions. However, she could not rule out the possibility that other players might also possess ghost-type Pokémon. Who? Decidueye called softly, then spread its wings only to collide with the low ceiling. Clearly, the low height of the ceiling and the barriers above were designed to prevent flying Pokémon from cheating. Sue Ruoling realized she would have to navigate the maze in the dark. Decidueye used shadow stitching. Decidueye seamlessly melded into the darkness, seeking out other players. Leaning against the wall, Sue Ruoling reflected on Arceus's words from the previous day when a thought struck her. Am I to become the target of everyone's scorn? Chapter 62. Are you here to make jokes? Am I to become the target of everyone's scorn? No sooner had she spoken than Decidueye returned. And as Sue Ruoling surveyed her surroundings, her eyes began to adjust to the darkness, allowing her to discern vague shapes. Who? Decidueye tugged at Sue Ruoling, urging her to run in the opposite direction. It had observed that there were currently no other players nearby. It was time to strike. Sue Ruoling shouted loudly, "Help!" He was confident that this cry would undoubtedly attract some players. His voice reverberated through the surroundings, reaching the ears of several players who hurriedly made their way towards him. As Sue Ruoling walked and called out, he managed to draw a considerable number of players towards him, although they could only search for his presence in the dark. Moo. The sniper owl couldn't help but mock those players, realizing their foolishness for not summoning their Pokémon. Suddenly, a faint glimmer appeared before Sue Ruoling, barely illuminating a small area. A fire-type Pokémon, Sue Ruoling thought. Sniper owl used Shadow Strike, followed by Leaf Blade for a precise hit. Who asked the fool babbling over there? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? A somewhat teasing voice echoed, and Sue Ruoling finally discerned the true form of the fire-type Pokémon. It was a Ducklet. Ducklet, LV20 Aptitude. It seemed that this Ducklet was indeed the initial Pokémon of the young man before him. At that moment, Sniper Owl had already blended into the darkness, poised for a decisive strike. Are you not going to summon your Pokémon? The young man raised an eyebrow. Fine, let your health drop to 0. Ducklet, use Flame Vortex. Sue Ruoling smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Moo. Sniper Owl suddenly emerged from the shadows, executing Leaf Blade just as Ducklet was about to complete its Flame Vortex, striking accurately at Ducklet's wing. Ducklet! It cried out in pain, its features contorting as it flailed its injured wing, hopping about in a frenzy. Suddenly, it seemed to step on something, its red skin gradually turning purple. It had entered a poisoned state. It appears to be a trap, Sue Ruoling noted. Sniper Owl, unleash Frenzy Attack. At that moment, Sniper Owl soared out from the darkness, launching 4 leaves from its grasp. With the faint light emitted by Ducklet, the young man caught a glimpse of Sniper Owl's appearance and level. Sniper Owl, LV34. The young man's mouth nearly dropped in disbelief. Who would have thought that he had stumbled upon a formidable opponent by chance? It was utterly exasperating. Despite his frustration, he couldn't simply concede. Gazing at Sniper Owl, he thought, this Pokémon appears to be a grass-flying type. Fire-type moves would deal quadruple damage. Ducklet, use Spark. Ignore it. Sniper Owl, keep using your leaves and defeat it. The leaves caught fire, gradually consumed by the spark, but they, too, diminished the power of the attack. Thus began a tug-of-war between the two Pokémon. After several rounds, it was ultimately the more experienced Sniper Owl that emerged victorious. Suddenly, a light flickered beside the young man. It was the entrance he had just come from. 9 players remained in the maze. Sue Ruoling continued his search in the pitch-black labyrinth. Given the earlier situation, it seemed there weren't many players around, making it an opportune moment for a sneak attack. Sniper Owl, use Shadow Recon once more. Sniper Owl melted back into the darkness, only to return shortly. Moo. Sniper Owl pointed to the right, and then nodded at Sue Ruoling twice. There are 2 individuals over there. It seems they have formed an alliance. Let us head left. Sniper Owl nodded and led Sue Ruoling to the left when suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through. Sue Ruoling looked around warily. Ice-type. Sniper Owl, use Quick Retreat. Sniper Owl successfully collided with the nearby Pokémon, and in the next instant, it was sucked into its Pokeball, while a snowy elf jumped out. The snowy elf sensed the presence of another ice-type Pokémon in the vicinity, and suddenly, its gaze sharpened as it unleashed Shadow Clone, followed by a blast of icy wind. After causing a disturbance, it attempted to flee. Bang! The attack struck the wall before Sue Ruoling, and in an instant, electricity ensnared the snowy elf's feet, rendering it paralyzed. Ugh! Tricked by him, Sue Ruoling grimaced. Snowy elf, use Bite. Riolu, use Metal Claw. Riolu. The snowy elf quickly switched tactics and unleashed powder snow. Currently, the intimacy level of the snowy elf had reached 150. Such minor technique adjustments were effortless for it. Riolu extended its sharp claws to strike the snowy elf, hitting a portion of it despite the snowy elf's evasive maneuver. Undeterred, the snowy elf retaliated with a gust of powder snow. Metal Claw could only be learned by Riolu at LV22, indicating that this Riolu was not of a low level. In the darkness, Ruoling couldn't ascertain Riolu's level or stats, so he took it one step at a time. Riolu, use Icy Wind. The snowy elf still had a considerable amount of health and could endure for a while longer, but suddenly, it grew rigid, unable to move. The paralysis had taken effect. Damn it, Ruoling muttered, realizing that this round would inevitably be a passive one. The icy wind battered the snowy elf, further diminishing its speed. Riolu, Riolu. Riolu danced excitedly, while the snowy elf shot it a disdainful glance, instinctively using bite. The paralysis wore off. The snowy elf seized Riolu firmly, rendering it immobile, allowing Ruoling to inspect Riolu's information. Riolu, LV23, aptitude. Currently, Riolu had half of its health remaining. Snowy elf, return. Sniper owl, use shadow strike. Mumu. Ghost types have double effectiveness against dark types. Given the level disparity, Riolu was bound to lose. Riolu searched blindly for Sniper Owl's silhouette in the dark, when suddenly, Sniper Owl appeared silently behind Riolu, unleashing the power of ghost-type moves, sending Riolu flying. Riolu. 8 players remain in the maze. 6 players remain in the maze. 4 players remain in the maze. How is it possible that only 4 of us are left so quickly? Ruoling exclaimed, panicking and running aimlessly. Bang! Suddenly, Ruoling's nose collided painfully with the wall. He rubbed his nose, nearly on the verge of tears. That hurt. The snowy elf gently nudged Ruoling's leg, emitting soft sounds as if to comfort him. Suddenly, a small screen appeared on the wall, displaying, what is the minimum level of the Pokémon owned by the Vine Tree Master? A. 20, B. 30, C. 40. Is this a question? If I answer correctly, can I directly access the exit? Without hesitation, Ruoling chose C. During the second week of the game, the Vine Tree's Pokémon were all around level 40. A fact Ruoling was certain of. Furthermore, this was the provincial capital. It would be unreasonable to allow players to obtain provincial-level Pokémon so easily. Thus, he decisively selected C. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a blinding white light flooded into the maze. I was right. Ruoling gazed at the dazzling white light before him, just as he was about to step forward when he heard a chorus of shouts. We found the exit. We found it. What? You found it. Wait for me. 3 frantic individuals dashed towards Ruoling's location, but due to the middle one's considerable size, they formed an unmovable wall, becoming stuck in the passage. The chubby one in the center twisted and turned, attempting to surge ahead, but fell to the ground, while the other 2 were nearly flattened beneath him. Are you monkeys sent to make me laugh? Ruoling wore an expression that conveyed disbelief at their foolishness, then turned and stepped into the Vine Tree's domain. Click. The door closed once more, leaving the 3 fools in a heap. Trainer, you have finally arrived. The Vine Tree Master emerged from the side. Ruoling cautiously inquired, shall we begin? Wait, your Pokémon is injured. Let's attend to it first. The gym leader of the Vine Tree truly is considerate, taking care of every player so attentively. Thank you. Once the Pokémon had been healed, Ruoling suddenly opened Bilibili and clicked on a live stream. Vine Tree Gym Leader, let us commence. It's decided, Sniper Owl. Come forth, Shavelin. Chapter 63, Shindushio. It's decided. Sniper Owl. Come forth, Shavelin. Shavelin LV. Aptitude. And it's currently being live streamed. Indeed, encountering Sniper Owl could only be considered your misfortune. Ruoling revealed a cunning smile, commanding, Sniper Owl, unleash the wind of mystery. With a friendship level of 120, Ruoling had successfully cultivated some attacking techniques in it. The ghostly wind howled as Vine Tree observed Shavelin. Shavelin, execute flame kick. Shavelin jumped 3 feet high, extending its flaming leg and crashing down from the air. The effect was remarkable. Is this a gym battle? Go, young brother Yansheng, you can do it. Did you catch another new Pokémon? So powerful. The Vine Tree Gym Leader is impressive. I still remember the tragic experience of being swept by just one of his Pokémon. Young brother Yansheng looks so handsome today. At that moment, Sniper Owl entered a burning state. Vine Tree chuckled lightly, indicating that he wouldn't use fighting-type moves. Sniper Owl, take to the skies and use quick return. Ruoling's strategy was clear. If you wouldn't use fighting-type moves, then I shall force your hand. Sniper Owl swiftly charged toward Shavelin. Shavelin, now is your chance. Use Wide Guard. Wide Guard's effect is similar to that of Protect, with the distinction that one is a single target defense while the other offers protection to the entire team. The effect of Quick Return activated, and Sniper Owl returned to its Pokeball, with Cairo Lillian immediately jumping out. At LV26, although Cairo Lillian couldn't inflict much damage on Shavalin, it was sufficient to bait it into using fighting-type moves. Cairo Lillian, isn't that a bit weak? Vine Tree remarked nonchalantly. Cairo Lillian, use Teleport. Then follow up with Drain Kiss, and harass continuously. Shavalin engaged in a direct confrontation, executing Flying Knee Kick. If the Flying Knee Kick missed, it would suffer immensely. Assuming Shavalin had the ability Reckless, the recoil from this attack would certainly reduce its health by half. At LV28, can young brother Yangshan confidently face the Vine Tree Gym leader? Fairy type moves counter fighting type, so Cairo Lillian is likely just there to create distractions. With such a significant level difference, it wouldn't be foolish enough to take a direct hit. Regardless, I will always support young brother Yangshan. Cairo Lillian flickered in the air, launching one Drain Kiss after another, leaving Shavalin at a loss. Shavalin, charge forward, don't be afraid. Su Ruoling smirked. Is this a deliberate act of leniency? However, leniency comes at a price. Cairo Lillian, hold steady and use Meditate. Meditate increases special attack and special defense by 1 stage. Su Ruoling planned to let the Flying Knee Kick miss entirely, allowing Shavalin to be left with minimal health. With this, the remainder of the battle would become significantly simpler. Shavalin swiftly unleashed its Flying Knee Kick, aimed directly at Cairo Lillian. Return, Cairo Lillian. Come forth, Sniper Owl. Vine Tree was left dumbfounded, yet Shavalin was also too fatigued to change tactics, and could only attack Sniper Owl. Vine Tree felt a pang of anxiety. If Shavalin's ability was indeed reckless, then, upon closer inspection, Shavalin's health was nearly depleted. Flames engulfed Sniper Owl, causing it to lose a considerable amount of health due to the burn effect. Damn it, to be outmaneuvered by this kid. Vine Tree exclaimed indignantly. It's decided. You're in. Machoke. Ugh. Machoke flexed its perfect muscles, sneering at the diminutive Sniper Owl before it. This child would do well to drink 10 more years of milk before challenging me. Machoke, use Dual Chop. Dual Chop is a dragon-type move, and Sniper Owl must evade this strike. With a fearsome expression, Machoke lunged forth, its 4 arms poised to strike. Sniper Owl, use Phantom Ambush. Vine Tree's expression darkened. How did this player get around me again? Is this truly a player who has only been active for just under a month? In his recollection, players who had just begun barely knew how to call out moves. Get a close-up of Vine Tree. 2333, requesting a psychological analysis of Vine Tree's trauma. Vine Tree, what on earth? Why isn't this kid defeated yet? The dual chop from Machoke fell short, as Sniper Owl suddenly appeared behind it, delivering a heavy blow to its back. Ugh. Vine Tree's palms began to sweat. He realized that battling Su Ruoling was somewhat terrifying. Machoke, use Detect. Detect can hit Ghost-type Pokémon, but the damage is minimal. For Sniper Owl, it was merely a gentle massage. At this moment, Machoke had only 34 health remaining, while Sniper Owl still retained about half due to its burn status. Su Ruoling was acutely aware that even if Sniper Owl remained in a state of burn, Machoke would still be the first to fall. Su Ruoling was brimming with confidence. Sniper Owl, use Leaf Tornado. Machoke, utilize Knock Off. Machoke leaped into the air, its 4 arms crashing down upon the incoming leaves, which vanished in an instant. Continue, Sniper Owl, employ photosynthesis. Bathed in sunlight, Sniper Owl's health replenished instantly, while Machoke now panted heavily, teetering on the brink of defeat. Sniper Owl, unleash Frenzy Plant. Sniper Owl accurately launched 5 leaves, striking Machoke forcefully. A critical hit. Machoke's health plummeted to 13. Vine Tree could only lament. Facing Sniper Owl, he was left with only 3 options: Dual Chop, Knock Off, and Detect. While the more powerful Cross Chop was strictly a fighting-type move. This is so unfortunate. As Machoke lay battered and bruised, Vine Tree felt a twinge of sympathy and declared, I concede. The strongest Machoke was on the verge of defeat, and Shavalin was also nearing its limit. Abilash was even weaker, possessing only fighting-type moves. This battle was a complete and utter loss. Ding. As the first player globally to force a gym leader to concede, you are awarded 500 league points as a reward. The system's voice echoed once more. Undoubtedly, this was Arceus aiding from the shadows. 500 league points constituted a modest fortune. I am Chun Dushio, Su Ruoling proclaimed proudly to the camera. Did you see my performance just now? Chun Dushio, please take a seat. I am about to shower you with gifts. Chun Dushio, young brother Yangsheng, the following Li Dazhao and Vine Tree are now obscured by your brilliance. Such an impressive display. 2333, ding. Your Kairu Lillian has leveled up by 2 levels, reaching LV28. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoling was ecstatic. Only 2 more levels. And Kairu Lillian can evolve into the Psychic Queen, Shinado. Chapter 64. Team Rocket, the Black and White Duo. Only 2 more levels. And Kairu Lillian can evolve into the Psychic Queen, Shinado. Su Ruoling smiled and nodded at Vine Tree. Thank you for the match, Gym Leader Vine Tree. Vine Tree awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling uneasily. This is truly embarrassing, to be defeated by an ordinary player. He produced 9 skill learning devices from his backpack. Choose 3 for yourself. If you dislike any, you may exchange one. Sword Dance, Shadow Clone, Vital Energy Ball, Sunbeam, Venomous Toxin, Round Chant, Enchantment, Awakening Power, and Guard. All quite commendable, indeed. Su Ruoling found herself in a quandary. The skills Sunbeam and Sword Dance would significantly aid her Sniper Trial. Yet Venomous Toxin and Guard were equally appealing. After a moment of internal struggle, Su Ruoling ultimately decided to select Venomous Toxin, along with Guard and Sword Dance as her chosen skills. The Sniper Trial possessed few survival skills, so acquiring Guard would be quite beneficial. Moreover, with Sleep and Substitute as backup skills, it was a sound choice. Well then, Master Vine Tree, it's time for you to present me with the gym badge. Su Ruoling stated directly, as she had no desire to waste time in idle chatter. Of course, it is yours now. Do not let it down. He replied as she received the badge. Su Ruoling discreetly fed 2 rare candies to her Chikorita, yet it did not evolve into Bayleaf. How could this be? Su Ruoling wore a puzzled expression but did not linger on the matter. After healing her Pokémon, she exited the gym and took a taxi back to the hotel near Orange Isle. Near the hotel, Su Ruoling sat beside a stone, contemplating the issue of Chikorita's lack of evolution. Randomly, she took out the skill learning devices for Sword Dance and Guard and gave them to her Sniper Trial. Ding! Your Sniper Trial has successfully learned Sword Dance and Guard. Affection increased by 30, current affection level is 150. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and 2 young men appeared before her, one clad in white and the other in black, each exuding a distinct aura. Su Ruoling furrowed her brow slightly, preparing to ask them to step aside. In the next moment, the man in black produced a Pokeball, summoning his Pokémon. It's you, Greninja. Greninja. The XY starters? Su Ruoling raised her gaze. Greninja LV? Qualification? Su Ruoling was taken aback, as her mind raced. 5 water shurikens flew towards her. Greninja. A sneak attack? Su Ruoling thought to herself. The young man in black smiled effortlessly, standing there with a grin, as if the earlier ambush had not been his doing. Meanwhile, the young man in white sat quietly, yawning leisurely. Clearly, he had no intention of participating in this confrontation. The water shurikens hurtled towards her, and knowing she could not evade them, Su Ruoling summoned her Sniper Trial. As the water shurikens closed in, she made a swift decision, slightly shifting her body, and ordered, Sniper Trial, use Leaf Blade. Chirp! The Leaf Blade instantly sliced through the water shurikens, sending water splashing everywhere. Su Ruoling stood up, her gaze fixed intently on the young man in black. Sniper Trial, use Sword Dance. At this moment, Su Ruoling could only bolster her strength. She had no idea of Greninja's actual level or abilities. In a disadvantageous position, she had to maintain composure. Sword Dance would enhance her Sniper Trial's attack by 2 levels, and this amplification would surely deliver enough damage to give Greninja a run for its money. Greninja, use Night Slash. The Dark-type move was effective against Ghost types, and the attack inflicted 14 damage on her Sniper Trial. At this moment, the young man in black suddenly introduced himself politely. I am Luli of Team Rocket's Black and White Duo. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The young man in white lazily squinted his eyes and slowly added, Hanling. A literary villain? Su Ruoling looked at the 2 of them in surprise, feeling that their appearances were entirely incongruent with the usual image of Team Rocket. Thinking of Jesse's antics and comparing them to these 2, it was like night and day. Team Rocket? How peculiar, Su Ruoling mused but quickly refocused. Sniper Trial, use Leaf Blade. Chirp. With the benefit of a 2-level attack boost and type advantage. This attack would undoubtedly exacerbate Greninja's predicament. Greninja's health dropped to 12. Meanwhile, Luli maintained a calm demeanor, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he cast a fleeting glance at Greninja, seemingly disinterested yet harboring hidden malice. Greninja vanished into the shadows, reappearing above Sniper Trial after a brief moment. The water shurikens were launched again. This time 4 shurikens flew out. Sniper Trial, use Phantom Strike. Chirp. The Sniper Trial instantly evaded the water shurikens, counterattacking before soaring away from Greninja. Greninja, leap and use Water Pulse. Greninja. The effect of this move was not particularly profound, yet it was sufficient to disrupt Sniper Tree Owl's aerial balance. As expected, Sniper Tree Owl's wings were dampened, causing it to plummet. Chirp. Sniper Tree Owl, don't be afraid. Use synthesis. Greninja surprise attack. Greninja. At this juncture, Su Ruoling smirked, producing a Pokeball. Luli, observing her actions, called out to Greninja. Greninja, change direction. Greninja. Did he intend for the surprise attack to miss? Not a chance. Greninja drew closer and closer. And Su Ruoling shook her head. Ah, this little one. Having fully restored health, Sniper Tree Owl flew towards Su Ruoling. There was no time left. Luli now wore a triumphant expression. Greninja, change tactics. Use Water Shuriken. The release speed of Water Shuriken was the fastest among all of Greninja's moves. Even if Sniper Tree Owl flew swiftly, it could not intercept this attack. Sniper Tree Owl, use Phantom Strike. If you can't fly over, then I'll teleport. Sniper Tree Owl had now appeared beside the Pokeball, yet it did not enter, but instead made a face. Chirp. Luli's expression faltered. He did not expect this creature to deviate from the norm, and it had outsmarted its own move. Bang! The Water Shuriken struck Sniper Tree Owl, but for one that had fully recovered, this was hardly significant. Sniper Tree Owl, use Sword Dance. Currently, Sniper Tree Owl had received a 4-level attack boost. If it unleashed Leaf Blade, Greninja would be on the brink of defeat. You're about to lose, Su Ruoling stated coolly. Sniper Tree Owl, use Leaf Blade. A critical hit. At such close quarters, Sniper Tree Owl would undoubtedly strike true at the Pokemon's vital points. This was its special prowess. Presently, Sniper Tree Owl's health remained at half, while Greninja, having endured Sniper Tree Owl's previous strike, was now left with scant health. No, that's impossible. There's no way it could be this easy to lose. Luli chuckled lightly, blue light emanating from him. Why would he let Greninja foolishly charge into a Sniper Tree Owl that had been bolstered? It was all part of Luli's strategy to make Su Ruoling underestimate him, setting the stage for a dramatic reversal, to slap her face with a comeback. Just then, the surrounding scenery abruptly transformed into a compact space shimmering with blue light. Luli's ethereal voice rang out. You go. I go. Here we go. The blue light intensified, and Greninja also radiated blue energy, the two gradually merging into one. This was the bond form Greninja. In its bond state, Greninja's base stats soared to an astonishing 640, and the situation had suddenly leveled the playing field. Chapter 64, The Wheel Battle. This was the bond form Greninja. In this state, its base stats surged to 640, completely equalizing the odds. Su Ruoling's expression darkened as she realized the predicament. She could clearly see that when Greninja transformed into its bond form, its health instantly surged to full. Moreover, in this confined space, Sniper Tree Owl was unable to fly, imposing significant restrictions. Luli, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor, allowed Su Ruoling to make the first move. Sniper Tree Owl, use Quick Return. Chirp. Greninja, use Spikes. Koga's ability inflicts 18 damage on any Pokemon that enters the battlefield, indicating that the next Pokemon to be swapped in will suffer harm. Ah, it's the Snow Child. The Snow Child is still at level 28. It hasn't been active for a while. As for Mienmien and Mokiai, they have retreated to the storage. At this moment, the Snow Child's time on the battlefield has been reduced to a mere 8 turns. Snow Child, use Shadow Clone. Su Ruoling observed the Snow Child and noted its increased speed in executing the move, a clear sign of diligent practice. Koga's Froakie initiated a Shadow Strike. Luli focused intently on the clones, seeking the true Snow Child hidden among them. Snow Child, unleash Ice Fang. The clones and the Snow Child simultaneously launched Ice Fang, while Koga's Froakie remained concealed in the shadows, refraining from attacking. Ice Fang scattered in all directions, leaving countless ice shards in its wake, rapidly filling the confined space. Su Ruoling praised, well done. In such a cramped environment, Koga's Froakie would struggle to unleash powerful moves, significantly hampering its mobility. At last, Koga's Froakie emerged. As Su Ruoling had anticipated, Koga's Froakie was indeed unable to maneuver with agility in this setting. However, Luli had a plan. Koga's Froakie, use Water Pulse to clear the area. Snow Child, employ Powder Snow. Su Ruoling aimed to experiment with the interaction of water and ice. Waves of water surged forth, washing away the clones, while the diminutive form of the Snow Child radiated an aura of chilling energy. The powder snow began to spread, bit by bit. The water summoned by Water Pulse transformed into a substantial block of ice. Koga's Froakie was now encased in ice. Well done. Return, Snow Child. It's your turn, Kairu. Kairu, the level 30 Kairu, appeared. Luli frowned. This level was precisely when Kairu would typically evolve, yet it had not. Was it due to insufficient training? Or perhaps it was holding an Everstone. Encased in ice, Koga's Froki was unable to attack, left to endure the assault. After several turns, the ice finally melted. Koga's Froki. Use Water Shuriken. In its bond state, Koga's Froki's Water Shuriken would be significantly amplified, and the likelihood of hitting 5 times would also increase. Kairi used Charm. The Fairy-type move had a double advantage against Dark types, making it a judicious choice. The Water Shuriken sliced through the charm, barreling towards Kairi. Kairi utilized Magical Leaf. Kairu's form vanished in an instant. Koga's Froki scanned the surroundings, seeking Kairu's silhouette. Luli closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to something. Koga's Froki also shut its eyes. Suddenly, Koga's Froki raised its head in alertness as countless shimmering leaves soared towards it. Do not fear. Use Map Block. Koga's Froki conjured a mat of water, effectively shielding itself from the magical leaves. Kairi, execute Absorb Kiss. Luli chuckled, watching Kairi with ease. Koga's Froki. Do as you please. Koga's Froki looked at him with confusion, but nonetheless launched Water Shuriken. Luli was granting Kairi an opportunity. Ruoling was well aware of this. Yet he couldn't fathom Luli's reasoning. After several turns of pressuring Koga's Froki, Kairi sensed its energy surging, ready to erupt. Koga's Froki still had 34 health points remaining, able to withstand for a while longer. Ruoling frowned, unable to predict Luli's intentions. Suddenly, a purple glow enveloped Kairi, dazzling and resplendent. It was about to evolve. Finally, it was going to evolve. Kairi. Ruoling's heart leaped with joy. Then he pondered. Could it be that Pokémon have a higher chance of evolving after reaching a certain level, provided the battle is sufficiently heated? Koga's Froki launched Water Shuriken, which collided with the purple glow, only to bounce back. Luli finally commanded, Koga's Froki, compress the Water Shuriken. His objective had been met. It was time to engage in battle. Koga's Froki possessed the ability to compress water, and since Water Shuriken was inherently its technique, compression was no issue. Ruoling's eyes sparkled as he beheld the silhouette within the purple light growing taller, excitement coursing through him. Hanling squinted slightly. Not bad, you've got some skill. At this point, he stood up, preparing to depart. Luli, I'm heading back. You should hurry. Hanling cast a cool glance at Luli, stating nonchalantly. The Fire Rock team is waiting. Understood, Luli replied. Hanling produced a Pokeball, summoning forth a colossal Charizard. Charizard, level? Aptitude. Ruoling was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated Team Rocket to possess such formidable resources. Koga's Froki, unleash a critical hit. Luli's voice snapped, Ruoling back to reality. In its bonded form, Koga's Froki moved with incredible speed, appearing behind Shinado, who remained oblivious. Ruoling was equally bewildered. Shauna. The critical hit struck, reducing Shinado's health by 14 points. Shinado, use Absorb Kiss. Koga's Froki, deploy Water Shuriken. The two moves collided, generating immense energy. After several turns had passed, Shinado's health was nearly depleted. Shinado, invoke Wish. Wish would restore half the health of a Pokémon on standby, or Shinado itself. Ruoling was gambling, hoping that Wish would heal Shinado. Koga's Froki, use Water Pulse. Koga's Froki still had 14 health points remaining, retaining the capacity to fight against Shinado. At this moment, a purple glow radiated from Shinado. Wish's effects activated. However, contrary to expectations, Wish did not heal Shinado but instead restored the Snow Child. We're going to lose, Ruoling sighed in resignation. Fear not, Luli suddenly remarked. As a player who has just started, you are quite impressive. Until we meet again. Suddenly, a dense fog enveloped Koga's Froki, obscuring visibility in an instant. After a moment of dizziness, Ruoling found himself back in his hotel room. How could this happen? What are Team Rocket up to? What did Luli mean by that? Ruoling considered consulting Arceus, but the thought of the energy cost deterred him. What has been happening on the forum lately? Ruoling clutched his phone and perused the forum. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he spotted a message. Tomorrow, the hunger meter will be activated. Chapter 65. Not recognizing oneself anymore. Ruoling held his phone, looking at the forum. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he saw a message. Tomorrow, the hunger meter will be activated. The activation of the hunger meter indicated an opportunity for profit, humorously. Ruoling retrieved 50 energy cubes from his backpack, placed them in the forum's warehouse, and prepared a post, eagerly awaiting to list the goods at midnight. He glanced at his phone, noting it was still early, roughly 3 o'clock. Ranran had already booked his return ticket for 18:30 today. Ruoling checked the forum again, noticing a surge of posts regarding him. Some praise, some criticism, yet the majority of fans seemed supportive. He browsed several threads. discovering that some individuals had recorded videos of his battles, garnering considerable acclaim. Even his live stream on Bilibili, where he effortlessly defeated Tingshu, had been captured, receiving numerous gasps of admiration. While wandering through the forum, Su Ruoling stumbled upon Da Wu, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Ji, yet each of them boasted fewer than 100,000 fans. After all, the entire Pokémon series had been taken down, and the characters and supporters from the original works were scant, leading to a significant decline in their popularity. Nonetheless, even with such diminished fame, their prowess could hardly be deemed inferior to that depicted in the original narratives. Arceus would certainly not act frivolously, rendering these elite figures, champions of their kind, particularly weak. Hence, Su Ruoling speculated that their Pokémon must be at least level 70. As he scrolled further, he discovered a considerable following for these 5 individuals, including the likes of Lung Yichen, Bai Ruoxuan, and Yi Jiawei. The pressure was mounting. Suddenly, his gaze was arrested by a video titled Powerful Lowly, Sweet Voice, Low-Level Snow Sprite Mastering High-Level Pokémon. The video featured a girl with flowing blue hair, approximately his height, commanding a snow sprite in battle against another Pokémon. A snow sprite as well? Su Ruoling furrowed his brow and clicked on the video. If another player was well-versed with the snow sprite, it could jeopardize his standing. Thus, he resolved to gather intel and devise countermeasures. Upon entering the video, he observed a green bird soaring gracefully, unleashing a flurry of leaves. The girl directed her snow sprite, diligently searching for an opening. It appeared they shared a commendable synergy. Snow sprite, use shadow clone, he commanded suddenly, rising from his chair. A realization struck him. This seemed to be cross-dressing. Oh no. He couldn't even recognize himself anymore. What should he do? The thought filled him with embarrassment. What if the fans discovered it was him? Would they call him the cross-dressing master? Perhaps even label him the Big Diao Loli? Ah, how terrifying. With a sigh of resignation, Su Ruoling resolved to keep this secret tightly guarded. After purchasing some local specialties in Changsha and meandering around the area, he boarded a flight back to Shanghai a few hours later. Upon arriving at the airport, he was greeted by a throng of fans who had gathered in the terminal. They were primarily Su Ruoling's admirers, with girls constituting the majority. The sudden influx of fans was sparked by a photograph of Ran Ran taken by UMO while booking her return flight, which was subsequently shared on Weibo. As fatigue washed over him, Su Ruoling descended from the plane to find himself encircled by a sea of fans, surging towards him like a tidal wave. What else could he do but sign autographs? An hour later, Fang Yuqing arrived in his family's Maserati and transported Su Ruoling to Longmu Building. Despite the hour being late, Longmu Building remained alight with activity, with many individuals still working inside. Su Ruoling gazed up at the building, noting that the studio lights were still aglow, indicating that Yumo and others were still at work. He took the elevator to the 5th floor. Ding! As the elevator door slid open, Su Ruoling stepped out, only to encounter a blonde youth rounding the corner. Su Ruoling rolled his eyes inwardly. Not him again. Have you been harboring a crush on me for ages? Why do I keep running into you? Su Ruoling remarked with a tone laced with disdain, keen to avoid prolonged interactions with this nuisance. Indeed, the individual before him was none other than Zhao Lin. With a devilish grin, Zhao Lin produced a Pokeball and initiated a confrontation in the narrow hall. A Pokemon duel? You must be itching for a fight. You're the one I choose, Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, LV24 qualification. Crush them. Upon seeing Bulbasaur's level, Su Ruoling's first thought was to dominate. Currently, the average Pokemon level among players in the game was around LV20, neither too high nor too low, striking a balance. Su Ruoling estimated that there were likely fewer than 3 players like him with a Pokemon nearing LV40. Come forth, Snow Sprite. Snow Sprite, LV28. Upon noticing the Snow Sprite's level, Zhao Lin's confident demeanor abruptly faltered. How could this be? It's only been a week or two. How is the Snow Sprite already LV28? Su Ruoling wished to conserve his strength, not wanting too many people to uncover his trump card. Thankfully, he had disguised himself as a girl while capturing the sniper tree owl. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Still, he couldn't allow anyone to discover his cross-dressing. Shaking his head, Su Ruoling commanded, Snow Sprite, unleash Icy Wind. The Ice-type move had a double advantage against Grass types, and with the level discrepancy, Bulbasaur found itself at a significant disadvantage. The Snow Sprite released a chilling gust that swept over Bulbasaur, significantly depleting its health. Bulbasaur, use Sleep Powder. Su Ruoling smirked. You think you can drain my energy with Sleep Powder? I want to give you the chance. At that moment, the core in his backpack emitted a radiant blue glow, elevating the surrounding atmosphere. Zhao Lin felt a jolt of anxiety as his heart raced uncontrollably. Bulbasaur exhibited a look of terror. as though facing a harbinger from the depths of hell. Snow Sprite. Su Ruoling called, snapping back to lucidity. Execute Iron Head. Yet, Bulbasaur remained motionless, allowing the Snow Sprite to collide with it, suffering a substantial health loss without any reaction. Zhao Lin stood there, frozen, his gaze vacant. Su Ruoling regarded his backpack with a grave expression. How could the core possess such an effect? Chapter 66. Annihilating Zhao Lin. Su Ruoling's expression remained tense as he pondered the core's unexpected capabilities. Before him, Bulbasaur and Zhao Lin still wore expressions of dread, making no further moves. Snow Sprite. Use Ice Fang. Uncertain of how long the effect would last, Su Ruoling recognized that pressing the advantage was the best course of action. Ice Fang struck Bulbasaur fiercely, reducing its health to 14. A wave of cold air spread forth, causing ice to crystallize beneath Bulbasaur's feet. At that moment, the core's brilliance faded. Bulbasaur's dazed expression began to clear as it lashed out with vines, ensnaring the Snow Sprite. Zhao Lin, witnessing this, wore an incredulous expression. Impossible, even with a type advantage. Your Snow Sprite shouldn't have been able to deplete that much health in a single strike. As he spoke, the vines whipped down like whips through the air, cutting through the silence. Snow Sprite, use Shadow Shield. Bulbasaur, put Su Ruoling to sleep. Futile, Su Ruoling replied coolly. He remembered the system's initial update warning. If the opponent's Pokémon had not been defeated, his Pokémon could not attack the player. Zhao Lin's sleep powder was destined to miss. Yet, had he not just claimed that the Snow Sprite had knocked Bulbasaur down to critical health in one blow? Something feels amiss. Just moments ago, the Snow Child had clearly utilized both the Iron Head technique and the Frozen Fang skill. Yet Zhao Lin claimed it was but a single move. Su Ruoling pondered, unconcerned about the potential ambush from the Bulbasaur, as such an attack would bear no consequence. He would emerge unscathed. Could it be that Su Ruoling, with a flash of insight, connected their earlier vacant expressions and speculated that this was an illusion cast by the Divine Core? How peculiar. It seems he must further provoke Arceus. The Vine Whip relentlessly lashed against Su Ruoling, yet he felt no pain, while Zhao Lin now wore a grin. Su Ruoling, slightly exasperated, mused, is this boy truly a fool? After his moment of sarcasm, he resolved to engage earnestly in battle. Snow Child, unleash the frozen wind. Bulbasaur, execute Leaf Tornado. At this juncture, Zhao Lin was intent on a full frontal assault, oblivious to the fact that Bulbasaur's health had dwindled to its nadir. With a glint of icy determination in its eyes, Bulbasaur released a flurry of sharp leaf tornadoes, hurtling towards the Snow Child. The Snow Child, however, remained unfazed, leisurely conjuring the frozen wind, confident of its impending triumph over Bulbasaur. And indeed, the reality aligned with this confidence. The frozen wind swept through, coating the majority of the leaf tornadoes in a thick layer of frost, causing them to plummet from the sky. The remaining leaf tornadoes continued their flight, prompting Su Ruoling to smile slightly as he commanded, Snow Child, utilize Ice Shard. Zhao Lin glanced at the nearby Su Ruoling and then at Bulbasaur, his lips moving silently. Bulbasaur lifted its head slightly, and in response, the bud upon its back emitted a purple mist, enveloping the Snow Child, inducing a poisoned state. Such a trivial technique still requires showcasing? Su Ruoling remarked nonchalantly. Snow Child, unleash powder snow with vigor. In an instant, a flurry of powder snow cascaded forth, and Bulbasaur transformed into a streak of white light, retreating into its pokeball. Su Ruoling cast a glance at Zhao Lin and, in a calm tone, instructed, Snow Child, connect Ice Shard with Iron Head. Zhao Lin sprang to his feet, summoning his Zubat. However, Zubat failed to intercept the Ice Shard, inadvertently reducing Zhao Lin's health to a precarious low. Still conscious? Su Ruoling tilted his head, suddenly recalling that Zhao Lin possessed a single life-saving opportunity, requiring at least 2 encounters to deplete his health entirely. The Snow Child leaped into action, charging headfirst. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Zhao Lin raised his hand in defense, yet he was unable to withstand the force of the Snow Child. In the next moment, he felt as if he had been struck by a speeding vehicle, crashing directly against the wall and losing consciousness. It appears a trip to the hospital is in order. Su Ruoling smirked, having endured numerous insults from Zhao Lin. Delivering this decisive blow was truly gratifying. He affectionately patted the Snow Child on the head in encouragement. Ding! Your Snow Child has leveled up, now at level 29. Affection level 5. At that moment, the studio door swung open abruptly. What is going on? Renren bellowed. Is there a demolition happening? Such a loud noise. Upon recognizing Su Ruoling, she paused momentarily before exclaiming, Brother, you're back? Indeed. Su Ruoling was not averse to Ran Ran referring to him as a brother, for she indeed possessed a robust and forthright demeanor akin to Ru's. Ran Ran surveyed the surroundings and spotted an indistinct object. "Oh, is that Zhao Lin? Call an ambulance, quickly. It's a mess here." Si Chenhao interjected. "I've already made the call. Divine assistance, am I right? What are you all up to?" Su Ruoling entered the studio, closing the door behind him and casting a glance around the room. "Fang Yuqing, are you live streaming again?" "Yes," he said, now engrossed in the game Minecraft. Yumo, without lifting his head, murmured as his pen danced swiftly across the paper, diligently completing his summer homework. Suddenly, Ran Ran recalled something. "Oh, I remember. My butler mentioned he intends to build a library in our studio to assist us with our homework. My goodness, where should I place the little, beep, book I left under the bookshelf?" "Ru, you seem to have revealed something." Su Ruoling quickly glanced around, relieved that Su's mother had not returned. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. He approached Fang Yuqing, peering at the computer screen. As Su Ruoling's face filled the screen, the chat exploded. "Yangseng is here. Send gifts, send gifts. You all better not make Yangseng unhappy. Send Yangseng a treasure map. 2. Wealthy." Fang Yuqing propped his chin on his hand, glancing at Su Ruoling before exiting the game. Su Ruoling understood immediately, taking a seat and engaging with the audience. "Hello, old water friends, long time no see. Do you remember me? Of course. You're so handsome. Yangseng, Yangseng, do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you mind looking for one? Yangseng is mine." Su Ruoling conversed with the audience for a solid 10 minutes before finally steering the topic towards. "Do you all know Zhao Lin, the captain of the Nightingale team?" "Yes, yes. Their captain Wang Lina is truly something. Their team is filled with tough characters. It's evident they're not a good team. Though I must say, their strength places them among the top 5 teams in the game. Top 5. We are the best. Why not take a look at how low-key the Dream Chaser team is? They may not stream much, yet they have already established their guild. Yangseng, you need to step up." Su Ruoling found himself at a loss for words. He had merely inquired whether they recognized Zhao Lin. And yet the conversation had veered towards guilds and the Dream Chaser team. He had indeed heard of the Dream Chaser team. Their captain, Mo Foam, hailing from Hangzhou, Zhujiang, had a starting Pokémon of Snow Shovel Monster and was notably humble in the game, yet possessed commendable skills. "So, Yangseng, what exactly are you trying to achieve by asking us if we know Zhao Lin?" 1, 2, 3. Zhao Lin just provoked me and challenged me to a duel. As a result, he was knocked out by my snow child, Su Ruoling remarked casually. Upon hearing this, the room fell into stunned silence. Su Ruoling's intent in uttering this was straightforward, to elevate his own popularity while undermining Zhao Lin's. For reasons unknown, the typically gentle Su Ruoling transformed into an icy figure upon encountering anyone from the Nightingale team, as if he were a different person entirely. This demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual mild-mannered and refined image. Did Yangseng just take down the entire Nightingale team? Tomorrow's Weibo headline will be yours. Record it. Record it. How impressive. Recently, Yangseng seems to be making headlines frequently, truly prolific like a breeding sow. Stop right there, you earlier commenter. What do you mean prolific like a breeding sow? Su Ruoling feigned anger, hands on hips. If you old water friends keep bullying me, I'll bring my snow child to your homes. Fang Yuqing quietly vacated his seat at the computer, fully aware that the live stream now belonged to Su Ruoling. Ru, meanwhile, looked at Su Ruoling with a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. Can't you act a bit more mature at your age? Look at Yumo and Fang Yuqing. They resemble old men. Yumo and Fang Yuqing, go to hell. Seated on the couch, Ran Ran briefly glanced at Su Ruoling, who was engrossed in his live stream, before returning her focus to her phone. Chapter 67, Courting Favor with the Big Shot. After a lengthy monologue, Su Ruoling finally ended the live stream. Fang Yuqing, do you have any money left? Ran Ran inquired with a grin. At this question, Su Ruoling suddenly paused, realizing that Ran Ran's family was also involved in large-scale manufacturing. Surely, she wouldn't be short on funds. Yet Fang Yuqing sensed an unmistakable ulterior motive behind her smile. Ran Ran continued, how about you fund us to each acquire a Pokémon? It was evident that things were not as simple as they seemed. Fang Yuqing raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before responding. I don't have time right now. I just remembered I have matters to attend to at home. Let's discuss it another time. This is a big opportunity one must seize. Fang Dalao, Ru stood up. Let us have tea and chat slowly. Si Chenhao also stood, blocking Fang Yuqing's path. You can't leave. If you want to pass through here, you must leave some road tolls. Fang Yuqing, just give in to them. You won't be able to escape. Yumo also stood, directly seizing Fang Yuqing. By Pokémon. By Pokémon. By Pokémon. Beside them, Ran Ran and Su Ruoling began to cheer. After a prolonged and persistent persuasion lasting over 10 minutes, the 5 individuals finally managed to convince the esteemed Fong Dalao. Fong Yuqing rubbed his forehead and lamented, "Ever since I joined this team, my expenditure has escalated at an alarming rate." "Oh, it's fine. After all, there's still money left," Su Ruoling replied with a smile, only to be met with Fong Yuqing's disdainful glare. Internally, Fong Yuqing thought to himself, "You're the one who has cost me the most." Ahem. Fong Yuqing settled onto the sofa, glancing at the 5 hopeful faces around him. "I will not allow expenditures to exceed 50,000, mind you." Su Ruoling chuckled at this. 50,000? We will certainly accomplish the task. Ran joined in with a laugh, calling out first, "Fong Fong Snake." Yumo nodded in agreement. "Fong Fong Snake, okay." Fong Fong Snake is one of the 3 legendary Pokémon, evolving into the formidable Lord Snake. Boasting an impressive base stat total of 528 and an exceptional speed of 113. Moreover, if the Pokémon is of S rank, Lord Snake gains a unique ability called Contrary. This ability reverses stat changes, increases become decreases, and vice versa. When combined with Lord Snake's Leaf Storm move, it becomes virtually invincible. Instead of reducing attack after releasing the move, it enhances it. It was evident that Ran aimed to select a Pokémon with high burst damage for the team. While Fong Fong Snake, a grass-type Pokémon, is relatively easy to find in the lush gardens, locating one of high quality is not guaranteed. Prompting Ran to seek assistance on the forum, Fong Yuqing nodded, encouraging them to continue their selection. Su Ruoling nudged Yumo beside her. "Let me think," Yumo pondered. Currently, his team comprised only a Genghis Khan and a Yungara, with Yungara at level 21 and of A-rank quality. Yumo's strategy revolved around burst damage and harvesting, but this rendered the team rather fragile. Thus, he required a Pokémon that combined both offensive and defensive capabilities. Numerous choices flashed through Yumo's mind before settling on one. How about the floating balloon? Rushu's eyes lit up at this suggestion, recognizing the Pokémon's merit. The final evolution of Floating Balloon, the Harmonious Balloon, has a base stat total of 498, with a stamina stat of 150, making it a decent tank. Only Rushu and Si Chenhao remained without a selection. "You go first." "Si Chenhao," Rushu declared, adopting a gracious demeanor. "Then I shall humbly comply." Si Chenhao responded with a smile. "I choose Heracross." "The Bug King?" Su Ruoling suddenly recalled that gigantic beetle. Indeed, Heracross is a formidable beetle with a base stat total of 500, excelling in attack. Heracross has no evolutionary form, but possesses a mega evolution, whose power is akin to that of a demigod. Currently, Si Chenhao's team includes a level 32 Aluroid and a level 25 Howlwhale. Both Pokémon are quite formidable, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet Si Chenhao felt the need to add another offensive Pokémon to bolster their overall combat strength. "Me?" Rushu glanced around, feeling suddenly self-conscious under the gazes directed her way. "I choose the Rolling Ears." Upon hearing this, Su Ruoling immediately remarked, "You can participate in the next martial arts tournament." The Rolling Ears is also a powerful Pokémon, evolving from the long-eared rabbit, with a base stat total of 480, rising to 580 after Mega Evolution, boasting staggering attack and speed stats of 136 and 135, respectively. This is precisely why Su Ruoling encouraged Rushu to enter the martial arts tournament. As for who would host it, it was undoubtedly Tenju. Hey, little Ruoling. "It's your turn," Ran teased, poking Su Ruoling's nose. "My turn?" Su Ruoling appeared bewildered, but nonetheless stated his desired Pokémon. "I want an S-rank fire chick." "You guys are ridiculous. All 3 of you have chosen melee Pokémon." At this moment, Fong Yuqing expressed his dissatisfaction. Su Ruoling squinted. "I don't care. You, the esteemed one, must curry favor with us." The fire chick is also one of the 3 legendary Pokémon, and its evolution, the Flame Chicken, has a base stat total of 530, soaring to 630 upon Mega Evolution, with astonishing attack stats nearing 160 and 130. Furthermore, the S-rank Flame Chicken possesses a remarkable ability called Speed Boost, which increases its speed by 1 stage at the end of each turn. This ability elevates the Flame Chicken's value even further, and its moves can target airborne foes, offering both close-range and long-range attacks, making it a formidable weapon in battle. "Very well, the Pokémon you requested will be delivered to your storage tomorrow," Fong Yuqing announced. "So soon?" The other 5, still lost in their prior conversation, were elated to hear that Fong Yuqing had already procured their desired Pokémon. However, Fong Yuqing felt a pang of regret for his dwindling wallet. The sensation of splurging was rather disheartening. His wallet lamented, "I've shed another layer of weight." "Si Chenhao." Observing Fang Yuqing's comically dismayed expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Fang Yuqing, are you feeling the pinch? Rushu patted his back. In this life, one must eventually repay their debts. Fang Yuqing retorted, shouldn't it be you all repaying me? Yumo closed his eyes, adopting a teasing tone. Fang Yuqing, are there any campus beauties or junior sisters who have confessed their feelings to you? Upon hearing this, Rushu wore a comical expression as she looked at Fang Yuqing. Breaking news, breaking news. Rushu's gossip instincts were fully awakened. Bro, want some chips? Ranran offered Su Ruoling a bag of opened Lay's chips. Su Ruoling nodded in acknowledgement and grabbed a piece to munch on. Thank you. After expressing gratitude, Su Ruoling suddenly shouted, Fang Yuqing, come clean. No. Fang Yuqing waved his hands defensively. Rushu shot him a sidelong glance. An explanation is merely a cover-up, and a cover-up is a truth. If you don't speak, we shall resort to severe interrogation. Chapter 68. Main Quest. Enhanced Divine Core Level. Rushu reiterated, an explanation is merely a cover-up, and a cover-up is a truth. If you don't speak, we shall resort to severe interrogation. All right, I do. Several of them. Every week. My roommate helplessly tosses a pile of love letters from adoring fans onto my bed. Fang Yuqing shook his head in exasperation. My charm is just too overwhelming. This statement elicited laughter from Ranran. If those little fans knew you were actually a goofball, would they abandon you immediately? Absolutely. Rushu chimed in. Sichenhao, who had been browsing the forum with his head down, suddenly lifted it and said, I heard that UUN is hosting some Pokémon Go competitions recently. Why don't we check it out? Competitions? Su Ruoling pondered for a moment, realizing Zhao Lin had already been knocked out and was likely recuperating in the hospital. As for the remaining 5 members of Yiling, without a leader, they were unlikely to attend the competition on their own. Let's go, Yumo suggested. Ranran nodded in agreement. Let's bombard UUN. The 6 conversed late into the night. Su's mother had long since gone to bed. At midnight, Su Ruoling uploaded the energy cubes he had been preparing for a long time to the forum before going to sleep. The next day, at UUN, the 6 arrived early. The Pokémon Fang Yuqing had sold them the previous day had already arrived in their respective storages, each at level 15, quite satisfactory. You seem happy, Ranran remarked, noticing the smile tugging at Su Ruoling's lips. Indeed, this morning, when I opened the forum, I discovered that all the energy cubes had sold out, and my wallet felt significantly heavier, Su Ruoling exclaimed joyfully. Although the energy cubes were sold out, Su Ruoling had no stock left on him. However, the hunger levels of the Pokémon in his backpack were all full, meaning he had no need for energy cubes. At the entrance of UUN, a banner read Pokémon Go Shanghai Tournament, with a substantial crowd gathered, likely around 500 to 600 people. Today's competition is akin to a game, Sichenhao reminded them. Each participant can only use one Pokémon. Fang Yuqing frowned slightly. A game? Officially organized? Sichenhao remained silent, gesturing for Fang Yuqing to check the forum himself. The thread was initiated by a staff member and prominently pinned on the forum, boasting over 50,000 views, alongside a tag, officially certified. There is no doubt that this is an official competition. Fang Yuqing continued to read on, where the entire tournament's details were elaborated. This competition exclusively invites 50 teams from Shanghai, comprising 10 teams designated as pursuers and the remaining 40 as escapers. The escapers are prohibited from initiating attacks against the pursuers. The pursuers challenge the escapers to Pokémon battles. Should the pursuers emerge victorious, the escapers are eliminated. Conversely, if the escapers prevail, the pursuers' life points are halved, and they are incapacitated for 3 minutes. Within a 2-hour time frame, the faction with the greatest number of surviving members shall be declared the victor, with each member of the winning team receiving 5 magical candies as a reward. This gameplay bears a striking resemblance to a newly released mobile game, Identity V. Ding. The player triggered the main quest. Enhance the Divine Core's level. Requirement. Acquire 4 provincial gym badges. Reward. Unknown. At this moment, the system's voice chimed in, startling Su Ruoling momentarily, only for him to realize the implications of enhancing the Divine Core's level. The matter of the Divine Core was known solely to Arceus and Su Ruoling, indicating that this quest was specifically assigned to him by Arceus. However, completing this task would undoubtedly require a significant amount of time. Presently, he possessed only 2 badges, with 2 remaining to elevate the Divine Core to the next level. Speaking of the unknown reward, what could that possibly entail? Arceus, I hope you're not leading me astray. Su Ruoling smirked wryly. A look of helplessness etched across his face. The Divine Core felt akin to a ticking time bomb, leaving Su Ruoling uncertain whether it would prove beneficial or detrimental to him. Just then, the host interjected. Today's competition, I believe, you've all heard about it, right? I am by Ruoling, the host of this event. By Ruoling? Su Ruoling glanced at the youth on stage. Realizing he was the same by Ruoling he had encountered previously at Disney, Su Ruoling couldn't help but marvel at the smallness of the world. However, Bai Ruoling seemed oblivious to Su Ruoling's presence in the audience as he continued to expound on the relevant details. Do you remember him? Su Ruoling turned to Umo. Umo was lost in thought when suddenly, a male voice called from behind the group. Su Ruoling? Su Ruoling turned to find yet another familiar face. Yi Jiawei? What brings you here? Su Ruoling exclaimed in surprise, only to remember. Oh, you're Bai Ruoling's cousin. Yi Jiawei nodded. I'm just here to spectate. Are you all competing? Ran nodded. There are only 5 minutes left until the match begins. Best of luck to you all. Yi Jiawei gave Su Ruoling an encouraging gesture before blending into the crowd. Next, we will proceed with the draw, and the 10 teams selected will become the pursuers. Bai Ruoling continued, his hand already reaching into the box. Wujing team, WD team, Jiuyu team. Umo lifted his head. Pursuers, huh? How intriguing. Ru Chu stretched her limbs, a confident smile gracing her lips. The nearby teams cast wary glances at Ru Chu. That girl looks quite intimidating. Let us keep our distance. Ru Chu's head seemed to sprout a crossroad. Who said that? Come here and say it to my face. Fang Yuqing looked at Ru Chu with a bemused expression. Be composed. You're only scaring them further. In the final minute, all 50 teams, please prepare yourselves. The competition is about to commence. Bai Ruoling's voice echoed, prompting Su Ruoling to get ready at once. 3, 2, 1, begin. With Bai Ruoling's command, the remaining 40 teams vanished in an instant. Su Ruoling whispered, let us split into pairs. You and I, Ran suggested. Ru Chu, you pair up with that old man. Fang Yuqing, Si Chenhao will be your responsibility. Ru Chu glanced at Ran, who expressionlessly summoned a water spirit. Let us go. Su Ruoling replied, oh right. The 6 individuals promptly divided into 3 groups. Yu Yuan was expansive, predominantly adorned in green, a breathtaking sight. Ran's white hair stood out vividly in this environment, hence she opted to conceal herself and lie in ambush. The sound of jingling bells accompanied Su Ruoling's swift movements. The pursuers were all adorned with bells, which was a source of exasperation for Su Ruoling. Their every action echoed loudly, making stealth virtually impossible. Abandoning all pretense, Ran settled down, completely alone, opting to hide behind a tree and wait for an opportunity to strike. This way, she could remain silent and spring a surprise attack. The sniping tree owl soared through the sky, searching for escapers. Su Ruoling was tasked with scouting for escapers in the vicinity surrounding Ran. Given the vastness of the area, he could only summon the sniping tree owl for assistance. Found anything? Ran inquired in a hushed tone. Su Ruoling shook his head. The operational area is too confined. The chances of spotting any escapers here are minimal. Sniping tree owl, expand your search radius. Su Ruoling followed the sniping tree owl further away, leaving Ran crouched alone. What a useless teammate, she muttered in dissatisfaction. Just then, she overheard a faint conversation. Do you think hiding here will get us discovered? No way. Look at that girl, she's stunning. Is she an escaper? Should we go talk to her? Sure, why not? Ran felt a wave of frustration but could surmise that this team likely lacked prowess. Otherwise, they wouldn't be huddled together in a bush. Continuing to stay put, she discreetly concealed the bell tied to her ankle with her pant leg. Thus, she could prepare for a stealthy strike. At that moment, one of the individuals hiding in the grass stepped out. He appeared rather disheveled, with an aura that suggested he was no good, muscles rippling across his body, and his lewd little eyes roving over Ran. What is he staring at? Ran smirked, preparing to summon her dragonair. Hey there, pretty girl. Which team are you with? How about joining our Peppa team? I'm Wang Chong, the captain, he said, revealing a tattoo of Peppa Pig on his muscular shoulder. What a creep. Ran chuckled, standing up. No thanks, I'm not interested. Why not? Wang Chong grasped her arm. Don't you know our team is the best in all of Shanghai? Uffed. Ran laughed. Who gave you the audacity to make such a claim? She quickly broke free from his grip. Doesn't this kid follow the forums? How can he be so confidently deluded? Ran took a few steps back, attempting to maintain her distance from Wang Chong. However, to her surprise, Wang Chong suddenly lunged forward, his grip like a vice around her arm. What are you doing? Ran yelled, retaliating with a slap. Being a strong woman, her instinct was to fight back when faced with a pervert. Despite being struck, Wang Chong merely grinned lewdly. Are you saying my Pokémon is too weak? Or do you think my skills in bed are lacking? As he spoke, he pinned her down. Ran lifted her leg, attempting to kick him in the groin, but to no avail. The others hiding in the grass were thoroughly entertained, whispering amongst themselves before all emerging. They were all muscle-bound men, resembling the type with brawn but little brain. "Come over here," Wang Chong called to the 5 men. What a perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment Wang Chong turned, Ran quickly retrieved her pokeball and hurled it at Wang Chong's face, exclaiming, "It's you, Dragonair!" Roar! Dragonair raised its head, glaring fiercely at Wang Chong. Dragonair, level 32. Upon seeing Dragonair's level, the Peppa team's previously inflated confidence deflated instantly. Dragonair, use Mountain Crush. Roar! Dragonair leaped forward, forcefully colliding with Wang Chong. Although Wang Chong's health points wouldn't decrease, he certainly felt the impact of Dragonair's move. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to push Dragonair away and called forth his own Pokémon. The other 5 members also released their Pokémon. Taking advantage of the distraction, Ran hurriedly searched for information about this team on the forums. Yo-Yo, the Cottonweed, level 30, is Wang Chong's Pokémon. The other 5 trainers, however, have Pokémon hovering around level 25. It turns out she is the pursuer Wang Chong used. Butterfree, use Poison Powder. Pidgeotto, unleash Hurricane. The winds around them began to howl more fiercely, and the poison powder swirled through the air. The Dragonair found itself with no escape. Even if it craned its neck, it would succumb to poisoning. Ugh! The Dragonair was unable to see Ran. At this moment, Ran remained remarkably calm. She glanced at the remaining 4 trainers and then at the 4 disinterested Pokémon nearby, making a resolute decision in her heart. Dragonair, use Rain Dance. Ran shouted, unafraid of the potential poisoning, confident enough in her level advantage to take the gamble. Soon, heavy rain began to pour down. The fierce wind still raged. But Butterfree ceased using Poison Powder and switched to Silver Wind. As Dragonair successfully summoned the rain, it paid the price of poisoning, its health dwindling with each powerful gust. Conweed, use Mega Drain. The Grass-type move dealt double damage to Dragonair. Observing her Pokémon battered and on the brink of collapse within the hurricane, Ran's heart remained resolute. Little girl, can you give in to me now? Wang Chong leered, my brother will make you feel good tonight. Ran slapped him again. Wang Chong, grinning, stepped back and shouted, you all go all out to attack that Dragonair. Remember not to finish it off when its health is low, but to torment it slowly. Ran's gaze hardened as she shot Wang Chong a disgusted look, yet she maintained her silence, watching the cruel spectacle unfold with a calm demeanor. At that moment, after enduring numerous torments, Dragonair was left with a sliver of health. Have you seen your Dragonair? It's on the verge of breaking down, Wang Chong taunted. He then retrieved Cottonweed into its Pokeball. Now, don't make any moves. Dragonair, I'll finish it off with Lantern. Upon hearing this, a slight smile graced Ran's lips, forming a confident arc. Meanwhile, the other 5 trainers flattered Wang Chong, a scene that left Ran feeling helpless. Lantern, use Bubble Beam. Dragonair, use Perish Song. Well done, Wang Chong, you're incredible. As the moment arrived, Ran swiftly issued her command, while the other 5 scoffed, believing that this desperate struggle was merely the act of an unwise individual. In the next moment, a dramatic scene unfolded, leaving the 5 trainers agape. Lantern's Bubble Beam inflicted no damage on Dragonair. Instead, Dragonair's health miraculously recovered by 14. The 6 stood frozen, and Wang Chong was nearly at his wit's end. Unable to comprehend the situation, Ran exhaled softly. The battle had reached its conclusion. She had won her gamble. With no Pokémon striking, Dragonair's melodious song resonated throughout the arena. Hidden within the enchanting melody was a subtle menace. The Peichi team understood that this battle was beyond redemption, allowing Dragonair to sing freely. As the final note faded, all 6 Pokémon from the Peichi team transformed into white light, retreating into their Pokeballs. Thus, the Peichi team became the first to be eliminated from this game. At a distance, beside a large rock, Ruoling and her Sniper Owl crouched, preparing to ambush any escaping passerby. Moo, Sniper Owl nudged Ruoling. Ruoling smiled. She's really getting stronger. I feel that if I don't work harder, she might surpass me. Moo suddenly. Sniper Owl's gaze sharpened as it held 2 leaf blades, ready to throw. Ruoling's heart raced as she crouched down, signaling to Sniper Owl to flank for a surprise attack before stepping out from behind the rock. Oh, isn't that Su Yangsheng from the forum? A punk youth glanced at Ruoling and called out his name. Almost immediately, 2 other punk youths blocked Ruoling's path, both wearing menacing smiles. The leader of the group stretched his limbs and said, Little one, you didn't seem so pretty on the forum. I must say, you look quite lovely in person. Shouldn't we treat you nicely? What is going on? Is it now trendy to gang up on people? First, it was the social youth, and now it's punks? Ruoling's internal alarm bells rang. Chapter 70. After the insults, the battle begins. What is going on? Is it now trendy to gang up on people? First, it was the social youth, and now it's punks? Ruoling's internal alarm bells rang. The three punk youths stood there, wearing inscrutable smiles as they gazed at Ruoling. They did not strike, lost in their thoughts. At that moment, two heavily made-up girls giggled as they ran over, swirling around Ruoling. The sound of jingling bells grew closer. Ruoling slightly rose on her toes, catching a glimpse of familiar crimson eyes. Ruoling gritted her teeth. "UMO? You big fool, hurry up." As soon as she said that, one of the taller girls paused, then seized Ruoling's shoulder. "What did you just say?" The other girl in a purple dress also looked furious, holding Ruoling's shoulder and speaking in Shanghai dialect, hurling insults at her. "Who were you calling a fool?" Ruoling was taken aback. "Did I insult her?" Upon a closer look, the girl before her was quite ordinary, and with heavy makeup, she appeared even more unattractive and pretentious, especially those eyelashes, excessively long, clearly glued on. "I'm asking you a question," the girl shouted. The girl in the purple dress glared at Ruoling, then turned to the first punk youth. "Your girlfriend has been insulted. Come here quickly. Xiaomengsha, step aside." The punk youth shoved the girl in the purple dress aside. However, the girl who mistakenly thought Ruoling insulted her continued to demand answers, her eyes filled with fury. "Explain who you were insulting." The three punk youths regarded Ruoling with keen interest, clearly contemplating their next move. Xiaomengsha glared at Ruoling. "What did you mean by insulting Shinran? Hurry up and explain." At this moment, Shinran grabbed Ruoling by the collar. Ruoling's expression darkened. "Slap." A resounding slap echoed. "Did you really think I wouldn't hit you?" Ruoling's voice turned cold. "Have you said enough? Feeling mighty, are we?" At this moment, UMO was drawn over by the commotion and witnessed the moment Ruoling struck. Upon closer inspection, he realized these five were the delinquents expelled from their school. These delinquents could resort to anything. Ruoling was too impulsive. UMO dashed towards Ruoling. The entire scene fell silent. Ruoling pushed Shinran away. Fury etched on her face. Contrary to UMO's speculation, it wasn't Ruoling's impulsiveness. Rather, his limits had been crossed. The three punk youths quickly surrounded Ruoling, swinging their fists at him. "Yangjila, use bind." "Jila." UMO rushed out, and a beam of golden light shot forth, freezing the attacker mid-strike, rendering him immobile. "What is going on?" Ruchushio sprinted out. "Ruchushio," Xiaomengsha shouted, "quickly, take down these two disgusting men." UMO and Ruoling were bewildered. "Summon your Pokémon. Let us not waste time on you." Ruchushio frowned slightly, speaking in a calm tone. Xiaomengsha was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of fury. "Traitor." Beedrill. The previously immobilized attacker regained his movement and released his Pokémon. Others followed suit, but their ire was primarily directed at Ruoling. 3v5, 10 minutes, crush them. Ruoling smiled slightly. "Okay." Upon a cursory glance at the opposing lineup, Beedrill, Pachirisu, Arbok, Onyx, and Baltoy, one could ascertain that their average level of 28 is commendable. "Shaman, unleash Psychic," commanded Ruoling. Shaman shimmered, teleporting as a wave of violet energy surged toward Pachirisu. With a deft evasion, Pachirisu retaliated with Thunderbolt. The collision of electric and psychic energies illuminated the battlefield in a dazzling display of gold and purple, while Beedrill and Arbok attempted to assist, only to be repelled by the ensuing explosion, suffering a loss of 14 health points. A commendable maneuver indeed. Yumo nodded at Ruoling. "Yungara, employ Spoon Bend." Instantly, a mysterious force contorted the spoon in Yungara's grasp, momentarily hindering the movements of the five opposing Pokémon. "Swablu, you sing." Swablu's melodic notes resonated, incessantly striking the enemy's Pokémon, rendering them incapable of counteraction. Such is the deceitful power of a group attack. Beedrill, execute Fury Attack, commanded its trainer. Onyx, deploy Rock Tomb. With a thunderous roar, rocks cascaded from above, obstructing Shaman and its companions' movements. Meanwhile, Beedrill's Fury Attack was already in motion. Yungara, cast Hypnosis. Yungara tilted its head slightly, a blue glow flickering in its eyes. That ethereal blue light seemed capable of ensnaring hearts. Beedrill, glancing at Yungara, found its speed diminishing, succumbing to the effects of sleep. Swiftly, Swablu opened its beak, sinking its teeth into Beedrill's wing. A critical hit. With a roar, Onyx lunged at Shaman, coiling its tail menacingly. "This is bind." Ruoling observed Onyx's approach with calm resolve, issuing the command. "Shaman, use teleport, then follow up with charming voice." With a light laugh, Shaman vanished just as Onyx lunged, appearing behind it as the powerful charming voice echoed forth, enveloping the arena in a cloud of smoke. "Yungara, Psychic." The telekinetic force pierced through the smoke, targeting Pachirisu. This unexpected assault caught Shinran off guard. Biting her lip, she barked. Pachirisu utilized Nuzzle. A golden glow enveloped Pachirisu's face as electricity surged forth, shattering the psychic wave. Ruoling, observing the deteriorating condition of the opposing Pokémon, whispered to Yumo, activate aggressive mode. Chapter 72. Play more games, distance yourself from society. With the majority of Ruoling's Pokémon maintaining over half their health, while the opposing team, save for the yet-to-act Baltoy, hovered around half health. Her declaration was imbued with confidence. At that moment, Baltoy finally launched its assault. Baltoy, enact Healing Block. Ruoling raised an eyebrow. Healing Block could inhibit Pokémon from using moves or berries to recover health, an obvious counter to Shaman's Absorb. Yungara, unleash Psychic. Called Ruoling. Swablu used Sing. The Lullaby. A group attack lulled 3 of the opposing Pokémon into slumber, while Onix and Beedrill remained alert. The psychic energy coursed through, chipping away at the health of the 2 remaining Pokémon. Continue. Yumo urged, directing Yungara to persist with Psychic, as its offensive options were limited. Shaman, employ Meditate. At that juncture, Ruoling seized the opportunity presented by the slumbering foes to bolster Shaman's attack power. Swablu hovered above, searching for a suitable point of attack. Onix. Use Rock Slide. Onix roared, sending a barrage of stones crashing down. Swablu flapped its delicate wings, striving to escape the impending rockfall, while Beedrill unleashed Twin Needle. Xiaomengsha hoped this move would obstruct Swablu's flight path. If it wasn't afflicted by poison, it would be forced to dodge the Twin Needle and collide with the falling rocks. She mused, I seek not glory, but merely to avoid error. Shaman, activate Psychic. At this critical juncture, Shaman's Meditate had intensified its power. With a sudden surge, Shaman summoned psychic energy, propelling the descending stones aside, granting Swablu reprieve, only to collide with a toxic needle. Splendid. Shinran beamed with delight. Meanwhile, Ruchu smirked, Swablu. Use Refresh. A radiant glow enveloped Swablu, erasing the effects of poison. As the other 3 Pokémon awakened from their slumber, Shinran's expression darkened. What was happening? She could hardly fathom the intricate strategies and tactics within this game, which in her eyes had merely been a mindless breeding exercise, a simple grind for levels. Why had Ruchu, who once played alongside them before their expulsion, now become so adept at the game? She should have been expelled with them. Why had she become so compliant? Why had she transformed into a model student? Shinran was perplexed, struggling to comprehend why Ruchu had allied with this impoverished individual. Xiaomengsha, fueled by anger, turned pale as she pulled out her phone, making a call, a sickly smile creeping onto her face. My husband is on his way. You're all doomed. She hissed icily. Pachirisu, use Thunderbolt. Shinran remained undeterred, continuing to command Pachirisu in her quest to vanquish Ruchu. Believing that the type advantage would outweigh the level disparity, Pachirisu's blue skin shimmered with golden electricity, akin to fireworks bursting forth, striking Swablu with ferocity. Swablu's health plummeted to 14. Ruchu regarded Swablu with indifference, making no move, instead discreetly messaging Ran from her pocket. A smile crept onto Xiaomengsha's heavily made-up face. What's wrong, Ruchu? Are you stunned by Pachirisu's thunderbolt? Your garish makeup is repulsive. Turn away, lest I be compelled to vomit, Ruchu retorted lightly. Oh, care to repeat that? A tall youth materialized beside Xiaomengsha. Ruoling's pupils constricted in recognition. Huang Zili, the former school bully. Huang Zili was nothing short of a rogue, notorious for his brawls, his fiery red hair, making him especially conspicuous. Just a mere cock, really, Ruchu scoffed. Shroomish. Use Mach Punch. Shroomish, level 30, leaped with agility, delivering a rapid 1-2 punch to Swablu's head, reducing its health to 0. Simultaneously, the self-destruct triggered, unleashing a powerful energy that left both Yungara and Shaman at critical health, while Baltoy and Arbok also succumbed to defeat, inflicting 1,000 points of damage while losing 800 in return. Huang Zili's orange eyes glimmered with disdain. So pathetic. A single self-destruct has left you with only 2 Pokémon. The current situation stands at a 2 versus 4. Ran, hurry up, Ruchu exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice. Shroomish, use Super Suck. The verdant energy gradually approached Gyarados. Presently, Gyarados was in a dire state, as if it would topple over with the slightest breeze. Beedrill, unleash Poison Jab. A murderous glint erupted from the crimson eyes of Beedrill. Umo refrained from allowing Gyarados to execute Teleport. He cast a meaningful glance at Ruoling, accompanied by a smile. Shaman, utilize Healing Wave. Shay. A surge of life-imbued purple light suddenly radiated from Shaman, instantly replenishing Gyarados' health by 12. Boom. The attacks from both Pokémon collided with Gyarados, yet it remained steadfast. Pachirisu. Use Nuzzle. Liz. Shaymin's healing wave could not be utilized on itself. Despite its evasive maneuvers, it ultimately succumbed to Pachirisu's attack. Ruoling clenched her fists. Suddenly, a beam imbued with an icy aura shot forth, its formidable power sending Pachirisu flying. Shinron is out. Ranran's eyes lit up. We've won this round. Ruoling was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. We've won. With Dragonite, the remaining Pokémon on the opposing side are mere trifles. And as for Shaymin, its role as a healer suffices. Following this, it would be Ranran's solo performance. Dragonite, use Heavy Slam to crush Beedrill. Woo. Dragonite leapt high, crashing down onto Beedrill. Given Beedrill's already low health, it could hardly withstand Dragonite's might. Xiao Mingxiao is out. A sense of vindication washed over Yumo's voice, laced with delight. Onyx, use Slam. Dragonite matched it head-on. Ice Beam. As Onyx coiled around Dragonite, preparing to slam it down, the ground suddenly froze, destabilizing Onyx. To maintain its balance, Onyx relinquished the opportunity to slam, allowing Dragonite to escape. Swiftly finished this, Dragonite, Ice Beam. The Ice Beam shot straight at Shroomish, which swiftly unleashed a Mach Punch, only to find its hand frozen. Shroomish, stand still and use Seed Bomb. Huang Zili flashed a devilish smile. You thought you could prevent my fighting-type moves? I shall wear you down with grass-type skills until your demise. Dragonite, ignore it. Use Heavy Slam. Shaymin, employ Psychic. Gyarados, activate Psychic. Observing that Shroomish's health was halved, Ruoling and Yumo launched an offensive together. Amidst the thick fog, Shroomish gasped for breath, with Onyx standing beside it, seemingly ready to act as a shield. Dragonite, use Perish Song. Ranran commanded, Water Pokémon, come forth. The water Pokémon merely lay there, quietly succumbing to slumber, aware that it was merely a bystander in this battle. After 2 rounds, all Pokémon lost health to a mysterious force. Ranran released Dragonite once more. Woo! Dragonite raised its head, joyfully proclaiming their victory. How shameless! Xiao Mingxia's forehead throbbed, spitting out a mouthful of disdain as she stormed off. Ranran frowned. Ji, please. We triumphed even against 6 opponents. What right do you have to speak? You. Shinron glared at Ranran, but it was futile, as the next moment, they were pulled away by the staff. Ruchu rolled her eyes, neurotic. Watching the retreating figures of the 6, Ruoling couldn't help but give them the finger, tch. What of Huang Zili? Currently, there were still 35 teams remaining in the Escapees faction, while the pursuers had dwindled to 9 teams. From the events of earlier, I have gleaned a philosophical truth about life. Yumo said, feigning mystery. Ruoling inquired, what is it? Yumo replied with a subtle smile, play more games, distance yourself from society. Profound. You old sage. Who imparted such dubious wisdom upon you? Speak. That was remarkably eloquent. Feeling emotional, I hope to see more tickets upon my return next week. With 2 chapters ready to go. Chapter 73, the manifestation begins. Play more games, distance yourself from society. After a bout of playful banter, Ranran chuckled, I'm the savior. You know, serving tea to the great ones, fanning them, feeding them sweets. Yumo, Ruoling, and Ruchu immediately surrounded Ranran, performing exaggerated gestures. Ha ha. I feel so divine, yet inexplicably foolish. What gives? Ranran sighed, facepalming. Yumo observed Ranran's demeanor, silently critiquing, Ranran, you're infectious. What is up? Ranran placed her hands on her hips. Enough fooling around, Ruoling interjected, casting a glance at her before continuing. Yumo, let us take the initiative to capture some foes. Ranran, you and Ruchu hold the rear. Ruchu nodded, administering some healing to the Swablu while summoning Togepi. Togepi, LV-27. Such a high level? Ruoling exclaimed, astonished. She hadn't anticipated that Ruchu, multitasking, could elevate both Pokemon to nearly level 30. Truly remarkable. I'm off now, Ranran declared, before ordering. Decidueye, use Synthesis. Mumu. In the recent battle, Gyarados and Shaymin were both critically injured. Synthesis allowed them to fully restore their health. Yumo and Ruoling recalled their Pokemon. Yumo glanced at Ruoling, took out a Pokeball, and summoned Jengar. Jengar, you're the one. Decidueye soared into the air, scanning the vicinity for any signs of life. Ruoling, let us go. Time to catch some foes. Yumo affirmed. Ruoling nodded, as Jengar emitted a haunting purple glow, slowly drifting forward. Feng Yuqing, what's our next move? Si Chenhao tilted his head toward Feng Yuqing. A hint of dominance flashed in Feng Yuqing's eyes. What's there to discuss? We charge in. Have you forgotten we're under siege? Si Chenhao replied, his expression darkening. Sigh. Earlier, Fang Yuqing and Si Chenhao had taken down an entire battle team and were about to rest when suddenly a water gun struck, catching Aegis Slash off guard. Si Chenhao began searching for the assailant, with Fang Yuqing assisting, oblivious to the fact that they were now being surrounded. A group of individuals clad in sunglasses, appearing to be bodyguards, loomed nearby, each one robust and imposing. Despite Fang Yuqing's prowess, he could hardly contend against so many bodyguards, especially with Si Chenhao, whose combat capability was a mere 5. At that moment, Fang Yuqing wished to leap off a building. Boys, honestly, I really don't want to fight you. Suddenly, a man in a suit stepped forward before Fang Yuqing. Adorned with an expensive watch, his imposing brows and sharply defined features exuded an air of aloofness. Upon seeing this man, a flicker of recognition crossed Si Chenhao's face. He seemed to have encountered him before. Who could it be? Si Chenhao pondered earnestly. So what now? Fang Yuqing reminded himself to remain calm and not act impulsively. It would be utterly foolish to suffer physical harm over a mere competition. Suddenly, a surfing EV approached the man, nuzzling affectionately against his leg, evidently displaying a closeness of around 120. Fang Yuqing observed the EV, silently noting that his own Snorlax shared a friendship level of 150. However, he discovered that as time progressed, increasing friendship levels became exceedingly challenging, reliant on the use of a Soothe Bell to enhance them. It was precisely for this reason that Su Ruoling had originally traded Snorlax to Fang Yuqing. Had he possessed a Soothe Bell, he would not have exchanged Snorlax. Upon encountering the Floatzel, Si Chenhao's mind was suddenly ignited by a flash of recognition, leading him to recall the name of the individual before him. He was none other than the audacious green tea man who had made such a spectacle of himself during the challenge held in Guangzhou. Si Chenhao fixed his gaze on He, realizing that he was not actually from Guangzhou. With a peculiar smile, He stroked the Floatzel's head and commanded, Floatzel, use water gun. Aim for their heads. In an instant, several bodyguards seized Si Chenhao and Fang Yuqing. The moment Fang Yuqing witnessed the sinister smile on He face, a sense of foreboding washed over him. As he processed He words and the actions of the bodyguards, it became painfully clear these individuals bore a grudge against the Jiyue team. When the torrent of water erupted, Fang Yuqing summoned all his strength to shove aside the bodyguard attempting to restrain him. The bodyguard's efforts to recapture him were thwarted as Fang Yuqing deftly sidestepped the deluge. The entire exchange felt prolonged in recounting, but occurred in the blink of an eye. Oh no! As Fang Yuqing pushed the bodyguard away, he suddenly realized the dreadful truth. Si Chenhao was about to be struck. But by the time he grasped the situation, it was too late. Si Chenhao had already become a drenched mess. Holding his breath against the onslaught of water, Si Chenhao could only endure the overwhelming force impacting his face, with some water inadvertently splashing into his nostrils, nearly choking him. At that moment, Si Chenhao felt utterly helpless. Go, Jengar! Use Shadow Punch. Jengar unleashed a flurry of energy punches imbued with ghostly power, creating quite a commotion. Su Ruoling smiled confidently, believing that these individuals would soon be frightened away. Suddenly, his AR watch vibrated. A message from Fang Yuqing appeared. Hurry to the entrance. We are being ambushed. Su Ruoling's heart raced. If even Si Chenhao and Fang Yuqing were unable to handle this team, it signified that their strength posed a genuine threat. Yet, Su Ruoling was unaware that it wasn't the Pokémon duels that thwarted Si Chenhao and Fang Yuqing, but rather the formidable bodyguards and the opportunistic He. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of physical prowess. Yumo, I must go to assist Fang Yuqing and the others. Inform the two girls. Su Ruoling shouted before sprinting away, his heart pounding even faster. Meanwhile, Fang Yuqing stared blankly at Si Chenhao, who was panting heavily, fixated on the ground. This shouldn't be happening. Isn't this just a game? Why is the water real? Fang Yuqing was at a loss. Yet, evidently, Si Chenhao's current state was of greater concern. Wiping his hair back, Fang Yuqing asked, Si Chenhao, are you alright? The surrounding bodyguards sneered at Si Chenhao and Fang Yuqing, while He looked on with a cold smile, relishing Si Chenhao's disarray. Fang Yuqing gritted his teeth. At that moment, Su Ruoling finally arrived. Upon seeing him, He ordered the bodyguards to act. What is going on? Su Ruoling's first sight was the soaked Si Chenhao. He steadied himself and inquired. Then, he scanned the surroundings and spotted He, whose eyes glinted with a hint of malice. As their gazes met, the malevolence intensified. Turning away, the killing intent dissipated in an instant. Fang Yuqing succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Water turning real? He listened intently, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Su Ruoling momentarily lost his focus, his expression suddenly turning serious. The materialization he spoke of has finally begun. Chapter 74, The Final Hour. What materialization? Fang Yuqing asked. There is no time to explain. Su Ruoling replied, his gaze flickering with urgency before he commanded, release him. The bodyguards holding Si Qinhao wore mocking expressions, as if to say, what are you going to do about it? Su Ruoling cast a glance at He Shilin, silently lamenting, why must I resort to such drastic measures? By now, Si Qinhao had regained some composure, but under the weight of multiple bodyguards, he remained powerless. There is only 1 hour left in the match. Please expedite the proceedings. A mysterious voice echoed through the Yu Garden, belonging to Bai Ruoxuan. Only an hour left? He Shilin's lips curled into a smirk. Then it is time to torment them. No sooner had he spoken than a bodyguard struck Si Qinhao across the face, leaving 5 crimson marks. Su Ruoling's gaze sharpened instantly. Fang Yuqing, eager to confront He Shilin, was restrained by Su Ruoling. It seemed that if this continued, the situation would escalate further. Su Ruoling could no longer afford to hesitate. He would have to use the divine core. With a darkened expression, Su Ruoling advanced toward He Shilin, radiating with dazzling brilliance. Meanwhile, on the other side, that was too easy. Ranran clapped her hands, reflecting on a battle that had been remarkably effortless. Yumo chuckled, and Chuchu couldn't hide her amusement either. Earlier, they had faced an entire team composed of level 20 Pidgeys, which fell within 3 to 6 rounds under the onslaught of their powerful Pokémon, and Jengar, Piku, and Vine Snake had all leveled up. The trio wandered aimlessly, relishing their leisurely time. What about Su Ruoling and the others? Ranran asked, posing a critical question. Yumo sighed. I already mentioned he went to help them, but why haven't they returned yet? Chuchu wondered, sensing something amiss. Yumo's mind raced, and he bolted into action. If the 3 of them could not handle that team, they would be in grave danger. Chuchu and Ranran, realizing the urgency, followed suit, racing toward the entrance of the Yu Garden. What a day of misfortune. Why are we all being cornered? Yumo pondered as he ran, oblivious to the 2 girls struggling to keep pace. He soon spotted a sign indicating a right turn to the entrance. A radiant brilliance danced around Su Ruoling, emanating an invisible pressure. Si Qinhao and Fang Yuqing stood frozen, unable to think clearly. Su Ruoling had previously inquired about this power with Arceus. It was known as the power of Zeus, a wondrous force. As the name suggests, it was the divine power residing within Arceus, possessing many unique effects, but for now, Su Ruoling only knew it could create pressure, and once his divine core broke through to the next level, that pressure would intensify. Fear filled He Shilin's eyes as he envisioned countless ghostly apparitions closing in on him, with the Grim Reaper beckoning from the end of the path. The bodyguards, in excruciating pain, clutched their heads, appearing utterly miserable. The brilliance surrounding Su Ruoling continued to shine. To outsiders, it merely appeared as a dim light, akin to a small night lamp, inconspicuous and undetectable. Slap yourselves a few times, then exit the Yu Garden. Surrender. Su Ruoling's voice, though not loud, resonated with authority. Cold as ice, a few bodyguards and He Shilin numbly struck themselves several resounding slaps before mechanically exiting the Yu Garden. The light radiating from Su Ruoling immediately diminished, and Si Qinhao and Fang Yuqing suddenly regained their senses. Su Ruoling stood there, dazed, his gaze vacant. Su Ruoling. Si Qinhao, still damp, looked at the upright Su Ruoling. Curiosity piqued. What just happened? Where did everyone go? Fang Yuqing. Equal upon hearing these words, Si Qinhao nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, I share that sentiment. But please, Su Ruoling, answer me. What transpired just now? Su Ruoling remained silent. Fang Yuqing gently patted his back. Su Ruoling? In the next moment, Su Ruoling suddenly collapsed onto Si Qinhao. Hey! Si Qinhao shouted. At this juncture, Umo and the others had already arrived. What happened to him? Umo leaned against Fang Yuqing, breathlessly inquiring as he gazed at Su Ruoling draped over Si Qinhao. Fang Yuqing hesitated before responding. Perhaps he has exhausted his stamina. How about we hide for the next hour? He shouldn't remain unconscious for long. That's a good suggestion, Ranran concurred, nodding after flicking her hair. Hey, can someone lend a hand? Carrying him like this is quite burdensome. Si Qinhao, who was already physically weak, was struggling under the weight of Su Ruoling, who weighed around 120 pounds. Umo raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched on his face. Is he really that heavy? He looks so thin. Hey, I caught that double entendre, Ranran remarked with a sidelong glance. All right, let us move quickly. This time, they refrained from carrying Su Ruoling on their backs and instead hoisted him by either side, forcibly transporting him away. Nearby, a few artificial hills and some bushes provided cover, where the other four concealed themselves. Fang Yuqing and Umo stood outside, silently awaiting the remaining players. This feels rather desolate, Fang Yuqing remarked with a look of resignation. Huh. Fire Dinosaur also yawned. Waiting was truly excruciating. However, Guaystone was wandering about, repeatedly employing Night Shadow, and before long, the area was filled with the residual images left by Guaystone. Observing this, Fire Dinosaur exhaled smoke, which mingled with the shadows. Look over there. There are 3 youths dressed in vibrant attire. Suddenly, Umo, with keen eyesight, spotted them. Fang Yuqing nodded, commanding, Fire Dinosaur. Use spark. Huh. A burst of sparks erupted beside the trio, startling them into searching for the mastermind behind the attack. Guaystone, employ strange light. Who? The 3 youths shouted. Judging by their appearance, they appeared to be mere middle schoolers. They really can't keep their composure, Umo chuckled softly. Rising to his feet and issuing a loud command to capture the attention of the 3 youths. Guaystone, execute a surprise attack. Guaystone darted about, crashing directly into the tallest of the 3. What the hell is this? The tallest boy exclaimed in pain. Fang Yuqing, standing beside Umo, shook his head in exasperation. They truly are children, with such immature minds and a penchant for foul language. Upon hearing the boy's words, Guaystone blinked innocently a few times. But I am a ghost. If you call me a ghost, then I am indeed one. Guaystone, Guaystone. Unfortunately, they could not comprehend his speech. Umo chuckled at Guaystone's response. Enough of this banter. It's settled then, Fire Mouse. Fire Mouse, LV26. Fire Mouse is one of the 2nd-generation starter Pokémon. A fire-type creature typically found in arid regions like deserts and volcanoes, although occasionally encountered in forests with lower qualities. Given that there are no deserts or volcanoes in the Shanghai area, it was safe to conclude that this Fire Mouse's capabilities were not particularly impressive. The coloration of this Fire Mouse's fur was noticeably dull, far inferior to its counterparts, likely due to its starvation after several days without energy blocks. The 3 youths embodied the spirit of youthful audacity, recklessly embarking on their path to misery. Chapter 75. Arceus's Reminder. The 3 youths embodied the spirit of youthful audacity, recklessly embarking on their path to misery. Fire Mouse, use spark on Fire Dinosaur. Rumble. Fire Dinosaur, unleash Dragon Rage. Huh. Fire Dinosaur sprang into action, racing about. As it ran, its momentum intensified, a faint blue aura surrounding it, releasing an invisible pressure. The sparks drew closer to Fire Dinosaur, weakening as they approached, ultimately vanishing. Wow. Is it really that formidable? One of the other boys could hardly contain his astonishment, staring wide-eyed at Fire Dinosaur. Just wait. There's even more to marvel at. Fang Yuqing replied nonchalantly, masking his intentions. Meanwhile, he and another boy released their Pokémon. Howl Houndour. Coughing. Houndour and Coughing, LV25. Umo cast a sidelong glance at Fang Yuqing, signaling him to refrain from causing trouble. Guaystone, employ Night Shadow. Guaystone. Guaystone gracefully maneuvered through the air, leaving behind a trail of black shadows, which then pounced en masse onto Fire Mouse. Capture the king before the pawns. Fire Mouse's health dropped to 34. Houndour. Use Fire Fang. Houndour's jaws opened wide, its sharp teeth aglow with flames, dashing toward Fire Dinosaur at breakneck speed. Howl. Houndour's ability, Flash Fire, counteracts Fire Dinosaur's Blaze ability. Flash Fire. Receiving fire-type moves does not inflict damage or effects, and it enters a state of heightened fire attack, increasing damage by 50. Blaze. When HP falls below 13, the power of fire-type moves becomes 15 times stronger. This created a rather awkward situation. Under these circumstances, Fang Yuqing could only utilize moves of other types against Houndour. For employing fire-type moves would only serve to bolster Houndour. Fire Dinosaur, evade. Guaystone, utilize revenge. Guaystone, coughing, execute Mudshot. Coughing. Just as Fire Dinosaur prepared to dodge, Guaystone unexpectedly appeared, absorbing the hit from Fire Fang, then swiftly retaliating by swatting Houndour away. However, having just executed revenge, Guaystone found itself unable to evade as Coughing unleashed Mudshot, striking Guaystone directly. Guaystone's health now stood at 12. Guaystone cast Hypnosis. A beam of purple light flashed, and Houndour fell into a slumber. Guaystone, invoke Curse. Fire Mouse, interrupt with Thunderbolt. As the cursed flames ignited on Guaystone, just as it was about to connect with Houndour, Fire Mouse dashed forth. Fire Mouse entered the cursed state. Fire Dinosaur, use Shadow Face on Coughing. Fire Dinosaur's visage transformed into a devilish mask, causing Coughing to flee in terror, its speed significantly reduced. Fang Yuqing and Umo exchanged glances. Guaystone, unleashed strange light on Houndour. At that moment, Houndour awoke. But the instant it regained consciousness, it succumbed to confusion. Fire Dinosaur unleashed Dragon Rage. This time, Dragon Rage was notably more powerful, and the 3 Pokémon on the opposing side were swiftly impacted. See, between the 2 of us, we've nearly defeated all 3 of you, Umo remarked, resting his chin on his hand. The trio remained speechless. I'll smash you, Guaystone, the Houndour trainer shouted. Houndour, use Revive. How? Houndour's current health was at 13. Revive could inflict around 100 points of damage, more than sufficient to vanquish Guaystone. However, Houndour was currently in a state of confusion. A smirk played on Umo's lips. Even if Houndour successfully executed Revive, fighting-type moves were ineffective against ghost types. From the very beginning, they had been ensnared in Umo's trap. Why isn't he woken up yet? It feels toxic, Ruichi remarked, her brow furrowed. Ranran glanced at her phone. There are still 10 minutes left. Sichenhao was also so bored that he yawned. As Ruchushi rolled her eyes, she remarked, if we wait any longer, an entire match of Honor of Kings would have concluded. Sichenhao wore an expression of utter helplessness. Observing this, Ruchushi, understanding the situation, promptly opened QQ to engage in some lighthearted banter within the group. Hamster Ball, attention all members. There are only 10 minutes left in the match. Please make the most of your time. Lotus Moonlight. Although I have already perished, I must pose a question. Dream of the past, what is it? Lotus Moonlight. Is no one curious as to why the Gyo team has not been sighted? Mom gave me my favorite slap. I have only glimpsed the swift Gyo Mou shun. Golden Fertilizer. Why haven't I seen them either? Shining Star, 1. There are even those who have encountered the Gyo team countless times and flooded the chat, leaving Ruchushi visibly vexed. Was this their intent in seeking her out? Continuing to peruse the group messages, Ruchushi pondered deeply before finally sending a message. Food Guardian, this is Ruchushi. Regarding the issue of our whereabouts, I can provide clarification. Whimpering Creature, what do you mean? Food Guardian, we are operating separately. So it is entirely normal for you not to locate us, with a humorous emoji. Meow meow, QWQ you're lying. I was just taken down by UMO and 2 other girls, boo-hoo. Upon reading this, Ruchushi suddenly recalled that Meow Meow was indeed a member of that team comprised entirely of lively birds. At that moment, Su Ruoling suddenly coughed. Sichenhao was startled and quickly summoned Ranran and Ruchushi. Su Ruoling's expression appeared somewhat pained, as if her mind were on the verge of bursting. What is happening? Ranran mouthed in inquiry. Sichenhao shrugged. Ruchushi frowned, feeling utterly at a loss in this scenario. Minutes later, Su Ruoling's expression returned to normal. Had she experienced a nightmare? Uncertain. While the others conversed, Su Ruoling remained unresponsive, her consciousness drifting into the recesses of her mind. Within her mind was a blinding white light, a diminutive space reminiscent of the blue realm that had appeared during her battle with Lu Li, albeit slightly larger. Gazing upward, she noticed the divine core shimmering radiantly above. Su Ruoling found this peculiar. Wasn't the divine core always stored within the system backpack? Suddenly, a powerful surge of mental energy erupted. Su Ruoling, recently aware of the divine core's unstable aura, wondered what was amiss. This profound voice belonged to Arceus. Su Ruoling mused internally. Alas, my physical constitution is lacking, often leaving me surrounded, which is quite lamentable. I can only rely on the pressure of the divine core. Quickly procure the other 2 regional gym badges to elevate the divine core S level. Your physical attributes will improve across the board, and during battles, you will gain minor buffs. Moreover, allow me to reveal a reward, a rather formidable Pokémon. Arceus continued, be cautious. Remember to minimize the use of pressure. It is prudent to do so. If your tactic has been discerned, how will you survive? Others will undoubtedly perceive you as a thorn in their side. For now, focus on advancing in the gym battles. Indeed, but Arceus, what of this space? Su Ruoling inquired. This space was crafted by the divine core itself. It possesses its own intelligence and understands the need for concealment, hence utilizing psychic energy from the tablets to create a refuge within your mind. This also facilitates our communication. I need not traverse dimensions to reach you. Merely expending some psychic energy suffices. And what of materialization? Su Ruoling asked. Are you not already aware? The current state of materialization has only just begun. Once the divine core reaches level 3, it will attract divine beasts, hastening the materialization process. However, I believe you have yet to capture a divine beast, so take your time. Understood. After a brief exchange, Arceus hastily severed the connection, mentioning some disturbances within the Pokémon world. Once more, the world spun chaotically. When Su Ruoling awoke, she found herself at the entrance of Yuen. Chapter 76, A Bet with Dao. The tumult of voices greeted Su Ruoling as she emerged at the entrance of Yuen, where Umo had to drag her away from the enthusiastic crowd. What just happened? Ran swiftly inquired upon noticing Su Ruoling's awakening. Su Ruoling shook her head. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued, and I had a nightmare. Umo regarded her with skepticism. Si Chenhao quickly redirected the conversation. By the way, Captain, we secured 10 magic candies. How shall we distribute them? Su Ruoling contemplated briefly before replying. Let us save them for when a Pokémon urgently requires leveling up. Agreed. Fang Yuqing nodded. Suddenly, Ru Chushi exclaimed, check the forum. Magic candies are now on sale. Magic candy, 300 renminbi each, limited to 5 purchases per month. Note, limited time product. Available until October. Is it really that good? Si Chenhao's face registered surprise. Calculating this, one could potentially level up 15 levels in 3 months. Ding dong. A notification sound from Weibo suddenly rang out. Su Ruoling opened it, astonished to find it was a betting post with Dao. Moreover, the post had garnered a staggering heat of 50,000. The number of shares had surpassed 1,000. Su Ruoling hurriedly opened the post. Zavuki Dao, it's evident he is up to something. Dao, the champion of the league, is among the top-tier talents, and in the game, he possesses a Mega Metagross. Even though the Mega Stones and Keystones have yet to appear, his battle experience and level are already formidable. A learning device. Su Ruoling found himself in dire need of one. After all, there are wealthy magnates everywhere, casually purchasing magic candies to surpass the levels of their Pokémon. Su Ruoling, not being one of those wealthy magnates, could only proceed cautiously. Currently, the level of his snow elf was LV30, just 2 levels shy of learning the move Protect, while his sniper tree owl remained at LV36 with little growth. Meanwhile, his Shenandoah was at LV32, rather standard, and his fire chick was still languishing at LV12. Furthermore, should the divine core successfully ascend to the next level, he could obtain a seemingly powerful Pokémon. Su Ruoling clenched his fist. Time was of the essence, and leveling up must take precedence. The other 5 members also caught sight of the information on Weibo and exchanged hesitant glances with Su Ruoling. Captain Si Chenhao was left speechless. This was a predicament. If Su Ruoling declined the bet, his popularity would diminish, yet losing to Dao would yield the same outcome. Yumo's expression was troubled. Defeating Dao was a tall order. He was unlikely to send out Pokémon below level 40. Thus, we should head to the gym to bolster our strength and perhaps acquire a few TMs, Su Ruoling stated solemnly. The pressure was mounting. Which gym should we target? Ru Chushi inquired. I'll secure the tickets. We depart tomorrow. Let us maximize our leveling today. Fang Yuqing nodded in agreement. Su Ruoling, do you need any magic candies? It depends, he replied. Dao was particularly adept at utilizing steel-type Pokémon, and Metagross was the core of his team, so elevating the Fire Chick S level was paramount. With this thought, he opened the forum to initiate contact with Dao. Before long, the learning device was added to his backpack. This bet was crucial for his popularity, and his detractors would be watching closely, especially Zhao Lin's Nightling team. As should he falter, Su Yangxing's reputation on the forum would suffer irreparably. He would be ridiculed as a poor kid and a weakling. After pondering for a moment, determination glimmered in his eyes. Let us go to the Kanaz gym. The gym leader of Kanaz, Du-Wan, specialized in rock-type Pokémon, and it was rumored that she possessed 3 learning devices for the move Ultimate Impact, with only 2 remaining. Su Ruoling ventured there with the intent of achieving an ultimate breakthrough. Very well, we shall take the high-speed train to Nanjing tomorrow, he declared. Beijing, Du-Wan Manufacturing Company. Limited. Indeed, Du-Wan had been relocated by Arceus. However, the Du-Wan here was not engaged in the production of Pokeballs or the like. Instead, it was thriving in the manufacture of various home appliances and had garnered considerable fame as a company. In an office, a strikingly handsome young man with blue hair and blue eyes, clad in an elegant black suit, leisurely perused his mobile device. Opposite him, a green-haired youth with emerald eyes, donning a white hat and a flowing white trench coat, scrutinized this nonchalant individual. Dao, the green-haired youth finally spoke. Are you so casually wagering with that novice trainer? Mikali, your focus should not be on the grand festival anymore, but rather on the newcomer, Dao replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. This novice trainer has demonstrated impressive prowess since the server opened. Just a few days ago, even Xiaoqi remarked upon him. Is he really that noteworthy? Mikali inquired. A hint of curiosity in his tone. Dao nodded. I believe not only Xiaoqi, but others are likely keeping an eye on him as well. Moreover, to my knowledge, he possesses an extraordinary aura reminiscent of the legendary Arceus's divine power. Mikali sighed. If it weren't for Yveltal and Hoopa's clandestine collusion back then, we might have sustained our champion status in that world. Alas, what a pity. Do not despair. It is said that megastones are soon to be released, and we still have a chance to turn the tide, Dao remarked as he adjusted his slightly disheveled hair. I shall refrain from joining the fray. My capabilities are suited only for the grand festival, Mikali replied, scratching his head. Su Yangsheng is it? I shall pay closer attention to him from now on. Until next time. Farewell, Dao responded, rising to gaze out the window, where he unexpectedly spotted a tall woman. Cynthia? He wondered aloud as Cynthia approached Duan, accompanied by a graceful Milotic. Meanwhile, Su Ruoling noted the rapid progress of his Sprigatito, which had reached level 20 within just an hour and a half. If we head to the gym, this level will surely increase even faster, he mused. In truth, he yearned to inquire of Arceus any methods for swift leveling. Yet he felt it prudent to advance steadily. After procuring a portion of berries from the forum, Su Ruoling declared, it is time to plant these berries. The expenditure on them has been excessive. Upon preparing the energy cubes, he released all 4 of his Pokémon, distributing 2 cubes to each. With frequent battles recently, and their hunger levels having plummeted, he decided to reward them with the finest sustenance available. The 4 Pokémon displayed expressions of sheer excitement, savoring their meals as though indulging in gourmet delicacies. Su Ruoling pondered, perhaps using culinary delights to motivate them in their battles was indeed a commendable strategy. Chapter 77, Battling Miss Duan. After further training, Sprigatito had attained level 22, while the Sniper Owl advanced to level 37. Glancing upward, he observed the somber hues of twilight descending, as mist enveloped the earth and the dim light yielded to encroaching darkness. Veils of dusk painted the sky with extraordinary colors. As a few Pidove and Swallow flitted swiftly by, Su Ruoling sensed it was time to return home, gently patting the head of his Sniper Owl as they made their way back. However, Su Ruoling found himself perplexed. He had not seen his mother in quite some time. At Duan, Cynthia sat upright, her gaze fixed intently on Dao. They had been conversing for half an hour, yet she had yet to broach the subject she wished to discuss. After a moment of internal struggle, Cynthia resolved to speak. Dao, I must travel to Shanghai soon. I would appreciate your assistance in overseeing my gym while I am away, she stated calmly. Dao responded with a bright smile, of course. Cynthia momentarily paused at his cheerful demeanor, her ears flushing slightly red, though her hair concealed them from view. Yet, Dao's keen perceptiveness detected her subtle shyness. Confounded, he wondered why she would feel bashful over such a simple smile. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, as Cynthia sincerely expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you, upon my return. I shall reward you with some premium energy cubes, he replied. It is no trouble at all. Consider it a small favor. No, the reward is necessary, she insisted. I shall take my leave now. With a nod to Dao, she exited Duan. Dao's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Upon returning to Longmu Mansion, Su Ruoling discovered the others were present. However, he was particularly exasperated to find Rushu and Yumo exchanging increasingly risque homemade images. Rolling his eyes, he began researching information regarding the gym. After perusing the forums, he noted that many had attempted to challenge Duan, though most had failed. Numerous individuals were summarizing her strength, even creating a dedicated thread for the purpose. Su Ruoling found himself intrigued and promptly clicked to read further. Duan's Pokemon Summary: Omanite, level 37. Onyx, level 40. Dusknoir, level 42. Su Ruoling nodded, recognizing the user named Zhou Yunxi as an experienced player. His deductions were remarkably accurate. It was probable that his username was indeed his real name, though Su Ruoling was uncertain of his region. If he were from near Shanghai, there might be a chance of meeting him. From his observations in the anime, he could tell that Duan's capabilities were formidable. Thus, judging by her Pokemon's levels, Zhou Yunxi's estimates were likely spot on. After spending some time online, the other 5 departed, prompting Su Ruoling to hastily wash up and retire for the night, as he needed to prepare for the gym battle the following day. The next morning, the 6 of them arrived early at the high-speed train station. However, apart from Su Ruoling's somewhat somber demeanor, the others wore faint smiles, as they intended to indulge in leisure while Su battled in the gym. Planning to explore the area for a few days, Su Ruoling found this to be somewhat frustrating. After checking in and boarding the train, approximately 2 hours later, they arrived in Nanjing. Subsequently, a 10-minute ride brought them to Xuanwu Lake. Upon reaching the Kanaz gym, it was already past 9 o'clock, and the venue was bustling with spectators, many of whom stood to witness the ongoing matches. The line to challenge the gym was extensive. Su Ruoling lowered his hat's brim and joined the queue. In the arena, Duan's Omanite unleashed its ice beam, swiftly incapacitating a small opponent. With a gentle smile, She stroked Omanite's head before recalling it and placing it on the healing machine. After several more challengers, Duwan awarded her first badge of the day. Curious, Su Ruoling stood on tiptoe to see better. Before him stood a tall young man, nearly 6 feet tall, with a mature appearance and a particularly sunny smile. He held the Kanaz badge in one hand, accompanied by a Venusaur, which was clearly his main Pokémon. Su Ruoling speculated that this Venusaur may have evolved through the use of rare candies. Observing the user's ID, Li Jiabin, he surmised it was likely a real name. Su Ruoling thought to himself, what a formidable competitor. However, after Jiabin, the subsequent battles became increasingly lackluster, with a lengthy progression from Venusaur to Badafu, leading to a rather drawn-out process. Su Ruoling gazed at a nervously trembling young man in front of him, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation. It is merely the next contestant's turn. What is there to fear? Approximately 10 minutes later, he dejectedly descended from the stage. Su Ruoling lifted his head, stepping forward with confidence, locking eyes with Duwan. Duwan was a strikingly beautiful young woman, well-versed in knowledge and an ardent lover of literature. Today, she donned a gray short skirt, revealing her long, slender legs, captivating many male players who gazed in fascination. It settled then, Sniper Owl, Moo Moo, Onyx Serpent, come forth and stretch your limbs. Roar. Su Ruoling noticed a peculiar silence enveloping the surroundings, which piqued his curiosity. Nevertheless, he commanded, Sniper Owl, use Leaf Tornado. Onyx Serpent, maneuver around and strike at the opportune moment. The Sniper Owl narrowed its eyes, soaring into the air with sudden agility. A chilling glimmer emanating from it as the tips of several leaves shimmered ominously. In an instant, the leaves were propelled forth, aimed directly at the Onyx Serpent's back. The serpent struggled to adjust its position due to its cumbersome form. Su Ruoling astutely exploited this disadvantage, focusing his efforts at this critical juncture. The leaves sped forth. Yet Duwan remained unfazed. Onyx Serpent, use Rock Fall. Roaring, the serpent unleashed a cascade of rocks from above, colliding with the swiftly approaching leaves, resulting in their mutual annihilation. The Onyx Serpent sneered disdainfully. Return, Sniper Owl. Su Ruoling smiled slightly, producing the Snow Child. Snow Child, unleash Ice Wind and freeze the entire arena. Onyx Serpent, interrupt it with Dragon Breath. Roar. The Onyx Serpent let out a thunderous roar, enveloping the Snow Child in a torrent of draconic energy, momentarily halting its icy onslaught. The frozen terrain was barely established. It's all right, Su Ruoling reassured, gently stroking the Snow Child's head. All that matters is freezing the entire arena. Being struck is inconsequential as long as the task is accomplished. The Snow Child hesitated, meeting Su Ruoling's gaze, which was calm, yet imbued with profound fervor. Inspired, the Snow Child's spirit surged, unleashing a flurry of shadow clones that leapt toward the Onyx Serpent. Meanwhile, the Snow Child remained focused on its objective. Duwan, observing the Snow Child's movements, mused, is it attempting to freeze the entire arena to restrain the Onyx Serpent? Despite this thought, she casually tossed her hair and commanded, Onyx Serpent, use Rock Block. Suddenly, numerous rocks jutted from the ground, shattering much of the frozen terrain and rendering it uneven and mottled. In the audience, a man clad in black glanced with interest at Su Ruoling in the center of the arena, smiling at the white-clothed man beside him. Hanling, this Su Ruoling could very well become our ally. We might rely on him to eliminate future threats. If Su Ruoling had heard his words and name, he would undoubtedly recognize him instantly. Luli. Moreover, if Su Ruoling were to hear Luli directly utter his true name, he would be perplexed, as he had always been referred to as Su Yangxing in the game, and players were largely unaware of his real name. Han Ling paused momentarily before speaking. Currently, the timing is not ripe. His strength is merely adequate. We must bide our time. Luli, I sense that he is drawing too much attention from various factions. Relying on him could prove perilous. Han Ling hesitated, recalling that he had even collaborated with Shui Wudong and those 3 fools. Luli pondered. It appears we have no trustworthy allies nearby. We must depend on him. The 3 fools are also present. Perhaps they can incorporate us into their organization. We shall take it one step at a time. For now, this is our only course. Han Ling shrugged. Look, the arena is now uneven, effectively restricting the Onyx Serpent's mobility. This Su Ruoling is truly remarkable. Luli chuckled. Han Ling, do you have such an affection for me? Even using a term that incorporates my name. Get lost, Han Ling retorted, his face a picture of playful indignation. Their conversation was hushed. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that, under the lights, their shadows gradually morphed into the shape of a great bee drill. All right, Snow Child, return. Su Ruoling called back the Snow Child, releasing the Sniper Owl once more. Duwon glanced at Su Ruoling, whose demeanor remained unwavering, exuding an air of composure akin to the steadfast Mount Tai. Su Ruoling said calmly, "Sniper Owl, take to the skies. This is your domain." The Sniper Owl soared high, summoning a chilling gale, executing the strange wind technique. Duwon refrained from ordering the Onyx Serpent to attack, for the uneven terrain severely hampered its agility. And on the icy surface, the serpent's speed would undoubtedly diminish. This was precisely why Su Ruoling had the Snow Child create the frozen arena. Upon the completion of the strange wind, Su Ruoling was delighted to see the Sniper Owl's attributes rise by a level. "Onyx Serpent, return," Duwon commanded, recalling the Onyx Serpent and sending forth the Cradily. "Me." The Cradily fixated its gaze upon the fluttering Sniper Owl in the sky and, in a flash, unleashed a frost beam. This strike momentarily startled the Sniper Owl. Su Ruoling glanced upwards. The day was splendidly bright. The Sniper Owl withstood the attack, invoking photosynthesis. Duwon regarded Su Ruoling with admiration. Su Ruoling nodded in acknowledgement. The frost beam passed through, leaving the Sniper Owl with but a sliver of health. Yet due to the sunny weather, the restoration from photosynthesis would be amplified. In the next moment, the Sniper Owl's health was fully restored. Duwon exchanged a knowing look with the Cradily, which immediately understood. A colossal wave surged forth, drawing water from the Xuanwu Lake and forming a tidal wave. The wave towered high, reaching the height of the Kanaz Gym, as the Cradily roared, the wave resembling a ferocious beast, poised to engulf the Sniper Owl. The Sniper Owl fixated on the tumultuous wave, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 77. I hear that forgiving young gentlemen and green hues are a splendid match. The Sniper Owl remained transfixed on the surging wave, its mind racing. In an instant, as if sharing a mental connection, the Sniper Owl and Su Ruoling's gazes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile. The wave howled, crashing down upon the Sniper Owl, engulfing its diminutive form. Moo moo. The Sniper Owl's voice was muffled, evoking images of it struggling amidst the surf. Su Ruoling gazed upon the wave with a gentle smile, seemingly unperturbed by the Sniper Owl's engulfment. What a fool. The creature is being attacked, and he still laughs. Does he possess no conscience? In the audience, those who disapproved of Su Ruoling's smile couldn't help but feel indignant on behalf of the Sniper Owl. Yet Duwon remained fixated on the wave, contemplating her next move. She understood that this strike would not inflict any fatal damage upon the Sniper Owl, nor would it even reduce its health by half. "Cradily, return," Duwon commanded, recalling the Cradily and sending out the Onyx Serpent once more. Roar. The Onyx Serpent, with 34 health points, re-entered the fray. The arena had reverted to its original state, and as the Onyx Serpent emerged, the surf technique concluded. Remarkably, the Sniper Owl emerged unscathed, utterly dry. Good heavens, it didn't even get wet. Who was it that had called this person a fool? This was strategy. Truly, it was impressive. Shadow ambush. Duwon commanded with a serious tone. Su Ruoling smiled slightly, as if to say, indeed. He had not anticipated that this player would prove to be so astute. Duwon mused silently before issuing her command. Onyx Serpent. Use Rock Fall. The Sniper Owl braced itself, countering with Sword's Dance. Moo moo. As rocks plummeted from above, striking the Sniper Owl to the ground. A multitude of sword illusions suddenly materialized around the Sniper Owl, enveloping it in a radiant light that enhanced its prowess. Onyx Serpent, use Slam. Roar. Sniper Owl. Continue with Sword's Dance. The Onyx has ensnared the Decidueye, and the latter's Sword's Dance has already reached its midpoint. Duwon cast a glance at Decidueye, a faint smile gracing her lips as she commanded, use Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail? Su Ruoling felt a jolt of surprise in her heart. This was clearly an attempt to throw everything into disarray. It was quite generous of Duwon to bestow all those TM discs upon her Pokémon. After all, she had received numerous TMs herself, but had barely utilized any. Sana? In an instant, Decidueye was withdrawn into its Pokeball, and Shinaduo emerged. Shinaduo? Duwon's expression turned scornful. Steel-type Pokémon are doubly effective against Fairy types, and with a significant level disparity, even a fully healed Shinaduo might struggle against Onyx. Onyx, use Earthquake. With a roar, Duwon unleashed a powerful move right from the start. So straightforward, Su Ruoling was taken aback. Shinaduo, use Magical Leaf. The ground trembled violently, and sensing the seismic activity, Shinaduo gracefully leaped, executing a swift maneuver, launching the Magical Leaf and interrupting the earthquake. Onyx, use Euroball. Roaring again, Onyx spun its massive body, colliding forcefully with Shinaduo, who was sent flying. A critical hit. Sana. Shinaduo's health plummeted to 12. Onyx, return. Duwon smiled slightly. Dachao baby. You're next. Ziz. Da Chao Baby huffed disdainfully. Da Chao Baby, use magnet rise. Ziz. With its chest puffed out, Da Chao Baby emanated electric sparks, and soon, both Shenhe and Da Chao Baby floated into the air. Now you can't escape, Duan fixated on Shenhe. Su Ruoling calmly replied, no need to run. I will face you head on. Duan, momentarily taken aback, then smiled, good, you have spirit. Shenhe, use psychic. Da Chao Baby, magnet bomb. Both sides exchanged blows. But Shenhe's health was evidently lower. Shenhe, return, Su Ruoling commanded, Decidueye, come forth. This battle was proving to be quite arduous. Beyond continuously switching Pokémon, Su Ruoling struggled to devise a better strategy against Duan. Mumu. Decidueye looked at Su Ruoling. Decidueye, use Leaf Blade. Decidueye clenched its fists, its gaze sharpening. The blade-like leaves in its grasp gleamed with brilliant green light, dazzling under the sun. Go, Su Ruoling shouted. With eyes closed, Decidueye swiftly launched the Leaf Blade. Duan watched Decidueye with keen interest. Da Chao Baby also appeared curious, resembling an inquisitive neighbor, fixated on Decidueye. The Leaf Blade soared through the air, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. This was no mere leaf blade. It was a blade shaped like a leaf, surpassing levels. It had mastered the Leaf Blade skill. Bang! Smoke enveloped the area. Da Chao Baby's health dropped to 12. Ding! Your Decidueye's affection increased by 20, current affection level at 180. Su Ruoling's eyes widened in astonishment. What a remarkable specimen. Duan smiled knowingly. Da Chao Baby, use sandstorm. A tempest of yellow sand erupted, dispelling the magnet rise effect. Decidueye, use synthesis. Healing was urgent, as Decidueye's condition was far from optimal. Da Chao Baby, use magnet bomb. Have you overlooked something? Su Ruoling suddenly chuckled. Who truly strikes faster? The audience fell silent as Duan paused. Indeed, she had no way of knowing Decidueye's speed, as Da Chao Baby had always attacked first, while Decidueye deliberately held back. Who was swifter? Clearly, it was Decidueye. Decidueye Leaf Blade. Mumu. A critical hit. The Leaf Blade sliced through Da Chao Baby, who was now on its last legs. The magnet bomb exploded upon Decidueye, sending it reeling to the ground, radiating a brilliant green glow. In a flourishing state, Su Ruoling stroked his chin thoughtfully. Duan smiled mysteriously. It's not over yet. Da Chao Baby, use explosion. Ziz. Da Chao Baby crackled with energy, a blinding white light erupting, engulfing Decidueye once more. Decidueye wore a slight smirk, watching the impending explosion with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, on Changbai Street in Nanjing, the atmosphere was bustling, with people shopping for various items and numerous large supermarkets around. The five friends strolled leisurely, discovering a crowd gathered for a Pokémon battle. Si Chenhao shook his head. The influence of this game is indeed substantial. Hey, this is nice. Suddenly, Ran Ran exclaimed with joy. Before them stood an elderly lady, her face beaming with a smile. Little girl, what do you need? I'll get it for you. Rushu smiled, guided by Ran Ran, picked up a green hat, and placed it on Feng Yuqing's head, saying, I heard green looks great with you. Feng Yuqing rolled his eyes. What do you mean green looks great with me? Chapter 78, Ultimate Impact. Feng Yuqing rolled his eyes again. What do you mean green looks great with me? Decidueye wore a slight smirk, calmly observing the imminent explosion of Da Chao Baby. Utilizing its speed advantage, Decidueye darted around. Mumu. No chance. The explosion's radius is too vast. There's no escaping it. Indeed, the spectators unanimously doubted Su Ruoling's chances. Su Ruoling tugged at the corner of his mouth. Did no one realize this was merely a ruse to deceive Duan? Ziz. Boom. A blinding light illuminated the entire arena. Decidueye was down. GG. Su Ruoling gazed calmly at Da Chao Baby, softly stating, Decidueye, use Protect. Duan's expression darkened. She had never expected that Decidueye had learned the Protect skill. Ding. Your Decidueye leveled up. Current level is LV38. Learned a new skill. Quick Attack. Affection increased by 5. Current affection level at 140. Ding. Your Shenhe leveled up. Current level is LV33. Affection increased by 5. Current affection level at 155. As the white light faded, only the proud Decidueye remained standing. Su Ruoling scanned the audience, calmly stating, continue. The audience fell into a stunned silence. Duan felt an urge to burrow into the ground. As a gym leader, she had been outmaneuvered by a player repeatedly and was now provoked. Her face flushed with anger. However, Su Ruoling felt helpless. His command to continue was directed at the skeptics, not as a provocation toward Duan. Clearly, Duan had misinterpreted his intent. Come forth, Onyx. Decidueye, use Swords Dance. Duan shook her head in disbelief. gazing vacantly at the now fully empowered Decidueye. This battle was coming to an unexpectedly swift conclusion. Onyx used Dragon Breath. With a roar, Onyx twisted its massive body, opening its mouth wide to unleash a torrent of blue dragon flames. Moo. Decidueye swayed, electricity coursing through its body, entering a state of paralysis. Decidueye Leaf Blade. A critical hit. The glint in Do-1's eyes sparkled. She hadn't anticipated that Decidueye would master the Leaf Blade skill, having learned it by surpassing levels, and now wielded it with such finesse. What immense talent and strength must it take to achieve such mastery? Return, Decidueye. Snow Girl, you shall be the one. She now? The Snow Girl possessed its own battle intelligence, aware that its role was to disrupt and control the field. Thus, the moment it appeared, it instantly unleashed Shadow Clone. Surrounding Onyx. Snow Girl, use Iron Head, target Onyx's weak spot. The Snow Boy leapt into the air, crashing headlong into the colossal rock serpent. Bang! A crisp sound of impact resonated, accompanied by the faint crack of bones. The serpent's 3-inch section was its most vulnerable spot, the point where its vertebrae were most easily fractured. Once the serpent's spine was broken, the connection between its nervous system and other parts of its body would be severed, greatly diminishing its mobility. Roar! The great rock serpent howled in agony, rolling on the ground in torment. Do-1 observed this scene with a mixture of sorrow and hatred towards Ruoling, yet she could not help but marvel at his performance. First, he deftly evaded the surf with a stealthy ambush, then faced the crisis with composure, repeatedly switching Pokémon to conserve PP, and even deceived himself into a massive explosion, leading to a decisive defeat of the North Nose. He then consistently suppressed the great rock serpent by leveraging his knowledge of its weaknesses, advancing methodically and strategically. Do-1 was deeply impressed. She had not expected a player who had only just begun a month ago to reach such a formidable level. The great rock serpent unleashed its iron tail. A metallic sheen flickered across its tail as it struck the Snow Boy, reducing its health to 23, while the great rock serpent's health dwindled to 15. Marvelous, Ruoling chuckled. Sniper Owl, I call upon you. Lilith, emerge. Once again, the two adversaries from the beginning of the battle faced each other. Lilith glared discontentedly at Sniper Owl, emitting a series of sounds. Mei. Sniper Owl disdainfully uttered a few syllables, indicating that Lilith should refrain from causing trouble, as she was no match for him. Sniper Owl, use Shadow Strike. With a swift turn, Sniper Owl unleashed a flurry of rapidly spinning leaves, and in an instant, its body radiated a purple glow, swiftly concealing itself within Lilith's shadow. Suddenly, the electric aura surrounding Sniper Owl vanished, and it fell into a state of paralysis. Lilith, harness the power of nature. Mei. Mysterious forces emanated from around Lilith, awaiting Sniper Owl's emergence. Moo. The voice of Sniper Owl suddenly pierced the air, startling Lilith, who instinctively unleashed the primal force. Mei, do not fear Lilith. Do-1 urged, retreat into your shell. At that moment, Sniper Owl appeared like a specter. It struck Lilith's shell, causing its hand to ache, yet Lilith also sustained injuries, rendering the exchange relatively equitable. Sniper Owl, Leaf Blade. The Leaf Blade surged toward Lilith with the force of a crashing wave. But Lilith had already emerged from her protective state, rendered powerless against the attack. Do-1 found herself at a loss. Mei. The Leaf Blade soared past, leading to Lilith's defeat. Ding. Your Snow Boy has leveled up twice, now at level 32, learning the new skill guard, Intimacy 5, current Intimacy 170. The effects of the learning device. Ruoling mused upon hearing the system's notification. The Great Rock Serpent, you shall be my final opponent. Upon the entrance of the last remaining weakened Great Rock Serpent, whispers erupted among the spectators. They were astonished that he might actually claim victory. What a marvel! Surely, he must be a deity. Great Rock Serpent, invoke Sandstorm Hell. Roar! The ground suddenly crumbled, transforming into torrents of flowing yellow sand. As Sniper Owl attempted to take flight, it found its feet ensnared. Sniper Owl, execute rapid retreat. The Great Rock Serpent executed its move beautifully, swinging its tail. Sniper Owl awaited the serpent's attack to trigger the effect of its rapid retreat. Roar! The Great Rock Serpent, brimming with fighting spirit, swung its tail towards Sniper Owl, who promptly activated its rapid retreat. Shanae emerged as Sniper Owl returned to its Pokeball. Shanae, unleash Psychic. With a glimmer of purple light in her eyes, Shanae gathered a dazzling brilliance between her hands, and in the next moment, a torrent of purple psychic energy cascaded forth. Bang! The Great Rock Serpent writhed in pain, attempting to unleash Rock Slide, only to find itself too exhausted to move. Psychic energy controlled its mind, rendering it unresponsive, unable even to strike back. After a brief struggle, the great rock serpent finally collapsed onto the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. In the Kanaz gym battle, this player emerges victorious. The referee's voice shattered the stillness, and the crowd erupted in cheers. I am Su Yangsheng. At that moment, Su Ruoling finally removed his hat and glasses. The audience gasped in astonishment, and those who had previously criticized him now found their faces flushed with embarrassment. By all that is holy, it truly is him. Quickly, capture this moment. Every day, I hear people claiming to have seen Su Yangsheng. And now I'm witnessing him compete live at the gym. How the tides have turned. I envy them. I wondered who was so formidable to withstand Du Wan for this long. An idol. Backstage, Du Wan remarked, so you are the illustrious Su Yangsheng. She glanced at Su Ruoling's face, speaking slowly. Su Ruoling, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head, responding, yes. Du Wan placed the pokeball on the healing machine, then pointed to the table. Here are 9 skill learning machines. Ultimate Impact, Ice Beam, Shadow Clone, Steel Wing, Retaliation, Shadow Claw, Self-Boost, Limit Break, and Mysterious Guard. Without hesitation, Su Ruoling chose Ultimate Impact, confident in its 150 power. Additionally, I would like Shadow Clone, as many of my Pokémon possess it, enhancing tactical diversity. Mysterious Guard is also acceptable. It provides immunity from status effects for 5 turns. I'll select Ultimate Impact, Mysterious Guard, and Shadow Clone, Su Ruoling declared. Du Wan's skill learning machines were indeed exceptional, all beneficial for Su Ruoling. Alright, here you go. Also, keep this Kanaz badge safe, and do remember to visit again. Du Wan smiled. Fighting you was quite enjoyable. Su Ruoling returned her smile. I also found your combat style impressive. I must take my leave now. We shall continue our discussions next time. I look forward to it. As Su Ruoling stepped out of the Kanaz gym, he felt as if he had emerged from a different realm. With just one more provincial gym badge, he could ascend to the next level of Divine Core. He eagerly anticipated that Pokémon, but first he needed to confront Dawu, a matter of great significance to him. Perhaps he should find a place to practice Ultimate Impact, as it would be useful against Dawu. Ding! Your mighty chicken, Sniper Owl, has learned Ultimate Impact, Intimacy 10, current Intimacy 100150. As Su Ruoling walked, he began searching for an unfortunate soul to serve as the first test subject for Ultimate Impact. Chapter 79, Planting Berry Trees. As Su Ruoling walked, he prepared to seek out an unfortunate individual to act as the first test subject for Ultimate Impact. Moo moo. What is it? This was Su Ruoling's first encounter with the irate demeanor of Sniper Owl outside of battle. In the distance, amidst the layers of leaves, a purple figure flitted by. Suddenly, Su Ruoling felt a dizzying sensation, as if something was reverberating in his mind. Sonic attack, Su Ruoling surmised. Was it intentional, or a wild Pokémon? Before he could react, Sniper Owl spread its wings, darting toward the purple figure. Su Ruoling followed suit, surprised by the audacity of this Pokémon in daring to provoke Sniper Owl. Others around them began to whisper, is that a player? Should we go check it out? It doesn't seem impressive. That Sniper Owl, its level is indiscernible. What? A group of adventurers stealthily trailed Su Ruoling, managing to reach the vicinity of Ingzhou. Exhausted, they sprawled on the ground, oblivious to the fact that Su Ruoling had already moved far ahead. Su Ruoling was equally astonished, realizing that even without breaking through to Divine Core Level 1, his physical prowess had significantly improved. Moo moo. The Sniper Owl continued its flight, and suddenly, it turned its head, sharing a moment of silent understanding with Su Ruoling. In the next instant, a purple glow emanated from the Sniper Owl as it seamlessly merged into the shadow of a nearby Wobbuffet. Buzz! The Wobbuffet cried out. And in that fleeting moment, Su Ruoling discerned its true form. Wobbuffet, LV24 Aptitude. It should likely be an A-grade Wobbuffet. An S-grade seems improbable. And given this Wobbuffet's rather whimsical demeanor, it would be somewhat challenging to manage. Perhaps I should sell it. Su Ruoling sighed, lamenting how much better it would have been if it had been a Sharpedo from the Kalos region. The final evolution of Sharpedo is Mega Sharpedo, a semi-legendary Pokémon. And encountering one of high aptitude is certainly no easy feat. Su Ruoling was merely indulging in a daydream. Let the battle commence. Su Ruoling cracked his knuckles. The Sniper Owl fixated intently on the Wobbuffet, launching a leaf blade. Buzz! The Wobbuffet flapped its wings, manipulating the air around it into countless blades that clashed against the leaf blade. At that moment, the Sniper Owl activated its enhancement. Sniper Owl, use Swords Dance. Boom! An explosion erupted in the midst of the clash. The Wobbuffet, flapping its wings, whipped up a fierce gale that sent the Sniper Owl tumbling from the sky. Sniper Owl, use Leaf Blade. The Leaf Blade sliced through the Wobbuffet, reducing its health to 23. Use Sword's Dance. The sniper owl enhanced itself again. The Wobbuffet, sensing the shift in momentum, spread its wings wide and summoned a violent storm. Undeterred, the sniper owl continued its enhancement. The third enhancement commenced. After completing the enhancement, the sniper owl was left with half its health, yet its attack power had surged significantly. Use Final Impact. A brilliant green light radiated from the sniper owl as it rushed towards the Wobbuffet with unstoppable force. Buzz. The Wobbuffet was sent flying, its health plummeting to 0. Yet the sniper owl remained motionless, unresponsive to Su Ruoling's calls. After half a minute, it finally flapped its wings, breaking free from its rigid state. It seems that Final Impact should only be used when one is certain of a one-hit knockout. Otherwise, lingering in such a state for too long could leave one vulnerable to counterattacks. Su Ruoling rested his chin on his hand. He retrieved a Pokeball, captured the Wobbuffet, and posted it on the forum. The next task was to see if these players could inflate its value to 5 or 6k. While Wobbuffet's evolution into a Noivern is quite promising, the time investment is substantial, and its strength pales in comparison to the likes of a similar level Dratini. Soon enough, the Wobbuffet was sold for 55k. Su Ruoling then acquired some berries and cleared his mind, entering the Divine Core space. Arceus. After calling for a while, Arceus materialized. The berry patch is ready. Do you have any water-type Pokemon? Arceus inquired. Su Ruoling hesitated. How did you know I wanted to plant berries? I possess telepathy. Arceus replied nonchalantly. Su Ruoling was at a loss for words, then rummaged through his storage, producing the Pokeball of a Horsia. It settled then. Horsia. Horsia, registered. Irrigation is no problem, Arceus stated, raising its head, causing all the berry seeds in Su Ruoling's backpack to levitate and settle into a patch of crimson soil. Horsia, use water gun. A stream of water burst forth, successfully irrigating every corner. They should sprout soon, Su Ruoling remarked, looking at Arceus. Arceus nodded. Within a week, these berries will grow, and another week after that, they will bear fruit. Time is not pressing. Su Ruoling rested his chin in thought. The funds for energy cubes would suffice to earn another profit, allowing him to purchase more essentials later. After chatting with Arceus for a while, Su Ruoling called UMO. The call connected. UMO, Su Ruoling began, but was interrupted by a cacophony of raucous voices. If you're a brother, come and take me down. I'm Jia Jiahui. I start with a Coin. One hit for 9,999 levels. Su Ruoling facepalmed, imagining the scene of those fools struggling to contain their laughter. Damn it, he yelled into the receiver. UMO chuckled for a long while before responding. I've sent the address to your WeChat. Take a taxi over. It seems there's a challenge tournament happening here. All right, Changbai Street. As usual, it was bustling, but what intrigued everyone was that 2 individuals were hosting a challenge tournament, claiming they would achieve 50 consecutive victories, each aiming for 25 wins. The 9-month-old team was curious, yet given their captain's absence, they chose to remain reserved. In no time, a large crowd had gathered to watch the tournament, and the 2 challengers deemed it the right moment to commence. Their names were Mushi and Li Chuanjin, renowned players from Nanjing. Upon hearing these names, Ran Ran and Ru Chu nearly spat out their yogurt, as they were indeed named after Mushi and Chunjun. What is going on? The 2 girls were equally baffled. After a while, Su Ruoling finally arrived. On stage, and Mushi had already challenged 5 opponents. Let us go. Si Chenhao intended to step onto the stage, but was stopped by Fang Yuqing. Wait until he has challenged 24 opponents before joining. We're just here to play the role of Cheng Yaojing. Play with him. Su Ruoling shot Umo a sideways glance. No, 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 Yaojing will crush him. Umo grinned confidently. Si Chenhao chuckled. All right, let me send out my Mega Gardevoir. Sure. Currently, the average Pokemon level in the game was LV30, largely due to the influence of rare candies, indicating that most players were likely affluent. Su Ruoling felt a slight sense of urgency. You all go ahead and cause a commotion. I need to hurry and challenge the next gym. Su Ruoling shook his head. Stifling a yawn, Ran Ran asked, Are you going to challenge the grass-type gym? Yes, the Bidai gym. The gym leader is Kai Zhong, Su Ruoling replied, rubbing his head. Bidai gym is in Tianjin. Let us check if there's a train available. Fang Yuqing scrolled through his phone and finally sighed. There are only standing tickets for a train at 8 o'clock tonight. Then let us leave tomorrow, Su Ruoling sighed, feeling a bit helpless. Just when he thought things couldn't get worse, his luck seemed to take a turn for the worse. Although time was pressing, he still needed to consider his own well-being. Then I want to leave. Si Chenhao, we'll just watch you dominate. Su Ruoling suddenly adopted an eager expression, ready to observe. Si Chenhao, take down that Mushi. Show him that Chongqing is the strongest. Ru Chu exclaimed. Ran patted Ruchu's shoulder. How much did Chongqing pay you? I'll double your Wangzai milk. And Mushi's Pokemon was a LV-31 Ariados. It appeared that the surrounding players were not particularly strong, as Ariados had already triumphed over 24 opponents. Who's next? The referee, Li Chunjin, inquired. I'll go. Without waiting for others to react, Si Chenhao stepped onto the stage. Who's this? A little kid challenging? Don't cry if you lose. Those clearly seeking to provoke Si Chenhao continuously hurled taunts, eliciting laughter from the crowd. If he wins, you all have to eat your words? Ruchu remarked. Laughter echoed around them. Let us see if he can win first. How amusing. Just wait and see if you'll be eating your words. The reputation of the Jiuyu team had yet to resonate throughout the entirety of China, with their fans primarily concentrated in coastal regions, leaving Nanjing rather devoid of followers. However, due to several nationwide announcements regarding Su Ruoling, there were indeed individuals in the crowd who recognized her. Erlud go? Erlud, level 34. Such a high level. And Mushi gasped in surprise, then remarked, impressive strength. Let's go, Ariados, use Swords Dance. Was it a strategy to enhance right from the start? Si Chenhao tilted his head, sensing a rapid confrontation was imminent. Erlud, use Psycho Cut. Erlud leaped gracefully, the blades between its arms shimmering with a violet glow. And with a swift motion, the Psycho Cut was unleashed. Ariados, use String Shot. Hiss. Ariados instantly expelled a multitude of sticky silk threads aimed at the Psycho Cut, which, while not entirely severing the strands, created merely a small opening. This Ariados was no ordinary foe. Si Chenhao pondered. The S-rank probability is 80%. Erlud, maintain that state, and use Psychic on that small opening. Erlud. Erlud's ranged attack skills were scarce, and currently, it had only mastered Psychic. The Psychic surged through the small gap, striking Ariados. Ariados, use Bite. Erlud, employ Swords Dance. Ariados, fixating intently on its prey, suddenly charged towards Erlud with its 6 long legs. Yet, Erlud remained unfazed, executing Swords Dance with calm precision. Just then, Ariados abruptly halted. What is going on? And Mushi shouted. You may not know this, but if the target of the bite does not select a damaging move in this turn, or has already used a move, the attack will fail. Si Chenhao smiled slightly. Didn't you read the move's effects carefully before using it? The onlookers exchanged glances, some appearing displeased, while others began to chatter. It's just one turn. It's merely a failed bite. What is the big deal? And Mushi hasn't lost yet. Do you really think this kid can handle him? Just a show-off. Ariados, use Nightshade. Erlud, execute Night Slash. Ariados raised its front legs, gathering deep purple energy in its mouth. At that moment, Erlud dashed forward, slicing through Ariados' abdomen. Hiss. Ariados let out a pained cry as Nightshade was interrupted. Pursue the advantage, Si Chenhao commanded. Erlud, use Teleport, then follow with Slash. Erlud's form vanished in an instant, reappearing like a specter behind Ariados, its dual blades striking out, sending Ariados flying. Hiss. Ariados collapsed, its hind legs trembling as it struggled to rise. Ariados, stand up and use Poison Sting. Erlud distanced itself, unleashing a flurry of slashes. Erlud. Ariados, reinvigorated, lunged once more, extending its venomous front legs. In that moment, Erlud continued to retreat. Hiss. Ariados finally closed the gap, thrusting its front legs forward, its ruby-like eyes gleaming with a fierce crimson light. As the moment arrived, Erlud sidestepped to Ariados' left, its right blade slicing down upon its back. Ariados emitted a muffled groan, clearly suffering significant damage, collapsing to the ground. Erlud then leapt onto Ariados' back, soaring into the air. Subsequently, it executed Night Slash. Erlud's form flickered, and it struck with its left blade at Ariados' heart, delivering a critical hit. And Mushi and the surrounding spectators were left in awe. This is like a martial arts performance. Spectacular, Su Ruoling remarked, her eyes sparkling. Let us cheer for Si Chenhao. Rushu instantly transformed into a little fan. Ariados, get up. Use Leech Life. Hiss. Ariados weakly summoned purple energy, slowly drifting towards Erlud. Erlud. Psycho Cut. Erlud's eyes flashed with determination as the Psycho Cut was unleashed, piercing through the Leech Life energy, targeting Ariados directly. Hiss. Ariados let out a tragic scream, disintegrating into white light and entering the Pokeball. Ran cupped her hands to her mouth, calling out, Aren't you all going to eat something? Si Chenhao laughed. It seems more and more people are stretching out their hands lately. A few men with gloomy expressions muttered quietly, We're full, we don't want to eat. After saying this, they slinked away. Umo glanced around and suggested, Let us hurry and leave. We shouldn't cause a scene here, or we might get attacked. Rushu chuckled. Just one, and I'll hurl a hazelnut ball at them. I've noticed we're getting better at slapping faces. Feng Yuqing also laughed. Chapter 82. The First Battle at the Mighty Chicken Gym. I've noticed we're getting better at slapping faces. Feng Yuqing also laughed. Let us check the forum. It's been a while, Si Chenhao said, opening the forum as he walked, then exclaimed in surprise, so many people have sent me requests for dungeon runs, elite difficulty. With a reward of 600 alliance points, should I take it? Yes. The healing bell costs 3,500 alliance points to exchange, Rushu chimed in. Let us train later. Mighty Chicken must reach level 30 today. It will have a better advantage for tomorrow's battle against the vegetable species, Su Ruoling stated. If you want to take on requests, go quickly, she encouraged. Si Chenhao hesitated for a moment, but eventually called Feng Yuqing to join him. So, Captain, we look forward to your dominance tomorrow. Su Ruoling boasted without humility. Hee, not just dominance. I shall conquer all. Such shamelessness. Ran shook her head helplessly. All right, let us go train. After a lengthy training session, Mighty Chicken finally reached level 30, having made significant progress. Even Snowchild had achieved a high level of 36, Shinado at level 34, and Sniper Tree-Owl at level 39. After securing tickets for the next afternoon and teaching Mighty Chicken Sword's dance and substitute, Su Ruoling collapsed onto her bed and fell asleep. Tianjin, outside the entrance of the 100 Generations gym. The afternoon sun was exceptionally fierce at 2 o'clock, and looking at the throng inside the gym, Su Ruoling felt utterly helpless. It's going to be sweltering. Wiping the sweat that had already trickled down her face, she stepped inside the gym. As soon as she entered, a refreshing breeze greeted her. The central battle area resembled a forest, where Kai Zhong commanded Rose Raid, using pedal dance to defeat Swallet. The gym is indeed comfortable, with air conditioning, she thought. However, Su Ruoling's mind was not aligned with the audience's excitement. She found a seat and blissfully enjoyed the cooling air. Who asked the next challenger? Kai Zhong inquired as he placed 3 pokeballs on the healing machine. Ding! The lights around Su Ruoling flickered on as she noticed everyone staring at her. She reluctantly approached the stage. Curiosity, it seems, had led her into this predicament. Just moments ago, she had been staring at a small button beside her seat out of curiosity, and pressing it had resulted in the current scene. I am Su Yangsheng. Pleased to meet you. She respectfully nodded at Kai Zhong as she ascended the stage. Kai Zhong smiled and nodded back. I'm honored that Su Yangsheng is challenging me. Likewise. At that moment, the referee officially announced the battle's commencement. Su Ruoling sent forth Mighty Chicken, while Kai Zhong deployed his level 39 Whimsicott. The spectators below watched intently, fearful of missing any thrilling moments, a testament to Su Ruoling's popularity. Mighty Chicken, use Flame Vortex. Whimsicott, use Leech Seed. The battle commenced with both sides testing each other. Sparks erupted around Whimsicott as it endured the 4 times effective pain, throwing out Leech Seeds. Mighty Chicken, use Substitute. Cluck. Mighty Chicken sacrificed some health to create a substitute, which blocked the Leech Seed. Whimsicott, use Fairy Wind. Cotton. The winds of the fairies swept through, scattering the substitute. The sturdy chicken executed a sword dance. Su Ruoling glanced around the sturdy chicken, noticing it was surrounded by trees, under the bright sun. If the characteristic of the cotton fluff was chlorophyll, its speed would dramatically increase. After pondering for a moment, Su Ruoling lifted her gaze just in time to see the mighty chicken fortify the cotton fluff and unleash a seed machine gun. The seeds shot forth at various acute angles. Given the current intimacy between the sturdy chicken and Su Ruoling, escaping would prove to be quite challenging. The sturdy chicken unleashed a flash of electricity all around. Cluck! The sturdy chicken extended its arms, spinning around itself, ultimately creating a leaf storm that adeptly deflected the barrage of seeds from the seed machine gun. Kai Zhong nodded in approval. A commendable strategy. Kai Zhong nodded. A commendable strategy. Su Ruoling scratched her head, then commanded, once more, to utilize the flash of electricity. The cotton fluff, employ the grass. The sturdy chicken prepared to charge forward, but was unexpectedly tripped by the sudden grass knot. Cluck! The sturdy chicken's health stood at 45, while the cotton fluff had 34. The mighty chicken maintained its state and unleashed a fire vortex. The cotton fluff, poised to capitalize on its advantage, ready to press the advantage and already on the ground, unwittingly fell into Su Ruoling's trap. The earth cracked open in a circular formation, causing the cotton fluff to roll about and enter a burning state. Cotton fluff? Kai Zhong winced at the sight of the cotton fluff in such distress and commanded, utilize photosynthesis. As the mighty chicken rose, it unleashed sparks upon its surroundings. When photosynthesis concluded, the sparks had already settled upon the trees. In no time, the surrounding trees ignited, engulfing the two Pokémon in a roaring blaze that left the ground pleasantly warm, transforming the stumps into charred remnants. The cotton fluff released paralyzing powder. Leaving the ground still warm, the stumps reduced to charred remains. The cotton fluff released paralysis powder. Golden dust emanated from the cotton fluff, dispersing in the confined space. Create distance and use Dance of Swords. Flames erupted around the cotton fluff, inflicting a staggering 116 damage. The mighty chicken crackled with electricity, its speed considerably diminished. Flames ignited upon the cotton fluff, inflicting 116 damage. The sturdy chicken crackled with electricity, its speed significantly hampered. At that moment, the sword dance was once again heightened. The cotton fluff, performing a juggling act. Suspended in the air, the cotton fluff radiated an ethereal blue light, then circled around to a... The mighty chicken instantly understood and eagerly dashed forward. Kai Zhong found it curious. Why direct the mighty chicken toward the burning trees? Suddenly, a thought struck her, leading her to command the cotton fluff to disrupt the mighty chicken's advance. However, the mighty chicken had already arrived. It plunged into the flames without hesitation. She envisioned a possibility and promptly commanded the cotton fluff to disrupt the sturdy chicken's actions. However, the sturdy chicken had already arrived. With unwavering determination, leaving it at the brink of defeat, the cotton fluff initiated photosynthesis. Kai Zhong wished to make one last desperate attempt. The mighty chicken leaped high, executing its ultimate impact. Cluck! The mighty chicken soared, shimmering with a radiant red-golden glow, flames roaring behind it, and then it propelled itself like a released arrow toward the cotton fluff. The sturdy chicken leaped skyward, unleashing a final impact. Cluck! The sturdy chicken soared into the air, shimmering with a radiant golden heat. The cotton fluff was sent flying 3 meters away, crashing to the ground before dissolving into white light and entering its pokeball. Kai Zhong stood stunned. It was met with a magnificent collision. A critical hit. Cotton fluff. The cotton fluff was flung 3 meters away, crashing to the ground and transforming. She acknowledged with a nod. Having defeated the cotton fluff at merely level 30, she had transcended a 9-level gap, truly deserving of the title of a top-tier player. Chapter 83, Distance and Poison Spikes. Quite impressive, Kai Zhong affirmed with a nod. Having defeated the cotton fluff at level 30, she had transcended a 9-level gap. Chapter 83, Distance and Poison Stings. Quite impressive, Kai Zhong nodded in acknowledgement. Having defeated the cotton fluff at merely level 30, currently at level 38, level 35, level 31, Snow Maiden has learned a new skill, Ice Breath. It's settled then. Torterra? Dada. Torterra, level 39. Su Ruoling, taken aback by the towering Torterra over 3 meters tall, gasped in surprise. What an enormous Torterra. As the mighty chicken returned, she declared, it's settled then. Snow Maiden. She. The moment the two Pokémon locked eyes, Torterra disdainfully emitted a cry, inciting Snow Maiden's displeasure. Given such a size disparity, can you truly win, Su Yangsheng? I'm not sure. What is there to fear for a man blessed with a luck buff? Kai Zhong felt discomfort at these remarks. As a gym leader, with such a size disparity, can Su Yangsheng possibly win? Who knows? Yangsheng, the man with a built-in luck buff, fears nothing. Kai Zhong felt uncomfortable. He launched countless seeds from the tree atop its back, bearing down on the Snow Maiden. Snow Maiden, employ Ice Shard. The ice shards collided with the seed bombs, sparks flying as they unleashed a surge of force. Su Ruoling squinted, her hind legs slightly bending to avoid falling. Snow Maiden, use Icy Wind. Torterra, massive in size. The ice shards collided with the seed bombs, producing sparks and releasing waves of force. Su Ruoling squinted, her hind legs slightly bending, unleash Icy Wind. Torterra's massive body, already slow, was further hindered by the chilling gust, compounding its difficulties. Dada. Torterra, a transparent shield encased the Snow Maiden, appearing fragile yet remarkably sturdy. So soon to employ a life-saving technique. Kai Zhong furrowed her brow. Torterra, use Bite. Snow Maiden. A transparent shield enveloped the snowy elf, appearing fragile yet remarkably sturdy. Such a swift use of a defensive technique. Kai Zhong furrowed her brow. Torterra, execute Bite. Deploy Shadow Clone. A flash of white light enveloped the snowy elf, creating 16 shadowy duplicates. Dada. Torterra opened. The Snow Maiden seized the opportunity and crashed into Torterra's throat. Dada. A critical hit. Torterra howled in pain, and at the moment it opened its mouth, the Snow Maiden swiftly leapt away. Use Ice Breath. The Snow Maiden exuded an icy aura, instantly enveloping Torterra. Torterra retaliated with Earthquake. Employing Ice Breath, the snowy elf emanated a frigid aura, enveloping Torterra instantly. Torterra retaliated with Earthquake, both Pokemon suffering just before Torterra was recalled into its Pokeball. The snowy elf received a disdainful call from Torterra, seemingly a retort to the initial disdain shown by Torterra. Roserade, a hint of unease crossed Kaizhong's face. She harbored a deep-seated fear of ghost-type Pokemon, having once been terrified by their elusive nature, leaving her with lasting apprehension. Roserade, use Petal Dance. Roserade. Without hesitation, Kaizhong commanded Roserade to unleash its powerful move. Decidueye faced off directly, employing Shadow Sneak. Decidueye swiftly appeared behind Roserade, causing Petal Dance to miss, and the ghostly energy erupted forth. Roserade, jump and use Toxic. Just as Decidueye finished its Shadow Sneak, it found no time to evade, causing the Petal Dance to miss as the ghostly energy erupted. Roserade quickly leaped, executing Toxic. Having just completed its Shadow Sneak, Decidueye had no time to evade. With a cunning smile, Roserade plunged the thorn of its poison rose into the arm of the Decidueye, causing the venom to swiftly spread from its hand. Decidueye leaped, revealing a violet magical circle beneath the Decidueye's feet. In a swift exchange, both combatants sustained damage. Revealing a violet magical circle beneath the Decidueye's feet. In a swift exchange, both combatants sustained damage. The fear in Kaizhong's eyes gradually transformed into a fierce determination. Su Yangsheng, your battle is truly intriguing. Your Pokemon are remarkable, standing out among their kind. Su Ruoling responded with a cheerful smile. Standing upright, Roserade inclined slightly in a gesture reminiscent of a well-trained gentleman, which Su Ruoling perceived as a provocation, enveloping the Decidueye. At that moment, the Decidueye's toxic state was lifted, restoring Roserade's health to a safe threshold. Decidueye used Shadow Stitching. The Decidueye ensnared Roserade's shadow, dealing substantial damage. Roserade, use Petal Blizzard. The sweet sound of Roserade's flute resonated throughout the gym. My Pokemon, what is happening? Swampert. At this juncture, dealing substantial damage. Roserade, use Petal Blizzard. The sweet sound of Roserade's flute resonated throughout the gym. My Pokemon, what is happening? Swampert. At this juncture, most Pokemon in the arena succumbed to slumber, demonstrating the immense power of the Petal Blizzard. Su Ruoling raised his voice, attempting to drown out the flute's melody. Decidueye, use Substitute. Squinting its eyes, the Decidueye seemed to savor the moment. Just before succumbing to sleep, it crafted a substitute to counteract the flute's hypnotic effect. It executed Sword's Dance. Roserade, unleash Magical Leaf. With its enhancements complete, the dazzling Magical Leaf struck the Decidueye, creating a symphony of slicing sounds as the leaf blades cut through the atmosphere. A critical hit. Roserade, use Photosynthesis. The Decidueye interrupted with a Sucker Punch, creating a symphony of slicing sounds as the leaf blades cut through the atmosphere. A critical hit. Roserade, use Photosynthesis. The Decidueye interrupted with a Sucker Punch. As it leapt from various branches, it charged directly at Roserade. Gentle sunlight cascaded down. At last, the Decidueye arrived. Bang! A cloud of smoke enveloped. The Decidueye reveled in the sunlight, whistling contentedly as it spread its wings. Meanwhile, Roserade's health dwindled to a mere 14 points. At that moment, grants a 30 chance of poisoning the opponent upon receiving contact-based attacks. Did he realize? Su Ruoling mused. Kaizhong straightened his posture, fixing his gaze on Su Ruoling. Grants a 30 chance of poisoning the opponent upon receiving contact-based attacks. Did he realize? Su Ruoling mused. Kaizhong straightened his posture, fixing his gaze on Su Ruoling. Noticing Kaizhong's awareness, Su Ruoling began to elucidate. Decidueye has the long-distance ability, preventing any contact-based effects from triggering during its attacks. Kaizhong appeared stunned. Take to the skies. As Roserade gathered its energy, the mud bomb took shape. Just as it was about to reach Decidueye, it exploded. But Decidueye adeptly evaded the splattering mud in the air. The foul stench of the mud spread as Decidueye flapped its wings. Kaizhong squinted at the muck strewn across the ground, covering his nose in disgust. Ah, how revolting. Su Ruoling shared a look of exasperation. Kaizhong squinted at the muck strewn across the ground, covering his nose in disgust. Ah, how revolting. Su Ruoling shared a look of exasperation. Whose idea was it to use Mud Bomb? Petal Dance. Roserade summoned a flurry of petals, cleansing the battlefield of debris. The area was now immaculate, free of withered wood and muck. This battle is truly exhilarating. After such a lengthy confrontation, Su Yangsheng certainly lives up to his reputation. Quickly, bring this. Su Ruoling deliberately slowed his speech, attempting to play a psychological game. Roserade, use Weather Ball. Weather Ball? Given the sweltering heat today, it transforms into a fire-type move. potentially unleashing a staggering 100 points of power. Su Ruoling smiled innocently as the weather ball drew closer to Decidueye. Rush in and use substitute. The Decidueye, with wings outstretched, surged toward the weather ball, creating a substitute while its true form ascended. The weather ball grazed its claws, colliding with the substitute and releasing a cloud of smoke. Giga Drain. Leaf Blade. In the midst of the smoke, two green orbs clashed fiercely, neither yielding ground. Shadow Sneak. The Decidueye relinquished its contest with Giga Drain. Giga Drain. Leaf Blade. In the midst of the smoke, two green orbs clashed fiercely, neither yielding ground. Shadow Sneak. The Decidueye relinquished its contest with Giga Drain. Stealthily infiltrating Roserade's shadow amidst the dense fog. Wood. The Decidueye successfully executed its sneak attack. Roserade, dispersing the fog. Realizing the precarious situation, the Decidueye swiftly retreated. Fly even further, Su Ruoling commanded. He understood Su Ruoling's strategy would not be unfounded. Roserade, use grassy terrain. Instantly, a multitude of grass sprouted from the ground, revitalizing the battlefield. He understood Su Ruoling's strategy would not be unfounded. Roserade, use grassy terrain. Instantly, a multitude of grass sprouted from the ground, revitalizing the battlefield. The grassy terrain enabled Pokémon on the ground to recover each turn, while grass-type moves gained a boost in power. With Decidueye airborne, Roserade could relish the Giga Drain. Strange Wind. Giga Drain incessantly siphoned energy from the strange wind, yet Decidueye remained unfazed, steadfast in the sky. Roserade stumbled slightly, nearly losing balance, but the grassy terrain emitted a green glow, allowing Roserade to regain a fraction of health. Yet, it was of little consequence. Use Swords Dance to enhance. Su Ruoling commanded. Roserade, unleash Weather Ball. The red Weather Ball, pulsating with immense heat, soared through the air, proving highly effective as Decidueye was now critically wounded. At this moment, Kai Zhong eyed Decidueye warily. Proving highly effective as Decidueye was now critically wounded. At this moment, Kai Zhong eyed Decidueye warily. Recalling how Su Ruoling had previously unleashed the devastating combination of Swords Dance, followed by the ultimate move. Roserade, use Petal Dance on yourself. Targeting Rose Lado. In response, Rose Lado unleashed a flurry of falling petals that swirled around her, attempting to withstand the ultimate strike. However, targeting Rose Lado. In response, Rose Lado unleashed a flurry of falling petals that swirled around her, attempting to withstand the ultimate strike. However, the sheer power of the attack proved insurmountable, leading to her defeat. The last remnant of the vegetable species, a severely weakened ground turtle, met a similar fate, swiftly vanquished. Su Ruoling emerged victorious, eliciting an uproar from the audience. At that moment, a grim-faced individual descended from the spectator stand, disregarding the curious glances of those around him as he made his way to the back of the battleground, the designated area for collecting skill-learning machines. Su Ruoling was engrossed in a discussion about battle strategies with Kai Zhong, both utterly unsuspecting. A chilling laugh echoed from an unknown source, causing Su Ruoling to, shaking his head, he refocused on the skill-learning machines before him. Suddenly, his body convulsed, a tingling sensation coursing through him. When he regained, he discovered Kai Zhong had collapsed on the ground, and the 9 skill-learning machines had vanished. Fortunately, his enhanced physique, thanks to the Divine Core, simultaneously contacting Miss Junsha to inquire about the situation at the Baidai Gym. By now, the perpetrator had surely fled. Nevertheless, Su Ruoling had a plan. Simultaneously contacting Miss Junsha to inquire about the situation at the Baidai Gym. By now, the perpetrator had surely spotting a public restroom nearby, he entered, conceiving an ingenious idea. It had been a while since he had utilized this skill. As he transformed into the sniping owl within the restroom, he flapped his wings in amazement, marveling at the lightness of his new form. In this disguise, he could revert to his human form, creating an illusion that would allow him to appear as if he had materialized out of nowhere, thus avoiding any awkward encounters. He could revert to his human form, creating an illusion that would allow him to appear as if he had materialized out of nowhere, thus avoiding this ability to track and pursue was indeed a clever choice. Emerging from the restroom, he soared above the gym, scanning the surroundings. With the keen eyesight of a sniping owl, he surprisingly could not detect any electric-type Pokémon belonging to trainers nearby. Transforming into Mian, the electric-type Pokémon, should allow him to sense the presence of electric-type beings. Su Ruoling He realized that identifying the criminal Pokémon amidst such chaos was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, a particular electrical current fluctuated erratically, raising suspicion. He realized that identifying the criminal Pokémon amidst such chaos was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, a particular electrical current fluctuated. This must be the one. Su Ruoling leaped into action, transforming back into the sniping owl and heading in the direction. The Bidai Gym lay some distance from Tianjin's Juan Plaza, and he had taken a taxi the entire way. Walking would have made him more conspicuous. The Bidai Gym lay some distance from Tianjin's Juan Plaza, and he had taken a taxi the entire way. Walking would have made him more conspicuous. Wiping the sweat from his brow and adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he resolved to stroll around the vicinity. Rotom, I'm glad to have you by my side. The blond man affectionately ruffled the head of the small creature beside him. Rotom shyly smiled in response. Suddenly, the blond man straightened up, letting out a pained groan as he rubbed a sore spot, lamenting that he should have stayed home, having not anticipated lingering side effects. Yet, having acquired 9 skill learning machines, he felt it was not entirely in vain. In the distance, Su Ruoling flapped his wings, gliding toward a person and their Pokémon. Curious onlookers watched the high-level creature, with some even releasing their Pokémon to challenge Su Ruoling, only to be swiftly defeated. He noticed him whistling idly, seemingly relaxed as he surveyed his surroundings, perhaps searching for something to purchase. Suddenly, the sight of the man's golden hair struck Su Ruoling as eerily familiar. He swiftly dove down, landing at the roadside and immediately transforming back into human form. Striding forward, he discerned that the man was accompanied by a Rotom. Rotom, LV32, qualification? Excellent. This Rotom had already shown signs of potential criminal capability. Su Ruoling gazed at the somewhat familiar silhouette, bemused, pondering whether this could be considered a form of unrequited affection, as he seemed to be shadowing him daily. Indeed, Su Ruoling gazed at the somewhat familiar silhouette, bemused, pondering whether this could be considered a form of unrequited affection. This blond man was Zhao Lin. A few days prior, Zhao Lin had finally recovered and learned of Su Ruoling's battle against, seizing the opportunity to incapacitate Su Ruoling and steal the 9 skill learning machines. After a while, Zhao Lin strolled out of the shop, casually looking around when his gaze met Su Ruoling's. In that moment of eye contact, cold sweat broke out on Zhao Lin's brow. How did he find me? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Lin launched an attack. Rotom, use Thunder Shock. Sniping Owl, use Leaf Blade. As he tossed out the Pokeball. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Lin launched an attack. Rotom, use Thunder Shock. Sniping Owl, use Leaf Blade. As he tossed out the Pokeball. Zhao Lin's frustration peaked. Why does he possess all the good things? How audacious. Su Ruoling maintained a calm demeanor, though his tone turned icy, in such a chaotic street. Zhao Lin's frustration peaked. Why does he possess all the good things? How audacious. Su Ruoling maintained a calm demeanor, though his tone turned icy, in such a felt a strong urge to strike him. With old grievances resurfacing, he was seething with rage. Taking a deep breath, he finally managed to utter. Felt a strong urge to strike him. With old grievances resurfacing, he was seething with rage. Taking a deep breath, he finally managed to utter. Do you even have the right to engage in banter with me here, you pauper? Su Ruoling remained expressionless, retorting, watch your words. You might end up regretting. If you disregard your family's wealth, what money do you have on you? Zhao Lin, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, had always been sheltered from labor, receiving abundant pocket money without ever having earned it himself. His arrogance stemmed from this privilege. However, he had not genuinely acquired wealth through effort. Even the little he earned in the game paled in comparison to Su Ruoling's earnings. In contrast, Su Ruoling had become a hidden small. You'll soon learn what it means to suffer. Gladly, Su Ruoling replied, stretching lazily. Zhao Lin's gaze bore into Su Ruoling with such intensity that if looks could kill, Su Ruoling would have perished numerous times over. Both adhered to their agreement and arrived at the battle zone of the Pokémon Center. At that moment, the battle area was relatively empty, and Su Ruoling felt no reservations. No pretense, just straightforward action. The battle area was relatively empty, and Su Ruoling felt no reservations. No pretense, just straightforward action. Meaning the loser would owe 400 league points. Each would battle with 3 Pokémon. Zhao Lin declared, it's settled then, Rotom. Su Ruoling responded. Then it's settled for me too, Sniping Owl. Su Ruoling mused, I wonder if this Rotom can change forms. Rotom had 5 different transformations, each immensely powerful. Then it's settled for me too, Sniping Owl. Su Ruoling mused, I wonder if this Rotom can change forms. Rotom had 5 different transformations, each immensely powerful. Under Su Ruoling's command. Shadow Stitching is a ghost-type move, which is doubly effective against Rotom, a Pokémon of electric and ghost types. Rotom, use Ominous Wind. Zhao Lin exclaimed. Under Su Ruoling's command. Shadow Stitching is a ghost-type move, which is doubly effective against Rotom, a Pokémon of electric and ghost types. Rotom, as the Sniper Owl braved the supernatural gusts, diving into Rotom's shadow and relentlessly striking at it. Both sides exchanged blows. Sniper Owl, use Swords Dance. Su Ruoling commanded. The ultimate impact is a normal-type move, ineffective against ghost-type Pokémon. Thus, Su Ruoling had prepared not for ultimate impact, but for Spectral Raid instead. Return, Rotom. Zhao Lin shouted. Come forth, Zubat. Return, Sniper Owl. Arise, Shinado. Su Ruoling winked at Zhao Lin, conveying a clear message. As long as you switch Pokémon, so shall I. Zubat, level 30. Come forth, Zubat. Return, Sniper Owl. Arise, Shinado. Su Ruoling winked at Zhao Lin, conveying a clear message. As long as you switch Pokémon, so resulting in a close bond with Zhao Lin nearing 220. Shinado, level 35. Upon noticing Shinado's high level, Zhao Lin gritted his teeth in frustration. Shinado, use Calm Mind. Shinado focused intently, enhancing its special attack and special defense slightly. Zhao Lin, suppressing his fury, hissed at Zubat. Zubat, use Supersonic. A strange sound wave emitted from Zubat, leaving Shinado feeling dizzy and disoriented. Shinado, use Shadow Clone. Shinado immediately created numerous clones surrounding Zubat, while its true form navigated among them, seeking to evade Zubat's attacks. However, leaving Shinado feeling dizzy and disoriented. Shinado, use Shadow Clone. Shinado immediately created numerous clones surrounding Zubat, while its true form navigated. The synchronize ability would come into play. Zubat, use Air Cutter to slice through the clones. After a brief moment, Zhao Lin donned a smug expression. Zubat flapped its wings. The synchronize ability would come into play. Zubat, use Air Cutter to slice through the clones. After a brief moment, Zhao Lin donned a smug expression. Zubat. Shinado cried out in pain, gazing at its injured right arm. A critical hit. Noticing that the Air Cutter had concluded, Su Ruoling silently urged, Shinado, gather your strength. Shinado cried out in pain, gazing at its injured right arm. A critical hit. Noticing that the Air Cutter had concluded, Su Ruoling silently urged, Shinado, gather your strength. Use Psychic. A serene blue glow enveloped Shinado as a powerful purple psychic force surged forth, fiercely colliding with Zubat. The effect was remarkable. Zubat now felt its body slipping from its control, momentarily paralyzed by the overwhelming psychic pressure. Su Ruoling marveled inwardly. Shinado's psychic abilities are astounding. Recklessly launching an attack was perilous. Thus, opting for enhancement was prudent. Zubat squinted, striving against the psychic force, unleashing a flurry of various moves until it finally broke free. Zubat's current health stood at 35, while Shinado's was at 45, and the confusion status had dissipated. Zubat, use Poison Fang. Zubat roared, baring its fangs, dripping with venom. The toxic substance oozed to the ground, where it was promptly absorbed by the earth. Su Ruoling was left speechless. Had it been true venom, that patch of ground would have been corroded, rather than absorbed. Shinado, counter with Psychic. Su Ruoling commanded, mentally noting, inflicting damage is the priority, no need to exert pressure. That patch of ground would have been corroded, rather than absorbed. Shinado, counter with Psychic. Su Ruoling commanded, mentally noting, inflicting damage is the priority. Zubat was gripped by fear and hastily retreated beyond the attack range. Su Ruoling, witnessing this turn of events, chuckled, hey, your Zubat is about to develop a psychological trauma toward Shinado. Zhao Lin's expression soured, akin to having eaten dirt. Turning to face Su Ruoling, Shinado emitted an enchanting melody, activating its synchronize ability. In the next instant, a melodious voice reached Su Ruoling's ears. Who says women are inferior to men? Chapter 86. The breakthrough begins. The next moment, activating its synchronize ability. In the next instant, a melodious voice reached Su Ruoling's ears. Who says women are inferior to men? The combination of charm and synchronize enabled Shinado to speak, a secret likely unknown to all. Perhaps Professor Oak could assist in sharing this discovery with the League, thus boosting Su Ruoling's popularity further. Look at your foolish grin, Zhao Lin scoffed, before commanding, Zubat, use Bite. Aka. Zubat unfurled its wings and charged at Shinado with fervor, thus boosting Su Ruoling's popularity further. Look at your foolish grin, Zhao Lin scoffed, before commanding, Zubat, use Bite. Aka. Zubat unfurled its wings and charged at Shinado with fervor, jaws wide open, fangs descending. Su Ruoling maintained the connection through synchronize, teleport. Shinado vanished just beneath Zubat's jaws, reappearing behind it. Su Ruoling's action of switching Pokémon went unnoticed. Zubat, use Air Cutter. Now unleash Psychic. The psychic energy surged forth while Shinado had already returned to its Pokeball. Su Ruoling's action of switching Pokémon went unnoticed. Zubat, use Air Cutter. Now unleash Psychic. The psychic energy surged forth while Zhao Lin scanned the surroundings, bewildered to find Shinado absent, replaced by a snow girl. When did you switch Pokémon? Zhao Lin exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and rage. Su Ruoling smiled serenely, observing that Zubat's health had dropped below half, and replied candidly, during the moment you commanded the Air Cutter. Zhao Lin, taken aback, promptly erupted in anger. Zubat, use Poison Fong to finish off the snow girl. The snow girl countered with Icy Wind. From a speed perspective, Zubat undoubtedly had the advantage. However, in terms of skill proficiency, the snow girl demonstrated superior mastery over Ice-type moves. Thus, it appeared their speeds were closely matched. However, in terms of skill proficiency, the snow girl demonstrated superior mastery over Ice-type moves. Thus, it appeared their speeds were closely matched. Zubat's wing beats began to slow. Zubat, attack with your wings in a spinning motion. Aka. Zubat spun rapidly, its wings enveloped in a faint blue glow, shattering the surrounding ice chunks with each wing attack. Zhao Lin exclaimed, that's it. Snow Girl, use Ice Breath. The Ice Breath was certain to deliver a critical hit, coupled with double-type effectiveness, reducing Zubat's health to 14. What is happening? Why is the health dropping so rapidly? Zhao Lin gaped in disbelief, witnessing the snow girl remain unfazed, which sent him into a panic. Zubat, quickly, use Poison Sting. Suddenly, a Houndoom leaped in front of the snow girl, its jaws agape as it unleashed a torrent of flames that incinerated the Poison Sting, striking Zubat squarely, which dimmed its vision before it was enveloped in the Pokeball. Miss Junsha? Su Ruoling ventured, observing the formidable Houndoom. In response to Su Ruoling's words, the dashing Miss Junsha and Saizhong appeared before her. Zhao Lin's complexion turned pale. Miss Junsha? Su Ruoling ventured, observing the formidable Houndoom. In response to Su Ruoling's words, the dashing Miss Junsha and Saizhong appeared. And your team shall be disbanded. Only then did Zhao Lin halt, begrudgingly standing still. Return, Snow Spirit. Su Ruoling called back her Snow Spirit. Saizhong, his face puffed up in anger, exclaimed, hurry and hand over the skill learning machine. What? I don't have it. Zhao Lin stubbornly denied. His face puffed up in anger, exclaimed, hurry and hand over the skill learning machine. What? I don't have it. Zhao Lin stubbornly denied. Casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Lin. As he walked away, he shot her a fierce glare, but she had already sensed it, turning back to give him a half-smile, forcing Zhao Lin to depart in frustration. Su Ruoling, somewhat puzzled, asked, Miss Junsha, you were just letting him go like that? How could that be? I added 100 dark points to him. Miss Junsha replied, while stroking the head of her Katy dog before returning it to its Pokeball. Su Yangsheng, here is the badge from the 100 Generations Gym. Saizhong presented a green badge along with 9 skill learning machines. Miss Junsha inquired curiously what happened. He secretly used the Hail learning machine once. Saizhong fumed. Well, haha, you know what that means. Miss Junsha responded with an enigmatic smile before mounting her motorcycle and departing. Su Ruoling, left in bewilderment, accepted the 9 skill learning machines from Saizhong. I apologize. This was unforeseen, Saizhong said, lowering his gaze in regret. It's fine. Hail, Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, Grass Knot, Charm, Light Screen, Awakening Power, Rain Dance, Explosion. Su Ruoling pondered. This was unforeseen, Saizhong said, lowering his gaze in regret. It's fine. Hail, Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, Grass Knot. The Snow Spirit can also learn Rain Dance. How splendid it would be to combine Hail with Rain Dance. First, use Rain Dance to make the field slippery. Then deploy Hail, which not only enhances freezing effects but also damages the opponent. If we bring in a Pokemon like Frostless with the Snow Cloak ability, this strategy could become even more intricately nuanced. I've decided. Grass Knot, Hail, and Rain Dance, Su Ruoling declared. Saizhong nodded. All right. Saizhong found Su Ruoling's choices unfathomable. This strategy could become even more intricately nuanced. I've decided. Grass Knot, Hail, and Rain Dance, Su Ruoling declared. After bidding farewell to Saizhong, Su Ruoling opened his backpack, gazing at the many skill learning machines and 4 gym badges nestled within, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Arceus, Su Ruoling called out in the Divine Core space. A brilliant white light flickered before him, and Arceus materialized. You've acquired 4 badges so swiftly? Arceus inquired. Arceus, Su Ruoling called out in the Divine Core space. A brilliant white light flickered before him, and Arceus materialized. "You've a divine Pokémon shall be granted to you." "Which divine Pokémon?" Ruoling's excitement surged upon hearing this. "I will reveal it to you once you succeed in your breakthrough." Arceus interrupted, lacking in sentiment. After securing a room, Ruoling sat on the bed and, under Arceus's guidance, released the 4 gym badges. Arceus transformed into a corporeal form. Arceus interrupted, lacking in sentiment. After securing a room, Ruoling sat on the bed and, under Arceus's guidance, released the 4 gym badges, entering the Divine Core. Chapter 87, Surveillance and Agony. The badges emitted a glow that intertwined with the colorful divine power, gradually entering Ruoling's consciousness. Entering the Divine Core. Chapter 87, Surveillance and Agony. The badges emitted a glow that intertwined with the colorful divine power, gradually entering Ruoling, igniting a sharp pain within his mind, causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Yet, during this ordeal, Arceus continued to release energy at the same intensity. Is merely breaking through the first level truly this arduous? Ruoling gritted his teeth and persevered. Meanwhile, in Shenzhen, Lu Li and Han Ling. Is merely breaking through the first level truly this arduous? Ruoling gritted his teeth and persevered. Meanwhile, in Shenzhen, Lu Li and Han, they noticed several individuals discreetly scrutinizing them. "What's going on?" Han Ling mouthed to Lu Li. Lu Li shrugged. Just then, the door swung open again, and 4 figures leaped in, twirling as they entered. "We're back, Meow. Where's Boss Sakaki? Our mission was flawlessly executed." Lu Li shook his head in exasperation. He recognized the voice of the first speaker as soon as he heard the meow. Han Ling grimaced and quickly pulled Lu Li towards Sakaki's office. The trio from Team Rocket continued their antics. "Knock knock. Come in." Lu Li pushed the door open. The office was dim. Illuminated only by the flickering blue light of the computer, Lu Li and Han Ling stood blankly before the desk. In the ensuing silence, the only sounds were the clattering of keys and the clicking of the mouse. Mission accomplished? After a long while, Sakaki finally spoke. "Yes, Boss Sakaki." Sakaki rose. The only sounds were the clattering of keys and the clicking of the mouse. "Mission accomplished?" After a long while, Sakaki finally spoke. Han Ling curiously toyed with his, remarking, "This seems rather nice." Lu Li's expression remained as calm as water. "Does Boss Sakaki have another task?" "Yes." Han Ling curiously toyed with his, remarking, "This seems rather nice." Lu Li's expression remained as calm as water. "Does Boss Sakaki have another task?" "Yeah." This time it is an A-level mission. Sakaki's face appeared somewhat sinister under the blue glow of the computer. "What? Defeat that Ruoling." Sakaki paused. "It would naturally suppress Shui Wudong." In the shadows, Lu Li's expression shifted slightly, though it was difficult to discern. "Understood." Han Ling nodded. At this moment, Sakaki stood. "It would naturally suppress Shui Wudong." In the shadows, Lu Li's expression shifted slightly, though it was difficult to discern. Placing a hand on each of their shoulders. "I have high hopes for you both." Meow, the voice of the cat boss, echoed in the darkness. Seeing Sakaki turn and sit down, Lu Li quickly added, "Thank you, boss, for your support." With that, Han Ling opened the door, and Lu Li stepped forward. Initially wanting to defend himself, shrank back upon seeing Lu Li's grim face. Meowth and Musashi entered shortly after, while Han Ling, with a cold expression, exited. "Boss Sakaki." Hearing the loud voices of the trio that penetrated the door, the two hurried away. Upon stepping outside, Lu Li exhaled in relief. "Let's rest for a day before we set off tomorrow," Han Ling suggested, "and we need to find out where Ruoling is." Lu Li nodded. "All right. Let's rest for a day before we set off tomorrow," Han Ling suggested, "and we need to find out where Ruoling is." Lu Li nodded. "All right. Let us head back." After a while, they arrived at their apartment. Lu Li retrieved the keys and flopped onto the bed. Exhausted. "Hurry and check. Wake me when it's time. I'm going to take a nap." Han Ling patted Lu Li's back. "All right." In Sakaki's office, he wore a sinister smile while watching the computer screen, which displayed a room. One man lay sprawled on the bed, sound asleep, while the other was engrossed in activities at the computer. Indeed, this was Lu Li and Han Ling's home. "It seems you two have been facing some issues lately. Beedrill has been watching you from the shadows," Sakaki mused, lighting a cigarette and smoking with practiced ease. Just moments ago, while patting their shoulders, Sakaki had discreetly placed 2 small surveillance devices. As Han Ling gazed at the computer screen while grumbling, Sakaki exhaled a plume of smoke that gradually, with Han Ling shutting down the computer and reclining onto another bed to play on his phone, Sakaki's eyes began to sharpen with intensity. Those 3 fools actually joined Shui Wudong's team. At this moment, Ruoling was in great agony. His legs had gone numb. Yet he found himself unable to move a single finger. He yearned to vocalize his distress, but not even a syllable escaped his lips. The sharp pain pulsing in his mind persisted, rendering his consciousness acutely aware. Arceus glanced at Ruoling and instructed, "Do not move." It added, "Your mind is wavering. Empty your thoughts and refrain from considering anything else." White light flickered continuously around Ruoling. Ruoling cried out in torment. Arceus, taken aback, diminished the emitted light considerably. "How did you manage to speak? Logically, you shouldn't be able to." Lowering its gaze to the badge, it realized that the light emitted had been completely absorbed. Arceus then understood. Indeed, the first phase had concluded, yet another phase awaited. "That pseudo-divine Pokémon will emerge to assist you," Arceus stated. Ruoling closed his eyes, feeling somewhat helpless. "Why? I feel as if I'm on the brink of death." Noticing Ruoling's closed eyes, Arceus chuckled softly, and a Pokémon stepped forth beside it. "Do not open your eyes. It begins now." Ruoling nodded. In the next moment, the sensations he had previously endured surged back with even greater intensity. "You have entered the divine core space." The storm acted as a filter, allowing only the beneficial energy released by Arceus to permeate while expelling the unnecessary, which was once again absorbed by Arceus. Allowing the beneficial energy released by Arceus to permeate while casting aside the unnecessary, which was then reabsorbed by Arceus. Sitting upright, Ruoling, beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead, his expression remaining taut and unyielding. Suddenly, the shrill ringing of a phone. Arceus glanced at the phone screen, but found itself unable to move. The Pokémon seemed to sense Arceus's predicament. "You better repay the remaining 490,000 quickly. It's been a year, and the day after tomorrow marks 2 years. If you don't." "It's been a year, and the day after tomorrow marks the 2nd year. If you don't, I'll make sure your mother suffers." Chapter 88, Dreamscape. "Hello, Sue. Hurry and repay the remaining 190,000. It's been a year, and the day after tomorrow marks the 2nd year. If you don't, I'll ensure your mother pays the price." Arceus's brow furrowed slightly in displeasure upon hearing the voice. "It's been nearly 2 years, and you've only repaid 10. I'll have it for you by tomorrow." Arceus mimicked Ruoling's voice, speaking coolly into the phone. "What? Do you really have that kind of money?" The man's voice shot up, causing Arceus's eardrum to throb. However, the man fell silent after a moment. "Wait, you can't be deceiving me, can you? You, a penniless wretch. Where would you get such a sum? If you doubt me, then forget the 190,000, Arceus retorted. Arceus had grasped the weakness of this greedy individual. As long as one dangled the prospect of benefit before him, he would unwittingly step into the trap laid out for him. Sure enough, the man quickly replied, No. Arceus had seized upon the greed of this individual. Simply placing the prospect of gain before him would lead him to unwittingly step into. As expected, the man immediately replied, No, still give it to me. The day after tomorrow, at Moore Cafe, I'll give you 200. If I don't see my mother return home safely, then your money, humph. Arceus adeptly adopted this tactic. I'm sorry, just don't touch my money, and I'll return it. The man exclaimed before hastily ending the call. Greed is indeed greed. After Arceus finished, Arceus lifted its gaze, observing that the divine core space was expanding as it had anticipated. The cost of expanding the divine core space, he suddenly felt darkness envelop him as he collapsed to the ground. The sandstorm ceased, and Ruoling lay quietly on the bed. Arceus's expression softened gradually as he turned to the Pokémon beside him, praising, Well done, Garchomp. Garchomp scratched its head in modesty. Arceus then gazed at the unconscious Ruoling, smiling as he said, Garchomp, from now on, he shall be your master. Garchomp's expression turned incredulous, disbelief etched across its face. This human? Garchomp scratched its head in response. Arceus then turned its attention to the unconscious Ruoling, smiling as it said, Garchomp. Garchomp's expression was one of astonishment, seemingly incredulous. This human? Garchomp's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. You are, after all, a you. Garchomp's expression began to soften. Here's what we'll do. I shall grant you a special item as a gift from him, Arceus concluded. Thank you, Lord Creator. Garchomp's expression began to soften. Arceus concluded, How about this? I shall grant you a shiny item as a gift from him. Thank you, Lord Creator. Garchomp immediately bowed in gratitude. There's no need. Simply ensure that he ascends to the pinnacle. Before that, your good friend will also make an appearance. Arceus shook its head and sprinkled the shiny powder upon Garchomp. The shiny powder enhances a Pokémon's evasion rate, and combined with the sand veil ability, it becomes nearly impervious to all but certain unavoidable attacks. Now, we shall await his awakening. Arceus gazed at the prostrate Ruoling. At that moment, Mo breathed a sigh of relief, for if anything were to happen to its master, it would be heart-wrenching. Meanwhile, Arceus replied. Mo breathed a sigh of relief, for if anything were to happen to his master, it would break his heart. Ruoling felt his body light as a feather, as if he could soar through the air. Suddenly, a figure darted past him, seeing a wave of familiarity washing over him as he sprinted toward the man. Why can't I catch up to his smile? It feels so familiar. A wave of familiarity washing over him as he sprinted towards the man. Why can't I catch up to his smile? It feels so familiar. Ruoling ran. As the man's silhouette began to fade, panic surged within Ruoling, but in his haste, he failed to notice his foot slip, causing him to tumble heavily to the ground. At that moment, the entire space warped abruptly, transitioning into another scene. Ruoling rose and scanned his surroundings, causing him to crash to the ground. At that moment, the entire space suddenly distorted, transitioning to another scene. Ruoling stood up and surveyed his surroundings. In the next moment, the ladder snapped, and the man plummeted from a height of several meters. A pang of pain shot through Ruoling's heart as he attempted to step forward, yet found himself devoid of the strength to advance. He could only kneel on the ground, watching the harrowing scene with deep anguish. Has he awakened? Garchomp observed as Ruoling's body trembled faintly. Arceus, noticing this, all he could do was kneel on the ground, painfully watching the scene unfold. Has he awakened? Garchomp noticed Ruoling's body trembling faintly. Arceus, witnessed, but I have calmed him with my psychic force. Arceus emanated a powerful aura, while Ruoling rapidly absorbed its energy, sensing Ruoling's heart gradually calming. I have already pacified him with my mental energy. Arceus emanated a powerful aura, while Ruoling rapidly absorbed its energy, sensing Ruoling's heart gradually calming. Arceus prepared to withdraw. Don't go, Ruoling implored, reaching out to grasp Arceus. Don't leave, Dad. You can't depart, he murmured, reluctant to release his hold, tears cascading from his eyes, falling to the ground and blossoming into flowers of longing. Arceus gazed at Ruoling and sighed. The Garchomp observed Ruoling, and though it did not comprehend the complexities of human emotions, it sensed that he bore an immense weight in his heart. Imitating the voice of Ruoling's father, Arceus spoke solemnly, I am here, I am here. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ruoling felt reassured and released. Having transitioned from unconsciousness to a dreamlike state, it indicated that he would awaken shortly. Arceus felt a sense of relief. Garchomp fixated its gaze on Ruoling, as if it too felt a stirring within its heart, realizing that it was time to protect its master. Chapter 89, A Frenzied Quiz for Experience Points. An hour passed. Ruoling struggled to rise from the ground, looking around in confusion. The core space seemed to have expanded slightly. Ruoling rested his chin on his hand, realizing that this space, once barely large enough for 2 beds, could now accommodate about 6. Awake? Arceus inquired, lifting its gaze. Leveling up feels like it's costing me my life. Arceus chuckled lightly. It is already past 6 o'clock. It hasn't taken too long. You are rather impressive. With that, leveling up feels like it's costing me my life. Arceus chuckled lightly. It is already past 6 o'clock. It hasn't taken too long. You are rather impressive. With that, astonished by the sight of the striking creature before him, he had anticipated that Arceus, being somewhat stingy, would only grant him the first form of a semi-divine Pokémon. But to his surprise, it was the highest form. Master, Garchomp gazed at Ruoling, pausing for a moment before speaking. Ruoling stared in amazement at the talking Garchomp. But to his surprise, it was the highest form. Master, Garchomp gazed at Ruoling, pausing for a moment before speaking. Ruoling stared, noticing a flickering light emanating from it. Is it adorned with glitter? After exchanging glances with Garchomp, Ruoling took out a Pokeball to capture it. Have you changed your nature? After his jest, Ruoling examined Garchomp's data. Garchomp, level 48. Type, Dragon, Ground. Abilities, Sand Veil, increases evasion by 20 during a sandstorm. Rough Skin, causes opponents to lose 18 of their maximum HP when hit by contact moves. Skills, Tackle, Fire Fong, Brutal Swing, Dragon Rage, Sandstorm, Body Slam, Sand Tomb. Rough Skin, causes opponents to lose 18 of their maximum HP when hit by contact moves. Skills, Tackle, Fire Fong, Brutal Swing, Dragon Rage, Sandstorm, Body Slam, Sand Tomb. Dual Chop, Cut, Dragon Claw, Dig, Bite. Potential, S. Attack potential, Light Blue. Speed potential, Medium. Su Ruoling felt immensely satisfied. The reason Garchomp could speak was due to a mutation within its being. Arceus remarked with a smile. As long as the bond is strong enough, it can undergo Mega Evolution without the need for a Mega Stone. Su Ruoling smirked. What a relief. His primary focus should be on training Snow Girl and Mighty Chicken. He decided to teach Garchomp Swords Dance, Giga Impact, and Shadow Clone. Ding. Garchomp successfully learned the moves. His primary focus should be on training Snow Girl and Mighty Chicken. He decided to teach Garchomp Swords Dance, Giga Impact, and Shadow Clone. Ding. Garchomp's affection increased by 10. Su Ruoling rested his chin on his hand, pondering that Dawoo's strength was formidable. Every step he took now had to be precise. Snow Girl was currently at level 38, while Mighty Chicken was at level 31. With 4 and 5 levels needed for their evolutions, you can already perceive it in your physique, and furthermore, you will acquire unique powers, Arceus replied with a faint smile, as the divine core space gradually faded away, revealing a hotel room before them. The requirement to break through to level 2 is to obtain 8 badges. The reward is a form change device, Arceus's resonant voice echoed, revealing a hotel room before them. The requirement to break through to level 2 is to obtain 8 badges. The reward is a form change device, Arceus's, and in the next moment, it vanished. A form change device? Su Ruoling scratched his head, realizing he had never heard of such a thing. Oh well. Such a vibrant locale was not without its vendors. As night deepened, enticing aromas wafted from the vendors' carts. Suddenly, Snow Girl burst forth from her Pokeball. What's wrong? Such a vibrant locale was not without its vendors. As night deepened, enticing aromas wafted from the vendors' carts. Suddenly, Snow Girl burst forth from her Pokeball. Su Ruoling inquired, looking down at her. Sia? Snow Girl pointed excitedly at a stall selling Pokemon, surrounded by a throng of people, creating quite the commotion. Don't miss out. Seasoned Pokemon players pose questions, and correct answers yield rewards. Wrong answers incur penalties. Seasoned players, you say? Heh. Su Ruoling and Snow Girl approached the source of the noise. Next question, guess who this is? The vendor held up a picture. The image depicted the shadow of a Pokemon, reminiscent of the Guess Who game from an anime. Su Ruoling sighed, standing by with mild disinterest. The image depicted the shadow of a Pokemon, reminiscent of the Guess Who game from an anime. Su Ruoling sighed. He doubted he would have recognized the shadow in the image. In truth, the shadow depicted a Pokeball. Thinking of that answer made Su Ruoling chuckle ruefully. As expected, he doubted he would have recognized the shadow in the image. In truth, the shadow depicted a Pokeball. Thinking of that answer made Su Ruoling chuckle ruefully. And just as he had anticipated, the crowd displayed expressions of frustration, with some trying to feign calmness by stretching their necks. Who guessed it? A silence fell over the crowd. All right, let us change the question. Wait, I know the answer. Su Ruoling interjected immediately. The vendor paused. Why didn't you say anything? Exactly, if you don't know, don't pretend, kid. Su Ruoling smiled. Why didn't you say anything? Exactly, if you don't know, don't pretend, kid. Su Ruoling smiled. Is there not a single person here who recognizes this as a Jigglypuff viewed from above? Jigglypuff? The image of the pink, round creature immediately popped into everyone's mind. No way, I must worship this master. Master, take my knee. Upon hearing the name Jigglypuff, the vendor was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded. Su Ruoling interrupted again. The crowd groaned. Again? Su Ruoling turned to the vendor. I wish to know the best location for leveling up here. The vendor grinned. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ruoling replied with 3D Dragon. The move collided with the vendor's skill, but the 3D Dragon successfully tore through, striking the vendor directly. However, without a moment's hesitation, Su Ruoling replied with 3D Dragon. The move collided with the vendor's skill, but the 3D Dragon successfully tore through, striking the vendor directly. Gazing at Su Ruoling. With a faint smile, Su Ruoling activated the victory buff from the purchased Victini's Blessing, unleashing the move Judgment Shard, which shattered the opponent's combo and struck the vendor with considerable force. A critical hit. Infuriated, the vendor attempted to execute the combo once more, which shattered the opponent's combo and struck the vendor with considerable force. A critical hit. Infuriated, the vendor attempted to execute the combo, oblivious to the fact that his PP had already reached 0, rendering him unable to use any skills. Sue Ruoling summoned a shadow clone, raising her right hand to conjure a sandstorm, activating her sand veil ability. The vendor squinted, trying to locate Sue Ruoling's figure, only to find, leaving him nearly unconscious as his health plummeted to zero. Sue Ruoling regarded the man before her with an expression of calm, while he wore an incredulous look. After dispersing the crowd of onlookers, the vendor led Sue Ruoling to a training ground. Chapter 90. Selling, selling, selling. Sue Ruoling observed the vendor, whose face was a canvas of disbelief. After clearing the curious crowd, the vendor brought her to the training area. Where are we headed? Sue Ruoling asked as the vendor ushered her into a taxi. Ah, the Italian-style street. Feel free to explore. There are plenty of Pokémon above level 30 in there. Sue Ruoling asked as the vendor ushered her into a taxi. Ah, the Italian-style street. Feel free to explore. There are plenty of Pokémon above. The vendor chuckled, shutting the door. Hey, Sue Ruoling barely had time to respond before the door was closed. Young man, from your conversation, it seems you are looking to catch Pokémon? The driver, amiable and chatty despite not playing Pokémon Go himself, engaged with the players. He appeared always wearing a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing the driver's words, Sue Ruoling eagerly nodded. Yes. I've taken many players there before. Clearly seasoned in the world of MOBAs. Sue Ruoling affirmed confidently, no worries, I can manage. She smiled, patting the head of her snowy child. She, clearly seasoned in the world of MOBAs. Sue Ruoling affirmed confidently, no worries, I can manage. She smiled, patting the head of her snowy child. She. The snowy child leaped onto the seat, striking a relaxed pose. I also heard there are Pokémon clans near Marco Polo Square. Sue Ruoling, I wonder what kind it could be. If they are rare, they could fetch a pretty penny. Ah, the youth are so full of vigor, running around to catch Pokémon. It's truly enviable, the driver sighed wistfully. Driver, you could join in the fun too. An AR watch is only 2,000 yuan. And you can catch Pokémon to make money. After a few months, you'd earn it back. Sue Ruoling responded, amused by the driver's lament. The driver stroked his chin, evidently pleased by her words. Sue Ruoling gazed out the window. The night in Tianjin lacked the daytime clamor and congestion. The driver stroked his chin, evidently pleased by her words. Sue Ruoling gazed out the window. The night in Tianjin lacked the daytime clamor and congestion. Classical Western music wafted in from outside, seemingly tailored for the ambience. The streets were lined with foreign restaurants, and the fusion of Western architecture with classical music was simply exquisite. After inquiring with several people, Sue Ruoling finally located Marco Polo Square. In contrast to the initial hustle and bustle, Marco Polo Square was relatively quieter. Sue Ruoling surveyed her surroundings. There were not many shadowy corners. In contrast to the initial hustle and bustle, Marco Polo Square was relatively quieter. Sue Ruoling, indicating it was unlikely to be a ghost-type Pokémon clan. She approached a Roman column to admire the fountain. Illuminated by warm yellow lights that made it appear as if it flowed with liquid gold. Sue Ruoling smiled, recognizing the familiar fleeting sensation of paralysis. An Electrode Lizard clan? But why only 3? Were these merely scouts? As the 3 Electrode Lizards appeared, bystanders quickly scattered, aware they stood no chance against the trio. An Electrode Lizard clan? But why only 3? Were these merely scouts? As the 3 Electrode Lizards appeared, bystanders quickly scattered, aware they stood fearing an electric shock should their Pokémon be defeated. Sue Ruoling crouched down, returning the scrutinizing gaze of the Electrode Lizards. Electrode. Aptitude. B. Electrode Lizard. LV27. Aptitude. C. Electrode Lizard. LV25. Aptitude. B. Sold. Sue Ruoling decisively concluded after perusing the data of the 3 Pokémon. Nevertheless. Aptitude. B. Electrode Lizard. LV27. Aptitude. C. Electrode Lizard. LV25. Aptitude. B. Sold. Sue Ruoling decided she felt confident about a 2 versus 3 scenario. She released her Sniper Owl. Moo. The grass type would resist electric type moves. This could be promising. 2 versus 3? How intriguing. Nearby spectators began to whisper among themselves. Sniper Owl, LV39. Snowy Child, LV38. Both of Sue Ruoling's Pokémon were above level 35. Noticing the question marks in the level display of Sue Ruoling's Pokémon. Sniper Owl, use Swords Dance. Snowy Child, deploy Shadow Clone for cover. As soon as she finished speaking. Noticing the question marks in the level display of Sue Ruoling's Pokémon. Sniper Owl, use Swords Dance. Snowy Child, deploy Shadow Clone. The leading Electrode Lizard perked up its ears, summoning a whirlwind to slice through the shadow clones, while the other two joined in with their own gust attacks. Under the onslaught of the 3 electrode lizards' wind blades, the shadow clones dissipated within seconds. The sniper owl aimed to enhance its power, but realized the timing was not right. The sniper owl spread its wings and soared, observing the movements of the electrode lizards from above. Use leaf blade, Su Ruoling commanded. Snowy child, unleash ice breath. The leaf blade descended rapidly from the air, poised to strike the electrode lizards when Snowy child suddenly exhaled a chilling breath. Upon encountering the cold front, the surface of the leaf blade froze, yet this did not diminish its power. Instead, it seemed to amplify it slightly. The 3 electrode lizards remained unperturbed. The surface of the leaf blade froze, yet this did not diminish its power. Instead, it seemed to amplify it slightly. The 3 electrodes shattering the frosted surface of the leaf blade, sending countless shards of ice cascading from the sky. Snowy child, use rain dance. Su Ruoling ordered. Sniper owl, execute shadow sneak. Shattering the frosted surface of the leaf blade, sending countless shards of ice cascading from the sky. Snowy child, use rain dance. It possessed the dry skin ability. Su Ruoling mused, deducing that the other two must have the sand veil ability. As rain and ice shards fell simultaneously, it possessed the dry skin ability. Su Ruoling mused, deducing that the other two must have the sand veil ability. As rain and ice shards fell simultaneously, the sniper owl, thanks to shadow sneak, slipped into the shadows, evading the hail's damage. Electrode. The electrode lizards, clutching their heads, began to panic, losing the composure they had moments ago. Seizing the opportunity, the sniper owl initiated its shadow sneak attack. With wings spread wide, it dove fiercely. Losing the composure they had moments ago. Seizing the opportunity, the sniper owl initiated its shadow sneak attack. With wings spread wide, it dove fiercely. Su Ruoling's eyes sparkled as she produced 3 pokeballs to capture them. The red light flashed, and then stilled. The endeavor was successful. Su Ruoling's eyes sparkled as she produced 3 pokeballs to capture them. The red light flashed, and then stilled. The endeavor was successful. The robust chicken ascended to level 32. Without delay, 3 umbrella electric lizards were posted on the forum, and in no time, over 8,000 currency units were acquired. Su Ruoling pondered for a moment, realizing that she now possessed approximately 210,000 to 220,000 RMB. At that moment, however, the energy fluctuations in the surroundings intensified. Arceus, what brings you here once more? At that moment, however, the energy fluctuations in the surroundings intensified. Arceus, what brings you? Su Ruoling immediately sensed a familiar energy and looked up to behold the white Qilin hovering above her.